Jin Ling traversed the Douluo continent, becoming the grandson of the second offering, the Golden Crocodile Douluo, and believed his life would be free from worries. However, he soon discovered that he was a waste with innate soul power at half a level. After 6 years of cultivation, he only managed to elevate himself by 6 levels, leading the Golden Crocodile Douluo to choose a laissez-faire approach to his training. Fortunately, he awakened the BBQ Stall System, which allowed him to sell barbecued soul beasts. With each sale, others could accelerate their cultivation, while he would receive corresponding cultivation rewards and various level gift packs. White skewers, 1 silver soul coin each. Yellow skewers, 1 gold soul coin each. The Golden Crocodile Douluo exclaimed, "Ah, this skewer is made from a crocodile-type soul beast. How outrageous!" Liena remarked, "Don't tell me this is made from fox meat." Xie Yue added, "Fortunately, I possess a weapon spirit, so I have no qualms about eating." Tang San interjected, "Damn, even blue silver grass can be made into skewers." Bibi Dong expressed her delight. "Oh, how fragrant. Today I won't buy them all." Jin Ling proclaimed, "Premium skewers, honest and genuine, of unparalleled quality. I had no intention of becoming a deity, but the rewards from the system were simply too abundant. Forgive me. Forgive me." Chapter 1. Is this opening not right? A barbecue stall? Douluo continent. The repository for soul beasts and soul masters spirit city, Douluo Hall. In the estate of the second offering, the Golden Crocodile Douluo, a 12-year-old golden-haired, handsome boy was teasing a soft-boned rabbit with a dogtail grass. The rabbit was small, its entire body a lovely pink, utterly adorable. The boy was the disenchanted protagonist, Jin Ling. At merely 12 years old, he possessed all the potential for handsomeness, perhaps not as much as the readers, but certainly more than Tang San, with a tall, slender physique. Skin as pale as snow, and strikingly defined features, exuding an aura of regal authority without anger. His short golden hair fell casually across his head. His eyes were beautiful, glistening with a watery sheen akin to a frosted cake. Little bunny, my martial soul is at level 6. You are a 6-year soul beast. Both of us are lost souls in this vast world. I should not eat you. But if you must blame someone, blame that damned system." The system chimed in, "I am the 6th. Indeed, Jin Ling was not a native of the Douluo continent. His original name was Jin Ling, a student from Blue Star who, during a heated debate about the prowess of the Golden Crocodile Douluo with his deskmate, died of excitement and found himself in the Douluo continent as the beloved grandson of the Golden Crocodile Douluo. Yet, fate often locks doors and seals windows without notice. Lacking innate, full soul power was one thing, but being stuck at half a level was another. At the very least, he should have inherited a golden crocodile martial soul. Gazing at the faint silhouette of a small water crocodile martial soul in his palm, Jin Ling felt his heart shatter into 1,000 pieces. Nonetheless, the sole silver lining was that last month, the system awakened, named BBQ Stall System. The system interface displayed a few lines of bold text. Soul beast skewers, limited to 100 honest and genuine, of unparalleled quality. Jin Ling was momentarily stunned, being well-versed in the culinary delights of barbecue unique to Blue Star. Memories of gatherings with friends over barbecued delicacies flooded his mind. However, the requirement for soul beasts as ingredients truly stumped him. As a devoted fan of Douluo in his previous life, he had never encountered anyone consuming soul beasts in such a manner. But since he was here, he intended to fully immerse himself in the Douluo experience. As for the soul beasts, apologies, Xie Yue. As Jin Ling was harmoniously conversing with the soft-boned rabbit, he suddenly acted ruthlessly, pulling out a kitchen knife and swiftly severing the rabbit's neck as it rolled on the ground. In a flash, Jin Ling grabbed the rabbit by its tail and promptly tossed it into the system. He knew that once a soul beast perished, a soul ring would soon form. A soul beast with a soul ring would naturally possess diminished soul power, losing the freshness required for culinary endeavors. Of course, this was merely Jin Ling's conjecture, but it was likely accurate. The soul ring represented the essence of the soul beast, and without that essence, it would surely be lacking. The system was quite intelligent, automatically processing and preserving the ingredients, subsequently presenting a panel. Ingredients: 6 years soft-boned rabbit rare. Obtained: 1 skewer of rabbit tongue, 1 skewer of rabbit tail, 1 skewer of rabbit eyes with striking pink irises for skewers of rabbit legs, and 3 skewers of rabbit meat. Before Jin Ling could process this, the system's notification chimed once more. Congratulations, host. For providing ingredients, the system's functionality is fully activated. And you have received a beginner's gift pack, an all-purpose barbecue card, innate full soul power at level 10, and a Golden Crocodile martial soul enhancement card. Shortly thereafter, a small card appeared in the system's space, reminiscent of those street vendor cards from his previous life. Though small, it was fully equipped. Then came the innate, full soul power. Jin Ling felt slightly perplexed. Wasn't this a bit late? He had already awakened his martial soul. The system clarified, innate full soul power is not merely about the 10 levels of soul power. The most crucial aspect is the quality. Moreover, the host has not yet reached level 10, making this timing ideal. Jin Ling retorted, this system seems a bit too talkative. Upon claiming the innate full soul power, Jin Ling's soul power level instantly soared from 6 to 10. The leap of 4 levels felt like an insurmountable chasm compared to his previous struggles. Previously, Jin Ling's life had been akin to a cataclysmic beginning. Just last month, he had toiled incessantly, day and night, tirelessly working to elevate his soul power to level 6. With great difficulty, he had managed to persuade his grandfather, the Golden Crocodile, to procure a soul beast for him, finally unlocking the key to the system. Indeed, that 6-year-old soft-boned rabbit was personally captured by the Golden Crocodile Douluo from the Dou Forest. There was no other option, as Jin Ling had specifically requested the soft-boned rabbit. As for why he chose the soft-boned rabbit, that was simply a matter of Jin Ling's pure desire to touch its soft fur, to pet its head, and to hold it while sleeping. There were truly no ulterior motives. If there were any, it might be that he wanted to savor its meat. Without that soft-boned rabbit, considering Jin Ling's innate talent for cultivation, he had no idea how long it would take to catch a soul beast and activate the system. As for the current beginner's gift pack, it was genuinely impressive. The Golden Crocodile Martial Soul Enhancement card would directly elevate his small water crocodile martial soul, a rather unimpressive one, to that of the Golden Crocodile Martial Soul, a top-tier medium. Jin Ling did not rush to use it, but instead suppressed his excitement. This was the Douluo Hall, filled with powerful individuals. If his martial soul evolved, the commotion would undoubtedly draw half the people here. At that point, it would be difficult for Jin Ling to explain himself better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Then, Jin Ling retrieved the barbecue cart from the system space. The brand new silver barbecue grill shimmered under the sun, accompanied by a small pot for broth and a griddle on the side. Together, these formed an all-purpose barbecue cart for grilling, simmering, and frying. Beneath the grill were various sauces and seasonings aplenty. Coupled with his previous live's reputation as the barbecue prince, Jin Ling felt confident that his offerings would be nothing short of extraordinary. Feeling somewhat bored at home, Jin Ling headed straight to Spirit City, seeking a relatively secluded spot. He brought out the barbecue cart, also taking out all the soul beef skewers, marinating some with small spices for future use. This location was rather secluded because it was in close proximity to the Spirit Hall, resulting in fewer buyers. Most passers-by were soul masters, naturally uninterested in mundane items. Jin Ling, however, felt that this was the perfect place to set up his stall, as his skewers were particularly effective for soul masters. White-grade skewers. Within 24 hours of consumption, the cultivation speed is enhanced by 10, and the effect is stackable. Furthermore, there exist yellow, purple, black, red, and ultimately gold grades. However, at present, only white-grade skewers are available, and Jin Ling is unaware of the enhancement effects of the other levels. System. Upon selling skewers, the portion of cultivation derived from the skewers will be refunded to the host in equal measure. Should a soul master happen to break through a level during this time, the system will reward the host with various gift packages based on the practitioner's own strength. After glancing at the system's straightforward introduction, Jin Ling eagerly made his way to the roadside, seeking a shady spot beneath a tree. He then took a wooden board and boldly inscribed, "Top-tier delicacy at 1 silver soul coin per skewer. Accelerate your cultivation. A must-try for soul masters, fair dealings. Genuine quality." Jin Ling then patiently awaited customers nearby. Typically, skewers are grilled to order, so he refrained from cooking immediately, resulting in many passers-by merely glancing and moving on. Most people regarded Jin Ling as a source of amusement at 12 years of age. Despite his good looks, charm alone would not satiate hunger. Moreover, the raw meat on the grill was visible, and the notion of selling it for a silver soul coin naturally caused many to steer clear. An hour slipped by in the blink of an eye. Not a single customer had appeared. Even a small yellow dog that passed by chose to relieve itself beside Jin Ling's cart before scampering away, leaving him disheartened. Seated at his stall, Jin Ling observed the scene, feeling as if countless spider webs were overhead, rendering him immobile and devoid of hope. "This won't do," Jin Ling exclaimed, slamming his paw on the cart and rising abruptly. He needed to start grilling to disperse the enticing aroma, otherwise there was nothing to attract attention. Without hesitation, he ignited the charcoal and, employing techniques from his past life, repeatedly brushed on the sauce while slow roasting the skewers. Before long, the sizzling sound of oil and the irresistible aroma wafted through the air, evoking salivation. However, foot traffic remained sparse, with only a boy younger than Jin Ling, appearing to be merely 7 or 8 years old, approaching. Drawn by the fragrance, the boy eagerly arrived at Jin Ling's stall and exclaimed, "Pretty brother, may I buy a skewer?" Seeing business finally arriving, Jin Ling quickly stood up. "Little brother, each skewer costs 1 silver soul coin. Do you have any money?" "I do," the boy responded, pulling a gold soul coin from his pocket. "I just received this. Don't underestimate me for my age. I am a soul master." Jin Ling felt somewhat embarrassed. Even such a young child was a soul master. Judging by his confidence, he must have been receiving soul master subsidies for quite some time. In the Douluo continent, every soul master, once certified by the Spirit Hall, receives monthly subsidies, with a first-ring soul master entitled to 1 gold soul coin. Realizing the boy had money, Jin Ling quickly handed him a freshly grilled skewer. "Enjoy it while it's hot, little brother." The boy took the skewer and devoured it in a matter of moments, seeming to want more. "Brother, I want another skewer. It's truly delicious." Since the system indicated the effects could stack, selling him another posed no detriment. As he prepared another skewer, Jin Ling reminded him, "Remember to cultivate diligently. When you go home, the message on this sign isn't misleading." "Stop right there." A stern voice suddenly pierced the air as a beautiful young woman rushed over and seized the boy. Tion, how many times have I told you not to eat unclean food from the roadside? Now that you are a soul master, you must be vigilant about your diet. What sort of nonsense is this being sold here? The Spirit Hall should really intervene." Before departing, the woman shot a glare at Jin Ling, as if to say, "If you weren't somewhat cute, I would have dealt with you differently today." In stunned silence, Jin Ling watched as the boy was dragged away, gazing at the skewer in his hand and the unreturned gold soul coin. What came swiftly departed even faster. Chapter 2. Bibi Dong's feast in the distance. A graceful silhouette observed the scene with a furrowed brow, revealing no discernible emotions. "Your Holiness, I shall drive him away at once," a voice declared. Suddenly, a shadow appeared beside her, enigmatic and ghostly, belonging to the elder ghost of the Spirit Hall. Known as Ghost Douluo, the woman was none other than Bibi Dong, the current pope. However, at this moment, her attire was not ornate but rather casual, enhancing her beauty and giving her the aura of a friendly older sister. "No need," Bibi Dong replied coolly. For half a month, she had been vexed after failing to break through to the 94th level of title Douluo during her seclusion, prompting her to leave the Pope's palace for a stroll, wishing to avoid letting trivial matters disturb her peace of mind. Ghost Douluo, sensing her mood, discreetly withdrew yet did not stray far, remaining hidden to ensure Bibi Dong's safety. As dusk approached, the sunset painted the sky in hues of crimson. Here, Jin Ling gazed forlornly at the skewers of roasted meat in his hand, bewildered by the Douluo's apparent indifference to such delectable treats, lamenting the waste. "May I have a taste?" A melodious yet slightly frosty voice interrupted his thoughts. As Bibi Dong approached, Jin Ling quickly looked up, captivated by her beauty. Bibi Dong walked towards him, framed by the evening glow, her elegant figure leaving him entranced. In that moment, Jin Ling acknowledged his infatuation, a sudden awakening reminiscent of his impulsive 18-year-old self in a past life. As Xiao Gang prepared to call out to the sisterly figure, Jin Ling hastily silenced him, recognizing that it was indeed Bibi Dong. Noting Jin Ling's dazed and somewhat fearful expression, Bibi Dong produced a gold soul coin and placed it on the cart, inquiring, "Do you know me?" Jin Ling quickly shook his head. "Elder sister, you jest. If I knew such a beautiful elder sister, I would have been following you around daily instead of setting up a stall to earn a living." Upon saying this, Jin Ling felt a pang of anxiety. He was gambling on the hope that the current Bibi Dong was still the benevolent powerhouse he imagined, harboring a twinge of sympathy for her plight, having endured the betrayal of a scoundrel like Yu Xiaojiang and the torment of a cruel mentor. It seemed that throughout her journey, no genuine soul stood by her side. Jin Ling's innocent remarks brought a moment of introspection to Bibi Dong, It had been ages since anyone had called her beautiful. Her gaze softened as she regarded him with newfound warmth. "What is your name?" she asked, settling onto a nearby stool. "I am Jin Ling," he replied, swiftly offering her the skewers he held, while he quietly admired her. Bibi Dong was truly stunning, her ethereal beauty tinged with an air of contemplation, rendering her eyes particularly profound, a blend of grace and resilience. After taking a small bite of the rabbit leg skewer, Bibi Dong's eyes lit up with delight at its tender, smoky flavor. "Is this chicken?" she asked, astonished by its succulence. Jin Ling, with a mysterious smile, replied softly, "This is meat from a soul beast, specifically from a soft-boned rabbit." "What? A soft-boned rabbit?" Bibi Dong's expression shifted. Children do not lie. And the soft-boned rabbit was a unique soul beast native to the Dou Forest. "Could you truly have caught it all by yourself?" Jin Ling, resolute, declared, "Beautiful sister, I assure you I am not deceiving you. This is indeed soft-boned rabbit meat, caught with the help of my family. Moreover, it possesses the ability to accelerate soul power cultivation. The skewers you are enjoying are of white-grade quality, capable of enhancing your cultivation speed by 10 times. Jin Ling's steadfastness began to sway Bibi Dong's skepticism. Could this truly be soul beast meat? Could it indeed hasten her cultivation? Without further hesitation, she quickly finished the skewer in hand and found a clean patch of ground to sit cross-legged, embarking on her cultivation journey. Jin Ling, unhurried, observed her, confident in the authenticity of his offerings. A quarter of an hour later, Bibi Dong opened her eyes, joy illuminating her features. The evidence of increased cultivation speed was undeniable, albeit brief. She hurried to Jin Ling's side, her eyes gleaming with eagerness. "What is your martial soul?" she inquired, her thoughts racing toward the notion of an unknown martial soul, as such an acceleration effect was beyond explanation. This question posed a dilemma for Jin Ling. While the system was not a martial soul, its effects eclipsed any conventional soul. After deliberation, he decided to accept Bibi Dong's assumption, reasoning that the nature of the skewers was difficult to elucidate, attributing everything to his martial soul instead. "Indeed," he affirmed after a moment of silence, gesturing toward the barbecue cart. "This is my martial soul, the Hundred-Skewers BBQ cart." "The Hundred-Skewers BBQ cart?" Bibi Dong fixed her gaze upon the peculiar cart, noting its unconventional design, unfamiliar to the continent and devoid of any detectable soul power fluctuations. Nevertheless, considering it an unknown martial soul, she dismissed her doubts. With innumerable martial souls in existence, the world was replete with wonders. Upon realizing Jin Ling possessed a food-type martial soul, Bibi Dong's guard fell away, and she indulged herself in the feast. "So delicious, utterly delightful," she praised, her enjoyment causing Jin Ling to feel a bit bashful. At last, as the final piece of meat vanished, Bibi Dong contentedly patted her flat stomach, a satisfied smile gracing her features. In that moment, Jin Ling was taken aback. He never anticipated witnessing Bibi Dong's smile. It was one meant solely for him. A sudden longing to grow up swiftly surged within him. In the shadows, Ghost Douluo was astonished, his worldview shattered. After accompanying the Pope for over a decade, he had just discovered that she could indeed smile. If he were to tell his companion that her holiness had laughed, the response would surely be disbelief. Bibi Dong, oblivious to Jin Ling's gaze, regarded him as merely a 12-year-old child, innocent and untainted. "Little brother, do you have any more of those skewers?" she asked, appearing slightly embarrassed after her indulgence. Jin Ling shrugged, saying, "Unfortunately, none remain. However, dear sister, you might want to return and focus on your cultivation. The effects of the skewers are cumulative. After consuming 9, your cultivation speed should be enhanced by 90. With the skewers all sold out." Jin Ling was eager to uncover how the system provided feedback on cultivation and was equally curious about the level-up package. Bibi Dong's sudden concern caught him off guard, warming his heart. "Little brother, what level is your soul power now?" she inquired. "Level 10. Jin Ling answered without hesitation. "Level 10? What a pity," Bibi Dong mused, contemplating taking Jin Ling as her disciple. After all, food-type soul masters were exceedingly rare on the continent. However, for someone his age, to only be at level 10 indicated a lack of talent. Jin Ling waved dismissively. "Sister, there's nothing to lament. Haven't you heard the saying, 30 years in the West River, 30 years in the East River? I believe in myself." Bibi Dong chuckled softly. "Who would have thought you were so perceptive for one so young?" The two continued their conversation until night fully enveloped the sky, at which point Bibi Dong returned to the Pope's palace. Behind the palace lay a tranquil courtyard, featuring 3 thatched cottages, one larger in the center, flanked by 2 smaller ones, all facing each other. This serene courtyard seemed a refuge from the clamor of the world. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns on the ground, while the air was infused with the fragrance of flowers and grass, the vibrant green lawn exuding an aura of life and vitality. Here lies the abode of Bibi Dong, accessible only to her disciple, Liena, with no other soul permitted within. In the center stands a modest dwelling. To the left, a simple bed rests, while to the right, a table accompanied by several stools completes the furnishings. It is quite astonishing that the supreme ruler of the continent, Bibi Dong, resides in such simplicity. Upon the bed, Bibi Dong, adorned in a sheer silk gown, sits cross-legged. Her soul power cultivation speed has nearly doubled, affirming the truth in Jin Ling's words. In her delight, she finds her thoughts drifting to her intriguing younger brother, murmuring to herself, "I wonder if he will come tomorrow." With that, Bibi Dong resumes her pursuit of reaching the 94th level, her heart remarkably tranquil this time. Several hours pass, and a powerful surge of soul power emanates from Bibi Dong. Behind her, the spectral forms of the Death Spider Emperor and the soul-devouring Spider Emperor flicker into existence. At last, I have broken through. With each level gained as a title Douluo, a leap in soul power is achieved. Now, bolstered by her dual martial souls, she stands equal to the pinnacle of a 95-level Douluo. Meanwhile, as Bibi Dong achieves her breakthrough, Jin Ling hears the system's voice in his mind. Ding, Bibi Dong, title Douluo, red, has advanced 1 level, reward, a red gift package. The sudden sound startles Jin Ling from his slumber, nearly sending him tumbling from his bed. System, could you possibly be quieter next time? Do you not realize the fright you can induce? He grumbles. The system responds, I'm not human. Well, I know you're a bit of a rascal. Jin Ling retorts, then inquires, is the red package given at random? The system clarifies. The gift is determined by the cultivator's own strength. Generally, Soul Masters receive white packages. Soul Masters and Great Soul Masters receive yellow. Soul Kings and Soul Sects receive purple. Soul Kings to Soul Douluo receive black. And title Douluos are awarded red packages. Having understood, Jin Ling eagerly opens the red gift package. Martial Soul, Tian 1, Sword of the Emperor. Scepter of Sovereignty, 99-level Super Douluo experience card. Possesses the soul power of a 99-level Super Douluo for 10 minutes. 1. 97-level Peak Douluo experience card. Possesses the soul power of a 97-level Peak Douluo for 10 minutes. 1. A 10,000-year Torso Soul Bone 1. Soul Rings Simulator. Can alter the color of soul rings from high to low. Note, the host can act meekly to avoid severe pretentiousness. A top-tier Martial Soul Enhancement card. Strengthens the top-tier Martial Soul once upon use. Soul Ring Lifespan. 30,000 years. Can be applied to soul rings to extend their lifespan. Soul Bone Lifespan. 7,000 years. Can be applied to soul bones to extend their lifespan. Gazing at the dazzling array of rewards, Jin Ling gives himself a hearty slap across the face to affirm that this is indeed not a dream. I have struck it rich. I am invincible. He then begins to leap about on his bed, turning and twisting with uncontainable excitement. After a considerable time, he finally calms down. Chapter 3. Dual Martial Souls. Fortunately, there is no one else at home. Otherwise, Jin Ling's ecstatic outburst would surely have alarmed anyone nearby. Each reward comes with an explanation, clear and comprehensible. Martial Soul, Tianwen. Jin Ling is astonished. He never anticipated that the system could manifest the sword of Qin Shi Huang as his own martial soul. Tianwen, Sword of the Emperor. Scepter of Sovereignty, Divine Level Upper Tier Martial Soul. As Jin Ling embraces Tianwen, he feels a gentle warmth in his left hand, where a blood-red small sword stands upright in his palm. Staring in disbelief at this small sword, he realizes that Tianwen is indeed a divine-level upper-tier martial soul. In the realm of Douluo, martial souls are categorized into 4 levels with 12 ranks: ordinary, rare, top-tier, and divine, each further divided into upper, middle, and lower tiers. Thus, Tianwen stands as one of the most formidable martial souls in existence, surpassing even the 6-winged angel martial soul by 2 ranks. Then, Jin Ling extends his right hand to check on the little water crocodile martial soul, only to find it crouched on the ground, its head buried deeply, trembling incessantly. This stark contrast illustrates the disparity in martial soul ranks. Fortunately, both Tianwen and the little water crocodile belong to Jin Ling. Otherwise, under Tianwen's overwhelming presence, the little water crocodile might have disintegrated. Recalling his martial soul, Jin Ling glances at the remaining rewards. The most pressing task now is to utilize the Golden Crocodile Martial Soul Enhancement card, followed by venturing into the Soul Beast Forest to acquire his first soul ring and new materials. Suddenly, a thought strikes him. System. Wasn't it mentioned that the portion of soul power gained by the consumer would be returned to me? Why have I yet to receive it? The system responds. The acceleration effect from the barbecue lasts for 24 hours. Hence, the settlement must wait until that time concludes. Understanding now, Jin Ling, filled with exuberance from the trove of treasures at his disposal, exits the Douluo Hall and races towards the outskirts of Martial Soul City, intent on enhancing his little water crocodile martial soul. In a small grove beyond the city, Jin Ling enters a cave he discovered in his childhood, a refuge he often visits whenever he feels downcast. Sitting cross-legged, he raises his right hand slightly, as he commands the system. The Golden Crocodile Martial Soul Enhancement card transforms into shimmering golden particles, vanishing from sight. Simultaneously, he distinctly senses his little water crocodile martial soul quivering with excitement. The little water crocodile, previously languishing in a small puddle, suddenly finds the space trembling, the puddle expanding rapidly. The murky liquid within begins to clear, transforming the small pool into a mighty river, which swiftly shifts color, becoming a vast expanse of golden sea. Yes, the water has turned golden. Beneath the golden waves, the little water crocodile grows larger, undergoing a complete metamorphosis. Little water crocodile, inferior aquamarine, small size, few scales. Moments later, crocodile, ordinary olive brown, medium size, covered in scales. Then, silver armored crocodile, rare, golden crocodile, top tier. In a single leap, it evolves into the golden crocodile. Beholding the resplendent new golden crocodile in his palm, Jin Ling cannot contain his exhilaration. In a world of Douluo, strength is revered, and a formidable martial soul is paramount. The era of the little water crocodile has come to an end. Indeed, the little water crocodile pales in comparison to even the ordinary blue silvergrass. Although the rank of Tianwen exceeds that of the golden crocodile, the latter is innate, stirring a paternal sentiment within Jin Ling. Subsequently, he uses the remaining top-tier martial soul enhancement card from the system. As the golden crocodile rolls in the golden sea, it is suddenly enveloped by a brilliant light. Moments later, a massive crocodile, spanning dozens of meters and standing 3 meters tall, adorned with golden radiance, undergoes a dramatic transformation. Its form expands to over 30 meters, towering nearly 10 meters high, its scales becoming more vibrant, and its teeth and claws sharpened to a razor-esque edge. Golden Crocodile King, top-tier upper level. This is the Golden Crocodile King martial soul frequently mentioned by his grandfather. According to him, this martial soul appeared only once in the history of the Jin family, ultimately leading that individual to break through to 99 levels, achieving the status of Super Douluo. With the martial soul evolution complete, the time has reached 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The skies are somewhat overcast, with dark clouds gathering, and soon rain begins to fall. As spring unfolds in March, Jin Ling, feeling drowsy, returns home and promptly falls into a deep slumber. Is he not coming? Beneath the tree where Jin Ling had set up his stall the previous day, a figure holding an oiled paper umbrella stands, her expression tinged with disappointment. After breaking through to level 94, Bibi Dong was in high spirits and decided to celebrate, so she sought out Jin Ling, craving some delicious grilled skewers. As night fell, Jin Ling had a dream in which he had grown up. Although he often appeared somewhat unreliable, in his dream, he stood resolutely beside a woman, regardless of the decision she made. At one point, Jin Ling awoke, surely due to the system's influence. It turned out the soul power from the skewer sold during the day had been calculated for a cashback. Consumers, Tian, Soul Master. Bibi Dong, Title Douluo, Soul Power Value. 069 days. As soon as the soul power value appeared, Jin Ling was left with a multitude of questions. The system explained that the cashback soul power was calculated based on the number of days, noting that the consumer might not have been training the entire 24 hours. So the final soul power value is determined by the time spent training by the consumer. Bibi Dong, 16 hours 9,006 days, Tian. 20 hours 10,009 days. Disclaimer. The formula used for time acceleration through the skewers is merely for demonstration. Subsequent values will be presented directly without the formula. Jin Ling frowned slightly, not because he found any issue with the soul power value. The system's explanation was thorough. His only concern was Tian. As the first customer of the day, she had trained for a full 20 hours. Remembering the beautiful young woman from earlier, Jin Ling felt a shiver. Such parental indifference was excessive, to say the least. Displeased, Jin Ling muttered a complaint before shutting down the system and returning to sleep. After all, he was already at level 10, yet had not acquired a soul ring or seen his current level. Host, Jin Ling age, 12 years soul power. Level 10, 30-30, note, soul ring required. Martial spirit, Golden Crocodile King, top tier, Tianwen God tier, soul power value. 069 Xiaoling. Xiaoling. As dawn approached, Jin Ling was awakened by a familiar voice. He opened his bleary eyes to see a boy a couple of years older than him standing nearby, with black hair and a handsome face, wearing a broad smile. Xingo, why are you back? Jin Ling quickly sat up, puzzled. This boy's name was Jin Xing, adopted by the Golden Crocodile Douluo several years ago. A natural genius with innate full soul power. I knew Grandpa would be away, so I thought I'd take a few days off to keep you company. Jin Xing replied. Jin Ling chuckled. Xinge, you must find that excuse tiresome by now. So, where do you want to go this time? Previously, Jin Xing would often find excuses to return from the Douluo Palace Academy and take Jin Ling on adventures. The academy was established by the Grand Priest Qian Douluo, consisting of 7 members, all descendants and heirs of the 7 Grand Priests, aimed at nurturing protectors for the next generation of angelic inheritors. Upon Jin Ling's remark, Jin Xing appeared a bit embarrassed and quickly changed the subject. Shout Jin Ling, I'm now a level 51 Soul King. Impressive, right? Wow. Xinge, I remember you were only at level 49 3 months ago. Jin Ling exclaimed in admiration. That was 3 months ago. You know my talent. Who besides Team Qian can match me? Jin Xing replied confidently. Okay, you're the strongest, but where shall we go next? Jin Ling understood Jin Xing's personality, which revolved around self-assuredness. Jin Xing rested his chin on his hand, pondering for a moment before asking, Xiaoling, what level are you at now? Jin Ling was taken aback. When did you start caring about my training? I remember you said you'd handle the training while I would strategize from the shadows. No. Xiaoling, that's not the point. Recently, after reaching level 50, I went to the Dou Forest, and I found it quite fascinating. Jin Xing chuckled. Making his intentions clear, he wanted to take Jin Ling along. You dare to play in such a dangerous place? Aren't you being a bit reckless? Jin Ling retorted before inquiring. Are you aware of the situation in the Dou Forest? Jin Xing thought for a moment and replied. There are 2 great kings in the Dou Forest, the 100,000-year-old sky blue bull python and the Titan giant ape. As for the rest, I went there to obtain my soul ring with the guidance of the senior demon slayer. We charged through without encountering any dangers. Jin Ling was speechless. Was that all? The senior demon slayer was a peak Douluo at level 96, so he had no reason to fear the soul beasts inside. But could they be so carefree? Jin Xing quickly waved his hands. Xiaoling, your knowledge of soul beasts far exceeds mine. Besides, I'm now a soul king. Wandering around the outskirts should pose no issue. All right, let us go. Jin Ling suddenly agreed, realizing he needed to acquire his first soul ring and soul beast anyway. What? Jin Xing was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't he just reluctant to go? Chapter 4. The first soul skill acquired. Jin Ling smiled. Xinge, weren't you just asking about my level? I'm now at level 10, having reached a bottleneck and in need of a soul ring. I say, you agreed rather quickly. But when did you reach level 10? Jin Xing, aware of Jin Ling's previous lack of talent, found it hard to believe his sudden claim of reaching level 10. As Jin Ling packed for their trip to the Dou Forest, he replied, My martial spirit underwent some changes recently, and my soul power has increased. Changes in your martial spirit? Has it evolved? Jin Xing felt a surge of anticipation. Jin Ling, not intending to hide it, nonchalantly nodded. Seeing his brother nod, Jin Xing was filled with joy, having witnessed Jin Ling's efforts, albeit with mixed results. But now, with Jin Ling's martial spirit evolving, things were finally looking up. The star Dou Forest is located in the northwest of Spirit City, which itself lies at the intersection of the Heaven Dou Empire and the Star Luo Empire, making the forest the central hub for all soul masters seeking soul rings. Spirit City is only a little over 500 kilometers away from the Star Dou Forest, not very far. During their journey, Jin Xing led the way, and they made good time, reaching a small town near the Star Dou Forest by the end of the day. Upon arriving, they were greeted by the lively sounds of vendors hawking wares, armor, detoxification pills, and more. Xiaoling, do we need anything? Should we buy some supplies here? Jin Xing asked, scanning the surroundings. Jin Ling shook his head and raised his hand, revealing a water blue ring on his ring finger. I've long since prepared everything with the star-picking ring given by Grandpa, so you need not worry. The star-picking ring was a spacious soul guide device, boasting a capacity of 100 square meters. As for its name, originally called the Soul Guide Ring, Jin Ling felt it was too mundane and had gone to great lengths to rename it, drawing inspiration from past memories. There was no technical complexity involved. After passing through the town, they continued northwest for several dozen kilometers before nearing the forest. Upon approaching, Jin Ling was awestruck by the breathtaking scenery, the towering trees, dense thickets of thorns, and the myriad of bizarre plant-based soul beasts, accompanied by distant calls that electrified his senses. Shingo, I must say, this place exudes a sense of mystery, doesn't it? Jin Ling remarked as they walked. Venus had already drawn a short dagger, incessantly waving it as the dense thicket of weeds and thorns impeded their path, necessitating a manual clearing. This place, while beautiful, was hardly suitable for human habitation. Jin Ling chuckled maliciously. Brother Xing, one can indeed live here, provided you find yourself a spirit beast wife. Venus swiftly shook his head. That transformation into a human takes 100,000 years. I'm merely 15. I prefer someone my own age. Huh. Jin Ling laughed lightly, then feigned regret. What's wrong with a spirit beast wife? She can bear children and be of service. In times of peril, she can offer herself as a sacrifice. Isn't that a form of bliss? Just imagine, 100,000 years from now, you will possess a spirit ring and a spirit bone, significantly enhancing your strength. Suddenly, Venus halted, casting a peculiar glance at Jin Ling. His thoughts wandered, wondering if Jin Ling might have developed an affection for spirit beasts. No wonder his grandfather had mentioned recently that Jin Ling wished to raise one. Sensing Venus's unusual gaze, Jin Ling clarified, "That's impossible for me. You will understand in due time." The two decided to abandon this line of conversation as a pack of spirit beasts appeared ahead. Their bodies were a deep green, with fangs peeking out, seemingly in search of food. It was a pack of gale wolves, led by a wolf king over 300 years old. Jin Ling pointed discreetly at the noticeably larger gale wolf, whispering to Venus, "The gale wolf is probably not suitable for you, right?" "Certainly not," Venus replied. Jin Ling then indicated a direction, opting to circumvent the wolf pack and head in another direction. After approximately 3 kilometers of cautious navigation, the sound of flowing water reached their ears. Not far from them, a stream cascaded gently from a rock, not turbulent in nature. Jin Ling approached, stating, "We can follow this stream. Areas with water sources undoubtedly host many spirit beasts." As before, Venus took the lead. Before long, they arrived at a small lake, captivated by the presence of a sizable creature. It was an old black turtle. Its body was dark, with faint gold patterns shimmering on its back, resting by the water's edge. "This is perfect for you, Xiaoling. I believe Grandfather's first spirit skill is also defensive in nature. This old turtle should grant you a defensive spirit skill," Venus exclaimed, somewhat excited, as it appeared to be a fortuitous find. Jin Ling retorted, "It's not just any old turtle. It's an archaic golden turtle." The archaic golden turtle was indeed formidable, ranking among rare spirit beasts. Moreover, it wasn't purely defensive. You should quickly brush up on your spirit beast knowledge to avoid being thrashed by a titan great ape in the future, so you'll know whom to seek revenge upon. Venus replied, "If the titan great ape beats me, then so be it. Do you think it would be of any use to seek revenge without becoming a title Douluo?" He ceased any further talk. "This will do. It's precisely 300 years old, just right." A water blue spirit power emanated from Venus, manifesting as a water blue flag array before him, with 5 flags dancing energetically. This was Venus's 7-star disc martial spirit, which served both auxiliary and control functions. As the martial spirit appeared, 5 soul rings of yellow, yellow, purple, purple, and black gradually materialized around him. The 7 stars fall silently. First star force. 4th star's lethal embrace. Venus directly activated his 2 soul skills, the 1st and the 4th. The 1st soul skill, 1st star force, increases strength by 50. The 4th soul skill, 4th star's lethal embrace. 4 flags spin rapidly around the target for 3 seconds before launching them into the air and crashing them down. If the target attacks the surrounding flags within those 3 seconds, the attack will be absorbed and returned to the attacker. The 4 water blue flags instantly appeared around the archaic golden turtle, beginning to rotate from slow to fast. The turtle was startled, retracting its head and eyeing its surroundings warily. However, it was utterly powerless to resist. Within 3 seconds, the archaic golden turtle was lifted 3 meters into the air, a result of Venus's careful control of his spirit power. With a resounding crash, the archaic golden turtle fell heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. The turtle lay on its back, its head extended far, with blood seeping from its mouth. Observing this, Jin Ling quickly retrieved a sharp dagger from his star-picking ring, the blade glistening ominously. The archaic golden turtle's eyes reflected despair. It felt its bones shattered and organs bleeding profusely. With bloodied eyes, it glanced at Jin Ling one last time before turning towards the lake. Before long, yellow spirit power began to emanate from the turtle, coalescing into a ring around it. Finally, I can absorb it, my 1st soul ring. Jin Ling swiftly sat cross-legged, focusing on his martial spirit. As he directed his attention to his martial spirit, the 100-year soul ring approached him, accompanied by an inexplicable pressure. Jin Ling distinctly felt this pressure as the soul ring reached above his head, gradually diminishing in size, resembling a bracelet that encircled the Golden Crocodile King. Venus hurried over to Jin Ling's side, vigilantly observing their surroundings. Upon witnessing the dense golden spirit power emanating from Jin Ling, Venus was astonished. It was purer even than that released by his grandfather. With the soul ring firmly secured around the Golden Crocodile King, a powerful stream of spirit power began to surge through Jin Ling's body. He could distinctly feel a warm current coursing through him, causing him to tremble involuntarily. After an indeterminate amount of time, Jin Ling slowly regained consciousness. The first thing he did was look at the archaic golden turtle, which had faded significantly. Its golden spots on the back completely vanished. Jin Ling attempted to collect it into the system, only to be met with a notification. System. Only freshly deceased spirit beasts can be absorbed into this system. Those devoid of soul rings are deemed worthless and will not be accepted. Jin Ling stared at the system's notification in disbelief. If you won't accept it, so be it. Why insult the dignity of the spirit beast? While Jin Ling was engaged in this discourse with the system, Venus inquired with concern, Xiaoling, how do you feel? Is anything amiss? What discomfort could there be? It's merely the absorption of a soul ring, Jin Ling replied confidently. His sudden self-assurance piqued Venus's curiosity, prompting him to ask Xiaoling, has your martial spirit evolved into the golden crocodile? Your golden spirit power seems denser than grandfather's. Jin Ling did not conceal the truth. Every martial spirit possessed a unique color of spirit power that could not be hidden. It's not the golden crocodile, it's the Golden Crocodile King. Upon hearing this, Venus appeared somewhat bewildered. It was evident that Jin Ling's words had ventured into his realm of ignorance. Jin Ling continued to explain. The Golden Crocodile martial spirit is classified as a top-tier medium martial spirit, while the Golden Crocodile King is considered a top-tier superior martial spirit. Top-tier superior. Doesn't that place it on par with the continent's most prestigious weapon martial spirit, the Hao-Ian hammer? Venus exclaimed, excitement evident in his voice. Quite close, Jin Ling replied. Chapter 5. The colossal archaic golden turtle. While the two conversed, the water level of the lake began to rise, swiftly reaching their feet. Jin Ling noticed that the ground beneath them had softened. We must leave this place. The water level is rising, he urged, activating his spirit power to flee. Venus quickly followed suit, sensing that some colossal creature was about to emerge. Having run more than 10 meters, a multitude of bubbles erupted from the lake, and a whirlpool began to form at its center. Suddenly, a deep, resonant roar echoed, and a massive creature surged from the depths of the lake. Not good. Upon encountering the colossal creature, Jin Ling felt a tightening in his chest. The dark gold turtle, over 9,000 years old. This was dire. After vanquishing the young one, an elder had appeared. Indeed, the sole beast that had suddenly emerged was the dark gold turtle, which had been peacefully slumbering beneath the lake, preparing to transcend into a 10,000-year soul beast. Little did it know that after Jin Ling completely absorbed the soul ring of the young dark gold turtle, its essence vanished. The dark gold turtle immediately sensed the danger. Its progeny had been slain, and it was enraged. It swiftly emerged from the depths of the lake. Now I understand why no other soul beasts ventured near this lake, Jin Xing remarked as they fled. Such a formidable being exists here. However, Jin Ling remained relatively composed, contemplating how to subdue this giant turtle. Host, Jin Ling age, 12 years soul power, level 15, 3045, martial soul, Golden Crocodile King, top tier. Tianwen, divine grade, soul power value, 069 upon absorbing the first soul ring and evolving his martial soul. Jin Ling's soul power surged to level 15. Yet, this meager power was insufficient to contend with the dark gold turtle. Brother Xing, running like this is futile. This beast clearly intends to pursue us, Jin Ling thought. He realized that without utilizing his title Douluo experience card, he could only rely on his first soul skill and Jin Xing, the Soul King. Ahem, Jin Xing awkwardly coughed and said, "My 7-star disc is rather unique. The first 3 soul skills are entirely supportive. Doesn't that leave the 4th and 5th soul skills?" Jin Ling felt somewhat perplexed. Well, let us fight then, he decided. Jin Xing's sudden halt startled Jin Ling, who immediately provided vocal support while hiding behind a nearby pile of stones. It wasn't he that Jin Ling was afraid to join the fray. He simply needed to elevate his first soul skill to the 10,000-year level to pose a threat to the dark gold turtle. And he wished to conceal this fact from Jin Xing. Seeing Jin Xing come to a stop, the towering dark gold turtle extended its forelimb to strike. Second soul skill, 2-star speed. A chess piece flew from the 7-star disc towards Jin Xing, beginning to spin. Simultaneously, Jin Xing's speed increased, and he deftly evaded the attack from the dark gold turtle. Fourth soul skill, 4-star embrace. After dodging, Jin Xing activated his 4th soul skill, the dark gold turtle. Noticing several strange objects surrounding it, let out a thunderous roar as its shell glimmered with golden light. The golden dots adorning its black shell began to sprout golden spikes, as if alive. Then, the dark gold turtle bent its limbs and leaped into the air, retracting its limbs as it ascended, its shell crashing violently against the surroundings. Each impact caused a flag to shift further away from its intended path. Jin Xing watched helplessly as, within 3 seconds, all 4 flags had veered off course, rendering it impossible to lift the dark gold turtle into the air. As the restraints loosened on the dark gold turtle, it began to thrash violently. Crack, crack, crack. The 4 flags shattered, and the 4th soul skill was entirely dissipated. The dark gold turtle glared furiously at Jin Xing, retracting its limbs before spinning and charging at him. Unfazed, Jin Xing quickly calmed himself. He had only 1/5 soul skill left. Should it prove ineffective against the dark gold turtle, he could merely resort to utilizing his 4th soul skill once more. He understood that without attempting the 5th soul skill, their escape from the dark gold turtle would be exceedingly difficult. Without hesitation, he decided to activate it. 5th soul skill, 5-star chain. 5 flags swiftly shot from the star disc, rapidly intertwining in the air to form a cerulean chain. Once formed, the chain quickly wrapped around the dark gold turtle, significantly restricting its movements. While this soul skill ostensibly limited the opponent's actions, its most terrifying aspect lay in the explosive potential. If the 5-star chain was violently released, the flags would immediately reveal themselves and then rapidly condense before detonating. The dark gold turtle, infuriated by the obstructive chain, swiftly extended its obsidian head to bite down on it. Fool! Jin Xing thought with delight as he saw the dark gold turtle attempting to bite the 5-star chain. He hurriedly pulled Jin Ling along and fled. Before Jin Ling could comprehend the situation, he was dragged over 10 meters away. Boom! Boom! The 5 flags detonated simultaneously, unleashing a massive shockwave that swept across a 50-meter radius. Jin Ling and Jin Xing were hurled backward, nearly stumbling. What tremendous power! Jin Ling exclaimed. Giving a thumbs up to Jin Xing adjusted his grip and said, "Basic skills, don't be excessive." He fell silent and continued running. Jin Ling, being dragged along, felt discomfort as his arm was yanked, and with Jin Xing running so swiftly, he feared his arm might be torn off. Brother Xing, stop. I can't take it anymore, Jin Ling shouted. Jin Xing glanced back, noticing Jin Ling's pale complexion, and quickly led him to a large tree. Little Ling, what's wrong? With a bitter smile, Jin Ling pointed to their surroundings, indicating they had reached the outskirts, and there was no need to run further. They had sprinted a full 5 kilometers. Hearing this, Jin Xing surveyed the area and confirmed that the soul beasts had indeed weakened significantly, primarily consisting of those under 100 years old. Relieved, he plopped down on the ground and wiped the sweat from his brow. That was perilous. Jin Xing had anticipated the dark gold turtle to be so formidable. He had thought that reaching the 51st level of the Soul King realm would allow him to contend with ordinary 10,000-year soul beasts, but he had clearly underestimated the challenge. However, it was also not entirely Jin Xing's fault for not being strong enough. While he could handle typical soul beasts, the dark gold turtle ranked among the rarest. And with its offspring slain, its fury transformed into overwhelming combat prowess. Still reflecting on the earlier battle, Jin Xing's heart raced as he neglected to sit down and recover his soul power. Meanwhile, Jin Ling gazed into the distance, concerned for his soul beast ingredients. Noticing no signs of movement, he resolved to investigate and said to Jin Xing, Brother Xing, quickly recover your soul power. I'll keep watch. Jin Xing nodded. I'll stay here. It's quite safe. Just remain by my side. If any soul beasts approach, call for me immediately. Absolutely no problem. As the meditative Jin Xing closed his eyes to recuperate his soul power, Jin Ling stealthily stood and retraced their path. Even covering Jin Xing with nearby bushes and sprinkling a ring of sulfur powder around them for extra precaution, Jin Ling summoned his golden soul power and cautiously approached the explosion's epicenter. Upon arrival, he was elated to find the dark gold turtle lying helplessly at the center of the blast, its head shattered, leaving only half intact. Had it not been for the twitching of its tail, Jin Ling might have believed it was on the verge of death. Chapter 6. Golden Light Stab. Looking nearby, Jin Ling felt ecstatic about his fortune and rushed towards it. As the dark golden tortoise was pursued, it moved with astonishing speed, leaving many frail spirit beasts no time to evade, resulting in several century-old spirit beasts lying on the ground, on the verge of demise. A few 10-year-old spirit beasts had even released their spirit rings. What a pity, Jin Ling murmured, hastily activating his martial soul and retrieving a 40-centimeter dagger from his star-picking ring, its sharpness equally formidable. 200 years of the Gale Wolf. A swift cut to the throat. Enter the system. 400 years of the solitary bamboo. A single slash shatters. Enter the system. As for the 300-year-old soft-boned rabbit, Jin Ling did not kill it immediately. Instead, he took a moment to gaze at it. The rabbit lay feeble on the ground, eyes tightly shut, blood occasionally spurting from its mouth with each breath. Jin Ling's face reflected regret. After 300 years, it indeed bore a resemblance to Xie Yue, with faint purple eyeshadow under its eyes. Yet it was merely a spirit beast, and he wondered how Tang San's family could be so ruthless, sparing no female. How tragic. It's beyond saving. I shall send you off for that lad Tang San. It shall be a small mercy. After collecting the soft-boned rabbit into the system, Jin Ling immediately set his sights on the largest creature, the dark golden tortoise. Hey there, tortoise. Are you all right? If you can still move, give me a sign. Jin Ling did not approach the dark golden tortoise directly, but called out from a distance. Seeing no response, he cautiously drew nearer, even positioning himself behind the tortoise, where he playfully prodded its tail with his dagger. Indeed, it was on the brink of death. Jin Ling sighed lightly as he reached the turtle's head. What a tragedy. The star brother was ruthless. Having lost half its head was one thing, but its carapace was riddled with cracks, blood oozing from the fissures. With a heavy sigh, gripping the 40-centimeter dagger, he aimed for the tortoise's neck. To his astonishment, this was no ordinary neck, but rather akin to diamond. His finely forged steel dagger could not penetrate. How strange. Though Jin Ling was now a soul master, his physique enhanced in many aspects. The dark golden tortoise was nearing the level of a 10,000-year spirit beast, making it difficult to break through its defenses without employing soul power. Just as Jin Ling was about to channel his soul power to eliminate the dark golden tortoise, a low growl erupted nearby, and a black leopard leapt from the jungle. The leopard stood a formidable 1.5 meters tall, with a body length exceeding 2 meters, adorned with several crimson stripes that added to its menacing presence. Jin Ling swiftly concealed himself behind the dark golden tortoise, cautiously glancing back to discover it was a blood-stained leopard. Judging by its size, it was likely 2,000 years old, attracted by the explosion. Jin Ling remained unperturbed and elevated his first soul skill to the level of 10,000 years using the system. At this moment, the blood-stained leopard's full attention was fixated on the severely injured dark golden tortoise, dismissing Jin Ling, the seemingly insignificant human. The leopard approached the tortoise slowly, sensing that its prey was no longer a threat, drool dripping from its mouth. Observing this, Jin Ling crept toward the tortoise's tail, having already activated his martial soul. The deep black soul rings around him pulsated ominously. When the blood-stained leopard reached the tortoise, it did not immediately attack, but circled around, seemingly verifying whether the prey was truly on the verge of death. Neither the leopard nor Jin Ling noticed that the tortoise's remaining half-head was gradually healing, and even one eye had inadvertently opened for a brief moment. As the blood-stained leopard neared the tortoise's tail, Jin Ling swiftly activated his first soul skill. First soul skill, Golden Spike. With the black soul ring abruptly glowing, a barrage of golden spikes formed, relentlessly piercing toward the unsuspecting blood-stained leopard. The golden spike, akin to the golden cones on the dark golden tortoise's carapace, struck the leopard with such velocity that it had no chance to evade. Boom, boom, boom. A cacophony of explosions ensued, enveloping the blood-stained leopard in a cloud of smoke. Jin Ling remained in place, observing the situation within the smoke, unhurried. After a while, the silhouette of the leopard failed to emerge. Only when the smoke dissipated did Jin Ling behold the blood-stained leopard, now in a worse state than the dark golden tortoise. Caught off guard by the suddenness of Jin Ling's first soul skill, the blood-stained leopard had not taken measures to evade or defend itself. The left half of its head was a grotesque mess. Its neck and body were equally grievous, entirely devoid of its initial grandeur, lying unconscious on the ground. Only the faint rise and fall of its belly signifying it was still alive. Truly, the power of a 10,000-year soul skill was impressive, and Jin Ling was exceedingly satisfied with the outcome. Remarkably, despite the system-enhanced soul ring, the soul power consumed remained the same as at the beginning, minimal. Moreover, Jin Ling could control the amount of soul power to determine the intensity of the soul skill's output, ensuring that in future contests, no fatalities would occur. After all, only those at the rank of Soul Sovereign and above could withstand a 10,000-year soul skill, making its use a matter of caution. After storing the blood-stained leopard in the system space, Jin Ling surveyed the surroundings. The scent of blood grew increasingly potent, and he sensed spirit beasts gathering around. Returning to the tortoise's head, he aimed to dispatch it swiftly and depart. Just as the black soul ring on Jin Ling's body glowed once more, a massive tortoise claw came crashing toward his head. Startled, Jin Ling barely had time to activate his soul skill, quickly rolling to the ground to evade. With a resounding thud, the ground where he had just stood sank a foot deep. The dark golden tortoise had resorted to a sneak attack. Jin Ling steadied his racing heart and observed. This strike had indeed been launched by the dark golden tortoise, though it appeared gravely injured. It possessed a unique talent. So long as the golden metallic points on its carapace remained intact, it could gradually recover from its injuries. This explained why the dark golden tortoise had not acted immediately when the blood-stained leopard and Jin Ling approached. It had been waiting for its injuries to heal as much as possible. However, it underestimated Jin Ling's strength. It had taken merely 2 minutes to deal with the blood-stained leopard, and now the tortoise could only feebly wield its 2 massive front claws. Jin Ling quickly distanced himself, keeping a wary eye on the tortoise. The tortoise's battered head glared at Jin Ling with malice, recognizing him as the instigator of its progeny's demise. Old Eight King, if you were to perish, that would be one thing, but to ambush me is your folly. You should not have underestimated me. Thus, do not blame me for employing some methods. With that, Jin Ling began to activate his first soul skill. In an instant, a multitude of golden spikes shot toward the tortoise's head. The tortoise's head could not move, forcing it to extend its 2 front claws to shield itself. After a thunderous roar, the tortoise's claws emerged unscathed, though charred black. Quite resilient. Jin Ling added another 10,000 years to his first soul ring. Now, With a grand total of 20,000 years, his first soul ring darkened further, and Jin Ling unleashed the golden spike once more. This time, the golden spikes multiplied and accelerated, resulting in a series of explosions that obliterated the tortoise's head and forelimbs, sending its entire body flying. It was utterly beyond saving. Indeed, the soul ring of 20,000 years is formidable. This strike's damage surpasses that of the 5-star chain explosion from Golden Star by a significant margin. The dark golden turtle was already severely wounded from the 5-star chain explosion, thus had no chance of survival under the blinding light. As I stored the dark golden turtle in the system space, 2 soul beasts emerged nearby, a millennium-old diamond tiger and a 1,500-year-old mandala snake. Initially, both soul beasts regarded Jin Ling as their next meal, eager to determine the victor to claim him. Jin Ling cast a disdainful glance at them. He was in need of ingredients, and they had conveniently appeared. Upon the emergence of the 10,000-year soul ring, the expressions of the 2 soul beasts transformed, and they lunged towards Jin Ling simultaneously. Unperturbed, Jin Ling awaited their approach until they were within 10 meters when golden soul energy formed sharp spikes that swiftly enveloped them. The 2 soul beasts had no time to react before they were obliterated, unable to comprehend how a human with a soul ring could so easily dispatch them. Who had lived for a millennium? Chapter 7. Setting up shop. After tidying up, Jin Ling hurriedly departed, retracing his steps. Soon, he returned to the resting place of Golden Star, who had just concluded his recovery. Unaware of the peculiarities surrounding Jin Ling or the events that had transpired nearby, Golden Star exclaimed, "Little Ling, you have acquired your soul ring. Let us return." The twilight had deepened, and Golden Star, still shaken by the earlier encounter with the dark golden turtle, urged him onward. Jin Ling smiled. "Brother Xing, this is unlike you. Did you not come for leisure? Why the rush to leave?" Golden Star, unyielding, replied, "I've had enough fun. That foolish turtle was easily dealt with by my 5-star chain explosion. It was dreadfully dull." Jin Ling could not help but chuckle. Indeed, Golden Star's 5th soul technique was impressive, having gravely injured the dark golden turtle. However, Golden Star's claim of having resolved the matter was somewhat exaggerated. Had Jin Ling not intervened, the turtle, with its innate abilities, could have retaliated and consumed the Millennium Soul beasts, thus restoring its injuries and potentially ascending to the 10,000-year rank. Nevertheless, night was indeed falling. The star Dou Forest at night transformed into a realm of peril, with many powerful soul beasts emerging to hunt, making the dangers immeasurable. Jin Ling remained prudent. This outing had been fruitful, securing both the soul ring and an abundance of soul beast ingredients. On the return journey, Jin Ling no longer relied on Golden Star for guidance, but instead summoned his soul power to hasten his pace, finding Golden Star's presence rather uncomfortable. They traveled swiftly, returning to Soul Master City in just a day and a half. "Little Ling, find a restaurant. Let us indulge in some delicacies," Golden Star declared. After days of travel, they had subsisted solely on Jin Ling's provisions, and he was eager to satisfy his appetite. Jin Ling, with a mischievous smile, thought of Golden Star as the perfect customer and urged, "Let us hasten home. I have something delightful for you to sample." Upon returning home, Jin Ling produced the barbecue grill. Though it had not been used recently, it gleamed as if brand new. Within the system space, there were 7 soul beasts, 3 from a century tier and 4 from the millennium tier. Each soul beast could yield 10 skewers, given the current demand. This should suffice for several days. Jin Ling first instructed the system to process the Millennium Diamond Tiger, then marinated 10 skewers of meat. Golden Star watched in bewilderment as the raw tiger meat was marinated. He speculated, "Surely, he isn't intending for me to consume raw meat?" One skewer resembled a plump meatball, vividly red, and initially emitted a peculiar aroma. The other skewer was even more peculiar, elongated and twisted. Once the marination seemed adequate, Jin Ling ignited the fire and began to grill. Golden Star observed intently. Moments later, an intoxicating aroma enveloped the air, causing Golden Star to swallow hard and inquire, "What is this? It smells incredible." Jin Ling, grinning with pride, replied, "You may consider this my second martial soul, but you must wait a while longer to taste it." Golden Star, intrigued, accepted this revelation without skepticism, marveling at his little brother's growing enigma, a martial soul evolution, and now a dual martial soul, with the second appearing to be food-related. As Golden Star pondered, Jin Ling completed the grilling process, sprinkling cumin and chili, intensifying the aroma. Golden Star snapped back to attention, reaching for the skewers in Jin Ling's hand. Jin Ling swiftly concealed them behind his back, extending his palm instead, proclaiming, "Purple skewers, 10 gold soul coins each." Golden Star, perplexed, questioned, "What purple skewers? And gold soul coins?" Jin Ling briefly explained, revealing that these skewers could double one's cultivation speed within a day. Through the system's prompts, Jin Ling learned that the yellow skewers, made from century-tier soul beasts, could enhance cultivation speed by 30, while the purple skewers from millennium-tier beasts could increase it by 100, effectively doubling the speed. Is this truly the case? Golden Star, still skeptical, pressed for confirmation. Jin Ling nodded decisively, taking a bite of a grilled kidney, exclaiming, "Delicious." Seeing Jin Ling enjoy it, Golden Star ceased his hesitation, hastily producing 50 gold soul coins to hand over to Jin Ling. "Little Ling, give me 5 skewers." As Jin Ling collected the coins while savoring his food, he handed over 4 skewers of tiger meat and the soul long whip. Having already indulged in the kidney, he decided to give the whip to Golden Star, fearing it might be too nourishing for his own constitution. Golden Star devoured the skewers with delight, repeatedly exclaiming, "How could such exquisite flavors exist? I've only just now tasted them. What a sin." However, amidst his praise for the skewers, he lamented, "But it's a bit pricey. Why must a family charge me? Woe is me. This is too delicious." Jin Ling, indifferent, remarked, "The money is not mine. It is all the system's. I have not taken a single coin." The only silver lining for Jin Ling was that he did not have to pay for his own skewers, though they provided no enhancement to his cultivation speed. However, this was of little consequence. With the system at his disposal, he had no intention of cultivating. After a quarter of an hour, they had consumed all 10 skewers, with Golden Star still yearning for more, repeatedly licking the skewer sticks. From a distance, Jin Ling could almost see sparks flying. "Is there any more?" Before Golden Star could voice his request, Jin Ling quickly stored the barbecue grill, planning to sell the remaining skewers in Soulmaster City. Hoping to encounter those on the verge of advancing, various bountiful gifts would undoubtedly be appealing. Before departing, Jin Ling reminded Golden Star to resume his cultivation, as the 5 skewers represented a 5-fold increase in cultivation speed. In the familiar shade of the trees, Jin Ling retrieved the barbecue grill once more. The marinating area still held 2 bowls, one containing 20 yellow skewers and the other 10 purple skewers, clearly labeled for convenience. Just like the first time, there were hardly any onlookers lingering. Half an hour passed without a single customer. With no other option, Jin Ling decided to take out some skewers and began grilling them, the enticing aroma wafting through the air. How delightful! In the distance, 2 girls were approaching, suddenly captivated by the fragrant scent. They appeared to be of similar age to Jin Ling, both clad in what resembled the uniform of the Wuhuan Temple Academy. "Wow, this handsome boss is quite striking," exclaimed one girl with long hair upon spotting Jin Ling. The other girl remained silent, but her gaze betrayed her interest, as she continued to stare at him until they reached the barbecue stall. The pricing board was clearly visible, yet Jin Ling remained focused on his grilling, not initiating conversation. "Boss, is what you have on that board true? You can't deceive us with such good looks." The long-haired girl, possessing a bold personality, spoke up. Jin Ling looked up and smiled. "I operate with integrity. I assure you, I do not deceive. Besides, I won't be going anywhere, so you can judge for yourselves after tasting." Upon hearing this, the 2 girls produced a gold soul coin and handed it over. As they savored the skewers, they praised their deliciousness, momentarily forgetting any concerns about effectiveness, for the exquisite taste was undoubtedly worth a gold soul coin. After purchasing another skewer of yellow grilled meat, they bestowed Jin Ling with glowing compliments. However, before departing, Jin Ling reminded them not to neglect their training. The girls, lost in the delight of the skewers, paid him little mind, leaving Jin Ling feeling slightly envious that his unparalleled beauty could not compete with the allure of his grilled delicacies. Once they left, a lull ensued, with no customers approaching for a full hour. Unbeknownst to Jin Ling, a pair of eyes suddenly gleamed in the shadows before vanishing in a swirl of black mist. In the Wuhuan Temple, Bibi Dong rested her hand against her forehead, reviewing the information presented to her, feeling increasingly agitated. A disciple of the Haoqian sect, possessing innate full soul power, age 12, and already a level 29 soul master. These details were not the crux of her concern. Rather, it was the final note that struck her, the apprentice of Elder Yu Shaojiang from the Wuhuan Temple. She could not comprehend the intentions of this man. Emotionally, he preferred to choose his cousin, despite the scorn from many, rather than heed her explanations. Now, he had taken on a disciple from the Haotian sect, seemingly intent on opposing her at every turn. Oomph. You shall regret this. I will ensure that everything you hold dear is obliterated. Bibi Dong's cold voice echoed within the hall. At that moment, she transformed from the amiable older sister in Jin Ling's eyes into a vengeful imperial princess. As Ghost Dou entered the hall, he was immediately intimidated by Bibi Dong, quickly kneeling and whispering, "Your Holiness, the stall you instructed me to monitor is open today. Is that so?" Bibi Dong instantly appeared beside Ghost Dou, stating, "Come, let's take a look." For the past few days, Bibi Dong had visited Jin Ling's stall, awaiting his return, only missing yesterday due to pressing matters requiring her personal attention. Yes. Meanwhile, Jin Ling was idly counting the leaves on a nearby tree, unaware of Bibi Dong's sudden arrival. "Little Jin Ling, it's been a while." Bibi Dong's voice was melodious. Jin Ling looked up, his heart leaping with joy. "Beautiful sister, you've come. What would you like to eat?" Jin Ling's delight stemmed from the significant changes he had experienced following Bibi Dong's last visit during her cultivation breakthrough, when the system had provided him with a substantial gift. Bibi Dong glanced at the menu board, astonished to see 2 new types of skewers, each offering enhanced effects, far superior to those she had tasted previously. "Please grill me 10 purple skewers, and make them a bit spicy," she requested, extracting a bag of gold soul coins from her soul guide, certainly containing more than 100 coins. As Bibi Dong spoke, Jin Ling had already begun grilling, unconcerned about whether she would pay. Chapter 8. Bibi Dong returns 10 minutes swiftly passed as Jin Ling focused intently on grilling while Bibi Dong observed thoughtfully, leaving no one aware of the thoughts swirling in the mind of the future empress. "All right, beautiful sister," Jin Ling exclaimed, presenting her with 10 skewers, each hefty, as they were derived from the 9,000-year-old dark golden tortoise. Bibi Dong's eyes lit up upon receiving the skewers, but noticing the quantity, she invited little Jin Ling. "Let us eat together. There is plenty." Jin Ling shook his head, feeling it unnecessary to join her. Relenting, Bibi Dong began to eat. She discovered that today's meat was even more tender and fragrant than before, a noticeable elevation from her initial experience. Jin Ling continued to stoke the fire, grilling some yellow skewers. In the distance, 2 familiar figures approached, the women dressed alluringly, one carrying a mirror, pausing every few steps to admire herself, smiling as if enchanted by her own reflection. Among them was Jin Ling's very first small customer, Tian, who appeared bored, shaking his head. Suddenly, the familiar aroma wafted through the air, drawing Tian's attention to Jin Ling's stall. Tian, who is prettier, your mother or your deskmate's mother? Gazing at Jin Ling's barbecue stall, he earnestly replied, "My deskmate's mother looks good, but you look funny." "What?" The woman glared at Tian, her irritation evident as her pace quickened. Upon passing Jin Ling's stall, she unleashed a torrent of curses. Dishonest stall, still deceiving people. Just a few days ago, it was a silver soul coin, and now it's a gold soul coin. As she lamented, her eyes fell upon Bibi Dong, and jealousy flared at the sight of her beauty. She scoffed, "How can anyone eat such rubbish? Nowadays, the shameless are so brazen." It was unclear whether her remarks were directed at Jin Ling's skewers or at Bibi Dong. Ignoring the woman, Bibi Dong remained silent, while Jin Ling awaited her response, skeptical that the still-eating Bibi Dong would let such comments slide. Sure enough, as Jin Ling anticipated, the woman was soon enveloped in a shroud of black soul power. Smack! A sharp slap resounded across the air, leaving clear imprints of 5 fingers on the woman's face. "Who did that?" she cried, tears streaming down her cheeks, her eyes burning with rage as she scanned her surroundings. Yet, there was no trace of her assailant. Infuriated, she unleashed her martial spirit, and as the black swan's spirit manifested, a foul odor filled the air, prompting disgusted expressions from those nearby. The 4 soul rings, white, yellow, served as stark evidence of her inadequacy. Jin Ling cast an unamused glance at the woman, then discreetly observed Bibi Dong, noticing her indifference before returning to grilling. Tian ignored his mother's outburst, his eyes reflecting a yearning for the skewers. As his mother seethed with anger, he wisely lowered his head and remained silent. The woman, finding no outlet for her frustration, muttered a few more curses before departing. The woman's presence did not diminish Bibi Dong's appetite. She devoured 8 skewers in quick succession. With only 2 remaining, she felt unable to consume more, not due to fullness, but rather thirst. "Little Jin Ling, can I have these packed?" Bibi Dong asked softly. "Of course." Jin Ling promptly retrieved a food bag and began to pack them for her. Bibi Dong engaged in conversation with Jin Ling, predominantly posing questions while Jin Ling provided responses. As Bibi Dong returned home, the sky had darkened, and she strolled alone along the path, clutching 2 skewers of barbecue in her hand. At such a young age, she had ventured into the Soul Beast Forest to hunt soul beasts, some of which were a millennium old. A remarkable feat, indeed. During her earlier exchange with Jin Ling, she gleaned that he largely lived in solitude. His recent absence was dedicated to hunting soul beasts for sustenance. Additionally, she became aware that Jin Ling had an elder brother who was a soul king. Nevertheless, a flicker of concern lingered in Bibi Dong's eyes. Jin Ling, being merely a one-ringed food-type soul master, would find it exceedingly perilous to encounter a 10,000-year soul beast, even with the protection of a soul king. Escaping unscathed would be a formidable challenge. As dusk settled, Jin Ling still had a skewer of barbecue unsold. Just as he contemplated closing up shop, a chilling, somber voice interrupted him. "May I purchase some?" The speaker, cloaked in a black robe, had their face shrouded in darkness. Jin Ling was startled, but he managed a strained smile, recognizing the figure as Ghost Douluo. "Certainly. Which type would you like?" "I have already grilled yellow skewers, priced at 1 gold soul coin each." Ghost Douluo seemed reticent, merely nodding in response. In truth, he yearned for the purple skewers, as their ability to double training speed was undeniably alluring. Observing this, Jin Ling handed over 10 yellow skewers. Upon receiving them, Ghost Douluo emitted a wave of soul power and vanished once more. Jin Ling understood that the earlier slap directed at the woman had indeed been delivered by Ghost Douluo. Reappearing, Ghost Douluo found himself back at the spirit hall, the aroma of the barbecue tantalizing his palate even before he reached his chambers. Such exquisite flavor. No wonder the Lord visits daily, crispy on the outside, tender within, bursting with juice. Ghost Douluo had completely abandoned any semblance of decorum. With grease staining the corners of his mouth, devouring the skewers voraciously, alternating bites with reckless abandon. "Old Ghost, what are you sneaking in the dead of night?" Zhu Douluo emerged from a nearby room, a puzzled expression on his face. As a titled Douluo, he was accustomed to not needing food. Yet the aroma he had just encountered was unparalleled, compelling him to investigate. He caught sight of Ghost Douluo gorging himself. I'm not eating anything," Ghost Douluo stammered, attempting to downplay the skewers made from the flesh of a century-old soft-bone rabbit. In mere moments, he had devoured 8 skewers, still yearning for more, reluctant to share the remaining ones. Before he could respond further, Zhu Douluo, having summoned his soul power, swiftly snatched a skewer from Ghost Douluo's grasp. "What is this?" "It smells divine." Zhu Douluo held the skewer before his face, scrutinizing it, his voice melodiously suave. Ghost Douluo, seeing this, attempted to reclaim it, but Zhu Douluo had already taken a bite. "Wow, how delicious! Old Ghost, how dare you hoard this?" Xie Yue exclaimed, savoring the delightful taste while threatening Ghost Douluo to a duel. Ghost Douluo, appearing as though he had suffered a great loss, cast a mournful glance at Zhu Douluo, shedding tears as he consumed the last skewer. Their encounter culminated in a scuffle, yet Ghost Douluo refrained from revealing the source of the skewers. "Nar, do try this." In a tranquil courtyard, Liena sat idly, gazing at the moonlit sky. Bibi Dong extended a skewer towards her. "Teacher, what is this?" Liena inquired, sniffing the skewer. "This is barbecue. Its effect is to double your training speed for 24 hours, and the effects can accumulate," Bibi Dong explained. Upon hearing this, Liena's eyes reflected skepticism. She pondered whether her teacher had been deceived by such a claim. "Well, since the teacher has said so, it must be edible," she concluded, taking the skewer and inhaling its rich aroma. Unable to resist, she took a bite, and the flavor penetrated her very soul. Liena felt her mental energy surge, exhilarated by the experience, truly transcendent. Chapter 9. Harvest. Upon returning home, Jin Ling found no sign of Jin Xing, so he succumbed to slumber to replenish his energy. as it would be some time before the settlement period arrived. After finishing his barbecue, Jin Xing retreated to his room to practice. He had not anticipated that Jin Ling's words held truth. After consuming 5 skewers, his training speed escalated 5-fold. A torrent of soul power surged through his body, cycling relentlessly. After 6 hours, 12 hours, 18 hours, he finally broke through. Jin Xing exhaled deeply, his face aglow with confidence. Just days prior, he had reached level 50. With the addition of a soul ring in this period of training, he had remarkably advanced to level 51 today. The newfound strength of level 52 brought a smile to his face, bringing him one step closer to the 1,000 team. Meanwhile, Jin Ling was jolted awake, his mind foggy as he stared at the system interface, where a black package had appeared unexpectedly. Jin Xing, level 52 promotion successful. What? Brother Xing has not also gained a cheat, has he? Already at level 52. In astonishment, Jin Ling opened the package. Within were rewards: a 3,000-year soul ring, a 300-year soul bone, a 10,000-year left arm soul bone, a rare martial soul enhancement card, a 100-year soul beast physique, and 10,000 gold soul coins. The 100-year soul beast physique. Once utilized, the host could possess the physique of a soul beast, with speed, defense, and strength meeting the highest standards of soul beasts. Jin Ling had previously glimpsed the earlier rewards from the red package, yet upon seeing the last reward, the 100-year soul beast physique, his composure faltered slightly. The soul beast physique. This item was terrifying, even though it was merely that of a 100-year soul beast. Jin Ling could easily overpower ordinary soul masters without expending soul power. Xiao Ling, I have also broken through. Before Jin Ling could relish his own fortune, Jin Xing burst in, exuberantly shouting. Perhaps overwhelmed by the recent bountiful rewards from the system, Jin Ling did not mind Jin Xing's abrupt entrance. Instead, he smiled and gave him a thumbs up. Monster. Here, the term monster was not derogatory, but rather a compliment, and Jin Xing took it without question. How was it? The barbecue's training acceleration effect is impressive. Isn't it? Jin Ling inquired. Impressive doesn't he even begin to describe it. My training speed increased 5-fold. The sensation of soul power flowing through my body felt like being immersed in a fluid, absolutely exhilarating. As Jin Xing spoke, he animatedly gestured with his hands and feet. Jin Ling chuckled, sensing that Jin Xing's enthusiasm might be exaggerated. Nevertheless, the efficacy of the barbecue delighted him. After all, it was crafted with his own hands and heartfelt effort. It should still be less than 24 hours. Shouldn't you hurry to solidify your cultivation? Jin Ling felt no regret over the time spent. Rather, he was concerned that his diligent training companion was not fulfilling his potential. Jin Xing nodded in agreement, declaring, I will go now. He promptly dashed to his room to continue his closed-door training. With little else to occupy him, Jin Ling reclined on his bed, crossing his legs, and drifted into reminiscence. In his previous life, he had traversed treacherous paths, beset by hardships. His academic pursuits had repeatedly faltered, and his career lay in tatters. The sole source of pride had been a beautiful and gentle girlfriend who, while treating him kindly, ultimately viewed him as a mere financial resource, leading to a hollow conclusion when money ran dry. Sighing, he resolved not to dwell on his past misfortunes. In this life, he would walk a path unimpeded by others. A glimmer of confidence shone in Jin Ling's eyes, as if proclaiming, I shall ascend to greatness. Yet, in the very next moment, Jin Ling gradually fell into a deep slumber, his breathing steadying, a small trickle of saliva escaping the corner of his mouth. Nearly 30 hours had passed since he set up his stall yesterday, and all the proceeds from the grilled skewers had been credited. Soul power, 155. 15 purple skewers and 14 yellow skewers. A yellow gift package. To his surprise, he had received a yellow gift package, which indicated that someone had successfully leveled up from the skewers he sold yesterday. Host, Jin Ling, age, 12 soul level, 16, 148, martial soul, Golden Crocodile King, top tier. Tianwen, divine tier, soul power, 019. After calculating his soul power, Jin Ling's level directly reached 16, indicating that once the progress bar filled up, he could advance to the next level. He estimated that at the current rate of selling skewers, he could level up in about 3 to 4 days. Not bad. Jin Ling hoped that his progress remained undisclosed, as such rapid advancement would inevitably arouse curiosity in others. As for the yellow gift package, Its contents were quite ordinary, matching Jin Ling's expectations: a 20-year soul ring and 100 gold soul coins. It was no wonder Jin Ling had become somewhat discerning. After all, the first package he received had been read, providing him with an exhilarating experience. After tidying up, Jin Ling ventured out once more. It was time for work. While others trained, he would grill skewers. Upon arriving at his usual stall location, he was taken aback by the throngs of people gathered beneath the great tree. A sight he could never have imagined. Under the tree, many young students were engaged in lively conversation, all dressed in identical uniforms. Wenjing, is the skewer stall here? Why hasn't the vendor arrived yet? Yes. You're not deceiving us, are you? The girl named Wenjing was one of the two who had bought skewers yesterday. Her classmates surrounded her, questioning her like a suspect. If only I'd kept quiet. It's all my fault for speaking out. Wenjing regretted her words, wishing she could slap herself. Yesterday, feeling bored before resting, Wenjing had decided to train and was pleasantly surprised to find her training speed had increased significantly, resulting in a successful breakthrough to level 23 soul power after just one night of effort. In her excitement, she mentioned the skewers sold by Jin Ling to her classmates. Initially, they were skeptical, but upon witnessing her genuine advancement, some could not resist the urge to sneak over. Are you all here to buy skewers? Jin Ling, observing the gathering, pushed his grill forward and began marinating the skewers. 16 yellow skewers. He refrained from displaying the remaining 10 purple skewers. Waiting for one person, Bibi Dong. As soon as Wenjing spotted Jin Ling, she dashed over. Boss, I'll have 2 skewers. The others, hearing this, glanced at Jin Ling, hesitating as they noted he appeared to be around their age. Could he be a scammer? This gold soul coin is my last bit of pocket money. Jin Ling found the scene amusing, realizing he was perceived as someone who deceives naive students. After accepting Wenjing's gold soul coins, he began grilling the skewers, and the enticing aroma quickly wafted through the air, stirring the appetites of many. Some, unable to contain themselves, quietly called out, "Boss, I want one." As this cry echoed, others eagerly followed suit. Me too. I want one. Soon, all the skewers were snatched up, and everyone was indulging in the delicious treats. Once most had finished eating, Jin Ling reminded them, don't forget to train. However, many students were too enchanted by the taste of the skewers to heed his advice. Boss, is there any left? One skewer, isn't enough. After they devoured the skewers, many students appeared entranced, persistently inquiring about more. Jin Ling shook his head in resignation. That's all the stock for today. He was curious. Were students nowadays so focused on food? Not a single one had asked where the meat for the skewers came from. At that moment, 3 figures emerged from the crowd, having just arrived while the students clamored for skewers. Dressed in the same uniforms, the leading boy displayed an arrogant demeanor, striding forward with an air of superiority. Flanked by 2 lackeys, the students parted ways, clearly intimidated by their presence. Hey kid, do you know whose territory this is? The lead boy stepped onto a stool, gazing down at Jin Ling with disdain. Not a clue, Jin Ling replied nonchalantly, continuing to clean up the grill's remnants, ignoring him. Seeing this, the boy's dark soul power surged as he kicked the stool towards Jin Ling. The other students, wanting to warn him, were silenced by the boy's lackeys, who shot them threatening glares. Just as the stool was about to strike Jin Ling's head, he sidestepped to the right, narrowly evading it as it crashed against the tree behind him, sending leaves fluttering down. 10 gold soul coins for a stool. Jin Ling's calm voice resonated through the air. Ha ha! The boy paused, then erupted in laughter, soon followed by his accomplices. Is this guy serious? 10 gold soul coins for a stool? You think I'm some kind of fool? I'm Xie Yue. At the mention of his name, the surrounding students' expressions shifted to one of fear. Xie Yue. Jin Ling's interest peaked. He looked up, puzzled. What is this? How old are you, old man? His unexpected remark drew gasps from the crowd, as Xie Yue was notorious for his cruelty throughout the Junior Martial Soul Academy. The one thing Xie Yue despised was anyone mentioning his age. In truth, he was not much older, barely over 12, but his appearance was rather unkempt, with deep-set eyes, a face riddled with acne, and a gaunt physique, giving him an aged demeanor. Go to hell, you little brat. Xie Yue unleashed his soul power, muscles bulging and eyes darkening as his nails sharpened, transforming him into a fearsome figure akin to a panther. 2 yellow soul rings emerged from beneath him, signifying the manifestation of his martial soul. In the distance, 2 figures observed the unfolding scene intently. Your Highness, Gue Wu is the grandson of elder Gue Bao, possessing commendable talent. However, this lad has a somewhat ruthless disposition. Gue Douluo feels a twinge of compassion for Jin Ling, as it is the first time he has encountered such delectable skewers. Bibi Dong also harbors concerns. Jin Ling has always felt akin to a younger brother to her, exuding a sense of warmth and familiarity. Since that incident, she has not lived as a normal person for a long time. Therefore, Jin Ling must remain unharmed. Elder Gue, please intervene. Just as Gue Douluo was about to step in, he halted. Jin Ling had already made his move, observing Gue Wu's approaching figure without utilizing his soul power. Wishing to test the prowess of a century-old soul beast physique. You are quite arrogant, not even summoning your martial soul, Gue Wu remarked, as the phantom of Gue Bao lunged toward Jin Ling's face. Jin Ling swiftly rolled aside, pressing his palm against a nearby stool, exerting force to execute 2 somersaults mid-air before landing gracefully. His speed was decent, yet still considerably slower than the Gue Bao martial soul. A century-old soul beast physique is merely a century in age, making it indeed challenging to contend with a great soul master. Realizing this, Jin Ling summoned his own martial soul, and golden soul power rapidly manifested. A yellow and purple soul ring gracefully ascended from beneath his feet, eventually oscillating around him. This soul ring was simulated through a soul ring simulator. Otherwise, with a 10,000-year soul ring, there would be no need for combat at all. In the distance, Bibi Dong numbly observed Jin Ling and remarked, such agility, managing to evade the assault of an agility-type great soul master without even deploying his martial soul. When Jin Ling's martial soul materialized, Bibi Dong was thoroughly exhilarated. A dual martial soul? Gue Douluo was also astonished, fixating intently on the battlefield, eager to see the extent of Jin Ling's capabilities. Gue Wu chose to launch the first attack, his ethereal figure dashing toward Jin Ling, claws poised to strike his face. Jin Ling leaned back to evade. Subsequently, a surge of golden soul power erupted outward, and a colossal golden crocodile phantom seemed to descend from the heavens, effortlessly repelling Gue Wu. Little leopard, let us dispense with the trivialities. Let us each unleash our strongest strike and settle this matter in one move. It was not that Jin Ling was reluctant to battle. Rather, he had little combat experience. The Gue Bao martial soul favored rapid, close-range assaults, and Jin Ling found it somewhat strenuous to defend, given his soul power was only at the 16th level. With a cold snort, Gue Wu replied, as you wish. I shall defeat you with a single blow. That will be a true demonstration of dominance. First soul skill, Phantom Flash. Gue Wu's body became insubstantial, shrouded in shadows, continuously shifting positions as he approached Jin Ling in a zigzag manner. Upon reaching a position above Jin Ling, Gue Wu's voice echoed again, second soul skill. Jin Ling remained motionless until his opponent was directly above him. Then he acted. First soul skill, Golden Spike. Jin Ling's voice rang out casually. Upon hearing this, Gue Wu momentarily rejoiced. After all, Jin Ling was significantly lower in rank. The notion that he dared to use his first soul skill to counter Gue Wu's dual soul skills was truly a recipe for disaster. Yet in the next instant, he was left bewildered, his vision momentarily blinded by golden light. Golden spikes erupted from Jin Ling's palm, accompanied by faint sound bursts. This was a soul skill cultivated over a millennium, a result of Jin Ling's meticulous control over the intensity of his soul power. The golden spikes rained down like arrows, instantaneously piercing through the illusion of the Gue Bao martial soul, dispersing the surrounding black mist. Gue Wu's corporeal form was violently ejected, crashing heavily to the ground, losing the state of martial soul possession. The brief exchange from the moment Gue Wu initiated his soul skill to his subsequent ejection lasted merely seconds. Onlookers stared in astonishment at the fallen Gue Wu, a trickle of blood escaping his lips, his body overwhelmed by pain and paralysis as he struggled to rise. I cannot possibly lose. He is merely a first-ring soul master. How could he be so formidable? Yet his arms could not support his body, and he collapsed heavily to the ground, slipping into unconsciousness. Chapter 11. Apprenticeship with Bibi Dong. Gue Wu's 2 underlings rushed to carry him away, utterly humiliated. The remaining students, including a girl named Wenjing, hastily departed. Though Xie Yue was notorious within the academy, he had never truly faced defeat, benefiting from his grandfather's status as a titled Douluo. They left swiftly, fearing they would be implicated in Xie Yue's misfortune. Jin Ling paid them no mind, continuing to tidy his belongings as he awaited the graceful figure in the distance. In truth, he had been aware of Bibi Dong from the very beginning, which was why he refrained from bringing out the remaining purple skewers. Now that all the students had departed, he began roasting once more. "Little brother, I am back." Bibi Dong approached, her face adorned with a smile as she regarded Jin Ling. Jin Ling smiled back, raising a skewer in hand, indicating, "Sister, you arrived just in time. I have prepared these for you. Would you prefer them spicy?" Bibi Dong nodded and took a seat on a clean chair. Moments later, Jin Ling presented the skewers, which were exceptionally vibrant, evoking salivation. As Bibi Dong savored her meal, she occasionally glanced at Jin Ling. "Golden Crocodile, Martial Soul? Although the phantom you released earlier was brief, I still recognized it. What is your relation to the Golden Crocodile Douluo?" Bibi Dong asked earnestly, her tone shifting from its previous gentleness to something colder. Jin Ling hesitated for a moment before responding with a smile. "He is my grandfather." After speaking, he took a seat not far from Bibi Dong. A glint of icy light flickered in Bibi Dong's eyes, and after finishing the last skewer, she remarked, "Bibi Dong, do you know?" Jin Ling nodded. "The current empress, I am certainly aware. What are your thoughts on her?" Bibi Dong continued to inquire. Jin Ling felt a smile creeping into his heart, but maintained his composure as he replied, "The spirit hall has entered its most formidable era because of her." Though Jin Ling's words were brief, they were sincere. Was Bibi Dong wrong in her actions? Not at all. Unifying an era brings only benefits. By establishing the spirit empire, Bibi Dong sought a complete cultivation system for all soul masters on the continent, aiming for greater strength. Bibi Dong was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated Jin Ling's response. For so many years, she diligently built this spirit hall to numb herself, to forget the dark periods of her past, liberating herself from shackles. "Do you genuinely believe that?" Bibi Dong's voice softened. Jin Ling nodded earnestly. "Your Holiness, if you are weary, please take a proper rest. Let the past remain in the past, and live well for yourself moving forward." Jin Ling's sudden words tightened Bibi Dong's chest, her pupils dilating. "You already know." In truth, from the very beginning, Jin Ling had been aware of her identity as the Pope, but he chose to trust her, as she made him feel at ease. Jin Ling stood and began collecting his belongings. Bibi Dong's soul power surged, and the overwhelming pressure forced Jin Ling to stagger back a few steps. "Are you not afraid that I might kill you? You are well aware that my relationship with the Douluo Palace is far from amicable, especially since you are the grandson of the second enshrined. I have every reason not to spare you." Jin Ling smiled lightly, his expression unchanged. Yet the ethereal shadow of his martial spirit emerged under Bibi Dong's oppressive aura. He spoke calmly. "I refuse to believe that as the Pope, you would trouble a mere child. Besides, I am myself, and what relation do I have with the Douluo Palace?" The aura of his martial spirit intensified until Bibi Dong's pressure no longer hindered his movements. He continued, "As a descendant of the offerings, we were compelled by the grand offering to form the 7 champions of Douluo, commencing rigorous training from a young age, enduring countless hardships until we became worthy messengers of the 6-winged angel god. Yet, unfortunately, upon awakening my martial spirit, I was deemed a failure. Those deemed worthless will ultimately be scorned by others. Even as the grandson of the second offering, I was derided as a waste and subjected to mockery. However, upon reflection, is life merely lived for the gaze of others? Should it not be for oneself?" Jin Ling's words plunged Bibi Dong into reminiscence, as if their paths resonated. At the crossroads of life, the torment of suffering lingered behind, while ahead lay the choice of rebirth. "You truly do not resemble a 12-year-old. Bibi Dong remarked earnestly. She understood, feeling a lightness about the world. Jin Ling pointed to his head, stating, "Sister Empress, I assure you, I am indeed just 12. I simply enjoy the notion of growing up." "Sister, is it?" Bibi Dong observed Jin Ling's expression, now devoid of any lingering resentment, and inquired, "Is your martial spirit the Golden Crocodile?" The martial spirit that Jin Ling had displayed earlier evoked a sense of familiarity in her, yet it felt different, for its manifestation was grander than that of the Golden Crocodile Douluo himself. Jin Ling shook his head. "This is not the Golden Crocodile. It is a supreme martial spirit, the Golden Crocodile King. Supreme quality? It could rival the continent's foremost weapon spirit, the Hao-Ian hammer, Bibi Dong exclaimed, astonished, pointing at the barbecue cart. If this barbecue cart is also considered part of your martial spirit, does that not mean you possess two martial spirits? Jin Ling, still contemplating whether to reveal his Tian-1 martial spirit, nodded. Bibi Dong, feeling a surge of excitement, noted that the spirit hall had already established Liena as the saintess. Yet the position of saint was still vacant. She turned to Jin Ling and asked, "Do you wish to become my disciple? Bear in mind that cultivating a twin martial spirit is arduous, and perhaps only I on the entire continent possess the capability to guide you." Jin Ling did not immediately acquiesce, but instead presented three conditions. "I wish to arrange my own training without interference from others. I hope your holiness will not bear the grievances of the spirit halls passed upon your shoulders. Debts must be repaid to their rightful owners. Lastly, I wish to represent the spirit hall, yet more importantly, myself." After Jin Ling finished articulating his conditions, Bibi Dong hesitated for a moment, realizing that these stipulations were somewhat trivial. However, having spent time with Jin Ling, she felt she had come to understand him well enough, and thus agreed to all of them. Becoming Bibi Dong's disciple was a decision Jin Ling had pondered carefully. After all, the Spirit Hall was among the most powerful forces on the continent, and joining would allow him to participate in the elite Soul Master Tournament. "Where do you reside now?" Bibi Dong inquired. Jin Ling, having stored the barbecue cart in his system space, replied, "I am currently at my grandfather's place, but soon I intend to venture out for some training." With the system in place, his future path would inevitably be closely intertwined with hunting soul beasts, so remaining at the Douluo Palace was no longer feasible. He needed to explore. "Oh, I see. Would you like to accompany me to the Spirit Hall? To meet some elders when the time is right?" Bibi Dong suggested, considering the prospect of paving the way for Jin Ling to become a saint. However, Jin Ling reflected that visiting the Spirit Hall now, with his current level of soul power at 15, would not garner him recognition. It would be wiser to wait a while, allowing him to hunt some soul beasts first. After coming to this conclusion, he replied, "Teacher, I am not yet prepared to go to the Spirit Hall. I'm only at level 16 and wish to train diligently for a while longer." Bibi Dong pondered briefly before responding, "Very well. Should you have any queries regarding your training, do not hesitate to consult me, and do take care." Suddenly recalling something, Bibi Dong eyed Jin Ling curiously, saying, "How do you cultivate that peculiar martial spirit of yours?" Jin Ling's mind raced to concoct a response, concluding that it did not require deliberate training. Rather, by frequently crafting items and continuously depleting and replenishing his soul power, he could effectively tap into his potential. Does this not necessitate a plethora of soul beasts? The Spirit Hall possesses a dedicated hunting forest, the largest among all the cities. I can provide you access." Bibi Dong remarked, concerned for Jin Ling's safety should he venture into the soul beast forest alone, given his current weakness. Jin Ling shook his head. "No need for concern. Teacher, I am well aware of my limits." Chapter 12. An unexpected encounter with Shrek. By the time the two departed, night had fully descended. Before leaving, Bibi Dong considered having Ghost Douluo follow Jin Ling to protect him in secret, but Jin Ling declined. Upon returning home, Jin Xing awaited at the door, brimming with anticipation. Seeing Jin Ling, he hurried over. "Little Ling, do you still have any of that barbecue? It's been such a boon for my training." "None left," Jin Ling replied as he stepped inside. Jin Xing felt a twinge of disappointment. Although he had reached level 52, he still lagged 4 levels behind Qian Dui. Relying solely on himself, he was uncertain whether he could catch up. However, with Jin Ling's miraculous barbecue, he was confident he could surpass Qian Dui within a year. After all, without effective means, the cultivation speed of a divine-level martial spirit, the six-winged angel, was not something ordinary individuals could rival. "By the way, do you know where grandfather has gone?" Jin Ling inquired, intending to bid farewell before departing. Jin Xing shook his head. "Grandfather did not inform me, but it may take him quite a while to return." In truth, the Golden Crocodile Douluo had visited the Douluo Palace Academy before leaving, seeking out Jin Xing and informing him of his quest for some celestial herbs, all for Jin Ling's sake. Jin Xing refrained from mentioning this, as it had been expressly instructed by the Golden Crocodile Douluo. Jin Ling's expression remained unchanged. Since his grandfather was absent, he felt at ease to depart. That night, the two shared a late-night meal, and Jin Xing prepared to return. However, Jin Ling promised him that he would visit the Douluo Palace Academy when he had the opportunity, bringing along some barbecue as well. The next day, Jin Ling awoke to find it was already midday. Jin Xing had left early in the morning. Gazing at the vast, empty estate, Jin Ling felt a pang of melancholy, reflecting on the many years spent living here since leaving the Spirit Hall Academy. It was time to go. After packing his belongings, Jin Ling set off towards his destination, the Dou Forest. During the journey, he distinctly felt a newfound lightness, moving faster than when he last visited, even without relying on soul power. The physique of a century-old soul beast was indeed formidable, and the system described this physique as an all-rounder combining speed, strength, and defense. Even without utilizing soul power, it could rival the pinnacle of soul masters. Along the way, Jin Ling received feedback from the barbecue sales the previous day, accumulating a total of 11 soul power points and a yellow gift package, which still contained 100 gold soul coins and a 10-year soul ring duration. Host, Jin Ling. Age, 12 years soul power. Level 16, 1248, martial spirit. Golden Crocodile King, supreme quality. Tianwen, divine quality, soul power points. 019, only a small amount remains until the next upgrade. A day later, Jin Ling finally arrived at a nearby small town and entered a modest inn. Upon entering, he heard a familiar voice, Shrek. Focusing his gaze, he was delighted to see Tang San and the others. At this moment, the 7 individuals were seated around the table, with a rotund figure clad in red vociferously placing an order, while Dai Mubai, beside him, offered sardonic remarks, occasionally interjecting with playful banter. Jin Ling stifled a chuckle before casting his gaze upon the women present. Xie Yue, with her delicate charm, and Ning Rongrong, adorned in soft blue, were both appealing. Yet neither captured his interest. Finally, his eyes landed on Zhu Zhuqing, causing a spark of intrigue. Her complexion was as fair as jade, and her eyes sparkled with clarity, reminiscent of twinkling stars. A high, elegant nose and rosy lips delineated her alluring visage. Despite her tender age of 12, her physical development surpassed that of the other 2 girls by a significant margin. As for Tang San and Oscar, they were entirely disregarded, no matter their handsomeness. They paled in comparison to him. Just as Jin Ling surveyed the group, Tang San seemed to sense his scrutiny and turned to look at him. With golden hair and a striking appearance, he was even more handsome than Dai Mubai. Tang San mused quietly. Xie Yue, having noticed Tang San's reaction, followed his gaze and exclaimed, "Brother, he's so handsome." Her sudden outburst caught the attention of the others, each wearing a distinct expression. Ning Rongrong appeared somewhat infatuated, while Zhu Zhuqing, despite her usual cool demeanor, stole glances at him. The other men, particularly Dai Mubai and Tang San, regarded Jin Ling with a hint of rivalry. Tang San felt a wave of discomfort at Xie Yue's compliment, while Dai Mubai's narrowed eyes conveyed his displeasure towards Jin Ling. Zhu Zhuqing, who had not acknowledged him in days, was now casting multiple glances at a stranger, igniting a feeling of jealousy that made his fist clench involuntarily. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside as a middle-aged man accompanied by 7 youths entered. Dai Mubai scoffed. They are from Sanhui Academy, a mere third-rate institution, yet they carry themselves with such arrogance. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun, with his roguish eyes, fixated on Sanhui Academy's sole female member, leeringly remarked, Dai Mubai, "That girl has developed quite nicely, far better than those you've pursued before." As soon as the words left his lips, a palpable chill emanated from a distance, though it vanished almost instantaneously. Zhu Zhuqing, with her head bowed, chose to ignore the situation, her disappointment deepening. The Sanhui Academy group had also taken notice of Tang San and his companions. Once their instructor departed, one of the leading figures deliberately bumped into a waiter. As the waiter was about to serve Shrek's group, the bump caused him to nearly topple the dish on a Dai Mubai's head. Quick as lightning, Tang San snatched a nearby chair and slid it under the waiter's legs. The sound of a muffled thud echoed. The waiter did not fall, but instead sat down on the chair Tang San had flung his way, yet the dish still sailed toward Dai Mubai. With a flicker in his eyes, Dai Mubai unleashed his soul power, sending all the food and dishes flying away. In his moment of bravado, he failed to control his soul power, resulting in a chaotic shower of food and sauce. Tang San, reacting swiftly, utilized his ghostly shadow technique to appear beside Xie Yue, shielding her from some of the splatter, while Zhu Zhuqing hastily stepped aside, her displeasure evident at the sight of the mess on her seat. The remaining individuals were not spared from the splatter, with Oscar and Ma Hongjun remaining relatively unfazed. However, the young noblewoman Ning Rongrong glared at her light blue dress, now smeared with greasy yellow stains, her annoyance towards Dai Mubai intensifying. From a distance, Jin Ling furrowed his brow, recognizing the dish hurtling toward him as a deliberate act by Dai Mubai. He then summoned his soul power, redirecting the flying plate back towards Dai Mubai's head. With a dull thud, the plate landed squarely atop Dai Mubai, a piece of vegetable perched comically on his forehead. "Ha ha, Dai Mubai, you look like a drowned rat." Ma Hongjun couldn't help but laugh, disregarding the murderous intent flickering in Dai Mubai's eyes. At that moment, the Sanhui Academy members seized the opportunity, surrounding Dai Mubai and angrily shouting, "Are you looking for death?" Others chimed in, "That yellow-haired guy over there. Come and clean yourself up for me. How disgusting." Tang Xin quickly approached, asking, "Dai Mubai, are you all right?" Dai Mubai shook his head, his expression darkening as he suppressed his fury. After casting a fierce glare at Jin Ling, a powerful wave of soul power radiated from him. 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings began to pulse around him, startling the Sanhui Academy members, who had not anticipated the presence of a soul ancestor among such youthful individuals. Chapter 13. The initial clash with Shrek. Dai Mubai's martial spirit manifested abruptly, catching many Sanhui Academy members off guard as they were sent flying by his overwhelming soul power. The previously confident leader's face turned pale as he watched his comrades being knocked aside. He glared at Dai Mubai, declaring as soul masters, "To recklessly use soul power in front of ordinary people is a disgrace to our profession." Even a middle-aged leader could no longer contain himself, sneering. "What kind of academy raises such ill-mannered individuals? Teach them a harsh lesson." Before he could finish, the remaining 4 charged at Dai Mubai, activating their martial spirits. All 4 were second-ring battle soul masters, 2 wielding weapon spirits, and 2 beast spirits. Noticing their subpar soul ring combinations, Dai Mubai arrogantly stated, "Stay out of this. I can handle it myself." Tang San, who was about to activate his purple extreme magic eyes and join the fray, halted and guided Xiao Wu back to join the rest of Shrek. First soul skill, White Tiger's Shield. As Dai Mubai's first soul ring illuminated, a yellow aura enveloped him, significantly enhancing his defense. He then lunged forward, his movements swift and fierce, akin to a tiger pouncing, as he approached the 2 foremost opponents, claws poised to strike. Despite being under the suppressive influence of the White Tiger martial spirit, the 2, both over level 25, managed to withstand his assault by employing their second soul skills in unison. Their teamwork was commendable, and the 2 weapon soul masters leaped from the ground, thrusting a dark spear and a trident toward Dai Mubai's face. With a slight arch of his back, Dai Mubai increased the force behind his strikes, sending the beast soul masters staggering back. Utilizing the momentum, he executed a backflip, evading the spear and trident. Second soul skill, armor piercing. Second soul skill, penetration. The 2 weapon soul masters activated their second soul skills simultaneously, launching their spinning spear while a trident spiraled around it, aimed directly at Dai Mubai. Steadying himself, Dai Mubai let out a cold snort and unleashed his third soul skill, White Tiger's Diamond Transformation. His muscles visibly swelled, augmenting both his offensive and defensive capabilities. "Shatter!" Dai Mubai shouted, delivering a powerful punch. As their soul skills collided, an explosive sound erupted, sending Dai Mubai stumbling back 2 steps, a sharp pain radiating from his fist. He had sustained an injury. Both opponents' second soul skills possessed piercing attributes, and even his robust physique had not been spared. "Little San, Dai Mubai is struggling a bit. Should we join in?" Oscar expressed his concern for Dai Mubai, turning to Tang San for guidance. Tang San hesitated for a moment and said, "Big brother, Dai, stated from the very beginning that he would take the lead, and both sides heard him. Now that we intervene, it somewhat violates the rules." Zhu Zhuqing's gaze was icy as she retorted, "He deserves it." As for Ning Rongrong, she was quite pleased. She had always felt uncomfortable with Dai Mubai's flamboyant personality and naturally would not come to his aid. The fatty was more straightforward, enjoying the delicacies on the table without a care for Dai Mubai's battle, as he held unwavering confidence in his strength, believing he would not lose. Indeed, Dai Mubai possessed soul power at level 37, Even against the four from Xie Academy, his formidable physique and ample soul power gradually gave him the upper hand. "It's over," Tang San whispered, seizing the moment, and Dai Mubai unleashed a white tiger light wave, sending all four adversaries flying, crashing heavily onto a distant table that shattered upon impact, followed by their cries of anguish. Such a waste. At that moment, Jin Ling, having finished resting, intended to leave and remarked, "For great soul masters should not be outmatched by a soul sovereign." From the very beginning, Dai Mubai underestimated them. If the Xie Academy group had focused their attacks more, they might have achieved a surprising victory, and the outcome would not have been like this. However, Jin Ling's words fell upon Dai Mubai's ears like a mockery of his ineptitude. "Stop! Did I permit you to leave? Shouldn't we settle the score?" Dai Mubai glared at Jin Ling, blocking his path. At 15 years of age, Dai Mubai was slightly taller than Jin Ling, who had to lift his head slightly to meet his gaze. With disdain, he retorted, "This hotel, isn't yours. I can come and go as I please, and you have no say in it." Tang San, observing Dai Mubai, wished to prevent him from causing trouble, but was interrupted by Xie Yue, who frowned in confusion, saying, "Big brother Dai, this is excessive. That handsome guy hasn't done anything. Why won't you let him leave?" Zhu Zhuqing echoed, "Those who evade will bully the weak to assert their dominance." The voices of the two women were unrestrained, and upon hearing them, Dai Mubai's expression changed, leading him to charge at Jin Ling without a second thought. Jin Ling did not back down, extending his fist to collide with Dai Mubai's. The dull sound resonated, and Dai Mubai staggered back a few steps, while Jin Ling stood unfazed, watching him quietly. Dai Mubai's soul power was already nearly depleted, and the force of his punch did not necessitate Jin Ling to activate his martial spirit. His century-old soul beast physique was sufficient to handle it with ease. As Xie Yue spoke on Jin Ling's behalf, Tang San had already prepared to engage him. Jealousy clouding his judgment and causing him to forget the threat he sensed from Jin Ling, seeing Jin Ling repel Dai Mubai without using soul power. Tang San quickly activated the purple extreme magic eye and ghost shadow mist, instantly reappearing at Jin Ling's flank, then sweeping his leg towards him. Jin Ling was quick to respond. He had remained vigilant against the Shrek group from the start. Upon seeing Tang San attack, he swiftly raised his arm to block the assault and then delivered a powerful kick to Tang San's abdomen. Tang San's earlier sneak attack had left him momentarily suspended in midair, and his ghost shadow mist prevented him from grounding himself, severely limiting his speed. "It's over. I haven't activated my martial spirit. I can't escape." Tang San realized the futility of his situation and quickly brought his arms in front of him to mitigate the impact. Bang! Tang San's body was sent flying like a cannonball, but he was determined enough to endure the immense pain, launching several piercing needles aimed directly at Jin Ling's head. Jin Ling, recognizing the threat, did not dare to underestimate them. He was familiar with the penetrating power of the needles, which could challenge even great soul masters. Although he possessed the formidable defensive capabilities of a century-old soul beast, there was no need to take the hit. With a surge of golden soul power, a massive golden crocodile king illusion descended behind Jin Ling, its gaping maw roaring, rendering the piercing needles ineffective. Seeing that his attack had not succeeded, Tang San urgently called out to Dai Mubai, "Big brother Dai, he only has one ring. Quickly unleash your second soul skill." Upon witnessing Jin Ling effortlessly defeat Tang San, Dai Mubai felt a twinge of apprehension, questioning why he had provoked this peculiar being, who was even more bizarre than Tang San. However, when he noticed Jin Ling bore only a single yellow soul ring, his confidence surged back. White Tiger Light Wave. A milky white orb emanated from Dai Mubai's mouth. Hurtling towards Jin Ling simultaneously, Tang San moved, thick blue-silver vines ensnaring Jin Ling's escape route, while additional vines approached him, nearly coinciding with the oncoming White Tiger Light Wave. Jin Ling's first soul ring lit up. This time, Jin Ling felt slightly irked. He had initially intended to control his soul power to maintain his first soul skill at 1,000 years. But Tang San's underhanded tactics had inadvertently compelled him to elevate it by another 1,000 years. Now, the golden spike had reached an intensity of 2,000 years. Golden light erupted, and several golden spikes hurtled towards the duo's attack. The blue-silver vines failed to obstruct the golden spikes, which pierced through them effortlessly, resulting in a resounding crash as they shattered. Dai Mubai believed victory was assured, completely lowering his guard. Little did he know, Jin Ling remained at a distance, while several golden spikes raced toward Dai Mubai. White Tiger Guardian Barrier, White Tiger Diamond Transformation. Dai Mubai exerted all his soul power, firmly planting his legs on the ground. With massive tiger claws shielding his chest, utterly relinquishing the possibility of evasion. With a thunderous roar, Dai Mubai collapsed to the ground, entirely unconscious. His soul power had been insufficient, and although he had strained to employ all his defensive soul skills, it was futile. Jin Ling's golden spikes were too formidable. Tang San, alarmed, rushed over to check on Dai Mubai's condition, relieved to find he was merely unconscious. Oscar, restore the sausage, hurry. Oscar, upon witnessing the situation, skirted around Jin Ling to approach, feeling a tinge of fear towards him. Chapter 14. Zhu Zhuqing after Tang San fed the recovery sausage to Dai Mubai. His pale complexion began to ease, though he remained unconscious. At that moment, the fatty Ma Hongjun approached, slightly bending over and rubbing his hands, addressing Jin Ling. May I ask for your name, brother? Our big brother Dai was momentarily unclear. Please do not take offense. This kid offers his apologies. Jin Ling smiled faintly, finding the fatty rather amusing. Since he had said such a thing, Jin Ling chose not to hold a grudge. After all, among all the males in Shrek, the fatty was the only one without ulterior motives, and such a gesture deserved recognition. Tang San glared at Jin Ling, simmering with resentment as he watched him near the exit of the hotel. Jin Ling, sensing the hostility, turned back to glance at Tang San, a teasing smile gracing his lips. Fatty, go upstairs and find Teacher Zhao, Tang San commanded. At that moment, Xiao Wu joined him, pouting, brother. Isn't it inappropriate to call Teacher Zhao for our youthful matters? Besides, that handsome guy hasn't done anything. Isn't this a matter you and Big Brother Dai initiated? How embarrassing. Zhu Zhuqing found a clean seat, her cold eyes reflecting disdain and disappointment. Yet, recalling Jin Ling's earlier display of strength, she was filled with endless contemplation. Ma Hongjun hesitated for a few seconds before declining Tang San's request, feeling the embarrassment himself. After all, Jin Ling appeared to be a similar age, and Dai Mubai and Tang San together had been unable to best him, undermining their self-proclaimed status as monsters and geniuses. Outside the hotel, Jin Ling quietly gazed at the distant sky, lost in thought, waiting for a spectacular show to unfold. In the hotel, Dai Mubai was escorted to his room by Tang San to rest. The remaining few returned to the first floor, ordering some food after the previous meal had been completely wasted. Just as the food arrived, the team leader from Songhui Academy approached them, saying, "Hello, I am Xie Yue, the supervising teacher from Songhui Academy. May I inquire as to which sect you belong?" Tang San, with a gloomy expression, still reeling from the earlier humiliation, responded irritably. "We are not affiliated with any sect. We are merely ordinary academy students. Please do not disturb our meal." Xie Yue's expression changed instantly. He had not anticipated that despite his efforts to remain calm and courteous, he would receive such blatant disrespect. Xiangui embody. 5 soul rings, 1 white, 2 yellow, and 2 purple, materialized around Xie Yue as his green soul power surged forth, causing his back to swell and a large green turtle shell to appear, making his limbs appear considerably shorter. "Go fetch your teacher. I wish to see why this insufferable brat feels so bold," Xie Yue thought, dismissing any concern for their background as he intended to teach these students a lesson. Seeing this, Tang San rose from his seat and retorted mockingly, "Do we really need our teacher to deal with a green-haired turtle? We are more than capable." Tang San's words amused Xie Yue, igniting a fierce resolve within him. The opportunity to avenge his students had presented itself. "Xiao San, he is a soul king." Oscar anxiously tugged at Tang San's sleeve, repeatedly warning him. "Indeed, Sangu, I heard the last time you fought with Teacher Zhao, it was a stalemate. But you must understand that Teacher Zhao was not using his full strength, not even a third of it, while this opponent is a genuine soul king." The hefty fatty advised as he munched on a large chicken leg. The other girls also disapproved of Tang San's approach. Slamming his hand on the table, Tang San declared, "Have you all forgotten what the dean said? A soul master who fears trouble is not a good soul master. Moreover, his soul rings are not optimally paired. Without a 10,000-year soul ring, we need not worry excessively." After some discussion, the group agreed to join forces against their opponent. Outside the hotel, Jin Ling observed the standoff between the Shrek group and Yue and settled down in a prime viewing spot. Tang San made his move, unleashing a torrent of blue-silver grass towards Yue, not with the intent to control him, but to restrict his movements and line of sight. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun activated his first soul skill, Phoenix Fire Line, a stream of crimson flames relentlessly bearing down on Yue. However, Yue had already activated his first and second soul skills, both defensive in nature. Although Ma Hongjun's flames burned fiercely, they were effectively stifled by the chilling aura emanating from the Xian Shui. Simultaneously, Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu launched their own attacks from different angles. Yuming Hunter Claws. Waist attack. Their speed was astonishing, leaving Yue only slightly startled before hastily retracting his head into his turtle shell. Zhu Zhuqing's strikes landed harmlessly against his shell, failing to inflict any tangible damage. Xiao Wu found herself in a predicament, leaping to the top of Yue's shell, unable to find an opening, as the green shell rendered her efforts futile. Brother, how do we attack this? Xiao Wu lamented, returning to Tang San's side. Tang San turned to Ning Rongrong and asked, why do you not provide soul skill support? Are you merely going to watch? Ning Rongrong, Konshuset, noted that Tang San had not factored her into his battle strategy from the outset. She scoffed, ignoring him and turning her gaze elsewhere. Frustrated, Tang San shouted to Oscar, Xiao Ao, provide recovery sausages for Fatty and Zhuqing. Fatty, Zhuqing, keep up the assault, with Dai Mubai absent. The main offense rests on you two. From a distance, Jin Ling observed Tang San's commands, disdainfully remarking, indeed, a brother obsessed with his sister. He won't let his own sister engage, but directs others. Zhuqing, be careful, Xiao Wu suddenly shouted from afar, as Yue, amid their continuous assaults, chose to defend. However, Tang San's entanglement skill had effectively surrounded Yue, prompting him to instruct Fatty to simultaneously unleash his first and second soul skills. Yet, he paid no heed to Zhu Zhuqing, who was still harassing Yue. Suddenly, Yue's fifth soul ring lit up and a deep voice echoed. Fifth soul skill, Xian Gui's tremor. Instantly, Fatty's robust flames were repelled from Yue's turtle shell, aimed directly at Zhu Zhuqing, who was still airborne. The speed was too swift. Zhu Zhuqing had no chance to evade. Xiao Wu, initially fleeing, was yanked back by Tang San. Dongji, Xiao Wu, she cried out, watching helplessly as the fiery line hurtled towards her. In a flash, a golden figure dashed forward, embracing Zhu Zhuqing and extending a hand, where several golden spikes formed, intercepting the fire line. A resounding crash echoed as the two figures landed on the ground. It's you, Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed, recognizing the familiar golden-haired, handsome face, her cheeks tinged with a slight blush. The newcomer was Jin Ling, who had discerned Tang San's strategy from the outset. Realizing the foolishness of their choice to launch an aggressive attack in Dai Mubai's absence, inevitably, their coordination had faltered. You may come down now. Jin Ling's gentle voice resonated, as Zhu Zhuqing realized she had been cradled in his arms. She quickly jumped down, adjusting her hair and turning away, unable to meet Jin Ling's gaze, acutely aware of her racing heart. Thank you. After a moment, Zhu Zhuqing looked up at Jin Ling. Jin Ling smiled and replied, no need for thanks, it was but a simple act. Besides, you are so beautiful, I could not bear to see you disfigured. Zhu Zhuqing felt a tightening in her chest upon hearing this, as she had indeed braced herself for severe injury and disfigurement, given her lack of any defensive means against Ma Hongjun's formidable flames. I must take my leave, Jin Ling announced, turning away as he sensed a powerful aura approaching. Chapter 15. Return to the Dou Forest. Just as Jin Ling departed, a tall and sturdy figure approached, none other than Zhao Wujing. Observing the panting Ma Hongjun and the disheveled Tang San and others, Zhao Wujing scoffed at them. What a disgrace, a group of you struggling against a single green turtle. Where's Dai Mubai? He inquired, noticing the absence of Dai Mubai and feeling perplexed. Oscar hurried over, saying, Teacher Zhao, Dai Lauda is injured and resting on the second floor. Otherwise, we Wu and Ti have been battling this green turtle for so long. Injured? Zhao Wujing was about to ask for details when Yi Zhiqiu interrupted. You're their supervising teacher? I am the head of Songhui Academy. Your students have injured mine and insulted me. I believe it is time to settle this. Unfamiliar with Zhao Wujin's background, Yi Zhiqiu's tone was not excessively confrontational. However, Zhao Wujin, exuding an air of arrogance, disdainfully replied, "Songhui Academy is a garbage institution. There is no question of insult here. If you are dissatisfied, we shall let our strength speak for itself." As soon as Zhao Wujin finished speaking, the Shrek group quickly huddled together, distancing themselves from this brewing conflict. Yi Zhiqiu was thoroughly infuriated, realizing that both the students and the teacher were of the same ilk. He strode a few steps toward Zhao Wujia, clearly intending to confront him. Zhao Wujia, sensing the soul power emanating from Yi Zhiqiu, turned his head and derisively remarked upon Tang San and the others, expressing disdain for their inability to handle such trivial matters, and insisted they return for further training. Soon after, a series of agonizing screams echoed outside the hotel, punctuated by Zhao Wujia's exuberant shouts of triumph. That night, Jin Ling retired early to sleep. However, in another room of the hotel, a beautiful and alluring woman found herself unable to rest, her mind filled with thoughts of Jin Ling saving her and triumphing over Dai Mubai and Tang San. Yet, when she recalled Dai Mubai, a shadow of melancholy crossed her gaze. The following day, at the break of dawn, Jin Ling set off. As the distance to the Dou Forest was less than 100 miles, traveling at full speed, he soon beheld the lush and mysterious forest. With a clear objective of hunting soul beasts to procure ingredients, he planned to remain there for an extended period. Upon entering the forest, he was greeted by a refreshing atmosphere, reminiscent of his first visit, with towering trees reaching skyward. The dense foliage and underbrush intertwined, casting overlapping shadows that obscured distant views. As Jin Ling progressed slowly, he soon discovered a grove of solitary bamboos. To his astonishment, one of these bamboos was a millennium-old specimen, surrounded by 4 others that were a century old. Recognizing their potential for roasting, Jin Ling retrieved a short knife from a star-picking ring and began to carefully cut into the outermost bamboo. Solitary bamboos were quite common in the Dou Forest, lacking significant offensive capabilities, which made them a favored target for plant-type soul masters seeking to obtain soul rings. Jin Ling was surprised to encounter a solitary bamboo of such age, as it was rare for them to reach the millennium mark. With the outer bamboos being only a few years or decades old, Jin Ling, leveraging his formidable physique and exceptionally sharp knife, quickly approached the ancient solitary bamboo. The bamboo he had severed was stored in his system space, as nothing could be wasted. As he drew near, the 4-century-old bamboos remained unperturbed, with only the millennium-old bamboo swaying slightly. Jin Ling struck the outermost bamboo with his knife, producing a resounding clang, yet the blade barely penetrated an inch. So solid, Jin Ling marveled, having already activated his martial soul. Feeling his strength surge, he resumed the laborious task of bamboo chopping. Effortlessly, he soon felled the last of the century-old bamboos, adding it to his collection. Suddenly, a chill crept up his spine, igniting a sense of danger. Hiss! The sound of a serpent's tongue slithered into Jin Ling's consciousness, as a snake-like shadow darted towards him from the millennium bamboo. It was a millennium-grade solitary leaf green, explaining the high age of these bamboos. The solitary leaf green was a perilous snake species that parasitized solitary bamboos. While its offensive capabilities were weak, it possessed potent venom and excellent camouflage, making it difficult to detect. Jin Ling quickly distanced himself, noting that the snake was over 2 meters long and bore a coloration similar to the bamboo, making it nearly indistinguishable. The solitary leaf green had been resting coiled high upon the millennium bamboo, awakened by Jin Ling's chopping, and was now poised to strike. Its brownish eyes fixated on Jin Ling, and upon noticing the absence of a bamboo, it hissed and lunged forward. Such ferocity! Jin Ling evaded the attack and swiftly countered, seizing the snake's tail and spinning it in the air before hurling it towards the ancient bamboo. The solitary leaf green recoiled in pain, wrapping itself around the bamboo and ascending to a higher perch. Confounded, it wondered how this human possessed such strength, for he did not emanate a formidable aura. Jin Ling raised his hand, a smirk gracing his lips. "Are you frightened?" A flurry of golden light surged from his hand, enveloping the solitary leaf green. The sound of shattering echoed from the ancient bamboo as it quickly toppled, along with the adjacent bamboos. The solitary leaf green had already collapsed to the ground, barely clinging to life. Subsequently, Jin Ling collected all the dying soul beasts into his system space. The haul included a millennium solitary leaf green, a millennium bamboo, 4-century-old bamboos, and 26-decade-old bamboos. Note, the decade designation does not imply exactly 10 years. It may encompass several decades. But we shall standardize it as a decade, since they are all white roasted skewers, which is inconsequential. The bounty was impressive, as he had only been there for less than an hour and had already amassed over 30 soul beast ingredients. Truly, the Dou Forest was a land of abundance and riches. Suddenly, Jin Ling recalled that Tang San and the others were also headed to this forest to hunt soul beasts for soul rings. With both Tang San and Xiao Wu nearing level 30, he pondered whether selling roasted skewers to them might yield 2 yellow gift packages. With that thought in mind, he began to make his way out of the forest, knowing that the Shrek group had likely not yet arrived. Soon, Jin Ling emerged at the outer edge of the Dou Forest, finding a vacant patch of land to set up his barbecue stand. He prepared 50 skewers, marinating the millennium solitary leaf green and the 4-century-old bamboos. As soul masters gradually made their way toward the Dou Forest, many passed by Jin Ling's stall with puzzled expressions, taken aback by the audacity of someone selling goods in such a locale. Undeterred by their curious gazes, Jin Ling focused on grilling. The skewers made from solitary bamboo were tender, and despite being coated with some barbecue sauce, their delectable flavor shone through. Before long, onlookers were drawn to his stand. 2 burly men approached, eyeing the sign at Jin Ling's stall. "Little brother, do these skewers truly enhance cultivation speed?" they inquired, treating him courteously despite his youth, as Jin Ling's aura suggested he was not to be underestimated. Indeed, within 24 hours, the purple skewers can double cultivation speed, while the yellow ones can increase it by 30. The effects are stackable, Jin Ling patiently explained. 6 of the purple skewers, please, one of the men declared generously, retrieving gold soul coins from his soul guide ring. Jin Ling cautioned, all 10 purple skewers are meat-based. You might want to try some of the vegetarian ones as well, which I believe are quite delightful. After Jin Ling's suggestion, the 2 men added 4 bamboo skewers to their order. Soon, Jin Ling presented the freshly grilled skewers before them. "Enjoy." The 2 men began to eat, initially discussing the type of soul rings they aimed to hunt, but soon became engrossed in the deliciousness of the skewers, their conversation giving way to satisfied murmurs. The rich aroma wafted through the air, captivating nearby passers-by, prompting many to tentatively purchase a skewer or 2, and soon they began to buy in 5s. Before long, the tables adjacent to Jin Ling's stall were filled, and all 50 skewers have been sold. Indeed, selling skewers in such a place proves to be the optimal choice. Soul masters, who hunt spirit beasts, typically carry only ordinary provisions on their journeys. They have rarely indulged in such delectable skewers. Initially, Jin Ling had contemplated selling in a nearby town, but that lay over 100 miles away, which seemed rather cumbersome. "Zhu Qing, what are you observing?" In the distance, the group from Shrek was approaching, and Zhu Qing quickly spotted the industrious Jin Ling. She halted, prompting her companion Ning Rongrong to curiously inquire before she tiptoed to gaze in the same direction as Zhu Qing. "There appear to be a crowd. Are they selling something?" Oscar remarked. Tang San refuted, stating, "This is the Dou Forest. Surely, no one would conduct business here." Xiao Wu, contemplating with her finger on her lips, noted that despite living here for many years, she had never encountered anyone selling goods. Upon closer inspection, Dai Mubai and Tang San's expressions shifted. It was him again. The others were equally surprised, while Zhu Qing felt a tinge of delight, believing she would never see Jin Ling again following their encounter at the inn yesterday. Zhao Wuji inquired, "Do you know that golden-haired lad?" Oscar recounted yesterday's events without reserve. Astonishment soon graced Zhao Wuji's face. The boy appeared to be of similar age to Tang San. How could he possibly defeat Mubai? Dai Mubai, displeased, retorted, "Who claimed he defeated me? If I hadn't exhausted my spirit power battling Songhui Academy yesterday, I could have crushed him in an instant." Dai Mubai harbored deep resentment towards Jin Ling after being knocked unconscious by him, a humiliation compounded by Zhu Qing's icy demeanor thereafter. He had mentally categorized Jin Ling as an adversary. Zhao Wujie stroked his beard, saying, "Let's go take a look." They were indeed selling food. The rotund one eagerly flitted from table to table, inhaling the aroma. How delightful! Several patrons, annoyed by his antics, turned away to continue their meals. "What a disgrace," Oscar commented. Yet as the scent wafted into his nostrils, he couldn't help but marvel that there existed something even more fragrant than his beloved sausages. With that, the two hastened towards Jin Ling. "Ah, it's you." Jin Ling instantly recognized Oscar and Ma Hongjun, greeting them warmly. "Brother, what delicious fare are you selling?" Oscar blinked, his expression one of eager anticipation. Jin Ling retrieved 50 skewers from his system space and gestured towards a signage nearby. The plump one, using a rather affected tone, called to Oscar, clearly indicating he had run out of golden soul coins. Oscar glanced at the price list and clutched his wallet tightly. "I'm broke too, otherwise. You should ask Dai Mubai, he's always swimming in wealth." As he spoke, Oscar hastily produced 11 golden soul coins. "Brother, I would like 1 purple skewer and 10 white ones." Jin Ling nodded and commenced grilling. The bamboo skewers cooked quickly, within 2 minutes. Oscar was dashing towards Ning Rongrong and the others, clutching 11 skewers. "Rongrong, Teacher Zhao, come taste this." He then deliberately offered the sole purple skewer to Ning Rongrong. This act left the ever-watchful plump one disheartened. "Xiao Ao, you prioritize beauty over friendship. After all these years, I've been overshadowed by a girl you've only known for a few days." He lamented. "Enough." Oscar shoved a skewer into the plump one's mouth. "Oh, this is truly delectable." Ning Rongrong, having savored countless delicacies, acknowledged this skewer as the finest she had ever tasted. Crisp and refreshing, it was a culinary delight. However, Tang San and Dai Mubai refrained from indulging, their jealousy and pride evidently at play. Ultimately, Tang San partook as Xiao Wu threatened him, leaving him no choice but to comply. Soon, they finished their meal, and Oscar proclaimed, "This skewer is delicious, but it also enhances cultivation speed." The purple skewer consumed by Rongrong doubles her cultivation speed for 24 hours, while those of us having the white skewers gain a 10-fold increase. Ah! Shock etched across their faces. Zhu Qing and Ning Rongrong promptly settled into meditation, swiftly entering a state of cultivation, with the plump one and Oscar following suit. The remaining companions stood guard, aware that they were at the periphery of the Dou Forest, surrounded by so many soul masters. Vigilance was prudent. Before long, they rose, sharing a silent agreement. Their gazes were somewhat dazed, prompting Zhao Wujie to inquire, "What ails you? Speak." Ning Rongrong was the first to respond. "It's true. Our cultivation speed has indeed doubled." The others nodded in agreement, clearly sensing the enhancement in their training pace. Could he also be a food-type soul master? Zhao Wujie pondered, as anything related to soul masters was inherently connected to martial souls, suggesting a link to food-type martial souls. "Teacher Zhao, are you implying that these skewers are also soul skills?" Tang San, astonished yet composed, recalled the countless tomes he had perused in discussions with the master, never having encountered such a martial soul. Seeing Zhao Wujie nod, Tang San felt a flicker of doubt. Could he possess dual martial souls? In the end, Oscar procured more. Dai Mubai urged the group to hasten into the Dou Forest to focus on hunting spirit beasts. As Zhu Qing passed Jin Ling's stall, she softly greeted him. Jin Ling nodded, gently advising, "Be careful." His tender concern caused Zhu Qing's cheeks to flush, and 2 rosy spots appeared on her face. "Oh!" The plump one and Oscar simultaneously teased, one mimicking Jin Ling and the other portraying Zhu Qing. The plump one exclaimed, "Zhu Qing, stay safe." Oscar, feigning shyness with hands covering his face, acted bashfully. Their playful antics only deepened Zhu Qing's blush, rendering her cheeks akin to ripe peaches. However, the plump one and Oscar were soon quelled by an ominous aura, hastily silencing themselves and trailing behind Zhao Wujie, wary of speaking. The source of this hostility emanated from Dai Mubai at the rear, his sinister gaze tinged with red, fists clenched. He could scarcely fathom his fiancée engaging in flirtation with a stranger, which threatened his dignity as the Prince of Luo. Chapter 17. The proper initiation into the Dou Forest, the remaining 30 skewers were swiftly claimed by passing soul masters. After 100 skewers, the system ceased to provide more. Indeed, it was a 100-skewer BBQ system, limited to a single day. Once Jin Ling tidied up, he re-entered the Dou Forest. Strangely, the density of spirit beasts at the forest's edge appeared notably higher than when he first arrived. Having ventured barely a few hundred meters, he was beset by 4 ghost cats, one perched on the ground in the distance, while the others were situated on adjacent trees and within the thicket behind. Surrounded, Jin Ling did not regard the ghost cats as a significant threat. They were merely century-old spirit beasts, the oldest barely over 300 years. As the ghost cat behind transformed into a streak of black light, rapidly closing in on Jin Ling, he activated his martial soul. His physique, bolstered by the 100-year spirit beast's attributes, easily matched its speed. Just as the ghost cat was about to collide with Jin Ling's back, he swiftly pivoted and executed a sweeping kick, sending the ambushing ghost cat crashing back into the thicket. The three phantom cats launched an attack for both the front and the side, yet Jin Ling remained unperturbed. Seizing the opportunity, he executed a swift backward step, evading the assault of the trio, which pounced on the spot he had just vacated. At that moment, several beams of golden light enveloped them instantaneously. Following a resounding explosion, the three phantom cats lay lifeless. As Jin Ling activated his soul technique, the phantom cat that had been kicked away had already abandoned its companions and fled. After collecting the three phantom cats into his system space, Jin Ling continued on his journey. Along the way, he encountered a millennium soul beast and 3 century-old soul beasts, all of which he dispatched with ease. In the central area of the starred Dou Forest periphery, a colossal tree, standing for over 10,000 years, towered majestically. Its girth exceeded 2 meters, and its height reached into the heavens, rendering its top invisible to the eye. Within the tree, Jin Ling rested on a bench. Indeed, he had taken refuge in a hollow of this magnificent tree, marveling at its grandeur, and spent several hours crafting a modest abode within. Remarkably, less than 10 hours after selling skewers in the morning, he had amassed nearly 10 gift packages. What was going on? Zhang San, level 51 Soul King successfully promoted. Li Si, level 41 Soul Sect successfully promoted. Wang Er, level 31 Soul Master successfully promoted. Ma Zi, level 31 Soul Master successfully promoted. Ao Si Ka, level 31 Soul Master successfully promoted. Passerby, a level 61 Soul Emperor successfully promoted. Tang San, level 30 Great Soul Master successfully promoted. In total, there were 3 black, 3 purple, and 4 yellow gift packages. Jin Ling's excitement was palpable, and he couldn't help but praise himself. This was indeed the correct way to utilize the system. It was no wonder that he had the insight to sell here. As long as someone acquired soul rings, they would inevitably be promoted, and he would receive a gift package in return. Subsequently, Jin Ling opened all the gift packages in one go. Soul Ring Age, 11, 100 years. Soul Bone Age, 1,000 years. Golden Soul Coins, 33, 400. Rare Martial Soul Enhancement Cards, 2, a 30,000 year right arm soul bone, a 10,000 year left leg soul bone, a level 92 title law experience card, a 130-year soul beast physique, and 100 bottles of Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola? Jin Ling quickly retrieved a can from his system space. The familiar red can was instantly recognizable. Unable to resist, he downed it in one gulp, relishing the familiar sensation. Ecstasy washed over him. It was indescribably delightful. Coca-Cola instantly eliminates all negative effects. All negative effects. This was astonishing. It was well known that during battles, soul masters were often troubled by exhaustion and poison. Yet, a mere sip of his Coca-Cola could eradicate all such afflictions. Its power was simply incomprehensible. After finishing a can, Jin Ling fell into a deep slumber until midday. The soul power returned from the skewers he had sold the previous day had also been credited. He accumulated a total of 19 soul power points, alongside 1 purple and 1 yellow gift package. Host, Jin Ling Age, 12 years soul power. Level 16, 3148, Martial Soul. Golden Crocodile King, top tier, Tian and Divine tier, soul power value. 019 something was amiss. Jin Ling thought to himself, having sold 100 skewers, how could he have garnered such a paltry amount of soul power? System, if the host is not clever, perhaps consuming more brain-boosting foods would be beneficial. This is the soul beast forest. How many dare to cultivate continuously? Alas, the system had once again looked down on him. However, he mused, most individuals were preoccupied with obtaining soul rings, leaving little time for cultivation. Yet, Jin Ling did not see it as his fault. Instead, he defended his approach. Why couldn't they be like him, finding a grand tree to nestle within and cultivate diligently? With nothing pressing to attend to, Jin Ling enhanced his first soul skill by an additional 10,000 years. Now he could engage even a Millennium Soul beast head-on with his first soul skill, Golden Light Spike. Jin Ling was in no rush, for he knew he might remain here for an extended period. Today, he would rest first and sell the skewers in hand. He was on the verge of leveling up. 2 hours later, Jin Ling returned to the hollow of the tree. The 100 skewers he had prepared for the day sold out effortlessly, likely due to the skewers' extraordinary effects, attracting many soul masters who lingered at the spot where he had set up shop the previous day. What had once been a perilous area in the Dou Forest had transformed into a gathering place for soul masters. Groups of 3 to 5 were either training or conversing. Thus, over the course of 2 days, Jin Ling sold skewers in the morning and hunted soul beasts in the afternoon. The day before, he had encountered a newly emerged Millennium Soul beast and, after a prolonged struggle, successfully defeated it. To his astonishment, the black skewers remarkably enhanced cultivation speed tenfold. Slaying a Millennium Soul beast yielded 10 skewers. If one person consumed 10, it would equate to a 100-fold speed increase, potentially allowing someone to level up in a day. To prevent others from stealing his spotlight, Jin Ling imposed a slight limitation. Each person was restricted to purchasing 1 skewer. Currently, Jin Ling's soul power stood at level 17, 5,051. The rewards from these 2 days were bountiful, amassing more than 20 gift packages, including 5 black packages. He also acquired 2 ordinary title Douluo experience cards, and his physique had now reached the level of an 800-year soul beast. Even though Jin Ling had obtained numerous items, many remained unused and stored. As he hesitated to document them for fear of being accused of padding his narrative, even without utilizing soul power, Jin Ling felt confident in overcoming a typical Millennium Soul beast. Suddenly, a resounding crash jolted him awake. Startled, he sat up in bed, having just experienced a delightful dream. What was the commotion? After voicing his annoyance, Jin Ling hastened towards the source of the noise. Recalling that the Shrek team would be facing the Forest King, the Titan giant ape, it was the perfect opportunity to witness this encounter, especially since he possessed a title Douluo experience card to test his mettle. Before long, as Jin Ling arrived, he was taken aback. The Titan giant ape loomed before him, its massive physique reminiscent of a mountain, with its pupils resembling enormous lanterns. Its muscles bulged like boulders, exuding an aura of raw power. At that moment, the Shrek team was engaged in battle with it. Chapter 18. Battle with the Forest King in his martial soul, true form. Zhao Wuzheng strained to withstand the Titan giant ape's might, his expression one of distress. He could hardly believe such a formidable creature had appeared at the forest's edge. "Move by, hurry and lead them away," Zhao Wuzheng shouted urgently, his arms hanging limply at his sides. White Tiger's Radiant Wave. Dai Mubai unleashed another range soul technique at the Titan giant ape, while Tang San continuously activated his own soul skills, with blue silver grass relentlessly ensnaring the beast. Only Xiao Wu wore a perplexed expression. She had felt the most at ease with the Titan giant ape's arrival. Yet the creature launched a fierce offensive from the outset. After merely exchanging a punch with Zhao Wuzheng, the latter was injured. Had it not been for Xiao Wu's repeated signals to the Titan giant ape, the Shrek team's incessant attacks would have already provoked its ire. Unbeknownst to them, Tang San and the others continued to taunt the Titan giant ape. Tang San persistently ensnared the Titan giant ape's legs with his blue silver grass. Although this had no substantial effect on the colossal creature, it evoked an odd sensation. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing simultaneously leaped from a nearby tree, one to the left and the other to the right of the Titan giant ape, executing their most cherished techniques, yet their efforts bore no fruit. After their failed assault, they retreated back to the trees, awaiting another opportunity. Among them, Xiao Wu was particularly anxious, repeatedly attempting to voice her thoughts. Suddenly, several bone-piercing needles shot towards the Titan giant ape's eyes at cunning angles. The Titan giant ape seemed to sense the impending danger and instinctively closed its eyes. The needles struck the creature as if colliding with granite, unable to penetrate further, and fell to the ground. While ineffective, the Titan giant ape felt a slight sting on its eyelid, inciting its ire, which it expressed with a thunderous roar. A powerful gust swept through the area, prompting Tang San to secure the blue-silver grass to the surrounding trees, while the other strands ensnared his companions. However, Tang San felt no fear, instead. He found himself invigorated, exclaiming, "The weakness lies in its eyes." As the Titan giant ape steadied itself, Tang San maneuvered to position himself strategically. The mechanism of the Zhuge divine crossbow was silently primed. A flurry of silver light surged toward the creature's eyes, but this time, the Titan giant ape was prepared and closed its eyes just as the attack reached it. The air was filled with a series of crisp sounds, further aggravating the Titan giant ape, which retaliated with a powerful swipe aimed at Tang San. Zhao Wujin hastily summoned the last remnants of his soul power, transforming into his martial soul's true form. Dai Mubai also expended all his soul power to withstand the blow alongside Zhao Wujin. The Titan giant ape, a true king of the forest, unleashed its formidable strength, shattering Zhao Wujin's martial soul form with ease. The ground bore a massive indentation, and Zhao Wujin, absorbing the brunt of the damage, felt compelled to rise, only to cough up a mouthful of blood. Tang San and Dai Mubai's faces were ashen. That strike had brought them perilously close to death. Xiao Wu, perplexed by the Titan giant ape's sudden ferocity, propelled herself toward the creature using the trees. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing, mistaking Xiao Wu's intent for an assault, followed suit. Upon spotting Xiao Wu, the Titan giant ape seized her in its grip, and before she could utter a word, it sensed another bothersome presence. With a swift motion, it aimed a strike at Zhu Zhuqing. "No!" Xiao Wu cried out desperately, attempting to intervene, but it was too late. The mighty hand was already descending upon Zhu Zhuqing. Her expression remained stoic as she muttered, "Is this the end?" Zhao Wujin and the others, drained of strength, could only watch helplessly as Zhu Zhuqing faced her demise, while they believed Xiao Wu, held captive by the Titan giant ape, would share a similar fate. Meanwhile, Jin Ling, who had been observing from a distance, donned a black mask adorned with exquisite patterns, exuding an air of mystery and nobility. He activated a level 90 experience card, and with 9 soul rings pulsating in rhythm, he swiftly arrived beside Zhu Zhuqing, pulling her behind him as he struck out. The Golden Crocodile King, being a power-type martial soul, was naturally unperturbed by the Titan giant ape's might. Following their clash, the Titan giant ape was pushed back several steps, while Jin Ling returned to the ground, cradling the unconscious Zhu Zhuqing. The immense soul pressure generated by their combined powers was beyond what a single high-level soul master like Zhu Zhuqing could withstand. Had Jin Ling not shielded her with his soul power, she would have been instantly overwhelmed. The Shrek members, witnessing the 9-ringed Jin Ling, felt a flicker of hope reignite within them. Tang San rose from the ground and called out, "Senior, could you assist me in saving another girl?" Dai Mubai staggered over, his voice faint, stripped of the earlier arrogance he had displayed upon meeting Jin Ling Sr. "The girl in your arms is my fiancée. May I take her?" This revelation left Zhao Wujin and the others with peculiar expressions, while the fatty and Oscar finally comprehended the odd behavior Dai Mubai had exhibited during this period. Realizing he had not once indulged in frivolous pursuits, Jin Ling ignored their remarks, and the last crimson soul ring on his person expanded rapidly, sending a powerful wave of soul energy that knocked the Shrek members off their feet. His title Douluo experience card would last for 10 minutes, providing him the perfect opportunity to test the Titan giant ape's true strength. Ascending into the air, Jin Ling fixed his gaze on the retreating creature. While others might have missed it, Jin Ling distinctly saw Xiao Wu speaking in the Titan giant ape's grasp. After a moment of hesitation, the Titan giant ape, feeling provoked by Jin Ling's presence, unleashed a furious roar. With a sudden motion, it struck its chest with the arm that held Xiao Wu. A crimson aura began to swirl around it, reminiscent of a volcanic eruption, with molten lava coursing through its massive form. So this is its true power. Having reached 100,000 years, Jin Ling sensed the pressure emanating from the Titan giant ape. An ancient species of such formidable strength was to be expected. However, Jin Ling remained unhurried, allowing the golden soul power around him to dissipate, and from his palm, a blood-red dagger materialized with remarkable speed. This was his second martial soul, an untapped divine-level weapon, the Heavenly Inquiry. As Jin Ling channeled his soul power, the Heavenly Inquiry sword grew in size, exuding a pressure that compelled the Titan giant ape to submit. Xiao Wu gazed in astonishment at the divine sword hovering above, feeling her very soul tremble. The members of Shrek behind her shared the same sensation, collapsing to the ground, utterly subdued. Satisfied, Jin Ling gripped the heavenly inquiry and projected his soul power towards the Titan giant ape. Receive this strike, and you may depart. The Titan giant ape's pupils constricted. Upon witnessing the emergence of Jin Ling's sword, it instinctively sought to flee. Such overwhelming might could perhaps only be matched by the azure bull python residing in the Star Lake. Yet, for the sake of its pride, the Titan giant ape chose not to retreat, but to confront Jin Ling head-on. Jin Ling smiled and declared very well, as a crimson sword aura cleaved through the sky. The very fabric of the world was painted in shades of red, the heavens transforming into a blood-red expanse. The Titan giant ape did not underestimate the situation. It concentrated its entire soul power into its fists, springing off the ground to meet the oncoming sword aura. The collision of the blood-red sword aura and the Titan giant ape's soul-powered fist sent shockwaves rippling outward, reducing the surrounding trees to splinters. Moments later, the sword aura showed no signs of waning, while the Titan giant ape's fist began to bleed. As the king of the forest, the Titan giant ape had not sustained injury in a long time. It had never anticipated that this human martial soul would be so formidable. And despite exerting its utmost effort, it could not withstand a casual strike from its opponent. Realizing it could not endure any longer, the Titan giant ape hastily leapt away, cautious of the additional risk posed by holding Xie Yue captive. After witnessing the Titan giant ape sprinting into the distance, Jin Ling retracted his spiritual power, causing the blood-red sword aura to dissipate. Chapter 19. The two monarchs of the Dou Forest observing the disheveled state of the Shrek team. Jin Ling shook his head and swiftly departed with Zhu Zhuqing. Dai Mubai, lying on the ground, glared at their retreating figures, filled with frustration, and struck the earth with his fist. Damn it! Tang San, unsteadily rising to his feet, felt the Xiantian skill within him continuously working to mend his body. He called out in a low voice for Xie Yue as he gazed in the direction the Titan giant ape had vanished. Oscar and the fatty hurried over to assist the others out of the pit. Simultaneously, Oscar employed his martial soul to rapidly create a few recovery sausages, distributing them to the group. Minutes later, Tang San and the others could barely move. The Titan giant ape's power was overwhelming, leaving them trembling. Resigned, they sat down to gradually recover their spiritual power. Tang San was the first to regain consciousness. He had no intention of resting and painfully stood up to approach Oscar. Xiao Ao, give me a flying mushroom sausage. Meanwhile, Jin Ling returned to the tree hollow he had crafted with Zhu Zhuqing. On the way back, the effect of his title Douluo experience card had not yet expired, allowing him to eliminate all the spirit beasts drawn to him and store them within his system, including several 10,000-year and 1,000-year spirit beasts, dozens in total. Observing Zhu Zhuqing lying on his bed, Jin Ling gently adjusted the stray hair from her forehead. The world was indeed unfair. Bound by an arranged marriage since childhood, she had become a princess, yet also a harbinger of doom. Was it truly worth it to seek refuge with Dai Mubai? Jin Ling sighed. He did not wish for such a good girl to be mistreated by him. Within the inner circle of the Dou Forest, the majestic Titan giant ape continued to run, its spiritual aura completely in disarray. Blood trickling from its mouth and one of its fists. In its other hand, a pink-haired girl awakened from unconsciousness. Rising, she chastised the Titan giant ape, saying, Ming, those are my companions. Why did you have to harm them? Suddenly, Xie Yue fell silent, noticing the injuries on the Titan giant ape, its eyes lacking their usual brilliance. What happened to you, Ming? She asked, anxiously clutching its wrist. The Titan giant ape let out a low growl, feeling somewhat wronged. It then found a spacious area to sit down, gently placing Xie Yue onto the ground. Its deep voice resonated, Sister Xie Yue. The title Douluo you encountered earlier is incredibly powerful. Even in tandem with Deming, we may not be able to defeat him. You have already revealed your presence to him. He must have realized you are a transformed 100,000-year spirit beast. Come back with me to the Star Lake. Hesitating at Ming's words, Xie Yue reflected on her years spent with Tang San, realizing that the feelings she had experienced were precisely what her mother had always urged her to seek. Ming, I must return. My companions are there, she declared resolutely, gazing earnestly at the Titan giant ape. With a resigned growl, the Titan giant ape said, Sister Xie Yue, were you not curious why I harbor animosity towards those humans? Xiao Wu nodded in confusion. Because in your region, many low-level spirit beasts are continuously hunted. Thus, when I sensed a human soul sage among you, I naturally sought to avenge them. After pondering, Xiao Wu realized she had not witnessed anyone hunting spirit beasts. As for Zhao Wujing, that was out of the question since they had always acted together, never separating. Ultimately, Xiao Wu bid farewell to Ming and sprinted towards the direction of the Shrek team. Star Lake. Upon returning to the lakeside, the Titan giant ape frantically scooped water with both hands, drinking deeply. Suddenly, from the center of the lake, a massive creature resembling a bull-headed python emerged. It was the emperor of the Star Dou Great Forest, the Tianqing bull python, possessing nearly 200,000 years of cultivation. Amidst the oppressive aura, a concerned voice resonated. Ming, what has happened? The Titan giant ape forced a bitter smile, replying, Brother, I just met Sister Xiao Wu, but I was injured by a human titled Douluo. He is formidable. A human titled Douluo? Could it be the one who hunted our mother? The eyes of the Tianqing bull python turned a faint red. Shaking its head, the Titan giant ape clarified, No, his cultivation is not high, but he wields a blood-red, long, sword martial soul, of such quality that even I feel a sense of submission. Indeed, the entire continent was poised for upheaval. No wonder the power of heaven and earth in Star Lake had intensified significantly. As for the fate of the Star Dou Great Forest in an era dominated by powerful humans, what would become of it? The next morning, as dawn broke, a languid voice emerged from the tree hollow. Zhu Zhuqing opened her eyes and abruptly sat up. Where am I? Surveying the unfamiliar surroundings, she fell into recollection, remembering only that the Titan giant ape was about to crush her when a golden figure intervened, enveloping her in its embrace. That figure felt strangely familiar, but before she could ponder further, she lost consciousness. Beside her bed stood a simple wooden table, where Jin Ling lay asleep, perhaps uncomfortable in his slumber. He turned his face to the other side. Zhu Zhuqing, noticing this, cautiously leaned closer, and to her surprise, it was him. A smile broke across Zhu Zhuqing's face as she beheld his golden hair and striking features, the very person she had longed to see. Gazing at Jin Ling, she experienced a fleeting sense of home. After gazing dreamily for a while, she finally rose to stretch her limbs. Aside from a slight headache, she felt no other discomfort. Zhu Zhuqing first assessed her physical condition, then gently touched the wall around her. Wooden? How can the walls be so sturdy? Where exactly is this place? Sensing the movement nearby, Jin Ling stretched and opened his drowsy eyes. Upon seeing Zhu Zhuqing awake, he greeted her, Good morning. Zhu Zhuqing's cheeks flushed slightly as she nodded. Hesitating to speak, Jin Ling rubbed his eyes and remarked, This table is a bit hard. I didn't sleep well. Zhu Zhuqing's response was barely audible. Jin Ling chuckled and said, You need not be so reserved. I am about your age, and perhaps we could become good friends. His calm and friendly tone proved effective. Zhu Zhuqing finally spoke. Thank you for saving me. Jin Ling waved his hand dismissively, replying, No need for thanks. As I said, you are too beautiful to perish. At this, Zhu Zhuqing's expression grew bashful. Her gaze lowered as she pondered silently. Jin Ling, unconcerned, recounted the events of the previous night. He cleverly sidestepped mentioning the title Douluo who had saved Zhu Zhuqing by referring to him as an elder. He also shared the news about the Shrek team accompanying Tang San to rescue Xiao Wu. Upon hearing that Jin Ling had not mentioned the Shrek team's search for her, Zhu Zhuqing felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. She could not fathom that, despite facing danger, she had not received the same treatment as Xiao Wu. It is not entirely surprising that Shrek's members did not consider Zhu Zhuqing. The oppressive aura exerted by Jin Ling when using the heavenly inquiry rendered them devoid of courage to pursue her. Furthermore, Zhu Zhuqing was taken by a human, whereas Xiao Wu was seized by a soul beast, a fate fraught with peril. As for Dai Mubai, he displayed arrogance in public, but did not dare to mention rescuing Zhu Zhuqing, seemingly wishing to sever ties with her. Noticing Zhu Zhuqing's troubled expression, Jin Ling produced a bottle of soda and opened it for her. Do not dwell on it for now. Drink this, and you will swiftly regain your peak condition. Zhu Zhuqing accepted the soda, taking a tentative sip. The refreshing, dark brown liquid invigorated her, instantly elevating her spirits. In the next moment, her eyes sparkled with amazement as she gazed at the soda in her hand. Chapter 20. The past of Zhu Zhuqing. Upon witnessing Zhu Zhuqing's recovery, Jin Ling remarked. You are now back to your optimal state. Your friends should still be in the Dou Forest. You may go find them. With that, Jin Ling opened the door to the tree hollow, crafted from a layer of massive bark, smooth and pale on the inside, resembling the tree's exterior. After Jin Ling's adjustments, the tree hollow appeared harmonious. Zhu Zhuqing shook her head and asked, "May I stay?" Jin Ling, taken aback, had indeed wanted to converse with her when she first awakened. But seeing her innocent demeanor, he hesitated to keep her. He did not wish to be that opportunistic figure. After a brief silence, Jin Ling inquired, "Are you truly willing to remain here? I plan to stay for an extended period." Zhu Zhuqing forced a sorrowful smile, seemingly lost in memories. "I am from the Luo Empire, a member of the royal family, yet fate has dictated my life from birth. My fiancé is the second prince of Luo, but he is merely a coward who abandoned both his responsibilities and me. In pursuit of an explanation, I desperately fled from that man-eating family." However, Jin Ling sensed the tremor in her voice and sat beside her, gently pulling her into his embrace. Tears streamed down Zhu Zhuqing's cheeks as she struggled to continue. "But when I saw him, he was daily entangled in the arms of others, reveling in the pleasures of the world, turning hotels into his garden of delights, as if his debauchery were a badge of honor." Jin Ling, unsure how to comfort her, retrieved a handkerchief from his star-picking ring and wiped her tears. Suddenly, Zhu Zhuqing lifted her head, looking intently at Jin Ling. "Do you know, since I met you, I have truly felt the warmth of someone's care, a sensation I have never experienced in my life." Jin Ling gently patted her shoulder, reassuringly stating, "Let the past remain in the past. While I cannot fully comprehend your experiences, I can empathize. If you choose to trust me, I will help pave your path forward. Pursue what you desire. No one can compel you otherwise." His words, though few, etched deeply into her soul, illuminating her like a beacon, warm and pure. Thus, the two embraced for a considerable time, and Zhu Zhuqing resolved never to return to Shrek. On the outskirts of the Dou Forest, at the place where Jin Ling had set up his stall, Shrek's members were searching for Zhu Zhuqing. "Boss Dai, should we return to the Dou Forest to look for her?" The chubby one, aware of Dai Mubai's discontent, cautiously sought his opinion. Dai Mubai's expression did not betray excessive sorrow. He appeared somewhat dejected as he glanced at the chubby one and said to Zhao Wujin, "Teacher Zhao, let's head back. I cannot allow my personal matters to endanger everyone, especially with the presence of the Titan Great Ape." At the mention of the Titan Great Ape, fear spread across their faces. Ultimately, they decided to return, awaiting a plan from Dean Flender to deliberate further. Within the tree, Jin Ling led Zhu Zhuqing out of the hollow, both making their way towards the Dou Forest's edge. Jin Ling intended to set up his stall, and Zhu Zhuqing wished to accompany him. Upon arrival, he was immediately surrounded by numerous soul masters. Little brother, do you have black skewers today?" "Indeed. The black skewers are astonishing, boosting speed tenfold. It's terrifying." Jin Ling smiled and replied, "Everyone, please be patient and line up. I have 10 skewers available today. First come, first served." Before he could finish, all the soul masters, from ordinary ones to soul emperors and soul saints, formed an orderly line. Zhu Zhuqing's normally cold visage softened into a smile as she hurried to Jin Ling's side, eager to assist him. Amid his busyness, Jin Ling suggested, "It's not too hectic. Why don't you rest for a moment? Once they're grilled, I will serve you first." However, Zhu Zhuqing did not leave. Instead, she stood beside him, mimicking his actions, brushing sauce onto the skewers and sprinkling seasoning. Her slender, agile fingers moved deftly. Being a clever girl, she learned quickly, allowing Jin Ling to grill all 100 skewers. In no time, thanks to their collaboration, they produced 10 black skewers, 40 purple skewers, and 50 white-yellow skewers. Although there were still 4 or 5 10,000-year-old beasts in his system space, Jin Ling refrained from extracting them all, recognizing his current capabilities were insufficient for such hunts. He entirely disregarded the option of using the Title Douluo experience card. His goals extended beyond merely hunting soul beasts and selling skewers to enhance his cultivation. The foremost was to hone his combat skills. Jin Ling first handed a black skewer and 9 purple skewers to Zhu Zhuqing. The reason he did not give her all the black skewers was evident from the longing gazes of those waiting in line, who seemed poised to overpower her with mere looks should he have done so. Zhu Zhuqing gazed at the array of skewers before her, feeling elated not merely because of their variety, but because of Jin Ling as consideration for her. A quarter of an hour later, Jin Ling sold the last skewer and tidied up the grill. Zhu Zhuqing savored her food slowly and elegantly, taking small bites, unlike others who devoured their meals ravenously. In that span, she consumed only 5 skewers, leaving the black skewer untouched. When Jin Ling approached, she offered him the black skewer, saying, "I'm full. You should eat some as well." Jin Ling chuckled. "Zhuqing, may I call you that?" Upon her nod, he continued, "These skewers are set aside for you. Hurry and eat. They hold no value for me." Not that they were worthless, but Jin Ling had no intention of cultivating at that moment. Nevertheless, Zhu Zhuqing was resolute. "If you don't eat, then I won't either." She crossed her arms, turning her head away, clearly indicating her displeasure. Jin Ling gently stroked her head, saying softly, all right, I will eat, but I want another skewer." With that, he took a purple skewer and clinked it against the skewer in Zhu Zhuqing's hand. "Cheers!" he exclaimed. "How'd I not think of that?" Jin Ling smacked his thigh. Having neglected to bring Coca-Cola for her, Jin Ling felt a pang of guilt. After a moment, he quickly retrieved 2 bottles, opened one, and handed it to Zhu Zhuqing. The two clinked their drinks together, celebrating the perfect pairing of grilled skewers and soda. A handsome man and a beautiful woman, a match made in heaven. Chapter 21. Blood Red Raven. Just as they were about to leave, a shadowy figure appeared before them. Clad in black, with a hood obscuring his features, the man emanated a powerful aura, surrounded by 8 swirling soul rings of yellow, purple, and black, instilling fear in those nearby. "Are you the one selling skewers that accelerate cultivation?" he inquired, stepping closer to Jin Ling. Although uncertain of the man's identity, Jin Ling nodded in acknowledgement. In an instant, the black-clad figure lunged at Jin Ling with astonishing speed. Jin Ling instinctively shielded Zhu Zhuqing, gripping the level 91 Tidal Law experience card tightly in his hand. "Stop!" 2 imposing figures emerged behind him, both soul saints, their martial spirits manifesting as towering giant apes. Although the black-clad man was a soul Douluo, he was swiftly sent flying by the brothers' overwhelming strength. "Are you all right, little brother?" they asked in unison, their gazes fixed on Jin Ling. He shook his head, replying, "I'm fine. Fortunately, you arrived just in time." The 2 were Jin Ling's first customers from his stall. Having conversed with them earlier, he learned they were brothers with vibrant personalities, Yang Pengsheng, the elder, and Yang Wanli, the younger. During Jin Ling's recent forays into selling skewers, many soul masters had sought his extraordinary creations, but the brothers had always been there to fend them off. Being rogue cultivators, they had remained in the Dou Forest to enhance their powers with Jin Ling's skewers. Regaining his composure, the black-clad man unleashed a surge of soul power. "You 2 soul saints dare to challenge me?" Yang Wanli scoffed. "As a soul Douluo, bullying a child? Even if we exhaust ourselves, we'll ensure you meet your end." Furious, the black-clad man decided to unleash his full power, activating his 7th soul ring. Martial Spirit True Form, Blood Red Raven. Martial Spirit True Form, Diamond Ape. As their martial spirits manifested, the onlookers, mostly lower-ranked soul masters, scattered for safety, unable to withstand the impending clash. Jin Ling quickly pulled Zhu Zhuqing aside. Yang Pengsheng, boasting a soul power of around level 78, stood tall as his diamond ape form loomed at nearly 10 meters high, ready to face the blood-red raven head-on. Though the black-clad man possessed level 85 soul power, his strength was comparable to Yang Pengsheng's. They exchanged blows, the black-clad man struggling against the brothers, particularly as Yang Wanli exploited every distraction, attacking the raven's wings and tail without honor. Their synergy proved formidable, leaving the black-clad man on the defensive. "You seek death. 8th soul skill, Deathly Sound." The blood-red raven screeched, sending crimson sound wave cascading towards the brothers. 4th soul skill, Ape's Heavy Punch. The brothers struck out simultaneously, their fists colliding with the sound waves, which merely rippled and passed by, unscathed. As the red sound waves approached their heads, they abruptly halted, ensnaring the brothers in a trance, their expressions darkening. Their minds were engulfed in a blood-red realm filled with skulls and wailing spirits, echoing cries of "Return my life." Noticing the black-clad man's 6th soul ring beginning to vibrate, Jin Ling called out, "Stop. I'll go with you." Zhu Zhuqing urgently grasped his arm, exclaiming, "Jin Ling, you must flee." Turning to her, Jin Ling reassured. It's fine. Trust me. Wait for my return. He patted her hand gently, exuding confidence. Though Zhu Zhuqing reluctantly released her grip, her worry deepened. The black-clad man shot Jin Ling a glare. You think I don't realize you're trying to buy time for those two fools to wake? I'll tell you this. Unless you possess the mental fortitude of a titled Douluo, they won't regain consciousness anytime soon. Jin Ling shook his head. Even if your skill is potent, I surmise your remaining attacks won't be sufficient to kill the Yang brothers. Save your energy. I assure you, I'll go willingly. The black-clad man pondered this. His offensive capabilities were indeed limited. Should he fail to incapacitate the brothers, he might find himself ensnared. Fine, I'll trust you this once. With that, he swiftly approached Jin Ling, seizing him and soaring into the depths of the Dou Forest. Once inside, a wave of elation washed over the black-clad man. Having fortuitously acquired an exceptional 8th soul ring, his fortunes had soared. He thrived on chaos, his crimes numerous. Even ordinary folk who displeased him rarely survived. The Spirit Hall had dispatched numerous soldats to apprehend him, yet he had evaded capture, primarily due to his 8th soul skill. Gazing at Jin Ling, the black-clad man thought, fate truly favors me. This 8th soul skill ensures my safety, and now I have a cultivation artifact delivered right to me. If this boy provides me skewers daily, within a year, I shall ascend to the ranks of titled Douluo, and then the Spirit Hall will be powerless against me. Suddenly, he erupted into laughter. Jin Ling's cold voice pierced through. Are you pleased? Have you realized you're destined for the afterlife? The black-clad man, stunned, stared at Jin Ling, bewildered as to whether the boy was courting death. Abruptly, he found himself ensnared by a blood-red soul force, unable to utilize his martial spirit. He plummeted towards the ground as Jin Ling floated effortlessly above. Not far into the Dou Forest, Jin Ling activated the titled Douluo experience card, deliberately choosing this secluded spot to conceal his newfound power. The black-clad man, gazing up at Jin Ling, felt an overwhelming wave of terror wash over him. A titled Douluo? How is this possible? With the blood-red Tian spinning around him, Jin Ling's power surged, expanding rapidly. Imperial sword, blood-red blade. Bored, Jin Ling regarded the black-clad man, stating, in your next life, strive to be a good person. With a single stroke, darkness enveloped the sky, and the demon gods fell. In just a minute after Jin Ling vanquished the black-clad man, the Yang brothers regained consciousness, their expressions revealing regret as they realized they had failed to intervene. I believe in him, Zhu Zhuqing declared, stepping toward the brothers. The brothers looked at the beautiful girl before them, urgency in their voices. Who are you to our little brother? Could you contact his family? The infamous figure in black. Just as those words were spoken, a lifeless body clad in black fell before the three. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than the black-clad man from earlier. Dead? The astonishment of the three was mirrored by the terror of onlookers in the distance. Such a prominent-souled Douluo had perished just like that. Suddenly, a masked figure named Jin Ling appeared in the sky, capturing the attention of the crowd. Without uttering a word, 9 soul rings gradually manifested around him, particularly the final red ring emanating a pressure that inspired both envy and fear among many. Jin Ling then performed a series of sword flourishes in the air, sending waves of sword energy cascading toward the ground. Just as Zhu Zhuqing was about to speak, she was whisked away by Jin Ling, along with the 2 brothers. Yang Pengcheng. On the ground, a few large characters emerged. Beware of those who roast skewers. Death. The final character, Death, was surrounded by swirling blood-colored soul power, making it appear as if it were inscribed in blood. The distant onlookers were left with a choice, to submit or to tremble in fear. In the forest, Jin Ling led Zhu Zhuqing toward the direction of a tree hollow, with the Yang brothers following closely behind. Within mere minutes, they returned to the tree hollow, taking advantage of the remaining time on the titled Douluo experience card. Jin Ling scoured the vicinity for all 10,000-year-soul beasts, ultimately acquiring 3 more. Upon his return to the tree hollow, Zhu Zhuqing and the others awaited him, perhaps due to the presence of the Yang brothers. Zhu Zhuqing refrained from revealing the existence of the tree hollow and instead chose to wait with them. Senior, did you summon us for a specific purpose? Yang Wanli was the first to break the silence. Jin Ling chuckled and replied, no need for such formality. You two needn't call me senior. With that, he removed his mask, revealing an exceptionally youthful face. Jin Ling. The trio was taken aback their minds flooded with questions. Jin Ling was a title Douluo? Yang Wanli rubbed his eyes and cautiously approached Jin Ling, incredulously asking, "You are a title Douluo?" Jin Ling shook his head, teasingly replying, "Have you ever seen such a young title Douluo? This is merely temporary. I possess some special abilities that allow me to forcibly elevate my status to that of a title Douluo, but it lasts only a short while." No wonder. Yang Pengcheng realized, it finally dawned on him why Jin Ling dared to venture alone into the Dou Forest. Even without the presence of elders with this ability, he would likely encounter little trouble here. This realization elevated Jin Ling's background far beyond their imagination. Based solely on this ability, even the enigmatic Spirit Hall would struggle to match him. Zhu Yuqing looked at Jin Ling with a mix of concern and gratitude. No one could fathom how terrified she felt when Jin Ling entered the forest alone with the man in black. Despite her choice to trust him, the anxiety weighed heavily on her heart. "It's all right. See, I'm perfectly fine now." Jin Ling comforted her and gently embraced her. Yang Wanli chuckled. "Jin Ling, little brother, you didn't summon us just to show off your affection, did you?" Zhu Yuqing's cheeks flushed as she hurriedly buried her head against Jin Ling's chest. Yang jested. "You joking, right? You brought us here for something important." Jin Ling retrieved 2 soul bones from his system space, one a 10,000-year left arm bone and the other a 10,000-year left leg bone. The moment the soul bones were revealed, they radiated a rich wave of soul power. The young brothers' eyes widened. Soul bones were incredibly rare, and any soul master would immediately absorb them upon acquisition. Jin Ling's casual presentation of 2 10,000-year soul bones was something even the top 3 sects would find difficult to accomplish. Jin Ling generously offered the soul bones to the brothers, who stared at them in disbelief. "Little brother, what is this?" Yang Pengcheng was the first to regain his composure, asking, "They are a gift for you," Jin Ling clarified, then added, "As a token of gratitude for your righteous assistance, consider these soul bones as compensation." Yang Wanli let out a hearty laugh and returned the soul bones, declaring, "We helped you out a sense of justice, and your skewers are both delicious and remarkably effective. We brothers wouldn't dream of letting you come harm. As for the soul bones, they are far too precious. Please take them back." Yang Pengcheng similarly returned the soul bone, stating, "Indeed, we didn't contribute much. We cannot accept these." The brothers were genuine in their refusal, which was precisely why Jin Ling had chosen to present the soul bones to them. He appreciated individuals who were honest, principled, and gifted. Despite both brothers being soul saints, they were still relatively young. As they mentioned, Yang Pengcheng was only 36, and Yang Wanli was 35. Their talent was on par with the legendary Haotian twin stars, and their martial spirits were astonishing. Golden Giant Ape, a top-tier martial spirit, rivaling the Haotian Hammer, and Jin Ling's Golden Crocodile, King martial spirit in quality. Jin Ling returned the soul bones, earnestly stating, "Please do not decline. I also wish to seek your opinions on something. I intend to establish my own force, to be named Tianwen. I hope you will join me. Of course, even if you do not, these soul bones will still belong to you." Upon hearing this, the brothers exchanged glances, seemingly reaching a consensus. "We agree to join. We shall follow your lead, little brother Jin Ling." After all, as wandering cultivators, they would eventually need to ally with a powerful force to obtain stronger soul rings, and joining Tianwen appealed to them beyond just the soul bones. They also sensed that Jin Ling was extraordinary. Excellent. Jin Ling promptly produced 4 bottles of cola, opening one before them. The reason for opening it in front of them was to demonstrate how it was done. Otherwise, Jin Ling felt it would be odd to open them one by one. "Welcome to the team. Today, we shall celebrate with cola instead of wine." With that, Jin Ling gulped down the beverage, and Zhu Yuqing followed suit. Initially, the young brothers hesitated to try the unfamiliar cola, but eventually, they took a small sip. The next moment, there was no shock, only the sound of enthusiastic gulping. By the end, they had crushed their cans, leaving no trace of liquid behind. Just as the brothers were about to inquire if there was more, Jin Ling quickly interrupted, saying, "During this time, focus on your training here with me. I will provide you with a portion of skewers daily." The two responded in unison, agreeing. As for how to address him, Jin Ling simply stated, "From now on, call me young master. I will continue to address you as Brother Yang and Brother Air." After a few brief words, he turned to Zhu Yuqing, saying, "Let us return to the tree hollow to rest." The Yang brothers stood nearby, and Zhu Yuqing, feeling somewhat shy, could only nod gently. The tree hollow crafted by Jin Ling was over 3 meters high. As the two brothers jumped up one after the other, they suddenly froze, still clutching the soul bones and grinning foolishly. Brother, did they just enter the tree? Yang Wanli asked uncertainly. I saw it too. They indeed went inside. Came Jin Ling's voice from within the tree hollow. Pingqing, Wanli, there is space above 10 meters. Feel free to build simple rooms as you see fit. Brother, what does this mean? Yang Wanli was somewhat puzzled. The two brothers remain single to this day, yet Yang Pengqing exhibits a certain steadiness, as if he has come to a realization. He remarks, what the young master implies is that if we take a break, we can create a tree hollow similar to his at a height exceeding 10 meters. Otherwise, we can simply pitch a tent beneath the tree. No Dijing Yang Wanli S Lingering Zhonfuxian. Yang Pengqing promptly leaps to around 15 meters and begins to fashion the tree hollow. Meanwhile, Yang Wanli remains below, pondering, why must it be over 10 meters? Can't we construct it at 6 or 7 meters? Chapter 23. Zhu Zhuqing and Meng Iran throughout the afternoon. The two brothers diligently construct their tree hollow abodes. Whether it is due to the presence of the soul bone or not, they appear particularly invigorated. Inside the tree hollow, Jin Ling is soundly asleep, while Zhu Zhuqing diligently engages in her cultivation. Thanks to consuming 10 skewers of grilled meat, her cultivation speed has increased 16-fold. As dusk approaches, Zhu Zhuqing breaks through to the 28th level of soul power. When Jin Ling emerges from the tree hollow, waves of soul power continuously emanate from the towering 15-meter tree. It appears that the brothers have begun to absorb the soul bone. Zhuqing, I intend to hunt soul beasts. Will you continue to cultivate or join me? Zhu Zhuqing, without hesitation, replies, I wish to accompany you. As she speaks, her cheeks flush slightly, prompting Jin Ling to playfully pinch her two perky cat ears. Jin Ling first circles within a 3-kilometer radius of the large tree. The 10,000-year soul beasts are virtually non-existent, while he encounters 3,000-year soul beasts, all of which he dispatches with ease. As for the 100-year soul beasts, Jin Ling generally refrains from hunting them unless they initiate an attack. After 2 hours, the duo has successfully hunted over a dozen soul beasts. Observing Jin Ling leading the way, Zhu Zhuqing's thoughts drift. He is truly formidable. Despite being merely a one-ring soul master, he can effortlessly annihilate 1,000-year soul beasts. Suddenly, the proud figure of Dai Mubai flashes through her mind. The disparity is staggering. It is akin to a 5,000-year soul beast confronting a 500-year soul beast, effortlessly overpowering it. And yet the 5,000-year soul beast only managed to withstand 2 moves from Jin Ling unbeknownst to Zhu Zhuqing. As Jin Ling forges ahead, he is also thinking of her. System, can the age of the soul ring be utilized by others? The system replies, naturally. Soul beast traits can only be used by the host. Jin Ling, impressed by the system's efficiency, suddenly halts and turns around, causing Zhu Zhuqing, lost in thought, to collide directly into his embrace. What happened? Zhu Zhuqing asks, rubbing her forehead. The unexpected contact sends her heart racing, as Jin Ling takes her hand and says, let's talk while we walk. Zhu Zhuqing allows him to guide her, feeling the warmth and security of his grip. Zhuqing, what are the ages of your first and second soul rings? After a moment of reflection, Zhu Zhuqing responds, my first soul ring is that of a 300-year-old ghost cat, and my second is from a 600-year-old 9-tailed raccoon. Jin Ling nods, noting the decent quality of the soul beasts, though their ages are somewhat lacking. However, I can assist in elevating the age of your first and second soul rings. Elevate their ages? How is that possible? Zhu Zhuqing is taken aback, yet she finds herself willing to trust the man before her. Jin Ling smiles and explains, naturally, raising their ages comes at a cost, but you must promise me to keep this matter secret. With that, he places his hand atop Zhu Zhuqing's head, and a surge of soul power flows from his palm into her body. The ghost cat martial spirit automatically manifests, and 2 yellow soul rings pulse rhythmically. As the external soul power enters the 2 rings, they tremble and expand. Moments later, 2 yellow rings with a hint of purple stabilize around Zhu Zhuqing. Jin Ling reassures her, all done. Your 2 soul rings now boast an age of 999 years. And the soul power required to utilize your soul skills remains unchanged. Jin Ling distinctly feels Zhu Zhuqing's hand tremble slightly. Tears glisten in her eyes. Earlier, Jin Ling had bestowed upon her a 30,000-year soul bone, and now he has upgraded her soul rings. She wonders what price he may have to pay for employing such extraordinary methods. As for why Jin Ling did not elevate Zhu Zhuqing's soul rings to 1,000 years or even 10,000, it is, of course, for her safety. One must remember that when Tang San achieved his 10,000-year fourth ring, many sought to eliminate him. Should a 10,000-year first ring arise, the risk of being captured for dissection and study would be all too real. Jin Ling, look over there. Zhu Zhuqing, no longer content to let Jin Ling lead, takes the initiative to scout ahead. While perched atop a large tree, she catches sight of a lengthy creature in the distance. It's a mystic water snake. Someone is battling it. Let's take a closer look. The mystic water snake stretches over 10 meters in length, its body a shimmering azure, adorned with countless irregular spikes, indicating it has reached the 10,000-year level. Engaged in combat with the mystic water snake is an elderly woman, her hair gray, wielding a serpent staff. Beside her stands a young maiden in a form-fitting lavender outfit, who gazes on with evident concern. As Jin Ling approaches, the young maiden, too, brandishes a serpent staff and, with an air of arrogance, calls out, "Who are you?" Upon recognizing Meng Iran, Jin Ling recalls her as the Na'vi girl who had previously lost her soul rings to Tang San and had sought his affection. The elderly woman battling the mystic water snake is, of course, Meng Iran's grandmother, the snake matriarch. Jin Ling observes the unfolding battle and reassures, "We are merely here for forest training. There is no need for alarm." Meng Iran, skeptical of their claim, notes the purple third ring on her serpent staff, allowing her to relax slightly. Yet, she keeps her staff trained on Jin Ling and Zhu Zhuqing, remaining vigilant. Suddenly, her gaze falls upon Zhu Zhuqing, and she questions, "Aren't you the one who was with Tang San?" Zhu Zhuqing coldly nods, no longer wishing to discuss Tang San or his associates, her expression reflecting her displeasure. However, this response appears as a provocation in Meng Iran's eyes. Having already endured 2 defeats at Tang San's hands, she now, with her third ring, seeks an opportunity for vengeance, with Zhu Zhuqing becoming her primary target. Initially aimed at Jin Ling, the serpent staff swiftly shifts toward Zhu Zhuqing. "I wish to challenge you to a duel." Zhu Zhuqing, unyielding, replies icily, "Very well." With that, Zhu Zhuqing's martial spirit manifests, her 2 vividly bright yellow soul rings pulsating as a spectral image of a spirit cat flickers behind her. Zhu Zhuqing, 28th level, 2-ringed Great Soul Master. Meng Iran, 31st level, 3-ringed Soul Sovereign. The 2 announce their names and soul power levels simultaneously. Jin Ling does not interfere with Zhu Zhuqing. He merely advises her to exercise caution. Both combatants spring into action, with Zhu Zhuqing rapidly closing the distance, her form shifting incessantly. To Meng Iran's eyes, Zhu Zhuqing's speed far surpasses that of an ordinary soul master. What Meng Iran remained unaware of was that after both of Zhu Zhuqing's soul rings had reached nearly a millennium in age, her speed had nearly doubled. Coupled with the 30,000-year right leg bone gifted to her by Jin Ling, her velocity had undergone a tremendous transformation compared to her former self. However, Meng Iran was only slightly astonished. Having previously witnessed Tang San's prowess, she found Zhu Zhuqing's performance quite acceptable. Meng Iran then made her move, displaying her own impressive speed as she advanced directly towards Zhu Zhuqing, wielding her serpent staff. Zhu Zhuqing deftly sidestepped, the purple serpent staff slicing through the air above her head. In a graceful leap, she spun mid-air and propelled herself off the nearby trees. With a swift motion, Zhu Zhuqing surged forward like an arrow released from a bow. First soul skill, Netherworld Stab. 2 shadows of black claws swiftly darted towards Meng Iran. The Netherworld Stab was designed to augment Zhu Zhuqing's speed and strength, and with the added force from her leap off the tree, this strike had already surpassed the capabilities of a Millennium Soul skill. This individual was even more terrifying than Tang San. While Tang San was a control-type soul master, he merely posed a nuisance. However, Meng Iran scoffed softly, activating both her third and second soul rings simultaneously. Her third soul ring, derived from a 1,500-year-old cavernous magic spider, bestowed upon her a remarkably effective control-type soul skill. Chapter 24. Jin Ling vs. Snake Matriarch. Serpent Formation. As Meng Iran's voice resonated, a purple mist began to rise within a 2-meter radius around her, teeming with countless blue-purple serpents. This purple mist was, in fact, a poisonous fog exhaled by the little snakes. Meng Yiran, utilizing her second soul skill, serpent body, completely concealed herself within the purple haze. With a confident smile amidst the mist, Meng Yiran knew that the fog obscured her from Zhu Zhuqing's view, causing her to lose her target. Should Zhu Zhuqing dare to enter her serpent formation, the toxic fog would swiftly incapacitate her, allowing the serpents to attack freely. Indeed, just as Meng Yiran anticipated, upon seeing the poisonous mist, Zhu Zhuqing refrained from recklessly charging in, instead opting to attack from the periphery with her agile speed. It was evident that each of Zhu Zhuqing's strikes felled several serpents hidden within the fog, yet these serpents were manifestations of Meng Yiran's soul power and were quickly replenished. Realizing this stalemate was unsustainable, Zhu Zhuqing understood that her soul power was inferior to Meng Yiran's, and thus she resolved to take a risk. Zhu Zhuqing activated both of her soul rings in quick succession, bolstered by the netherworld stab, allowing her to charge into the poisonous mist while holding her breath to minimize inhalation of the toxic fog. Netherworld 100 Claws. Upon witnessing Zhu Zhuqing's reckless advance, Meng Yiran felt a surge of triumph. Utilizing the advantage of her serpent body, she swiftly closed the distance to Zhu Zhuqing, her serpent staff's first soul ring flaring to life. The black-purple serpent head atop the staff suddenly opened wide, its 2-foot-long tongue blade closing in on Zhu Zhuqing. Just as it seemed poised to strike, Zhu Zhuqing had already prepared her second soul skill, unleashing a multitude of claw shadows that frantically slashed at the small snakes. Suddenly, a resonant clang, akin to the sound of metal clashing, emanated from Zhu Zhuqing's right side. In an instant, she realized that the forceful strike just delivered must have been a sneak attack from Meng Yiran hidden within the fog. Unfazed, she immediately launched into a frenzied counterattack using netherworld stab in the direction she suspected Meng Yiran to be. Meng Yiran was startled, discovering that the attack had no effect. Without hesitation, she raised her serpent staff to shield herself. Due to Zhu Zhuqing's earlier activation of Netherworld 100 Claws, many of the small snakes had dissipated, causing the fog to thin considerably. Zhu Zhuqing swiftly locked onto her opponent, unleashing a relentless barrage of claw shadows, sending sparks flying from the serpent staff as Meng Yiran was forcefully pushed back. Outside the mist, Jin Ling watched Meng Yiran retreat with a sigh of relief. Just then, Zhu Zhuqing emerged from the poisonous fog, intent on continuing her assault on the seemingly defenseless Meng Yiran. Suddenly, a tongue blade, moving at speeds far surpassing Meng Yiran's first soul skill, shot towards Zhu Zhuqing. Jin Ling gasped, shouting, "Get out of the way," as he grasped the title Douluo experience card tightly in his hand. With a dismissive huff, Zhu Zhuqing activated her instantaneous movement. In the next moment, her figure appeared beside Jin Ling, vigilant against the approaching tongue blade. The instantaneous movement skill she had just employed stemmed from her 30,000-year right leg soul bone, enabling her to teleport within 100 meters. Jin Ling looked at her, asking, "Are you all right?" Zhu Zhuqing shook her head. "Such a small girl, yet so ruthless. Today, I shall take it upon myself to teach you a lesson." The snake matriarch first approached Meng Yiran, assessing her injuries. Finding no serious harm, she then approached Jin Ling and Zhu Zhuqing. 6 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black pulsated around her. A powerful wave of soul power surged towards the two. Jin Ling, possessing a physique nearing the 1,000-year soul beast level, felt little impact. However, Zhu Zhuqing beside him struggled slightly, her body bending under the pressure. In the distance, the 1,000-year Xianxu, a serpent, lay weakly, not dead, but its breath was faint. Jin Ling stepped forward, his martial soul manifesting, as golden soul power clashed against the matriarchs. However, at only level 18, he could not compare to her, and soon his soul power was compressed into a small orb. With a mocking tone, Jin Ling remarked, "Snake matriarch, you, on the verge of the grave, should not bully 2 children. It is quite unreasonable. Besides, it was your granddaughter who initiated the challenge. You suddenly attacked us and interrupted the duel, which does not align with the rules of the Soul Master World." On the verge of the grave? The snake matriarch's expression darkened with fury. "What a sharp-tongued little brat. You dare lecture me on the rules of the Soul Master World? Let me make it clear. The rule of the Soul Master World is that the strong hold the power of discourse." "Ah, The strong hold the power of discourse. Jin Ling scoffed. Since you, as a senior, have no regard for martial ethics, then I shall not hold back. Jin Ling retrieved the title Douluo experience card, having observed the struggle between the snake matriarch and the Xie Yue serpent. As a soul emperor battling a newly emerged thousand-year soul beast was evidently challenging. With her current condition at only 30 or 40%, he felt no fear. The snake matriarch sneered. No need to hold back. I shall see how you do so. With that, she lunged forward, her over 3-meter-long serpent staff swinging towards Jin Ling's head. Though her movements were not swift, the force behind the strike was palpable. Jin Ling did not overestimate himself. As his martial soul manifested, his muscles bulged slightly, the sense of power unmistakable. Having already attained an 800-year soul beast physique, he closed in on the snake matriarch, his palm raised upward, summoning a massive golden crocodile claw formed from his soul power to intercept the serpent staff. The snake matriarch was taken aback, staring incredulously at Jin Ling's soul yellow soul ring. You cannot be merely a soul master. I am a soul emperor. How could you possibly withstand this? Jin Ling paid no heed to her astonishment. His goal was not merely to defend, but to triumph over the snake matriarch. He swiftly approached her, raising his palm once more, delivering an even stronger blow aimed directly at her. The snake matriarch, seasoned in the face of adversity, quickly regained her composure as her first soul ring illuminated. Serpent Blade. The first soul skill of the serpent matriarch is akin to Meng Iran's. Yet her serpent blades are longer and swifter. As the 4-foot-long tongue blade hurtled towards Jin Ling's palm, the two forces of soul power collided momentarily, causing Jin Ling to be repelled, his body arching backward as he completed a roll in midair before stabilizing. Truly, he is a soul emperor. Jin Ling steadied himself, rubbing his slightly sore hand. First soul skill, Golden Spike. The soul ring on Jin Ling's body ignited, and countless golden lights manifested, swiftly transforming into a barrage of golden spikes. The serpent matriarch shook her head slightly, dismissing the skill as trivial, determined to shatter it. Just as her words faded, the multitude of golden spikes had already locked onto her position. In a moment of desperation, she unleashed her fifth soul skill, Purple Serpent Spirit Shield. A purple serpent, several meters long, erupted from her serpent staff, spiraling in the air to form an oval purple shield. Boom! As the purple serpent spirit shield materialized, the golden spikes struck it all at once, and the cacophony of explosions echoed around them. The serpent matriarch, standing closest, was aghast at the sight of the shield before her, knowing it was a skill nearing 10,000 years in age. How could it be breached by this youth's first soul skill? At that moment, the shield was already in tatters, with visible cracks, while many golden spikes remained intact. This boy is too monstrous. He must not be allowed to live. A hint of ruthlessness gleamed in the serpent matriarch's eyes, and a murderous intent arose. The last dark soul ring on her body suddenly flared to life, and a purple toxic mist emanated from above her serpent staff, with countless serpent heads emerging, flickering in and out of visibility. Allow me to introduce you to my sixth soul skill, Dance of Blades. Her sixth soul skill bore some resemblance to her serpent blades, but it launched a multitude of tongue blades, each merely a foot in length, radiating a purple glow that clearly indicated their lethal toxicity. Jin Ling looked on with a cold smile, replying, "You believe such a soul skill can claim my life? You are deluded. In terms of area of effect skills, it was inconceivable that she could surpass his nearly 30,000-year-old golden spike." As the multitude of tongue blades began to take shape, Jin Ling activated his first soul skill once more. When the purple tongue blades collided with the golden spikes, a resounding roar erupted, enveloping the surroundings in swirling purple and golden smoke. However, the number of tongue blades was limited, and soon the golden spikes pierced through them, racing toward the serpent matriarch. Chapter 25. The Dragon Lord arrives. The serpent matriarch stood frozen, watching the golden spikes soar towards her, utterly powerless to resist. Her strongest soul skill had been so easily overwhelmed, and her mind was flooded with regret and confusion. "How dare you, child?" Suddenly, a black dragon-headed staff shot down from the sky, halting in front of the serpent matriarch. A silvery soul power instantly formed a soul wall, completely blocking all the golden spikes. Jin Ling was startled and quickly retreated to stand beside Zhu Zhuqing, becoming vigilant. He observed clearly that a majestic silver dragon head was distinctly visible atop the slightly curved staff. It must be the Dragon Lord, Meng Shu. As the smoke dissipated, an elderly figure stood beside the serpent matriarch, his eyes remarkably bright, clearly showing that age had not dulled his vigor. The serpent matriarch sighed in relief, saying, "Old man, you arrived just in time. Otherwise, I might not have been seen again." Indeed, Grandpa. Why did you take so long to arrive?" Meng Yiran hurried over to the Dragon Lord's side, her voice tinged with a sob, clearly shaken from the recent events. The Dragon Lord gently patted Meng Yiran's head, assuring her, "Do not fear. Grandpa is here and will not allow anyone to bully you." Turning to Jin Ling, he paused momentarily, as a familiar feeling washed over him from Xie Yue standing behind Jin Ling. "What is your relation to Tang-san?" The Dragon Lord's deep voice resonated, and Jin Ling understood that the reason the Dragon Lord had yet to act was due to his apprehension of Tang-san's father, Tang Hao. "Senior Dragon Lord, we have no connection to Tang-san," Jin Ling replied, dismissing the need to leverage Tang Hao's reputation. If the Dragon Lord refused to reason, he could always resort to using a titled Douluo experience card to eliminate the three of them. The Dragon Lord sighed in relief. As long as there was no relation to Tang-san. He stroked his beard, a frown forming on his brow, perplexed as to how a mere soul master and a great soul master could defeat the serpent matriarch, yet remain undaunted in his presence. At that moment, the serpent matriarch leaned towards the Dragon Lord and whispered something in his ear. Upon hearing her words, a surge of silvery soul power erupted from him. Pressing down toward Jin Ling, seeing this, Jin Ling quickly shielded Xie Yue behind him, encircling both of them with the Golden Crocodile King martial spirit. It could barely withstand the pressure, yet Jin Ling could feel his body being compressed, his muscles trembling slightly. "Oomph, is this what a soul Douluo is capable of?" Jin Ling scoffed, retracting his golden soul power instantly. In the next moment, his blood-red soul power erupted like a volcanic explosion, swiftly consuming the Dragon Lord's soul power. As the Heavenly Inquiry Divine Sword emerged in Jin Ling's left hand, a blood-red pressure surged forth, causing the Dragon Lord to stumble back several steps, his dragon-headed staff trembling in his grasp. What kind of martial spirit is this? The Dragon Lord gazed in horror at the blood-red sword in Jin Ling's hand. After nearly 50 years in the Spirit Master world, he had never encountered anything that exerted such pressure on his martial spirit. Jin Ling steadied Xie Yue, whose face had paled from the Dragon Lord's earlier pressure. Just as the Dragon Lord intended to further gauge Jin Ling's capabilities, a commotion arose in the distance. Swish! Swish! Two figures appeared simultaneously before Jin Ling. It was the arriving brothers, Yang Pengcheng and Yang Wanli. "Young master, we have arrived late." Yang Pengcheng, noticing Xie Yue's pale complexion, felt a pang of guilt, having just acquired the young master's soul bone and missing the first day of work, resulting in the lady boss getting injured. Yang Wanli also felt somewhat embarrassed, stating plainly, "Young master, if you must blame anyone, blame my brother. Had he not reached a bottleneck after absorbing the soul bone and needed to advance, we would not have arrived so late." Jin Ling chuckled and shrugged. "No matter. They're yet to pose a threat to me." The sudden appearance of the two soul saints made the Dragon Lord slightly uneasy. He sensed that the first to speak was already at level 79, perilously close to becoming a soul Douluo. Moreover, they were remarkably young, which, combined with Jin Ling's prodigious talent, caused him to hesitate, clearly recognizing them as formidable forces. After exchanging a few words with Jin Ling, the Pengcheng and Wanli brothers turned their attention to the Dragon Lord, growing wary as they sensed the threat emanating from him, while their martial spirits began to manifest. Seeing the two brothers activate their martial spirits, the Dragon Lord quickly raised his hands, saying, "There is no need for alarm. I merely wish to test this young brother's extraordinary talents." Although the Dragon Lord's words were somewhat forced, Jin Ling understood that he likely lacked the confidence to triumph over the Pengcheng and Wanli brothers. If the Serpent Matriarch still possessed any combat capability, the Dragon Lord would undoubtedly be unafraid. Although he could escape at will, his wife and granddaughter would find it challenging to evade the onslaught of two soul saints. Yang Wanli, however, paid no mind to the Dragon Lord's justifications, delivering a disdainful and mocking retort. "With your white fur, you have truly aged in vain. At your advanced age, you dare to bully a mere 12-year-old? Not even I, but even the tree beside me feels embarrassed for you." You. The Dragon Lord's irritation flared, for the tone emanating from his opponent clearly indicated a desire for conflict rather than resolution. At this moment, Jin Ling stepped forward and addressed Long Gong, saying, "As a revered figure in the world of soul masters, I believe it is imperative for you to comprehend the situation thoroughly. Apologies must be rendered, and compensation must be made. Otherwise, you shall not leave here unscathed today." "You dare to threaten me?" Long Gong retorted, advancing a few steps. His gaze fixed intently on Jin Ling. Jin Ling waved his hand dismissively, stating, "This is hardly a threat. We coincidentally encountered the snake matriarch and her granddaughter here. The latter wishes to challenge my companion, and during their skirmish, the snake matriarch suddenly intervened with deadly intent, startling us all. So, does it not follow that an apology and compensation are in order?" Jin Ling's words, though laced with jest, offered Long Gong a means of retreat, while the disgrace of the snake matriarch served as a stepping stone for this concession. Long Gong's expression softened as he turned to the snake matriarch, his face a mask of helplessness, as if to say, "You resorted to violence, yet you could not handle 2 children." With no other option, Long Gong conceded, saying, "There is no need for an apology. As for compensation, I can offer you 100,000 gold soul coins." Jin Ling accepted the coins and handed them to Zhu Qing, remarking, "Truly, you are direct, Long Gong. However, this compensation is for the victims, and as I have suffered mental anguish, I shall claim that ancient soul beast behind us." With a chuckle, Yang Wanli could not contain his amusement. Clutching his side and unabashedly giving Jin Ling a thumbs up, Wang Pengcheng quickly pulled him aside, urging him to temper his enthusiasm lest Long Gong's wrath be provoked, leading to inevitable conflict. The snake matriarch was unwilling to relent, for the ancient Xie Yue snake was a creature she had nearly exhausted her soul power to injure. Otherwise, she would not have fallen to this insufferable youth. Long Gong silenced her with a glance, stating, "Since the young friend has spoken, it shall be as he says." Seeing that Long Gong appeared ready to swallow his pride, Jin Ling strode confidently to the Xie Yue snake and delivered a fatal blow to its head, bringing its life to an abrupt end. After this, Jin Ling departed with Zhu Qing and the others, leaving the 3 generations of the snake matriarch in a state of bewildered disarray. Silence was the most potent retort. After Jin Ling's departure, Long Gong struck a nearby tree with a fist, causing it to topple with a resounding crash. "Damn it! How could a dignified soul master be bested by a mere child?" The snake matriarch approached and murmured, "Old man, this debt cannot go unpaid, but not now. That girl must possess a soul bone. Her soul skill appears to be of the teleportation variety." With this revelation, a glint of malice flickered in the snake matriarch's eyes as she mimicked a throat-cutting gesture. A soul bone capable of granting a teleportation skill must surely be of at least 10,000 years in age. For its acquisition, a risk must be taken. Long Gong concurred with the snake matriarch's assessment, whether to redeem the shame of today or to obtain such a valuable soul bone. As for Meng Iran, she had initially arrived at the star Dou Forest anticipating the attainment of her 3rd ring, only to find her talents and strength repeatedly crushed in mere days, even by those 3 or 4 years her junior. Chapter 26. The Human-Faced Demon Spider. Young Master. Where shall we go now? Yang Bengjing inquired, glancing back to find Long Gong and the others had not followed. Jin Ling turned to Zhu Qing and asked, "Are you feeling better?" "Yes, this cola is truly effective. My soul power has recovered after drinking it," Zhu Qing replied, taking another sip, leaving Yang Wanli envious. This old fellow had no shame. A dignified soul sage had scarcely walked with him before he began to demand a bottle for himself. Jin Ling shot him an exasperated look. As they reached the boundary between the outer and inner regions, Jin Ling paused, sensing an abundance of soul beasts nearby, their soul power fluctuations considerably potent. The trees here were tall, akin to those in the outer areas, yet a notable distinction was the scarcity of thorny plants, replaced instead by thick shrubs and grass. "Peng Cheng, Wan Li, you two should search for ancient soul beasts in this area. Work together and avoid provoking higher-level soul beasts. Act within your limits and prioritize your safety," Jin Ling instructed, though he was not intimately acquainted with the 2 brothers. He could discern Yang Wanli's erratic nature, and thus felt the need to caution him. Upon their agreement, Jin Ling continued, "As for us, we shall explore just outside this vicinity. Remember, Do not kill the soul beasts. If they are severely injured, inform me, and I shall come to collect." Wang Pengsheng expressed concern, saying, "Young master, you are but soul masters of great soul master rank. The soul beasts in this area are nearly all over 1,000 years old. Let Wanli accompany you. I shall hunt the soul beasts." Jin Ling shook his head, reassuring him, "Rest assured I know my limits. Just follow my instructions." With that, Jin Ling parted ways with the brothers, leading Zhu Zhuqing towards the outer regions. Meanwhile, Peng Cheng and Wanli began their search for suitable ancient soul beasts. Zhu Zhuqing, as before, took the lead in scouting the path, weaving deftly among the trees, while Jin Ling followed closely behind, unhurried. "Jin Ling, there's a large spider ahead. Its body diameter exceeds 2 meters, and its legs are nearly 2 meters long." Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed as she leaped down from a tree, hurriedly describing it to him. By her description, it seemed to be the soul beast killer, the human-faced demon spider. Jin Ling rushed towards the target, with Zhu Zhuqing closely trailing behind, spotting a massive spider with a completely black exoskeleton, adorned with gleaming armored plates, as it foraged for food. Indeed, it was the human-faced demon spider. The noise from Jin Ling and Zhu Zhuqing's approach startled the creature, causing it to lift its head and fix its gaze upon them, its front legs slightly raised to reveal a terrifying human face on its abdomen. Simultaneously, all 8 of its eyes locked onto Jin Ling and Zhu Zhuqing. Perhaps disturbed during its meal, the human-faced demon spider discarded its food and turned to crawl towards them. As it moved, its 8 long legs appeared extraordinarily slender, and with each step, the sound of its legs piercing the ground sent shivers down one's spine. "You should hide to the side. All 8 of its legs harbor potent venom. Should you be scratched, the toxin will swiftly permeate your entire body." Although Jin Ling had cola to counteract any negative effects, he could not bear to see Zhu Zhuqing harmed. Scarlet soul power surged from Jin Ling's left hand, and as the Tian when divine sword manifested, it rapidly elongated. Grasping it at about 1 meter in length, Jin Ling declared, "Let me test your strength." With that, he slashed towards the human-faced demon spider, unleashing a wave of crimson blade energy that surged towards it. Upon seeing the Tian one divine sword, a tremor coursed through the depths of the human-faced demon spider's soul, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of pressure that diminished its combat prowess by at least 50%. As the blade energy neared, the human-faced demon spider quickly raised its front legs to shield itself. When the blade energy collided with its legs, a visible gash appeared on the hardened appendages. Letting out a piercing scream of pain, the human-faced demon spider retreated a few steps. Observing the formidable power of the Tian one divine sword, Jin Ling's scarlet soul power erupted fiercely. With the physique of an 800-year-old soul beast, Jin Ling moved with astonishing speed, swiftly arriving before the human-faced demon spider, relentlessly slashing at its legs. The spider, stubborn as it was, found its front legs bloodied within moments. The viscous, bluish liquid oozing from its legs was likely the venom stored within. The reaction speed of the face spider demon was astonishingly swift, constantly shifting positions and occasionally employing its 3rd and 4th pairs of legs to launch unexpected assaults. On several occasions, Jin Ling narrowly avoided being struck, but he was no fool. He infused a significant portion of his soul energy into his martial spirit. The oppressive aura emanating from his martial spirit considerably slowed the face spider demon's speed. Seizing the advantage with his superior physicality and swiftness, Jin Ling swiftly maneuvered beneath the creature just as it raised its forelegs to strike. He thrust the heavenly inquiry divine sword fiercely towards one of its eyes. Upon shattering the eyeball, a repulsive substance oozed forth, an unsettling bluish-green liquid accompanied by its agonizing shrieks, sending chills down Jin Ling's spine even in the daylight. After piercing the face spider demon's eye, Jin Ling swiftly rolled away, springing onto its carapace. With determination, he plunged the sword down towards its head. To his dismay, the sword only penetrated a small distance before coming to an abrupt halt. The face spider demon, in agony, flailed its legs in a frenzy, at times appearing on nearby trees, and at other times thrusting into the ground and foliage in an acrobatic display. Dizzied by the creature's erratic movements, Jin Ling quickly leapt off its shell. The wounds inflicted by the heavenly inquiry divine sword did not heal, continuously seeping a noxious fluid. This blood was not only poisonous but also corrosive. As the face spider demon moved, the leaves, bark, and grass tainted by its toxic blood rapidly withered. Suddenly, the face spider demon grew eerily still, clinging to a massive web, its remaining 7 eyes fixated on Jin Ling, accompanied by its grotesque human face, which unsettled him greatly. This creature was not merely ugly. It was a paragon of repulsiveness. Jin Ling hastily distanced himself, fearing the creature would unleash its dreadful web. At this proximity, if the face spider demon executed this dreadful technique, evasion would be nearly impossible. Even if the heavenly inquiry divine sword could slice through it effortlessly, some strands would inevitably ensnare him. The web was laced with paralyzing toxins, leaving weak soul masters and soul beasts with little hope of survival if ensnared. Just as Jin Ling withdrew, a peculiar sound emanated from the creature's mandibles, followed by a massive, 2-meter square web descending towards him. Without looking back, he caught sight of a shadow approaching him through the sparse sunlight filtering down. Jin Ling quickly switched his martial spirit. His crimson soul energy was instantly replaced by golden energy, and his first soul ring illuminated. "Golden light spear, go," he called, extending his right hand. In a fluid motion, he executed a spectacular 180-degree drift, unleashing countless golden light spears that pierced through the web, hurtling towards the face spider demon S form. The web, upon being penetrated, disintegrated into a cloud of black flames. Simultaneously, fear flickered in the demon's eyes. Terrified by the barrage of golden light spears, it attempted to defend itself with its forelegs. But its reaction was sluggish. A series of thunderous booms echoed as the face spider demon failed to mount any effective defense, leaving its body entirely exposed to the relentless onslaught. Once the cacophony subsided, Jin Ling hesitated to approach, uncertain of the extent of damage his 30,000-year golden light spears could inflict. He waited for the smoke to clear. When the creature's corpse finally came into view, its 8 legs lay shattered, its once glossy carapace marred by cracks, and even its malevolent facial features were obscured. The battle had been brutal, yet only one party bore the scars. After securing the creature within the system, Jin Ling dusted off his hands and declared, "Done." Chapter 27. The Godly Soul Bone. 8 spider spears with the face spider demon contained. Jin Ling and Zhu Zhuqing prepared to depart. Throughout the fierce battle, the demon had bled profusely, leaving behind a trail of viscous bluish-green blood that carried a noxious stench due to its corrosive properties. Having traveled barely 100 meters, Jin Ling abruptly halted, drawn by a surge of soul energy emanating from the site of the demon's defeat. In the air, a purple orb of soul energy floated, revealing an extraordinary soul bone within, a variant of the 8 spider spears, akin to Tang San's, yet exhibiting a distinct jade-like quality. Jin Ling quickly secured it within the system, elated, for while he possessed numerous soul bones, even a 100,000-year trunk bone, this one felt different. It was the fruit of his own efforts. He marveled at his extraordinary fortune in acquiring such a rare external soul bone. Zhu Zhuqing, equally delighted, approached and unexpectedly took Jin Ling's hand, celebrating his success. Jin Ling smiled, savoring the softness of her touch as they made their way toward their next destination. In the time that followed, the Pengcheng Wanli brothers also enjoyed considerable success, having severely injured 4 10,000-year soul beasts. Fortuitously, one bear-type beast yielded a right arm soul bone, which Jin Ling did not hesitate to share, allowing the brothers to decide among themselves who would absorb it. Meanwhile, he and Zhu Zhuqing took a more casual approach, effortlessly dispatching aggressive soul beasts with Jin Ling's first soul skill. The only challenge arose when Zhu Zhuqing engaged in a prolonged battle with a 2,000-year diamond tiger. The tiger's immense strength posed a significant challenge, but Zhu Zhuqing's greatest advantage was her speed. Each time the tiger attacked, she deftly evaded, leaving it frustrated. Whenever the tiger showed signs of fatigue, she unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes. Utilizing her soul skills, Ghostly Strike and Ghostly Claw, both nearing 1,000 years in age, she inflicted considerable pain upon the beast. After enduring this for over half an hour, the tiger's spirit waned, its body marred with deep claw marks, some even exposing its white bones beneath its once golden fur, now stained red. When Jin Ling finally captured it within the system, he couldn't help but reflect on the unfortunate fate of the tiger. relieved that Zhu Zhuqing's martial spirit was not that of a mother tiger. Otherwise, the creature would have truly faced dire consequences. Within the tree hollow, Zhu Zhuqing sat cross-legged, meditating, while Jin Ling casually perused his collection within the system. They had returned an hour prior, and night had fully descended. The rustling leaves stirred by the wind mingled with the chorus of insects and birds, transporting Jin Ling's thoughts back to the harmonious blue star. The only difference was the intermittent roars of large soul beasts and peculiar sounds echoing from afar. The 8 spider spear's external soul bone before him bore subtle differences from Tang San's. Contemplating his idle time, Jin Ling resolved to absorb this soul bone, though he could not discern what precisely set it apart. After he emerged from the tree hollow, he sought a clean patch of ground beside the great tree and settled down. The reason he refrained from attracting attention within the hollow was his concern about disturbing Zhu Zhuqing. More importantly, he feared exposing himself. He distinctly remembered that when Tang San absorbed his spirit rings and bones, he was completely unclothed. He had no desire to be seen as an exhibitionist. Simultaneously, a figure descended from the heights, as Yang Pengqing also ceased his cultivation. A satisfied smile crossed Jin Ling's face. Although Yang Pengqing spoke little, his thoughts were more nuanced compared to Yang Wanli. With Yang Pengqing serving as a protector, Jin Ling felt at ease to absorb the 8 spider lances. Before long, Jin Ling sensed a warmth spreading across his back, particularly at the midpoint of his spine, accompanied by an itch as if something were burgeoning within him. This was the external spirit bone. Yang Pengqing was astonished to see the 8 spider lances manifesting behind Jin Ling. If spirit bones were rare luxuries, then external spirit bones could be deemed the rarest gems of opulence. Once the 8 spider lances emerged from Jin Ling's back, they began to swing ominously in the air. Soon, Jin Ling opened his eyes, acutely aware of the newfound appendage behind him. Although he struggled slightly with control, it did not impede his movement. After a few minutes of experimentation, he found he could even walk suspended in the air using the lower few spider legs. Amused, he gazed at the spider legs extending above him, reaching out to touch them, noting their distinctiveness. My lord, the absorption of spirit bones is typically a slow process. How is it you have completed it in merely 5 minutes? Yang Pengqing pondered, recalling that he and Yang Wanli had taken 3 hours to absorb their millennium spirit bones earlier. In truth, Yang Pengqing was only partly correct. Not only did Jin Ling absorb the spirit bone rapidly, but he also experienced no excruciating pain during the process. Jin Ling reined in his 8 spider lances back into his body and remarked, "Perhaps my physique is particularly robust, allowing the 8 spider lances to integrate seamlessly." Yang Pengqing, having observed the 8 spider lances, initially mistook them for 8 separate spirit bones, leading Jin Ling to worry that his clothing had been damaged. Thankfully, upon inspection, his garments remained intact, alleviating his concerns about needing to change outfits every time he employed the 8 spider lances. "By the way, have you absorbed the spirit bones you acquired today?" Jin Ling inquired, casting a casual glance at Yang Pengqing. Yang Pengqing looked up at the heights, saying, "Wanli is currently in the process of absorption. It should be completed soon." Jin Ling nodded, having anticipated that this spirit bone would belong to Yang Wanli. For not everyone could claim a good elder brother. He retrieved a 30,000-year-old right arm spirit bone from his system space, presenting it to Yang Pengqing. "Absorb this spirit bone." Yang Pengqing, taken aback, hastily shook his head. "My lord, spirit bones are exceedingly rare. I already possess one. You should keep this for yourself." Jin Ling insisted, personally handing the spirit bone to him. "Rest assured, I have plenty of spirit bones. This one is meant for you. Remember, your strength enhances my own." Ultimately, Yang Pengqing accepted the gift, his expression brimming with sincerity and loyalty. Gazing at the glowing spirit bone in his hands, he silently vowed to train diligently, ensuring the protection of his lord. To ascertain the peculiarities of the 8 spider lances, Jin Ling continuously practiced with them nearby, even taking out the heavenly inquiry sword to strike the 8 spider lances several times. Strangely, the 8 spider lances showed no signs of damage. Jin Ling recalled that when they hunted the faceless demon spider earlier that day, the heavenly inquiry sword had indeed exerted considerable pressure, yet it did not impede its speed. Could it be that the quality of the 8 spider lances was so high that even the heavenly inquiry sword could not easily sever them? Under the cloak of night, Jin Ling hunted several century-old spirit beasts, inserting the 8 spider lances into their bodies. A continuous flow of warmth emanated from the tips of the lances. Once the warmth subsided, the purple hue of the 8 spider lances grew more vibrant, and their length and hardness altered. However, the spirit beasts did not yield any spirit rings even after a long while, and they could not be stored in the system as ingredients. Eventually, the corpses of the spirit beasts began to disintegrate, devoid of any vitality. System: the 8 spider lances are a low-grade divine spirit bone capable of absorbing the cultivation of spirit beasts to enhance its own age and toxicity. Indeed, the system provided clarity, and Jin Ling understood why the Heavenly Inquiry Sword had not inflicted significant damage on the spider legs. It was a divine spirit bone. Although of lower grade, it was undoubtedly among the most formidable spirit bones beneath the divine. As for Tang San's 8 spider lances, they could only absorb similar spirit beasts for evolution, and mere evolution would not augment their age. Such spirit bones could only rival those of 100,000 years unless Tang San attained divinity and evolve them into divine spirit bones. What a windfall! Chapter 28. The faceless demon spider in the night. Jin Ling returned late, having discovered that with the 8 spider lances his speed had doubled. Thus, he indulged in playful wanderings, particularly encountering a humorous incident, perhaps due to the realism of the 8 spider lances behind him. As he traversed between the trees under the moonlight, the shadow cast upon the ground resembled a faceless demon spider. When he passed by a thicket, he stumbled upon an embarrassing scene. 2 gale wolves were entangled with one another, seemingly caught in the harmony of spring. However, when the shadow passed over the gale wolves, one of them was startled by the sight of 8 spider legs and attempted to flee in a panic. Jin Ling was unaware of the outcome, but he did hear a scream. No, 2 distinct cries of despair. Upon returning to the tree hollow, the moon hung high in the sky, and Zhu Zhuqing leisurely sat on a broad branch, clad in a form-fitting black outfit that accentuated her curvaceous figure. Although her expression was serene, it exuded tranquility. Jin Ling leaped onto the branch beside her, intrigued as to why she had not yet retired for the night. "It is late. Why aren't you resting?" he asked. Zhu Zhuqing replied, "I grew weary from training and wished to catch some fresh air, waiting for your return." As she spoke, she stole a shy glance at Jin Ling, revealing the emptiness she felt in his absence. Jin Ling took her hand, cradling it within his own. "In the past, you could be strong, but henceforth, you need not be. Strength, indeed, who wishes to be mature at the tender age of 12, who desires to have their fate sealed so early in life." That night, Jin Ling found his slumber less comfortable than before, as the sudden presence of another person in the bed inevitably led to physical contact, causing him to awaken numerous times. Let not be assumed that Jin Ling acted with intent. The bed was simply too small for 2, and every brush against Zhu Zhuqing prompted him to hastily remember the propriety of their relationship. When Jin Ling and Zhu Zhuqing emerged from the tree hollow, Yang Pengsheng and Yang Wanli were already bustling below. They had risen early to gather fresh fruits from the vicinity, some green, some red, all delightfully sweet. "My lord, shall we set up a stall this morning?" Yang Wanli, with a green fruit in his mouth, looked expectantly at Jin Ling compared to the fruit in his hand. He found roasted skewers far more appetizing. Jin Ling, aware of Yang Wanli's cravings, assured him, "Fear not, I am in a good mood today, and I shall see to it that you have your fill." As soon as Yang Wanli heard the promise of unlimited skewers, he was filled with excitement, like a child despite being in his 30s, eagerly beckoning beside Jin Ling. When they arrived at the usual spot for barbecued skewers, the words Jin Ling had inscribed with the Heavenly Inquiry Divine Sword the previous day were still vividly clear, though the blood-red soul power above them had dimmed. The soul masters eager for skewers lined up neatly, their gazes towards Jin Ling and his companions filled with both longing and deep apprehension. With the addition of the Pengsheng brothers, the 100 skewers were quickly grilled to perfection. Jin Ling had utilized 4 10,000-year soul beasts, while the remaining 6 were also of the 1,000 and 100-year caliber. He distributed 30 skewers of the black barbecues to Zhu Zhuqing and the others, while the remaining skewers were handed out one by one to the crowd. As Yang Wanli devoured them, he hardly paused. Each black skewer was worth 100 gold soul coins. Following Jin Ling meant he didn't have to spend a dime, and the enjoyment was unparalleled. Typically, he could only afford 1 skewer due to the exorbitant price. Alas, while they reveled in their feast, Jin Ling bore his own sorrow. All the money made from the skewers was consumed by the system. In truth, without the soul power and rewards from the packages, Jin Ling was merely a wage slave. Fortunately, the rewards from the packages provided a sufficient amount of gold soul coins. Otherwise, he would truly struggle to make ends meet. To accelerate the cultivation progress of the three, he had laid out 3,000 gold soul coins for those 30 skewers. Total gold soul coins, 81,700. Just as Jin Ling lamented his plight, two figures were stealthily observing from behind a thicket in the Dou Forest, their target being Jin Ling and his companions. Upon returning to their hollow tree, the two brothers busied themselves with their cultivation. Xu Yuqing had not finished her 10 skewers. It was simply too much. Jin Ling had eaten 2, while the remaining 2 had found their way into Yang Wanli's stomach. Big brother, the speed of cultivation has truly increased by 120 times. I feel my soul power rising constantly, Yang Wanli exclaimed as he entered a state of cultivation, reveling in the exhilarating sensation, though it was almost overwhelming. Wang Pingqing remarked, "Young master is intentionally nurturing us. After all, who else could have the privilege of consuming 10 black skewers? Previously, we would have been content with just 1. Thus, they hastened to cultivate, not wanting to squander the young master's generosity. These skewers are truly miraculous." In their hollow tree, Xu Yuqing was diligently practicing on the bed, while Jin Ling busied himself reviewing the rewards from the previous day. Soul power, 74 points. Packages, 3 black packages, 6 purple packages, 10 yellow packages. Gains, 37,000 gold soul coins, 5,000-year soul rings, 600-year soul bones, 3 rare martial soul enhancement cards, 200-year soul beast physiques, and 100 bottles of cola. After observing all the rewards, Jin Ling deduced some patterns regarding the package rewards. Gold soul coins, soul ring years, soul bone years, and martial soul enhancement cards were guaranteed in yellow to red packages, while soul bones, soul beast physiques, and titled Douluo experience cards depended on luck. For instance, this time, none of the 3 black packages yielded experience cards or soul bones. Well, let's focus on upgrading first. Soul power, level 19, 1957. The soul beast physique had also reached 1,000 years, enabling Jin Ling to face a 10,000-year soul beast without utilizing soul power. After all, an all-round soul beast physique is not to be underestimated. However, challenging ancient variations like the Titan giant ape would be improbable, as they could contend with 10,000-year soul beasts even at the century level, which was indeed exaggerated. Nevertheless, this sensation was sufficiently satisfying, without the need for cultivation. The pace of improvement was still commendable. He finally realized a long-held aspiration from his past life, flipping over like a salted fish and earning while reclining. Jin Ling had yet to utilize the soul bone years and was uncertain of the enhancement's effects, but since he had already fused with the 8 spider lances, it was the perfect opportunity to experiment. Originally, the 8 spider lances were merely 5,000-year soul bones, but after Jin Ling's hunting the previous night, their age had nearly reached 6,000 years. The enhancement was slow. Jin Ling recalled absorbing over 2,000-year soul beasts, resulting in only a 200 to 300-year increase. It seemed more effective to rely on rewards for enhancement, as soul beasts previously consumed by the 8 spider lances had become unusable, which was quite wasteful. Thus, Jin Ling allocated all his accumulated 14,000-year soul bone years to the 8 spider lances. Instantly, the 8 spider lances reacted, uncontrollably extending from Jin Ling's back, transforming from a purple hue to a deep black, yet the exquisite jade-like quality remained, resembling inked jade against the black backdrop. Jin Ling could distinctly feel that while the length of the 8 spider lances had not changed, their hardness and the potency of the venom contained within had significantly intensified. After several attempts to retract and release them, Jin Ling reacquainted himself with the 8 spider lances. Now, they had become soul bones of 20,000 years, classified as divine grade. Chapter 29, Pursuit and Counterattack System. The host now possesses 10 rare martial soul enhancement cards and can synthesize 1 top-tier martial soul enhancement card. Would you like to proceed with the synthesis? Yes. Top-tier martial soul enhancement cards only appear in red packages and are exceedingly precious. However, rare martial soul enhancement cards are not difficult to acquire. Black packages guarantee them, ensuring that the synthesis mechanism will prevent any future shortages of martial soul enhancement cards. Holding the freshly synthesized enhancement card, Jin Ling reclined on the bed. Next to him, Zhu Zhuqing was immersed in her cultivation. Feeling bored, Jin Ling found himself observing the cat ears atop Zhu Zhuqing's head, intricately woven from her hair. After a while, he could discern nothing unusual. He pondered how Zhu Zhuqing had managed to braid them herself. Grasping the card in hand and gazing at the beauty beside him, Jin Ling eventually succumbed to slumber. In the afternoon, it was time Jin Ling had designated for hunting soul beasts. He awoke to find Zhu Zhuqing gently nudging him, calling him softly. Jin Ling sluggishly opened his eyes, feeling rather dazed. The previous night's experimentation with the 8 spider lances had left him fatigued. Not accustomed to staying up late, he felt quite uncomfortable. After rising to freshen up, he noticed that Zhu Zhuqing and the Pengqing brothers were already prepared. Zhuqing, you need not join us today. Stay here and cultivate, he instructed. Why? Zhu Zhuqing began to inquire, but halted when she caught Jin Ling's frantic signaling. Thus, she acquiesced. The three then rushed outside, ready for the hunt. After traveling roughly a kilometer, Jin Ling came to a stop, having sensed that the shadow which had been trailing him for some time had vanished. Pengqing and Wanli circled back toward the tree hollow. Upon saying this, Jin Ling unleashed the 8 spider lances from his back, propelling forward with all 8 legs towards the tree hollow. The 2 brothers, undeterred, followed closely behind. Just a few dozen meters from hollow, Long Gong perched upon a branch, alongside the old woman known as Snake Lady. Snake Lady inquired, "So, those 2 soul saints have moved far away?" Long Gong nodded. "They have gone far. I followed them for a kilometer and confirmed they wouldn't return before I departed. The girl with the soul bone inside hasn't left. Has she?" Snake Lady replied, "No." At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing happened to emerge from the tree hollow, feeling inexplicably uneasy, which made it difficult for her to enter a state of cultivation. Deciding to seek out Jin Ling, she stepped outside. "She's out. Capture her and leave this place immediately." Both figures swiftly lunged towards Zhu Zhuqing with remarkable speed. Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback and quickly summoned her martial soul, her right leg glowing with energy. In an instant, she executed a teleportation technique, appearing behind a distant tree, and swiftly dashed deeper into the forest, precisely in the direction where Jin Ling was returning. Could it be them? Zhu Zhuqing's immediate thought was that she must not allow them to capture her. The forest was densely populated with trees, and utilizing the surrounding giants, Zhu Zhuqing deftly maneuvered through them, her speed remarkable. In contrast, Long Gong and Xie Yue employed straightforward and brutal tactics, using their soul power to obliterate any trees that hindered their pursuit. Merely a minute and a half had passed. Yet Jin Ling dared not let his guard down. He was convinced that Long Gong and Xie Yue's target was Zhu Zhuqing. Their objective was likely the soul bone that granted her the teleportation ability. "Young master, there's a strong fluctuation of soul power in that direction, even comparable to mine. Should we investigate?" At that moment, Yang Pengqing approached Jin Ling, having heard the commotion from that direction, initially suspecting it to be the sound of a soul beast. But it was evidently Long Gong. Serpent Blade, Dragon Fang Slash. Long Gong and Xie Yue, increasingly irritated, likened Zhu Zhuqing to the insufferable Jerry, while they felt like the unfortunate Tom, chasing yet unable to catch her. Regardless, their intent remained to eliminate. A purple serpent blade and a silver dragon fang Slash hurtled toward Zhu Zhuqing, who turned to face the incoming attacks. Aware that she could not withstand them, and with her teleportation technique still on cooldown, she had no choice but to brace herself. Just as Zhu Zhuqing came to a halt, several golden lights streaked past her, colliding with the serpent blade and dragon fang slash. Simultaneously, Jin Ling appeared beside Zhu Zhuqing, wrapping her in an embrace while swiftly positioning the 8 spider lances in front of them to shield against the explosive aftermath. The Pengqing brothers landed before Jin Ling, glaring fiercely at Long Gong and Xie Yue. "They have returned." Long Gong halted in surprise, bewildered by their sudden reappearance after he had watched them leave. Jin Ling first inquired about Zhu Zhuqing's condition, then turned his attention to Long Gong and Xie Yue, saying, "I never imagined the infamous Long Gong and Xie Yue would resort to such underhanded tactics. How disgraceful to pursue a 12-year-old girl for an entire day and night. Have you no shame?" As he spoke, he exaggeratedly extended his face, mockingly touching it. Xie Yue, infuriated, furrowed her brow, her wrinkled face twisting into a grimace. This scheme was her idea, and every word from Jin Ling felt like a dagger piercing her pride. "You sharp-tongued brat. If I hadn't expended most of my soul power last time, you wouldn't be so brazen now." Long Gong remained notably calmer, sensing the elusive nature of Jin Ling, though he was puzzled by how Jin Ling had discovered their presence. However, returning to confront them was foolish, especially as they possessed a trump card capable of rivaling a title Douluo strike. Xie Yue initiated her attack, employing the 6th soul skill used in her previous battle with Jin Ling, the Dance of Blades. Numerous serpent blades shot toward Jin Ling, prompting Yang Wanli to snort and step in front of him, activating his 2nd soul ring to summon a sturdy yellow shield. The shield absorbed the impact of Xie Yue's 6th soul skill as if it were a droplet in the ocean, causing no ripples. Then, the Pengqing brothers sprang into action, their martial souls manifesting as the Diamond Ape. They charged toward Long Gong and Xie Yue. Yang Pengqing unleashed a punch at Long Gong, who met him with the dragon staff, engaging in fierce combat. The Diamond Ape's strength, defense, and speed were formidable, despite Yang Pengqing's slightly lower soul power. He still held the upper hand in close combat. Meanwhile, Yang Wanli was mercilessly pressing the attack against Xie Yue, his powerful defense and offense rendering her every move ineffective, culminating in a heavy blow. "Old hag, you're asking for trouble." Yang Wanli berated her mid-battle, unfazed as he found Xie Yue's skills lacking. Seizing an opportunity, he struck her serpent staff aside, leaned forward, and drove his knee into her abdomen, which she failed to evade. The impact left Xie Yue reeling in pain, her internal organs feeling as if they might rupture. She knelt, barely supporting herself with her serpent staff, blood trickling from her mouth. "How could you be this strong?" she gasped, pressing her hand against her abdomen to alleviate the pain. Yang Wanli approached her slowly, taunting, "What's wrong? You were quite defiant when bullying a child. Do you now find my fists a tad harder?" Chapter 30. The Soul Power Sphere. Dragon and serpent combined assault. Xie Yue lowered her head, her eyes narrowing with a glint of malice as she sought an opportunity. Observing this, Jin Ling warned Yang Wanli, "Be cautious." At that moment, Xie Yue unleashed a deliberate attack, opening her mouth to release a fine needle, small yet silent, and exceedingly swift, undoubtedly laced with poison. Whoosh! The needle struck Yang Wanli's arm, which was raised to block his chest, eliciting a sharp pain. As the needle penetrated, a purple toxin rapidly spread from the wound. Yang Wanli, alarmed, quickly suppressed the poison with his formidable soul power. "You venomous witch, I should never have given you an opening," he cursed to Xie Yue, activating his 4th soul ring. In response, the Diamond Ape behind him let out a fierce roar, pounding its chest with intensity. A massive, earthy yellow fist descended from above, aimed directly at Xie Yue. With a thunderous crash, the clash of soul powers between Long Gong and Yang Pengqing shattered the surrounding flora, both figures vanishing in an instant. Long Gong reappeared before Xie Yue, pointing his dragon staff at the descending fist. It appeared lacking in force, yet the heavy fist's phantom dissipated swiftly. These brothers' martial souls are remarkably powerful. Their quality far surpasses my dragon staff. Long Gong caught Xie Yue as she staggered backward, using his soul power to assess her injuries. "How serious?" he exclaimed, noticing for broken ribs, some fragments even penetrating her organs. Gazing at the weakened Xie Yue, Long Gong inquired, "Can you still hold on, my dear?" Xie Yue wiped the blood from her mouth, her eyes wide with determination. "I can endure, old man, while I still possess some soul power. We must unleash our martial soul fusion technique to eliminate these pests." Long Gong regarded Xie Yue, now consumed by rage, feeling a sense of unfamiliarity. In the past, she had merely been strict, but now her murderous intent was palpable. Alas, there is no turning back now. Let's proceed. Martial soul fusion technique. Dragon and serpent combined assault. Yang Pengqing and Yang Wanli exchanged glances, their 7th soul rings igniting simultaneously. Martial soul true form. Martial soul fusion technique. The revelation that the brothers possessed a martial soul fusion technique astonished Jin Ling, who subsequently retracted the title Douluo experience card he held. The fusion technique of 2 soul saints should not be inferior to that legendary dragon-snake combination. In the center of the battlefield, the Dragon Lord and the Snake Mistress stood side by side, each wielding their respective staffs, the dragon staff and the snake staff. As the staffs drew nearer, A massive azure-white dragon and a violet serpent emerged simultaneously, intertwining and merging at an astonishing speed. Soon, a ferocious dragon with a blue dragon head and a bluish-purple body materialized, its purple hue enhancing both its venom and intimidation factor, while the surrounding winds howled and the soul power surged with overwhelming intensity. After the manifestation of the brothers' martial spirits, they remained stationary, their enormous Vajra demon apes bringing their palms together, gathering and compressing soul power in a continuous cycle, a ceaseless cycle of accumulation and compression. A golden sphere of soul power quickly formed as the two demon apes roared in unison, launching the luminous sphere directly at the opposing bluish-purple dragon. The golden soul power orb collided with the dragon, interrupting its advance. The Dragon Lord and Snake Mistress, witnessing this, intensified their soul power output. Yet the golden sphere remained immovable. From Jin Ling's perspective, the scene resembled a dragon playing with a pearl, albeit with the peculiar twist that while the dragon was in motion, the pearl remained still, making it seem as if the pearl was toying with the dragon. The Dragon Lord, incredulous that their renowned technique had been thwarted, shouted fiercely, "Swallow it!" The soul power emanating from both of them surged like a waterfall, and the Snake Mistress spat out a mouthful of blood, having already depleted her soul power due to earlier injuries. At this point, she was utterly drained. Nonetheless, the bluish-purple dragon opened its mouth wide and swiftly consumed the glowing orb. Yang Wanli chuckled mockingly and turned to Yang Pengcheng, saying, "Brother, many have withstood our fusion technique, but few have truly swallowed it." Yang Pengcheng sighed in relief, sensing that victory was assured. "Explode!" They both shouted in unison. Two streams of golden soul power rapidly merged into the soul sphere, which began to spin at high velocity, creating sonic booms around it. The Dragon Lord, puzzled, detected a hint of something in the sounds, a sort of firecracker noise, albeit not very loud. Then, he witnessed a terrifying spectacle. The dragon formed through their martial spirit fusion was instantly devoured by a torrent of golden soul power. More accurately, it was obliterated. The soul sphere, spinning at breakneck speed, suddenly erupted. Despite its small size, its power was nothing short of terrifying, affecting everything within 100 meters, leaving trees and vegetation completely obliterated. Fortunately, Yang Pengcheng had just warned Jin Ling, or else it would have been unrealistic to escape injury from the explosion. After the explosion, the true forms of the two brothers' martial spirits dissipated, but they were unscathed. Only their soul power had been excessively drained. In contrast, the Dragon Lord and Snake Mistress had vanished without a trace. When Jin Ling approached to investigate, he found them both collapsed in the crater. The Snake Mistress was unconscious, while the Dragon Lord's eyelids drooped, his eyes utterly hollow, and his dragon staff had disappeared. Turning to the brothers, Jin Ling remarked, "Quite impressive. You managed to retain such a formidable killing move, its power rivaling that of an ordinary title Douluo's full-strength strike." Yang Wanli grinned with pride, replying, "Naturally, this martial spirit fusion technique is the result of a year of experimentation between my brother and me, so its potency is only to be expected." Yang Pengcheng, however, was more modest, explaining, "It's decent, I suppose. Back when Wanli did not possess the seventh ring, our fusion technique could only cycle through compression 3 times at most, which was merely sufficient to inflict damage on an average soul Douluo. Now, with both of us having our martial spirit true forms, we can compress it 10 times. But this is still our first time employing it in actual combat." Jin Ling nodded in satisfaction. "Very good. With your cultivation as soul saints, you now stand as the foremost beneath the title Douluos." His words were not unfounded. The 9th soul skill of an ordinary title rarely produced such overwhelming force. The reason for the brothers' martial spirit fusion technique being so potent lay not only in the high quality of their martial spirits, but also in the close connection with their dual soul bones. Chapter 31. In the next life, be a loving elder young master. How should we deal with them? Yang Pengcheng inquired, eyeing the severely injured duo in the pit. Jin Ling nonchalantly replied, "Look at the devastation you've caused here. It's only fitting to fill in these craters, and as for them, they might as well be buried." Having shown hostility toward both himself and Zhu Zhuqing on 2 occasions, Jin Ling could not possibly allow them to escape. He was not a naive fool or a blind do-gooder. He believed that had they not possessed sufficient strength, the consequences would have been dire. Yang Pengcheng hesitated. "Young master, They're still alive. Directly burying them seems rather harsh. Yang Wanli also felt a twinge of compassion, yet he concurred with Jin Ling's decision. Zhu Zhuqing remained silent. Jin Ling's decision was hers to abide by. After a moment's reflection, Jin Ling stated, burying them alive does seem a bit excessive. Waiting for them to die before burying them may come off as cruel. As the Buddha says, one should send a person to the Western Paradise, and for the dead, to the Hall of Yama. Suddenly, the 8 spider lances behind Jin Ling erupted forth, with 2 of its spider legs piercing the Dragon Lord and the Snake Mistress. In the next life, be a loving elder. Jin Ling initially thought that injecting some potent poison through the 8 spider lances would claim their lives, but to his surprise, he felt 2 substantial streams of soul power being absorbed through the spider tips. The 8 spider lances were actually siphoning their cultivation. The Dragon Lord, sensing the pain coursing through him, mustered the strength to open his eyes, looking at Jin Ling's 8 spider lances with a hint of terror, and weakly pleaded, "It was all our fault. Please spare my granddaughter. She had no part in this." Before he could finish his sentence, their breaths ceased entirely, their appearances becoming utterly haggard as their cultivation was drained away. The true ages of the 2 were now revealed. While the 8 spider lances had existed for 30,000 years, they showed no visible signs of change. Sighing, Jin Ling retracted the toxins from their bodies using the 8 spider lances, allowing them to retain complete corpses. Bury them. Yang Wanli dared not move. It was his first time witnessing Jin Ling's external soul bone, the 8 spider lances. The lances, poised behind him, swayed ominously in the air, and Yang Wanli found their presence unsettling. Silently distancing himself from Jin Ling's 8 spider lances, the brothers began using their soul power to fill in the pits. Not long after, they returned to Jin Ling's side, with Yang Wanli appearing somewhat dejected. "Young master, look at the poison on my arm. I can't seem to expel it. I may not be able to complete today's task of hunting soul beasts." Poison? Jin Ling examined Yang Wanli's arm, noting that while the poison was not particularly potent, its spread was significant. However, due to Yang Wanli's robust soul power, the toxins remained localized and had not proliferated. "Are you implying that this poison could affect a soul saint?" Jin Ling asked, perplexed. Yang Wanli nodded vigorously, his spirits seemingly lifted. "What is this old fool scheming?" Jin Ling pondered briefly, concluding it was likely not mere laziness, but rather a desire for some amusement. Realizing this, Jin Ling decided to tease him, revealing the 8 spider lances. "This minor toxin is easily remedied. There's no need for concern. All I need to do is pierce your wound with the sharp tip of the 8 spider lances and inject some poison, and you shall be healed. This method is famously known as using poison to combat poison. Please, my lord, it is getting late. It would be more prudent to hunt soul beasts and return to cultivate," Yang Wanli suggested, quickly dodging the 8 spider spear and pulling Yang Pingqing away to flee into the distance. Jin Ling smiled and threw 2 bottles of cola toward them. As Yang Wanli jogged, he grinned, leaped into the air, and skillfully caught the cola mid-flight, shouting, "No need to be polite." The brothers had already expended a significant amount of soul power, and even if Yang Wanli had not mentioned it, Jin Ling would have inevitably used the cola to restore their energy. After all, dealing with a 10,000-year-old beast was no trivial matter. "Zhu Qing, I sincerely apologize for the fright you experienced. I truly did not anticipate that they would target you. It was my negligence. It is indeed because of the soul bone I gave you that they set their sights on you," Jin Ling lamented. Ever since acquiring such a powerful system, he had seldom maintained a sense of crisis. This time, it was his failure to regard Long Gong and Shi Po as threats that had led Zhu Qing into danger. Zhu Qing gently took his hand and smiled, saying, "It's all right, look at me. I'm perfectly fine. I have often faced threats in my life before and have always managed to pull through. Besides, this time you are here to save me, standing in front of me. I am already content." Her words did not merely reach Jin Ling's ears. They penetrated his heart, evoking an instinctual desire to embrace and cherish her. Drawing her into his embrace, he replied, "For now, you should stay in the tree hollow and rest. Hunting soul beasts will be handled by Pingqing and me." Zhu Qing nestled against his chest, shaking her head. "I do not wish to stay here. I want to accompany you." Ultimately, they ventured out together. Jin Ling understood Zhu Qing's intentions. She was not a fragile girl, but possessed a strength that surpassed many boys. She yearned to become powerful and take control of her own fate, and all Jin Ling could do was to unconditionally support and protect her. 2 days later, Jin Ling was awakened from his afternoon nap by the surge of soul power emanating from Xie Yue. She had reached level 30. Her progress accelerated by the black barbecued skewers he provided daily, coupled with her own diligent efforts. She was nearly advancing a level each day. The most significant transformation was in her martial soul. Jin Ling had applied a top-tier martial soul enhancement card to her. Now, Xie Yue's martial soul had evolved from the Nether Spirit Cat to the nearly divine 9 Nether Spirit Cat, rivaling the Haotian Hammer and Golden Crocodile King. The black stripes on the 9 Nether Spirit Cat had deepened, appearing to possess a natural black barrier, allowing it to conceal its form effortlessly. Its size was slightly smaller than that of the Nether Spirit Cat, resulting in a speed increase of more than double, and its claws had become sharper and more resilient. Previously, Xie Yue had been a sensitive attack-type Soul Master. Now she was a formidable sensitive attack-type Soul Master, embodying the attributes of speed and lethality as a 9 Nether Assassin. As for Jin Ling, after receiving the profit from the Skewers 2 days prior, his soul power had reached its pinnacle at level 20. Soul power, level 20, 60-60, soul power value, 24265 now. Whenever Jin Ling set up his stall, he would typically provide 4 10,000-year soul beasts, primarily for the brothers Pengsheng and Wanli, resulting in a substantial income from soul power. The soul beast had also aged to 1,500 years. Chapter 32. The Fong-Toothed Leopard that died from Millennium Kill in the afternoon. The brothers Pengsheng and Wanli, enjoying a rare moment of rest, prepared for Wanli to break through to level 72, with Pengsheng by his side providing protection. The task of hunting soul beasts and acquiring soul rings fell solely upon Jin Ling. This time, he ventured in the opposite direction of their usual hunting grounds. As the powerful soul beasts within a few kilometers of their frequent haunts had been nearly eradicated, leaving only a few century-old and lower-level Millennium Soul beasts. Jin Ling, what kind of soul skill should I choose for my 3rd ring? Xie Yue inquired. After frequent encounters with soul beasts, her initial trepidation towards the environment had dissipated, allowing her to converse casually as if on a leisurely outing. Jin Ling replied, your first soul skill enhances your speed and strength. Your second soul skill leans towards single target area attacks. Therefore, it will be best for your 3rd soul skill to be a powerful single target attack skill. Ideally, the target should be a leopard-type soul beast, known for its speed and ferocity. Xie Yue nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of Jin Ling's words. She, too, felt the need for a strong attack soul skill. Coupled with her 9 Nether Spirit Cat martial soul, it would undoubtedly maximize her offensive capabilities. The two were fortunate. After searching for only half an hour, they encountered a 3,000-year Fong-Toothed leopard resting on a rock. Its prominent fangs extended several inches from its mouth, clearly stained yellow and filthy from neglect. Naturally, the leopard's most formidable attack was its teeth. Legend had it that anything bitten by them, irrespective of material, will be pierced through directly. Shall we attack together? Jin Ling asked. Xie Yue shook her head. I can handle this. I have yet to test the power of my evolved martial soul. With that, Xie Yue summoned the 9 Nether Spirit Cat, her speed instantly enhanced. In the next moment, she appeared above the resting Fong-Toothed leopard. The creature, alert to the slightest sound, opened its eyes and was startled by her sudden appearance, nearly slipping off the stone. Netherworld stab. Xie Yue lunged downward, moving with incredible speed, her claws aimed at the leopard's head. The Fong-Toothed leopard, now standing defiantly, revealed its fierce demeanor and leapt off the rock. With a resounding crash, a distinct claw mark appeared on the stone, fragments scattering in all directions. Xie Yue, having missed her first strike, pursued the leopard relentlessly. Unfazed, the Fong-Toothed leopard lunged toward her, its claws fully extended. Understanding she lacked the strength to confront the 3,000-year Fong-Toothed leopard directly, Xie Yue swiftly altered her attack trajectory, gliding to its side and unleashing a flurry of claw strikes. The leopard's defenses were surprisingly robust, as Xie Yue's attacks only left superficial wounds, drawing a few drops of blood. In pain, the Fong-Toothed leopard bared its teeth in fury. But such gestures held no sway over Xie Yue. Calmly, she approached it, her movements leisurely. Suddenly, she sprinted forward at an astonishing speed, the trees behind her seeming to fly past as she dashed ahead. Second soul skill, Netherworld 100 Claws. The enhanced Netherworld White Claws, bolstered by her first soul skill, were more than capable of breaching the leopard's defenses. At that moment, the fang-toothed leopard could scarcely discern Xie Qing's precise location. Its eyes darted wildly as it attempted to locate her. Yet, Xie Qing skillfully evaded detection, encircling the leopard, her myriad claws transforming into phantoms that rained down furious attacks. With unmatched speed and substantial damage, each strike resulted in blood and flesh flying from the leopard's body, creating a scene of utter chaos. The fang-toothed leopard could only sense its body being relentlessly assaulted, waves of pain washing over it. With a piercing howl, it suffered a deep gash on its head, thrashing in agony. At this moment, Xie Qing had already appeared 3 meters away, quietly observing the performance of the Fangya leopard. Fear had begun to seep into the heart of the Fangya leopard, for Xie Qing's speed was too swift and her striking power was formidable, rendering it utterly incapable of mounting a defense. Ordinarily, with its cultivation and speed, a direct assault on the opponent followed by a fatal strike would easily conclude the encounter. However, Xie Qing's rapidity left it powerless. Yet, the countless wounds on its body had thoroughly awakened the ferocity within the Fangya leopard. It gazed at Xie Qing, its eyes turning a blood-red hue, and the blood flowing from its body frantically stimulated its nerves. Its speed increased, charging toward Xie Qing, who, undeterred, began to run. From a distance, the speed of both human and leopard appeared nearly matched. The Fangya leopard struck out with a paw toward Xie Qing, who deftly sidestepped, returning the favor with a claw of her own. This strike landed on the leopard's jaw, and then Xie Qing accelerated once more, unleashing a flurry of claws in an instant. At this point, the Fangya leopard had entered a frenzied state. Xie Qing's attacks were insufficient to impede it. When the Fangya leopard landed, golden soul power surged within its mouth. Subsequently, a crescent-shaped blade of battle energy sliced toward Xie Qing in a straight line with astonishing speed. This was the Fangya leopard's signature move, the Fangya blade. Xie Qing calmly regarded the impending assault of the Fangya blade, a faint smile gracing her lips. Utilizing her soul bone ability, she executed a swift teleportation. In the next moment, her figure appeared above the Fangya leopard's head, descending with her sharp stiletto heel plunging directly into the creature's skull. Using her other foot, she pushed off again, executing a graceful turn as she landed on the ground. Accompanied by a piercing scream, the Fangya leopard lay sprawled on the ground, eyes tightly shut, seemingly enduring immense pain, yet its life was fleeting. Jin Ling approached, bending down to stare incredulously at Xie Qing's stiletto heel, exclaiming, "Xie Qing, you just killed a 3,000-year-old soul beast with your high heel." Xie Qing initially thought she had been too violent and frightened Jin Ling, lowering her head slightly in embarrassment. Unbeknownst to her, Jin Ling was merely curious about the material of the heels that had so effortlessly penetrated the Fangya leopard's formidable skull. Xie Qing replied, No. The spot on its head had already been attacked multiple times by me, which is why I stepped down. However, I did not expect its skull to be so fragile." Jin Ling glanced once more at her stiletto before shifting her gaze back to the Fangya leopard. "You had a rough end, dying from a 1,000-year kill. A 1,000-year soul beast crushed by a high heel. We could call it a 1,000-year demise." Chapter 33. The Clumsy Ironback Dragon. While they conversed, the life of the Fangya leopard quietly drew to a close. Jin Ling could only wish that in its next life, it would reincarnate as a woman, purchasing a fine pair of high heels. Soon, a purple soul ring began to coalesce. Jin Ling reminded, "Although your physique has become somewhat more formidable after the evolution of your martial soul, attracting this soul ring may still be a challenge. It will undoubtedly accompany some pain." Before Jin Ling could finish her sentence, Xie Qing had already stepped forward, stating, "It's all right. This little pain is nothing. I'll absorb it first. Wait for me." Sighing heavily, Jin Ling thought how wonderful it would be if the soul beast physique could be utilized by Xie Qing. System, dream on. If this continues, there will be nothing but humanoid, violent soul beasts in the future. Not long after Xie Qing guided the soul ring to her body, beads of sweat began to form on her forehead, her expression turning unnatural, slightly contorted. Jin Ling stood beside her, silently praying that Xie Qing could endure. After all, this soul ring had surpassed the maximum absorption limit of 2,000 years. 2 hours later, the purple soul power began to gather, gradually forming a ring that rhythmically pulsed around Xie Qing. 3 hours later, Zhu Zhuqing's soul power aura finally stabilized, reaching the pinnacle of the 31st rank. Jin Ling approached, congratulating her. Congratulations. You have succeeded, a 12-year-old soul master. Zhu Zhuqing beamed with amazement, saying, if it weren't for your miraculous skewers, I wouldn't have become a soul master so quickly. Jin Ling took her hand, saying as they walked, no matter how good the skewers are, they are merely a tool. Effort remains the primary component. Come on, night is falling. I need to quickly find a suitable soul beast. By the way, what is your third soul skill? Just as you imagined, my third soul skill is a single target attack soul skill, the 9 Nether Slash. Jin Ling's soul beast physique had now reached 1,500 years, allowing him to absorb 10,000 years soul rings without hindrance. Yet, he had his sights set on a soul beast around 2,000 years old. As he put it, I can freely enhance the age of the soul ring. Why must I absorb a high-level soul ring? The soul impact from a 10,000-year soul beast and the pain from a high-age 1,000-year soul beast are entirely avoidable. It is not that Jin Ling is overly cautious. He simply prefers a steadier approach. Thus, Jin Ling focused on the Ironback Dragon, which was foraging nearby. The Ironback Dragon, belonging to the Subdragon family, possessed a sparse draconic bloodline, granting it formidable combat strength. Additionally, its body was covered in silvery iron armor, making it a versatile, six-sided soul beast. Approximately 3,000 years old, it was 1,000 years more than Jin Ling had anticipated, but still acceptable. It would do. Zhu Zhuqing was not surprised that Jin Ling aimed to absorb a 1,000-year soul beast for his second ring, as she had long grown accustomed to his demeanor during their time together. With a physique as strong as a soul beast, his first soul skill was sufficient to contend with 10,000-year skills, not to mention the fearsome 8-spider lance. The Ironback Dragon had yet to realize it was being targeted. Leisurely wandering about, Jin Ling was not anxious. He deliberately walked in front of the Ironback Dragon, waiting for it. Standing about 3 meters tall and walking on its hind legs, though classified as a subdragon, its physique resembled that of a dinosaur. Perhaps due to Jin Ling not activating his martial soul, the Ironback Dragon approached him without noticing. Is this clumsy dragon blind? I'm practically standing in front of its face, and it still thinks it can venture out to forage. In truth, the Ironback Dragon was not blind. Its youth rendered it inexperienced, as it ranked among the top-tier soul beasts, born a 1,000-year soul beast. Thus, a 3,000-year soul beast resembled a mere 3-year-old child in human terms, lacking experience and awareness of danger. Jin Ling, intentionally kicking a nearby tree, caused the leaves to rustle wildly. The Ironback Dragon, surprisingly, looked up to see what had happened, entirely oblivious to the noise below. Open your eyes. From a distance, Zhu Zhuqing found the scene amusing. Not expecting the Ironback Dragon to be so foolish, she couldn't fathom how it managed to survive in the perilous soul beast forest. At a loss, Jin Ling waited until the creature was beside him before reaching out to grab one of its hind legs, pulling sharply. Thud! The Ironback Dragon fell forward, its heavy frame snapping the tree in front of it. Only then did the Ironback Dragon turn to inspect its hind leg, and Jin Ling took the opportunity to wave at it. Hello. However, the Ironback Dragon was utterly unappreciative, retaliating by swinging its tail at Jin Ling. The tail, covered in the same silvery armor as its body, ended with a spiked iron ball reminiscent of a meteor hammer. Seeing this, Jin Ling quickly dodged to the side, exclaiming, "Such a small creature, yet so irritable." The dragon's tail struck the ground, instantly forming a pit. Jin Ling seized the opportunity to grasp its tail and pulled it into his embrace, tightly holding onto the upper end. With a mere flick of his wrist, he began to swing the heavily armored dragon, weighing 2,000 to 3,000 kilograms, like a toy. Jin Ling relentlessly slammed the armored beast against the ground and into nearby trees, filling the area with a series of dull thuds. What is happening? Thought the armored dragon, feeling dizzy and in pain. Minutes passed, yet Jin Ling was not satisfied. He began to spin on the spot, executing 360s and 720s. With a swift motion, the armored dragon was flung away, crashing into over 10 trees before coming to a halt. From a moment he laid eyes on Jin Ling. The armored dragon had only attacked once, initially perceiving Jin Ling as an easy prey, only to find himself the ultimate plaything. When Jin Ling stepped onto the armored dragon's body, it had already succumbed to unconsciousness, its silvery armor largely shattered. Even a top-tier soul beast could not withstand such treatment. From a distance, Zhu Zhuqing watched in astonishment, her mind in disarray. Too fast. No, it's too brutal. Unaware of Zhu Zhuqing's thoughts, Jin Ling produced a short knife to end the poor, armored dragon's life. He then began to absorb the soul ring from the beast's back. It felt unremarkable. As the soul ring connected to him, he merely sensed a surge of soul power entering his body, devoid of discomfort, even finding it quite pleasant. Could it be that his soul beast constitution was extraordinarily robust? In truth, Jin Ling was only partially correct. The armored dragon's own will to live had diminished as it was tossed about, welcoming the end as a release. In less than an hour, Jin Ling stood. 2 soul rings, one black and one purple, glimmering prominently. Soul power, level 24, 6,872. After absorbing the soul ring and combining it with the remaining soul power, Jin Ling had indeed reached level 24. Let's head back. Jin Ling stretched and remarked, I need to sell some skewers tomorrow. Upon returning, he found Peng Cheng and Wanli practicing beneath a tree, both engaging in pure physical combat without their martial souls. Upon inquiry, Jin Ling learned that Yang Wanli had successfully broken through to level 72. Their physical contest was naturally a means of celebration. How are the harvests, young master? Yang Pengzheng inquired. Jin Ling replied, no problem at all. I am now a great soul master, and Zhuqing has also advanced to soul respect. Time for sleep. I am exhausted. With that, Jin Ling retreated to the tree hollow, followed shortly by Zhu Zhuqing. The 2 brothers beneath the tree shook their heads and continued their sparring. In the following days, the area where Jin Ling and his companions frequently hunted soul beasts had become somewhat desolate. Approaching the inner circle of the Dou Forest, it had become increasingly difficult to find a 10,000-year soul beast, and even high-year 1,000-year soul beasts had begun to dominate the area. Bored, Jin Ling lay on the grass. The hunting situation had been disappointing. It seemed that the 10,000-year soul beasts were hiding away. Consequently, purple skewers had become the mainstay, while black skewers were limited to 10 or 20 at most. However, something had piqued Jin Ling's attention. Yesterday, while setting up his stall, he had spotted some well-known figures from the continent. The ghost leopard Douluo from the spirit hall, and the elusive ghost Dou, whose whereabouts Jin Ling had kept hidden. There were also soul masters from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon School, as well as members from the lower sections. Within less than half a month, prominent forces across the continent had become aware of his presence. Had it not been for his earlier use of the title Douluo experience card to intimidate these individuals, a conflict might have already erupted. It was evident that a storm was brewing. That night, Yang Pengcheng's aura had grown even stronger. Observing this, Jin Ling inquired, have you reached level 80? Yang Pengcheng nodded. I broke through after practicing for a while this afternoon. Jin Ling responded, there are many strong individuals outside. Do you think we should consider moving our stall? After a moment's contemplation, Yang Pengcheng replied, given our strength, we might not measure up to those large sections. However, simply leaving would make it inconvenient to live in the Dou Forest. Perhaps we could lower the quality of our skewers, using yellow skewers for 100 each day and limiting ourselves to purple skewers. Jin Ling agreed. Indeed, there are not many 10,000-year soul beasts here, and I can store high-level soul beasts. This way, the cultivation speed of these skewers would likely fail to attract those formidable foes, and under mutual restraint, they would not forcefully target us. Moreover, the revealed strength of my title Douluo should instill some caution in them. Subsequently, Jin Ling and Zhu Zhuqing continued to hunt the surrounding weaker soul beasts, sparing none from hundreds to thousands of years. Meanwhile, Peng Cheng and Wanli were assigned to a more inner circle location to hunt some 10,000-year soul beasts. Indeed, the number of strong individuals outside had diminished compared to the beginning. Elevating the quality of yellow and purple skewers appeared insufficient to draw their interest. Boss, how much for your skewers? Suddenly, a group of 4 emerged from the crowd, towering and clad in armor, particularly the leader, whose shoulder armor displayed prominent ivory projections. Who are they? Someone nearby scoffed, don't you know? That is Hu Yin Hung, the vice master of the elephant armor sect, an 85-level soul Douluo. Why is he here? I don't know. Jin Ling busied himself with grilling, casually gesturing to the wooden board on the grill cart that contained the menu. Hu Yin Hung, feeling slighted by the lack of respect, coldly commanded, I want 100 purple skewers. Jin Ling frowned. We only sell 100 skewers a day. If you want to eat, you'll have to wait in line over there. The line he pointed to stretched far into the distance, likely consisting of 200 to 300 people. Clearly, these individuals could purchase at most 1 skewer each. Furthermore, Jin Ling intended to reserve 20 skewers for Peng Cheng and Wan Li, providing them with some black skewers for their cultivation. Before Hu Yanheng could respond, someone behind him stepped forward, fists crossed over his chest, booming, "Do you know who we are? How dare you disrespect us? Our skewers don't discriminate based on status or wealth. If you want to eat, you must queue, and it also depends on my mood," Jin Ling remarked, flipping a skewer in his hand. "I'll be damned, you little brat. You really think you can disrespect me? You're asking for trouble." Hu Yanheng lunged towards Jin Ling. Today, Peng Cheng and Wan Li were not accompanying Jin Ling to the stall, as he had instructed them to focus on their cultivation. Zhu Zhuqing grew anxious, clearly sensing the overwhelming strength of the opponents, a pressure even Yang Pengqing did not exude. She quickly positioned herself in front of Jin Ling, her stance unwavering. Jin Ling remained unperturbed, for he heard a familiar voice, its source emerging as a dark silhouette. A shadow suddenly appeared before Jin Ling and spoke a few words. "Saint Sun, His Holiness, the Pope wishes for your return to the Spirit Hall." As for Hu Yanheng, he stood frozen in place, beads of sweat forming on his forehead upon seeing the shadow's arrival, as if he had encountered a terrifying presence. Jin Ling said, "Elder Ghost, please convey my greetings to my teacher. My cultivation here is progressing rapidly. Inform her that within a year, I shall certainly return. There is no need for you to keep a constant watch over me. The protection of 2 soul saints is sufficient." Elder Ghost was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Jin Ling was aware of his presence in the Dou Forest. Since Jin Ling began his stall, he knew that Bibi Dong would soon find out, so he often monitored the aura of nearby soul masters. After he eliminated the soul master with the blood-colored crow, Jin Ling, with the strength of a tidal Dou, sensed Elder Ghost's presence, though at that moment, Elder Ghost had just arrived and was unaware that the tidal Douluo who startled him was Jin Ling himself. Elder Ghost asked, "Saint Sun, I do not understand. With such abilities, why not return to the Spirit Hall to sell? There, your safety would be guaranteed." Jin Ling smiled wryly. "Do you know what these meats are made of?" Elder Ghost shook his head, oblivious. Jin Ling then pointed towards the Dou Forest behind him. Chapter 35. The Joining of Elder Ghost. Soul Beasts. Elder Ghost clenched his hands and gazed at Jin Ling's skewers, finally understanding why they could accelerate cultivation. Soul beasts are energy entities. Although humanity remains unaware of why soul beasts leave no corpses upon death, Jin Ling's sale implied he possessed a method. No wonder His Holiness the Pope valued him so highly, designating him as the Saint's son after only a few meetings. Seeing Elder Ghost seemingly comprehend, Jin Ling continued, "So, you should hasten back with that ghost leopard Douluo and this big fool." The big fool Jin Ling referred to was the restless Hu Yanheng standing beside him. At this moment, Hu Yanheng was no longer angry or pretentious. His gaze towards Jin Ling had transformed, realizing that he had insulted the Saint's son. He felt as though he might weep. Elder Ghost cast a sidelong glance at Hu Yanheng and said to Jin Ling, "Saint's son, that ghost leopard is a peak 95th level Douluo. He surely will not heed my words. His purpose for coming is specifically to find you for his grandson." Was that ghost leopard truly a fool? Did he not know he was addressing the Saint's son? Protectiveness should be contingent upon circumstances. Even if he had harmed his grandson, Bibi Dong would not permit a hair on his head to be touched. "Please, give a command for him to return," Jin Ling urged. Elder Ghost surveyed the surroundings and then leaned close to Jin Ling's ear, whispering, "Among the elders of our Spirit Hall, Ghost Leopard and Demon Bear have long sought to be nurtured by the Enshrinement Hall. Thus, they typically do not regard the Pope's authority. Is that so?" Jin Ling replied. "However, rest assured, I do not intend to report back. I will accompany you." I doubt Ghost Leopard would dare to be overly audacious. Elder Ghost vowed earnestly. Jin Ling was somewhat puzzled. He had only met Elder Ghost once, yet the latter seemed eager to accompany him. Jin Ling inquired, "Elder Ghost, we do not seem very familiar, do we?" Elder Ghost awkwardly smiled. He usually presented a cold demeanor, rarely smiling, and his grin startled Jin Ling, as the ghostly patterns on Elder Ghost's face were quite intimidating. Elder Ghost said, "Saint's son, I possess a modicum of selfishness." He then elaborated on his thoughts, revealing that he had been stuck at the 94th level for many years, while his close friends, such as Douluo and Ghost Leopard, had all surpassed him to the 95th level, causing him distress. Seeing his forlorn expression, Jin Ling reflected that having a title Douluo by his side could indeed avert many troubles, particularly in times of danger, saving him a title Douluo experience card. Recently, Jin Ling was uncertain why he had been so unfortunate. The patrons buying skewers were mostly outsiders, rarely seeking to hunt soul beasts for breakthroughs, leaving him with scant rewards. Even more disheartening was that none of the rewards included an experience card. You may stay, and I can even assist you in breaking through to the 95th level. But there is one condition. You must keep all matters concerning me confidential, even for my teacher. Can you do that? Jin Ling scrutinized Elder Ghost, eager to observe his reaction. Without hesitation, Elder Ghost agreed, though he added, Saint's son, I may refrain from disclosing your affairs to His Holiness the Pope, but I hope you will lend your hand when the Pope is in need. Naturally, Jin Ling affirmed. However, these were matters for the future. He was well aware that, at present, Bibi Dong wielded the most influence in the Douluo continent, and she would not encounter danger anytime soon. As for Hu Yanheng, he was in a dire predicament, having been beaten to a pulp by Elder Ghost and ordered to return to convey a message to His Holiness the Pope. Hu Yanheng lamented inwardly, fearing that if the Pope inquired, he would be met with more punishment. With a title Douluo present to maintain order, numerous forces retreated. As Elder Ghost had made his identity known, the Spirit Hall, no further words were needed. Those 3 words were sufficient to quell many miscreants. As for Ghost Leopard Douluo, he did not make an appearance that day. Elder Ghost was unaware of his whereabouts. In the afternoon, Jin Ling permitted only Elder Ghost to enter the inner circle, where he hunted 10,000-year soul beasts. After Jin Ling sold all his skewers, he had only 20 left, initially intended for Xu Yuqing and her companions. However, Elder Ghost claimed a full 10 skewers for himself. The deal was set, 1 skewered meat for each soul beast slain. After consuming them, Elder Ghost felt the 100-fold increase in his cultivation speed and resolved, 10 it is. After all, 10,000-year soul beasts were still soul beasts. Hunting those below 50,000 years was a trivial task for him. When night fell and the others returned, Jin Ling was the most elated. He gazed upon the system space, which now held a total of 15 fresh 10,000-year soul beasts, unable to restrain his praise for Elder Ghost. All these were hunted by Elder Ghost alone, as the Pengcheng brothers had refrained from hunting soul beasts after their skewers were taken. How about that? Not worse than you two, Elder Ghost taunted, casting a challenging glance at Pengcheng and Wanli. Remembering Elder Ghost's greedy demeanor when he had taken the skewers earlier, Wanli could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, We want to duel you. Elder Ghost scoffed, You call that a duel? How amusing. Wanli, displeased, retorted, No matter. You could take us both on. It's still a duel. Are you in or not? Whoever backs down is a little puppy. Young Pengcheng pressed his hand against his temple, wondering how he had been drawn into this and labeled as a puppy. Jin Ling and Xu Yuqing observed the spectacle. Xu Yuqing, though younger, was composed and mature, while Jin Ling smiled calmly, understanding that this was the nature of camaraderie among men, banter and boasting. From this day forth, a new resident took up residence in this great tree, a 20-meter tree hollow, designated for Elder Ghost. The reason for not placing him between Jin Ling and the Pengcheng brothers was Elder Ghost's own preference. He relished the position of superiority. Ha ha ha. As the night deepened, apart from Jin Ling, everyone else was fervently engaged in their cultivation. Suddenly, a resounding roar echoed through the night sky, accompanied by the fierce cries of soul beasts. The source of the disturbance was none other than the core region of the Dou Forest. Jin Ling, startled awake, rubbed his eyes and muttered, What a ruckus at this hour. Simultaneously, Ghost Law appeared at Jin Ling's doorstep, inquiring, Holy Son, there are sounds coming from the core area. Should I investigate? Jin Ling smacked his forehead, exclaiming, What are you going for? Get back to your training. I wonder which fool is provoking those 2 giants. Just sleep. Sleep. Ghost Law stood outside for a moment, pondering that the giants referred to were likely the Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python. Unfazed, he thought to himself that the Holy Son was right. It would be wiser to focus on cultivation. Chapter 36. The Ghost Leopard Douluo sent flying at the outskirts of the core region of the Dou Forest. The imposing figure of the Titan giant ape loomed like a formidable barrier in the night, while a human figure stood across from it, gasping for breath. This human was none other than Ghost Leopard Douluo, an elder of the Spirit Hall. Wasn't the Titan giant ape supposed to reside in the core area? Why had it set its sights on him? Ghost leopard Douluo's expression darkened. He had initially come to the star Dou Forest in search of Jin Ling, but had thought it a good opportunity to explore the core region. Little did he know that as soon as he approached, he would attract the attention of the Titan giant ape. The Titan giant ape, known for its ferocity, wasted no time and immediately assaulted him with its fists. The red soul power emanating from the Titan giant ape surged like a volcanic eruption, relentlessly pounding down on Ghost Leopard Douluo. He concealed himself within a shroud of black mist, now too wary to confront the Titan giant ape head-on. The tremendous noise that had just erupted was the result of him clashing with the Titan giant ape using his 8th soul skill. Clearly, the Titan giant ape's strength was overwhelming, leaving him in excruciating pain from the force of the confrontation. Second brother, come back, he thought, knowing he had other means of survival and that the Titan giant ape could not be defeated in a short time. At that moment, a deafening roar reverberated from the core region, momentarily halting the Titan giant ape's actions. Its gaze towards Ghost Leopard Douluo was filled with hatred. With a sudden leap, the Titan giant ape's red soul power flared as if ignited. In the next instant, it was before Ghost Leopard Douluo, its fists raised to strike down upon him. Boom! Ghost Leopard Douluo narrowly evaded the blow, which crashed into the ground, creating a deep crater. The surrounding earth exploded, becoming rock hard. Ghost Leopard Douluo was propelled backward. He had activated his martial soul's true form. His martial soul, the black-patterned ghost leopard, favored speed and aggression. The Titan giant ape was terrifying, and he realized he had no chance of victory. Thus, he fled desperately towards the periphery. The Titan giant ape, having exerted all its strength, anticipated Ghost Leopard's retreat but had no intention of pursuing him. Instead, it summoned red soul power that coiled around its hands. As it extended its arms outwards, a black-red staff materialized. The staff rapidly elongated, soon measuring over 10 meters in length and 2 meters in diameter. Gripping it firmly, the Titan giant ape spun it above its head, seemingly addressing an old friend, long time no see. In the next moment, the colossal black-red staff was hurled towards the swiftly fleeing Ghost Leopard Douluo. Wherever the staff passed, obstacles disintegrated as if they were mere illusions. Ghost Leopard Douluo sensed the impending danger and glanced back, exclaiming, "What in the world is that?" Just as the staff was about to collide with him, he executed a graceful turn in midair, intending to unleash his phantom cold light to block the attack. With a resounding thud, Ghost Leopard Douluo vanished, along with a massive staff. At that moment, his figure zipped through the inner circle at breakneck speed before landing on a tree at the outskirts. Coughing, he clung to the branch, face upward, and spat out a mouthful of blood. Despite several rips in his clothing, the black mask he wore remained intact. The blood he expelled, while painful, was akin to a release. The distance he was flung was evident, as the trees bore the marks of his passage. Star Lake. As the Titan giant ape returned, the immense head of the sky-blue bull python emerged from the water surface, bathed in the moonlight-esque glow. Second brother, you acted impulsively again. Do you not know that the Titan golden cudgel is the most powerful divine weapon of our kind? While humans cannot wield it, they surely recognize that we are soul beasts of over 100,000 years old. The sky-blue bull python exhaled, releasing 2 plumes of vapor from its massive nostrils. The Titan giant ape pounded its fist into the ground, declaring, they know. Although I failed to kill him, I have gravely injured him. I fear not death, if it means avenging our dear mother." Ghost Leopard Douluo was instantly recognized as the detestable human responsible for the death of Xie Yue's mother. As recounted by her, the sky-blue bull python admonished, "Second brother, refrain from speaking of death so casually. Remember, until Sister Xie Yue fully matures, none of us can afford to be reckless." The Titan giant ape was not oblivious to priorities. The thought of their mother brought him immense pain. Had it not been for their obligations that took them away, Xie Yue and her mother would not have met such a fate. Alas, the fate of soul beasts has always been subject to the whims of humans. Once the Dou continent was an era dominated by soul beasts. The sky-blue bull python flicked its tail, splashing water, and remarked, "Let us not dwell on the past. After all, we too have our secrets." The Douluo continent is ultimately small. The Titan giant ape gazed up at the moon, saying, "Elder brother, many soul beasts have been hunted in the outskirts recently. Even countless 10,000-year soul beasts have flooded into the inner circle, leading to unnecessary conflicts and chaos. The sky blue bull python inquired, "Do you know the reason for this?" "I am unsure. Since that mysterious tidal Douluo appeared, I have been cultivating in Star Lake and rarely ventured out. However, when I encountered a soul beast while trying to fend off that human, I learned from it that several powerful humans have appeared in the inner circle. Hunting soul beasts daily, not even for soul rings," the Titan giant ape explained. "Not for soul rings. Humans have truly grown more outrageous. Capturing us soul beasts for soul rings was one thing, but now they hunt us indiscriminately. They show us no regard whatsoever," lamented the sky blue bull python. Indeed, the continent has changed and the times have shifted. In our day, such things would have been deemed inconceivable. A night of silence ensued. As usual, Jin Ling spent the morning selling skewers, primarily focusing on yellow and purple varieties. Nevertheless, he prepared 30 black skewers daily, intended for the training of Xie Yue and others. Approximately half a month later, fueled by Jin Ling's unreserved provision of energy through the skewers, Ghost Law indeed broke through to level 95. Naturally, everyone as progress was substantial. Yang Pengcheng, however, had yet to acquire his 8th ring and remained unaware of his exact cultivation level. Chapter 37. The Mighty Ant. As for Yang Wanli, he ascended directly by 3 levels, reaching level 75. Xie Yue had also attained level 37, and this was achieved while she had consumed the least amount of black grilled skewers. As for Jin Ling, his soul power had long surpassed level 30, with an ample remaining soul power of 1158 points. Saint Sun, may we now acquire our soul rings? I feel my strength has increased by at least 30%. The smile on Ghost Douluo's face had not faded since his breakthrough, perhaps due to the limitations of his talent. He had been stuck at level 94 for a decade, and no one knew the depth of his desire for level 95. Oomph. Young Wanli scoffed. The master is not in a hurry. It is the eunuch who is anxious. In the next moment, Ghost Douluo appeared above Yang Wanli, transforming into a shadowy figure, his face appearing grotesque as he stared down at Yang Wanli. Yang Wanli slapped his forehead, exasperated. "If you wish to frighten me at night, that is one thing, but to pull this stunt during the day? Are you foolish?" "You are the foolish one," Jin Ling interjected, attempting to quell the quarrel. "With such vigor, let us swiftly acquire the soul rings and make good use of our strength." He then turned his gaze toward Ghost Douluo as an assassin-type soul master. Must he not maintain a semblance of aloofness? Why do you now behave like a buffoon? Look at my Xu Qing. She is beautiful and kind, yet remains dignified. That is the true exemplar of an agile attack-type soul master. Xu Qing, ignoring the glances directed her way, quickly turned her back, looking in another direction, her cheeks slightly flushed. He actually praised me in front of so many people. Although Yang Wanli did not comprehend the implications of Jin Ling's words, he added, "Did you hear that, little ghost? The young master said you should not act like a fool every day. Be a normal person." Ghost Douluo retorted, "Saint Sun, in the past, I was aloof, but it was all due to the stench of the flower forcing me. Think about it. Who could endure a freak constantly chattering beside them? If I were not aloof, I would have been driven mad long ago." There is some merit to his reasoning. Indeed, Ghost Douluo had certain peculiarities. Jin Ling recalled previous events, during which he had little interest in Ghost Douluo. In fact, at times, the mere thought of the flower made him chuckle. Yang Wanli, however, remained oblivious to the underlying context, puzzled. What ridiculous names. A little ghost, a flower. How could you two possibly become tidal Douluo? How strange. All right, enough banter. Let us set forth. Our primary task today is to assist Yang Pengcheng in acquiring his 8th soul ring. As Jin Ling spoke, his mind was racing with memories. The target of his recollection was the 1,000 gene ant trio, each nearing an existence of 100,000 years. With Ghost Douluo releasing his aura, the group traversed the inner circle without encountering any soul beasts. We have arrived at the central region of the inner circle. There is no need to proceed further. Jin Ling set up a tent in an open area. The soul beast we seek is the 1,000 gene ant, a formidable power-type soul beast, highly suitable for Yang Pengcheng. Jin Ling briefly introduced the 1,000 gene ants, stating, "There are 3 of them, each with nearly 100,000 years of cultivation. As far as I know, these 3 will not coexist simultaneously, for all soul beasts in the inner circle possess territorial instincts. To maximize their territory, they must separate to occupy their domains. Additionally, They primarily dwell underground, only emerging when foraging, so we need to look for large, inactive areas devoid of other soul beasts. Yang Pengcheng seemed puzzled. Young master, if there are 3,000 Jin ants, each nearing 100,000 years, why are they here? Shouldn't the core area be more favorable? Jin Ling replied, do not forget. The core area is home to 2 emperors, who would not allow beings like the 1,000 Jin ants to threaten their position. Since the 1,000 Jin ants cannot contend with them, they must keep their distance from the core area while avoiding alerting other soul beasts. Thus, this should be the most suitable location for their concealment. Ghost Douluo, however, was indifferent. After all, he was now at level 95 and felt no fear of the 1,000 Jin ants. Ghost Douluo suddenly heard faint sounds from a distance and quickly warned the others. Something is approaching. Everyone be cautious. Soon, the others heard it as well. The sounds growing closer and louder. Their eyes were fixed on the source of the noise, with Jin Ling being the first to react. He smiled as the 1,000 Jin ant emerged before them. What a stroke of luck. Jin Ling shouted to Ghost Douluo, that is the 1,000 Jin ant. Let's strike swiftly. At that moment, the 1,000 Jin ant leapt from the trees, measuring over 3 meters in length, its body adorned with a layer of dark golden exoskeleton. Sporting 6 eyes, 4 large and 2 small, fixated on Jin Ling and the others. Sensing the dangerous aura from Ghost Douluo, it hesitated to act, instead focusing on Jin Ling and Xie Yue, its massive forelimbs resembling the pincers of scorpion. Additionally, it had 2 pairs of wings, indicating its ability to fly. Action. Ghost Douluo was the first to move, as 9 soul rings around him vanished along with his figure. Above the 1,000 Jin ant, a mesmerizing ghostly figure materialized, Ghost Douluo's martial soul. The specter. With sharp fingertips, the specter unleashed a barrage of ghostly shadows toward the 1,000 Jin ant, accompanied by a flurry of claw strikes. The 1,000 Jin ant raised its head, its 6 legs stirring as it elevated its forelimbs to confront the oncoming shadows. Any shadow that came into contact with its pincers was dispersed, yet some shadows evaded capture. As these shadows neared the ant's exoskeleton, all remaining shadows unleashed their claw strikes. A cacophony of piercing sounds erupted as the claws scratched against the ant's head, sending a shiver through the onlookers. With the first attack failing, Ghost Douluo reappeared, realizing that the 1,000 Jin ant's exoskeleton was too resilient for conventional attacks to penetrate. Jin Ling anxiously called out, Old Ghost, quickly unleash your ultimate move and injure it. We must make haste. Upon hearing this, Ghost Douluo wasted no time. His 8th soul ring illuminated, and he invoked Ghostly Apparition, surrounded by a multitude of bizarre energy entities, some resembling heads, others hearts, and even thoracic cavities. These entities surged toward the 1,000 Jin ant, realizing the imminent danger. The 1,000 Jin ant flapped its wings in an attempt to evade the energy entities. However, these entities seemed to possess a tracking ability, detonating upon contact with the ant. Chapter 38. The Explosive Soul Power Sphere Boom. Boom. The ground and air were filled with the aftermath of explosions, and the 1,000 Jin ant's luster faded, its exoskeleton now marred with dark streaks. Yet, the 1,000 Jin ant appeared largely unscathed, save for its right wing, which was damaged beyond half. Although it could no longer take to the skies, its speed remained formidable. As Ghost Douluo reappeared, the 1,000 Jin ant lunged forward, its gigantic pincers snapping together, its 6 eyes locked onto him, as if intent on securing him as its prey. In an instant, the 1,000 Jin ant collided with Ghost Douluo. He raised his hand, a black skull materializing to block the massive pincers. Bang! As the skull collided with the giant claw, a magnificent spectacle unfolded, with soul power continuously leaking and spreading in all directions. The immense force prompted Ghost Douluo to exclaim. As he gazed at the cracks forming on the skull in his hand, a wave of unease washed over him, and several ghostly figures drifted from his being, each emitting a piercing sound. At his command, they surrounded the 1,000 Jin ant, with each ghostly claw gripping a segment of its body. At that moment, the 1,000 Jin ant resembled an eerie black mass, with all parts consumed by darkness, except for the pair of massive claws contending with Ghost Douluo. Clearly agitated, the 1,000 Jin ant found itself restricted by the sudden appearance of numerous ghostly figures, which incited its fury. It struggled incessantly, ultimately breaking free from the stalemate with Ghost Douluo. A surge of robust, earthy yellow soul power erupted from its body. With a furious screech, the Thousand Gene ant lunged forward, attempting to bite Ghost Douluo, its most formidable weapon. Aside from its giant claws, was its mouth, resembling two razor-sharp scythes glimmering ominously. Startled by the swift movement, Ghost Douluo activated his fifth soul skill, Shadow Abyssal Claw. As he raised his arm, a black bone claw shot forth, ensnaring the Thousand Gene ant's mouth. Simultaneously, the Pengcheng brothers emerged, although they had not summoned their martial spirits. They had compressed their soul power into a sphere 10 times, rivaling the power they had once displayed against the combined might of the dragon and snake. In unison, they commanded go. The soul power sphere darted toward the Thousand Gene ant, which had just freed itself from the bone claw. Its uppermost eyes gleamed ominously as it opened its mouth to seize the soul power sphere. Observing this, Jin Ling quickly retreated with Zhu Zhuqing to avoid being caught in the impending chaos. Indeed, as soon as Jin Ling distanced himself, the soul power sphere detonated, creating a dazzling explosion that was spectacular even in daylight. Aside from a deep crater left in the ground, the surrounding area was engulfed in a haze of smoke. Coughing violently, Ghost Douluo found his black cloak shredded, his face covered in dust, resembling someone who had just emerged from the depths of a pot. Damn it! Couldn't you give me a heads up before attacking? This is personal vendetta, he shouted at Yang Wanli, who was clutching his abdomen and laughing heartily, unbothered by the presence of the dark spirit in broad daylight. Jin Ling remarked, the soul power sphere did silence those dark spirits quite effectively. Yang Pengcheng merely chuckled lightly, hastening to check on the Thousand Gene ant's condition. Ghost Douluo cast a resentful glance at Yang Wanli, then instantly appeared beside Jin Ling, saying, "Holy Son, my injuries are quite severe. Might I trouble you for a bottle of cola as a reward?" As he spoke, his eyelids twitched uncontrollably. The cola reference was something Yang Wanli had shared with him. Despite their constant banter, they were united in their desire for the fizzy drink. Even Yang Pengcheng felt trepidation, fearing he might gain another unrelated brother. Jin Ling approached Yang Pengcheng, leaving behind a few words. A peak Douluo at 95 level wrestling with a mere ant is quite an embarrassment. So heartless, Ghost Douluo thought as he watched Jin Ling depart without a backward glance, causing his frustration to boil over. He defended himself. Holy Son, it's not as simple as it seems. I haven't even used my 9th soul skill, which is our strongest move. I was merely concerned about killing it outright, which would render Yang Pengcheng unable to absorb it. You must be understanding of my plight. In the deep pit, the Thousand Gene ant lay gasping for breath, making it difficult to discern its mouth amidst the yellowish liquid covering it, which Jin Ling speculated to be its blood. Although its mouth remained intact, the flesh at the end had begun to tear. Quickly, let us capture it and leave this place. I sense that 2 more Thousand Gene ants are approaching, Jin Ling urged. Ghost Law boasted, let them come. I'm still eager to engage. After reaching level 95, he felt an overwhelming confidence in his abilities. His bravado earned him only a roll of the eyes from Jin Ling, who reminded him, our objective is to obtain soul rings, not to hunt soul beasts. The remaining Thousand Gene ants will still be useful, and we will return once Yang Wanli's 8th ring is ready, assuming all goes well. We must depart quickly. The commotion here has likely alerted the core area. Without further ado, Yang Pengcheng, trusting Jin Ling, swiftly seized the Thousand Gene ant and followed him toward the outskirts. Before leaving, Jin Ling retrieved a multitude of bottles and vials from his star ring, filled with various potions for pest control and snake venom antidotes. He then tossed them into the air, shattering them with a burst of golden light, dispersing the assorted concoctions everywhere. Ghost Douluo, puzzled, inquired, "What are you doing?" Jin Ling smiled. "I'm adding some chaos for the remaining Thousand Gene ants, so they won't trace our whereabouts. If they discover our dwelling, the trouble would far outweigh the benefits of defeating them." Soon, they returned to the area where they often hunted soul beasts. Ghost Douluo unleashed his soul power, causing the surrounding soul beasts to flee in terror. Chapter 39. The 10,000-year soul ring. Jin Ling first glanced at the near-lifeless Thousand Gene ant before secretly communicating with the system. This soul ring is remarkable. It's so close to reaching 10,000 years. Can I extend the soul ring's lifespan onto this soul beast? The system replied. The soul ring's lifespan can indeed be applied to the soul beast, proportional to its cultivation age. Excellent, Jin Ling exclaimed, startling Yang Pengcheng and the others, who regarded him with puzzled expressions. Undeterred by their curious gazes, Jin Ling focused on the 1,000-gene ant, his eyes alight with excitement. He then called Yang Pengcheng over, instructing, "Do as I say. Unleash your strongest attack, aimed at the base of the 1,000-gene ant's neck. Be swift." Yang Pengcheng nodded, having already summoned the golden monkey martial spirit, activating his martial spirit true form. Concurrently, his 6th soul ring and 3rd soul skill lit up. The golden monkey transformation doubled all his attributes for a short duration. The golden monkey skyfall was his most potent attack skill. In order to allow Yang Pengcheng to strike the 1,000-gene ant's underjaw, Jin Ling flipped it onto its back, exposing its vulnerable underbelly. System elevated to 10,000 years. The system confirmed, consuming 520 years. The 1,000-gene ant ascends to 10,000 years. As the system processed this command, a radiant red glow emanated from the 1,000-gene ant, and powerful soul power surged forth, observing the formation of a protective barrier from the red soul power. The golden monkey exclaimed, "Now, strike quickly." Jin Ling feared that if the 1,000-gene ant transcended to 10,000 years, its injuries would fully heal. While he was unafraid, such an eventuality was best avoided. Yang Pengcheng leapt from the ground into the air, his muscles showcasing immense power. He rolled several times before plunging towards the earth with fervor. With feet aimed downward and his body bent, he concentrated all his strength into his legs. A thunderous crash echoed as he accurately struck the neck of the 1,000-gene ant. A crisp snap resonated as its neck fractured completely. Even the connecting parts were destroyed. At that moment, the 1,000-gene ant's eyes opened, having just experienced a surge of miraculous energy that transformed into cultivation, elevating itself to an age of 100,000 years. Its formidable restorative powers were just beginning to take effect. However, it was too late. Its eyes remained unclosed in death. As the red soul power began to spread outward from the 1,000-gene ant, Jin Gang finally exhaled in relief. The red soul power was a hallmark of a 100,000-year soul beast. His triumph was confirmed. After Yang Pengcheng's martial spirit manifestation concluded, he could not help but take a step back, overwhelmed by the ferocious aura emanating from the 1,000-gene ant. This was the aura of a 100,000-year soul beast. Yang Pengcheng stared in a daze at the creature before him. Ghost Douluo and the others were equally astonished. As a titled Douluo, Ghost Douluo immediately recognized that this was indeed a 100,000-year soul beast. How could this be? Hadn't the Holy Sun claimed that it was merely approaching that age? This was undeniably 100,000 years. Yang Wanli exclaimed with joy, "Wonderful! 100,000 years! This will surely yield a soul bone, and perhaps even 2 soul rings with soul skills." Zhu Zhuqing, however, remained remarkably composed, glancing at Jin Ling with a slight smile. "This must also be your doing, right?" In contrast to their excitement, Jin Gang was less enthusiastic. While a 100,000-year soul ring was indeed precious, it depended on whether Yang Pengcheng could absorb it. It was too early to celebrate. He approached Yang Pengcheng and said, "You have seen for yourself. It is indeed a genuine 100,000-year soul ring. However, the challenge of absorbing it for your 8th ring is akin to traversing the underworld. If you are resolved, proceed. If you hesitate, we shall seek other soul beasts." Jin Ling's words were somewhat exaggerated. Yang Pengcheng's exceptional talent was one factor, and his physical strength was not lacking. Moreover, he also possessed 2 soul bones. The likelihood of absorbing a 100,000-year soul ring was at least 50%. After a brief hesitation of 2 seconds, Yang Pengcheng declared, "Young master, to become a formidable soul master, one must endure countless perils. This difficulty is but a trifle, especially since a 100,000-year soul ring is a rare opportunity. I do not wish to squander it. Come forth, my 8th soul ring." Jin Ling nodded in satisfaction, as he merely sought to test Yang Pengcheng's courage, and indeed, he proved to be someone comparable to Tang Hao. As the red soul ring enveloped Yang Pengcheng, the others grew tense, for none had ever absorbed a 100,000-year soul ring. An hour swiftly passed with no sign of movement from Yang Pengcheng. It seemed it would take a long time. Jin Ling stood up and approached Zhu Zhuqing, saying, "Shall we take a stroll while searching for the soul beasts I require?" Zhu Zhuqing nodded and followed suit. "Holy Sun, should I accompany you?" Ghost Douluo suddenly appeared beside Jin Ling, inquiring. Jin Ling shook his head, "No need. You and Yang Wanli must guard Yang Pengcheng closely. ensure that no other soul beasts or soul masters disturb him. Ghost Douluo nodded, understood. Once Jin Ling departed, Ghost Douluo leapt onto a large tree, vigilantly surveying the surroundings with his spiritual power. In the Dou Great Forest Star Lake, the sky blue bull python suddenly surged from the lake, having sensed a fleeting trace of 100,000-year soul beast's aura. Simultaneously, the Titan giant ape locked its gaze in the direction of Yang Pengqing and the others. Brother, how can there be 100,000-year soul beast's aura? Could it be that Sister Xie Yue has returned? The sky blue bull python's head shook slightly. No. I can sense that this aura is somewhat unfamiliar. It cannot be Sister Xie Yue. Furthermore, its soul power feels quite unstable, as if it has just broken through. But why did all traces of its aura vanish in an instant? The sky blue bull python was puzzled. Even with the existence of Star Lake, which could conceal an aura, it should not be able to vanish so quickly. How did this 100,000-year soul beast manage such a feat? The Titan giant ape, whose cultivation was not as high as the sky blue bull python, had not detected the change in soul power. After listening to the sky blue bull python, it scratched its bald head and said, "Brother, do you think this soul beast might have been killed by those despicable humans?" The sky blue bull python was visibly shaken. The Titan giant ape's words bore some truth. The only way to completely erase an aura was through the death of the soul beast. Yet, this outcome was one it could not accept. With a resigned sigh, it said, "Star Lake still requires my protection. Second brother, you must venture out. Remember to prioritize your safety. If you cannot win, flee." The Titan giant ape stood up, shaking its wrists. "Do not worry. As long as I do not encounter that titled Douluo wielding a blood-red sword, I have no fear." It then set off towards the direction of Yang Pengqing and the others. At this moment, Jin Ling remained unaware that the Titan giant ape from the core area was approaching, as he was preoccupied with teasing a fellow creature. Chapter 40. Golden Shield Armor. It is in fact a golden crocodile. Jin Ling, accompanied by Zhu Zhuqing, ventured into a small marshy region, one that Jin Ling had previously visited. However, the vegetation here was quite dense, accompanied by a rather pungent odor, during his hunts for soul beasts. He had never entered this area. The reason for their intrusion this time was due to a familiar scent that had piqued Jin Ling's curiosity. Jin Ling's soul beast physique had accumulated to over 5,000 years during this period. The golden crocodile, before him, measured 7 meters in length. Its golden hue not vibrant, but rather a dark gold, indicating it had not yet reached the 10,000-year mark, though it was over 7,000 years old. "Zhuqing, be cautious. This area is riddled with hidden marshes. You should stay on the nearby tree," Jin Ling advised, leaping onto the head of the golden crocodile and casually delivering a punch. "All right." Once Zhu Zhuqing climbed onto the tree, she began to survey the surroundings, finding no traces of soul beasts nearby. As for Jin Ling, she had no concerns. "Little crocodile, why not offer me a sacrifice willingly? After all, we are of the same kin," Jin Ling taunted, but the golden crocodile, enraged by the human atop it, thrashed and spun in an attempt to dislodge him. Yet, it underestimated Jin Ling. He crouched low, his feet firmly planted as if weighted with lead. Seeing that the golden crocodile was not yielding, Jin Ling jumped off just as the creature's forepaw swung toward him. He swiftly grasped its forepaw with one hand, while the other hand quickly joined in, exerting force to lift it up. This was not enough. Jin Ling began to spin in place, and the golden crocodile, held by both of his hands, was lifted into the air. Its mouth gaped wide, and its golden eyes, now aligned in the same direction, sparkled with golden stars. It felt dizzy, but could not express it, nor did it comprehend what the term sacrifice meant. Whoosh! After Jin Ling had spun the golden crocodile a few times, he released it, sending it flying toward the open space outside the marsh. "Let us go, Zhuqing. This place reeks. It's unbearable," Jin Ling exclaimed, leading the way out. Upon their emergence into the open area, the golden crocodile had yet to recover from its dizziness, lying on the ground while gasping for breath. "I will go absorb the soul ring now. You just need to support me from the side," Jin Ling instructed. As Jin Ling prepared to end the golden crocodile with his dagger, his eyes suddenly regained their normalcy. Instantly, his mouth gaped open, elongating to over 2 meters. Within it lay a multitude of teeth, numbering in the hundreds, all predominantly white, albeit some tinged with yellow, likely due to a lifetime of neglecting dental hygiene. The sharpness of these teeth rivaled that of a golden spear. Jin Ling was not in a rush. He had momentarily lost his focus. not due to the golden crocodile's sudden attack, but rather from the noxious odor that assaulted him as the creature opened its mouth, a ghastly combination of decay and stomach acid. In the distance, Xie Yue had already teleported to Jin Ling's side, unleashing her 9 nether slash towards the crocodile's gaping maw. The 9 nether slash, with its black crescent blade, sliced through the air, leaving behind dark afterimages. Just as the crocodile's jaws were about to snap shut, the slash struck the corner of its mouth, causing it to recoil in pain, desperate to close its mouth and alleviate the discomfort. This particular technique had been enhanced by Jin Ling, reaching the formidable age of 9,999 years, almost a millennium of soul technique. The fact that the crocodile's mouth remained unscathed was a testament to its formidable defenses, rivaling those of the most powerful defensive soul beasts. However, Jin Ling would not allow the creature to simply shut its mouth. From within the crocodile's maw, a golden shield materialized, a second soul technique he had acquired after slaying the iron-armored back dragon, known as the Golden Shield Armor. This flexible shield could be manipulated in size, thickness, and distance, and had also been upgraded to 10,000 years. Hence, the shield wedged itself within the crocodile's mouth, effectively immobilizing it. Jin Ling then instructed Xie Yue to stand back while he entered the creature's line of sight, taunting, "Come at me. Aren't you fierce?" The golden crocodile's eyes flashed with irritation, discomfort mounting as its mouth remained wide open. Jin Ling, taking advantage of the moment, kicked the beast's abdomen and admonished, "Calm down. No need for such fury." He subsequently enlarged the golden shield armor, not by much, but given its position within the crocodile's mouth. The creature felt as though its jaw had lost all sensation, even shedding tears of anguish. No matter how violently the creature struggled, the golden shield remained unyielding. "Alas, as a fellow crocodilian, I shall spare you further suffering," Jin Ling mused. Unbeknownst to the crocodile, the shield within its mouth abruptly vanished, and before it could react, several golden spears shot forth from its maw, penetrating deep into its body. The spears wreaked havoc within, for while the crocodile's defenses were formidable, its internal organs were far less resilient. Almost every part of its body was effortlessly pierced, the golden spears possessing extraordinary penetrating power, only exploding upon encountering defensive measures. Regardless of the circumstances, the damage inflicted was substantial. Once the golden spears breached the crocodile's interior, they navigated swiftly to the rear, colliding with something solid, a structure echoing the crocodile's jaw, mirroring its form. Xie Yue, having observed Jin Ling's brutal assault on the crocodile, was momentarily taken aback, hastily turning away, feigning ignorance. Clearing his throat, Jin Ling remarked to himself, "This has spiraled out of control. What a dire situation." Contemplating how to absorb the soul ring, he gazed at the slowly ascending, aromatic ring with uncertainty. Suddenly enlightened, he retrieved a mask from his star-picking ring and donned it, exclaiming, "Now we're ready." He proceeded to absorb his third soul ring. Xie Yue chuckled softly, amused by his antics. While Jin Ling absorbed the soul ring, Yang Pengsheng was grappling with the immense pressure of a 100,000-year soul ring. As this soul ring entered his being, an overwhelming surge of soul power flooded his body from all directions. Soon, a blood-red ant of 1,000 pounds manifested in his mind. Indeed, a 100,000-year soul beast, its mental form was formidable. Yang Pengsheng, fixated on the ant before him, clenched his fists, showing no signs of retreat. Chapter 41. Accept my blade and depart. Jin Ling, seated cross-legged, opened his eyes and exhaled a deep breath, feeling invigorated. The absorption of his 7,000-year soul ring posed little challenge for him, the process proving remarkably smooth. The duration of soul rings attracted by soul masters directly correlates with their physical resilience. The stronger the physique, the better one can withstand the impact of soul power during absorption. Soul power, level 31, 1395, level 40, 123,140. Upon absorbing the soul ring, Jin Ling's cultivation surged to level 40, just shy of being able to add a fourth ring, surpassing Xie Yue in the process. In just half a month, he had ascended a significant rank, yet he noted that previously, each level gained only 3 points of soul power, while now it seemed to be 5. Clearly, earlier progress had been more straightforward. Seeing that Jin Ling had completed his absorption, Xie Yue inquired, "What is your third soul technique?" Her curiosity stemmed from wondering what kind of ability a soul ring, akin to her own martial spirit, could bestow. Jin Ling replied, "My third soul technique is called Death Roll, capable of swiftly summoning the phantom of my martial spirit, possessing immense strangling power." This technique, too, was a 10,000-year soul skill. Jin Ling had amassed numerous soul rings, but most were stored away for emergencies. As for the color of the rings, they were 1 yellow and 2 purple. "Impressive," Xie Yue remarked. Jin Ling remained silent, aware that she had no inkling of the true terror behind the death roll. Once ensnared, escaping its clutches would be nearly impossible without formidable strength and defense. Let us return and see how Yang Pengcheng is faring. Just as they prepared to depart, the ground trembled violently. What could cause such a disturbance? Xie Yue exclaimed in alarm. Jin Ling furrowed his brow, responding, "That sound suggests the approach of an enormous soul beast, its rhythm methodical, akin to human footsteps. Could it be the Titan giant ape?" No sooner had he spoken than the Titan giant ape appeared before them. Upon seeing it, Xie Yuqing's complexion paled, recalling how the beast had nearly crushed her during their last encounter. The Titan giant ape towered, resembling a colossal, mobile mountain, impenetrable and formidable. Upon noticing Jin Ling and Xie Yuqing, the Titan giant ape sniffed the air, failing to detect the scent of soul beasts, a hint of disappointment evident on its face. However, the lingering stench still drew its gaze toward them. Meanwhile, the golden crocodile's carcass had vanished, yet remnants of its presence lingered. As a 100,000-year soul beast, the Titan giant ape quickly deduced that these two feeble humans had recently hunted a soul beast. Boom! In the distance, a surge of crimson soul power erupted skyward. Powerful ripples of energy radiating outward. The Titan great ape appeared somewhat anxious, sensing that it was indeed a 10,000-year soul beast, and it seemed to have been slain. A human was currently absorbing its soul ring. In the distance, the sky blue bull python let out a sigh. After millennia, another 10,000-year soul beast had emerged, only to be discovered by humans first. Could it be that the arrival was due to the 10,000-year soul beast? Jin Ling was taken aback. From the Titan great ape's demeanor, he understood. No wonder the Titan great ape was so agitated. It had come for the 10,000-year soul beast. However, he could not allow it to disrupt Yang Pengcheng's absorption of the soul ring. Although there was the ghost Douluo present, the current ghost Douluo was still insufficient to contend with the 10,000-year Titan great ape. A typical 10,000-year soul beast could already rival a level 95 tidal Douluo. And as an ancient exotic species, the Titan great ape could easily match a peak Douluo of level 97. Seeing the Titan great ape attempting to leave for Yang Pengcheng, Jin Ling hurriedly called out, "Great ape, do not be in such haste. Accept my sword before you depart." The Titan great ape, initially dismissive, paid no heed to Jin Ling's call and had already begun to step away. Who could have anticipated the devastating impact of Jin Ling's following words? The Titan great ape's forward motion abruptly halted, nearly causing it to stumble. That voice was all too familiar. "Accept my sword, and you may leave." Wasn't that the voice of the Tidal Douluo wielding the blood-red, long sword from earlier? The Titan great ape's expression shifted to one of trepidation. Yet it did not flee, but regarded Jin Ling with contemplation. It could sense that Jin Ling's strength was not formidable, yet that voice resonated with undeniable clarity. Jin Ling cleared his throat and remarked, "King of the forest, we meet again." After exchanging pleasantries, he continued, "I understand you have come for the 10,000-year soul beast, but it is already deceased, so there is no need for your interference." The Titan great ape let out a roar, albeit devoid of lethal intent, merely expressing its dissatisfaction. Jin Ling secretly chuckled. The Titan great ape was rather amusing, appearing furious yet hesitant to strike, much like a child who had been wronged. "There is no need to be angry. I can inform you that this soul beast is the 1,000 Jin ant, which has contended with you over the Star Lake," Jin Ling stated. The Titan great ape's pupils dilated in shock. The name 1,000 Jin ant was too familiar to it. Thousands of years ago, when the Titan great ape had not yet reached 10,000 years, the 3,000 Jin ant brothers had unexpectedly appeared near the Star Lake while the sky blue bull python was away, intent on seizing control of the Star Lake. Naturally, the Titan great ape would not agree and had single-handedly battled the three brothers for a full day and night. Although its cultivation was on par with the 1,000 Jin ants, They were a trio with a well-coordinated synergy. The Titan great ape had been left with numerous wounds from their pincers and jaws and had nearly lost its life. Fortunately, the sky blue bull python returned just in time to drive the 3,000 Jin ants away and commanded them never to appear in the Dou Forest again. The Titan great ape was astonished, unable to believe that the 1,000 Jin ant had been living in the Dou Forest all this time and had even advanced to 10,000 years. After a prolonged moment, the Titan great ape regained its composure, and a deep voice emanated from its mouth. Human, the 1,000 Jin ant is my enemy. I am grateful that you have slain it. However, could you tell me the whereabouts of the other 2,000 Jin ants? You can speak? I thought soul beasts could only articulate human language after reaching 200,000 years, Jin Ling replied. The other 2,000 Jin ants have not yet reached 10,000 years. In fact, this one only attained 10,000 years due to my influence. Do you understand? Jin Ling spoke slowly. Chapter 42. The Holy Spirit Continent? It reached 10,000 years because of you? The Titan great ape was perplexed, its claws restlessly stroking its head. The growth of soul beasts, aside from absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to increase their age, could also be hastened by acquiring heavenly materials, devouring other soul beasts and humans. While breaking through to 10,000 years was not overly difficult, it still required a considerable amount of time. Jin Ling nodded. This 1,000 Jin ant was only a few hundred years shy of 10,000 years. Its ascension to that level was indeed due to me. There is nothing more to discuss. I shall take my leave. Having established his identity with the Titan great ape, Jin Ling felt he could spare a title Douluo experience card. The Titan great ape had intended to say more, but it was indeed somewhat intimidated by Jin Ling's blood-red longsword, standing at a distance and pondering Jin Ling's departure. Jin Ling's restraint was remarkable. The Titan great ape had not attacked. This was truly astonishing. Xie Yue had always perceived soul beasts as highly aggressive, especially the Forest King. The Titan great ape, which was exceptionally ferocious. The last time it had attacked her in company, there had been no discernible reason. However, Xie Yue was unaware that after she had fainted, she missed witnessing Jin Ling's decisive strike that repelled the Titan great ape. Otherwise, her thoughts would have differed. Fortunately, it is not that it fears me. Rather, it fears my other martial soul, Jin Ling clarified. Xie Yue queried, is it that blood-red longsword? Having seen Jin Ling wield the longsword when Long Gong suddenly appeared, she had a faint recollection. Indeed, that very longsword, named Tianwen. The organization I wish to establish is named after it. As for why the Titan great ape fears it, it is likely because the quality of my martial soul exceeds its capabilities, preventing it from unleashing its full power, Jin Ling explained. Xie Yue nodded in understanding. Upon returning to the location where Yang Pengcheng was absorbing the soul ring, Jin Ling noted that the process had not yet concluded. Judging by Yang Pengcheng's expression and condition, he seemed to be facing formidable resistance, beads of sweat dotting his pale visage, and his body trembling slightly. Jin Ling sighed. The 10,000-year soul ring was indeed powerful. Even making an exceptional talent like Yang Pengcheng struggle to absorb it, somewhat exaggerated indeed. Silently encouraging Yang Pengcheng, Jin Ling thought, hang in there. Once you absorb this soul ring, your future achievements will undoubtedly be remarkable. Saint Sun, how did it go? Did you obtain the soul ring? The ghost Douluo inquired as he appeared beside Jin Ling naturally. The ghost Dou gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, as expected of the Saint Sun of the Spirit Hall, once you take action, success is inevitable. While he was flattering Jin Ling, the ghost Dou suddenly remembered something and hurriedly asked, Saint Sun, after you left, did you sense a powerful wave of soul power? No, there should be two. One is from the 10,000-year soul ring Yang Pengcheng is absorbing, while the other wave of soul power exerted immense pressure on me. Not responding immediately, Jin Ling first located a tree, leaning against it as he sat down. I felt it. As for the soul beast that caused you distress, it is your old acquaintance, the king of the forest, the Titan great ape. The ghost Douluo's expression froze. What old acquaintance? That was a living enemy. Noting the ghost Douluo's silence and peculiar expression, Jin Ling surmised that the ghost Douluo's connection with the Titan great ape was indeed unfavorable. Saint Sun, it cannot be true, right? Haven't they always resided in the core area? The ghost Douluo questioned. Xie Yue, sitting beside Jin Ling, added it was indeed the Titan great ape, but it has since departed. You need not worry. Jin Ling turned to Zhu Qing, offering a gentle smile. Bamboo Qing, you are mistaken. Our ghost elder would not be afraid. He must be itching for action. Otherwise, let the ghost elder take us to the core area. I have heard the scenery there is exceptionally beautiful. Sounds good. Zhu Qing responded. What are you two discussing? I seem to have missed something. My hearing has been a bit off lately, perhaps due to a lack of rest. Ghost Dou maintained a calm demeanor as he returned to the tree, settling down comfortably. He dared not engage further in the teasing from Jin Ling and Zhu Qing. He understood better than anyone the formidable nature of the Titan great ape. Not to mention that the core area harbored more than just the Titan great ape. Jin Ling and Zhu Qing exchanged amused glances, their expressions significantly more relaxed. By the Star Lake, the Titan great ape approached with an unusual solemnity, its demeanor perplexed. Its movements were slow and contemplative, even failing to notice when the sky blue bull python first spoke to it. What troubles you, second brother? The sky blue bull python inquired again. Startled, the Titan great ape lifted its head and replied, Elder brother, I feel somewhat disoriented. The 100,000-year-soul beast has perished, and a human is absorbing its soul ring. I arrived too late. The sky blue bull python's expression remained unchanged, having anticipated this. Second brother, it is merely fate. The indifference in the sky blue bull python's response left the Titan great ape anxious, unsure of how to articulate its thoughts. After some hesitation, it took a few sips of water from the Star Lake, gradually calming itself. It then divulged its conversation with Jin Ling and its own reflections to the sky blue bull python. To its surprise, the sky blue bull python reacted with excitement, its body trembling slightly. Second brother, is that human truly the title Douluo you encountered before? The Titan great ape nodded in confusion. Elder brother, shouldn't you be concerned about our predicament? That human possesses a blood-red sword and the cultivation of a title Douluo. He could certainly contend with you. Moreover, the hidden Thousand June ant poses a threat as well. The sky blue bull python shook its head, saying, Second brother, if that human hails from our sacred soul continent, would you still feel fear and astonishment? What do you mean? The Titan great ape appeared skeptical. For over 10,000 years, we have searched for every human and soul beast that has arrived from the sacred soul continent, and so far, it has only been us and that detestable dark demon, evil god tiger. How could a human suddenly appear after nearly 10,000 years? Furthermore, it seems that this human also possesses a martial soul capable of augmenting soul rings. This aligns with the normal cultivation system of this continent. The sky blue bull python remarked, Second brother, your analysis is certainly valid, but did you not notice that the blood-red sword bore no visible soul rings? What if this human possesses a fragment of the bloodline from the sacred soul continent? The Titan great ape fell silent. The sky blue bull python's assertion was not without merit. Given Jin Ling's youthful age, such a title Douluo could not possibly exist on this continent. In fact, in the sacred soul continent, Jin Ling would be regarded as akin to the offspring of one of the 5 great sacred clans. Chapter 43. Remember, I'm not lacking in soul bones. Elder brother, if what you say is true and this human is indeed of the sacred clan, could it not be that the sacred soul continent will soon arrive here? The Titan great ape speculated. There is a possibility, the sky blue bull python replied. We were sent here 10,000 years ago, and only a few of us remain alive. They must surely be aware of our existence. The reason our soul beast clan has not stirred is likely due to our inability to relay information back. As for the humans, their living space has been consistently compressed by our soul beast clan, making it unsurprising that they are desperately seeking new avenues and have come here. Regardless, we should find an opportunity to communicate with this human. After all, humans are somewhat more dominant here, and for our survival, we must discover a way to return. The Titan great ape nodded. Leave that to me. I will keep an eye on their movements. By the way, the sky blue bull python said suddenly. That human was able to rapidly enhance the cultivation of the Thousand June ant, which nearly confirms he is from the sacred clan. However, it remains uncertain how much he knows about the sacred soul continent. Moreover, the fact that he killed the Thousand June ant suggests he likely does not comprehend the methods of beast control. Perhaps his talent is extraordinarily rare, even possibly a legendary constitution. Thus, we must strive to befriend him. If our soul beast clan truly lacks knowledge of how to return, we may still leverage this human to find our way back. The Titan Great Ape pondered for a moment and replied, I understand. Meanwhile, the two great rulers of the forest conversed, unaware that Jin Ling had already been defined as a member of the sacred clan by the two soul beasts. Nor did he grasp the implications. At this moment, he was resting on Zhu Zhuqing's shoulder, peacefully asleep. The fragrance emanating from Zhu Zhuqing instilled a sense of comfort, causing him to occasionally sniffle in his dreams, leaving her cheeks slightly flushed. The setting sun had already dipped below the horizon, and the sky seemed to be draped in a veil of darkness. However, the encroaching night did not bring silence. Instead, it was filled with the lively sounds of distant insects and beast roars, instilling a sense of fear among the humans in the forest, who dare not venture out after dark. Suddenly, a red beam of light shot skyward, a powerful aura of soul energy radiating in all directions, causing the soul beasts within miles to scatter in panic. What has happened? Jin Ling opened his bleary eyes, catching sight of the red column of light above Yang Pengcheng. Zhu Zhuqing shook her head. I am not sure. He just suddenly reacted like this. Yang Wanli hurried over, concerned for his elder brother's condition, and asked, Young master, what has happened to my brother? After observing for a moment, Jin Ling sensed that while the soul energy was chaotic, it had indeed grown stronger. He concluded that the absorption had been successful, though it would take some time for Yang Pengcheng to stabilize his cultivation. Yang Wanli beamed with joy, clenching his fist. 100,000-year soul ring. Before encountering Jin Ling, his greatest aspiration was to obtain such a soul ring upon reaching his 9th ring. He never imagined that his elder brother would achieve it first. Jin Ling could sense Yang Wanli's sudden exhilaration, as if the success were his own. Ghost Douluo leapt down from the tree, landing beside Jin Ling, his eyes filled with envy. What a pity! I've already reached my full complement of soul rings. This 100,000-year soul ring is truly formidable. Jin Ling chuckled. What is there to envy? You all still have opportunities ahead. Ghost Douluo's expression darkened. What chance do I have left? However, this young lad, Yang Wanli, is quite impressive. He should be able to secure a 100,000-year soul ring, just like his brother. And then he can show off in front of me. Yang Wanli replied, Naturally, I too shall possess a 100,000-year soul ring. Moreover, I won't boast in front of you. I will merely give you a thorough beating for always snatching my skewers. Ghost Douluo rolled up his sleeves. Since you've said that, should I take the opportunity to beat you a few times now, so I don't incur losses later? Just kidding, just kidding. Don't take it seriously. Yang Wanli quickly backed down, as he was still a mere soul sage. Jin Ling remarked, Nothing is impossible, old ghost. Don't you have a 10th soul ring? Why the rush? The 10th soul ring? That elusive thing. Ghost Douluo shook his head inwardly. He dared not dream of it. After all, if it weren't for Jin Ling's skewers, he wouldn't even know if he could break through to level 95 in this lifetime. Elusive? Non-existent? Others may struggle, but Jin Ling will surely succeed, and perhaps even help Ghost Douluo do so. Yang Pengcheng was stirring awake. Let us go see, Jin Ling suggested, sensing that the other's soul energy had finally stabilized. Sure enough, Yang Pengcheng opened his eyes and exhaled deeply. Young master, I have succeeded. Subsequently, he rose to his feet, a wave of soul power radiating from him. The spectacle of his 8 soul rings, yellow, purple, black, and a striking red, was truly magnificent, particularly the final crimson ring, which was nothing short of breathtaking. Both Ghost Douluo and Yang Wanli gazed in awe, their eyes gleaming with desire. Jin Ling clapped his hands and remarked, Excellent, excellent. I knew I had not misjudged you. Yang Pengcheng nodded with a slight smile, saying, Your grace is unforgettable for a lifetime. He then produced a soul bone, remarkably a rare trunk bone. My lord, this soul bone is for you. I already possess 2. It is sufficient for me. Ghost Douluo's eyes fixated on the shimmering soul bone in Yang Pengcheng's hand, nearly unable to resist the urge to snatch it away. While a 100,000-year soul ring was undoubtedly significant, this soul bone was equally invaluable. Jin Ling pushed his hand back, stating, only by absorbing this soul bone can you unleash its full potential. So hurry and absorb it. We shall wait for you a while longer. Noting that Yang Pengcheng still wished to speak, Jin Ling interjected sharply. Remember, I am not in need of soul bones. In the end, Yang Pengcheng absorbed the 100,000-year trunk bone, elevating his cultivation to the 83rd level. Aside from the soul power enhancement from the soul ring absorption, this was the culmination of his efforts over the past fortnight. As for Ghost Douluo, his mind was preoccupied with Jin Ling's earlier words. Remember, I'm not in need of soul bones. Having spent his entire life acquiring just one soul bone, he struggled to comprehend how anyone could regard soul bones as common as cabbages. Yet, such a notion indeed existed, right beside him in the form of Jin Ling. As they returned to the hollow of the tree, Ghost Douluo's gaze remained fixed on Jin Ling. That night, none engaged in cultivation. They enjoyed a peaceful night's rest. The cultivation of soul masters is thus characterized by a balance of tension and relaxation, allowing them to aspire toward great heights. The following morning, Jin Ling meticulously organized the rewards he had acquired during this period, including the red gift pack received upon Ghost Douluo's ascension to title Douluo. He had amassed nearly 100,000 years of soul ring longevity, with soul rings exceeding 10,000 years, 100,000-year soul bone, 2 10,000-year soul bones, a top-tier martial soul enhancement card, a peak title Douluo experience card at level 97, and 2 title Douluo experience cards at level 93. That evening, after hunting soul beasts, Jin Ling heard a voice calling him. The sound was somewhat ethereal, likely due to the distance. Ghost Douluo glanced towards the source of the voice and asked Jin Ling, "Young master, would you like me to accompany you?" "No need. I have a hunch as to who it is. I shall be back shortly," Jin Ling replied. Zhu Zhuqing looked at him with concern. After all, they were in the world of soul beasts, and that voice was undoubtedly from Soul Beast. Jin Ling made his way toward the core area. His soul beast physique had now reached 4,500 years. Running required no soul power, and he soon found himself in the core region, where the Titan giant ape awaited him. Upon seeing Jin Ling approach alone, the Titan giant ape greeted him. "Hello, human. We meet again." Jin Ling smiled and replied, "Little monkey, what does the sky blue bull python want with me?" "You indeed know everything about this place, human." The Titan giant ape nodded. "Follow me." With that, he led the way, and soon they arrived at a picturesque lake that resembled a painted landscape. Jin Ling admired. This star lake is truly splendid. As Jin Ling was lost in the beauty of the scene, a whirlpool suddenly formed in the lake, and from it emerged a colossal figure, the sky blue bull python. "Human, welcome." The sky blue bull python addressed Jin Ling. Jin Ling waved his hand, placing his right hand on his chest, slightly bending his upper body in a bow to show respect. "Greetings. May I inquire why the Emperor of the Star Dou Forest seeks a mere human like me?" The sky blue bull python's enormous eyes suddenly glimmered as it said, "Human, would you like to taste the water of this star lake? It possesses remarkable efficacy." The water of Star Lake. Could it be a land of fortune? However, Jin Ling hesitated to drink, as the sky blue bull python lived in it daily, and there were inevitable issues such as waste. Thus, he declined, "I apologize, but I've had a stomach upset today and cannot drink cold water." The sky blue bull python found no fault in this and continued, "Very well, I shall be straightforward. Have you heard of the Saint Soul continent?" Upon hearing this, Jin Ling could see the anticipation in the creature's eyes. "Saint Soul continent? I have no impression of it. There's a Saint Soul village, but it cannot be that, right?" Jin Ling pondered, unable to recall anything significant, and ventured, "Could the Saint Soul continent be the former name of Douluo continent?" Unfazed by his uncertainty, the sky blue bull python continued observing Jin Ling's expression. Seeing that he did not appear to be feigning ignorance, it inquired, "Young friend, are you now at the level of title Douluo?" Jin Ling shook his head. "Do you think that's possible? I am merely 12 years old." The Titan giant ape growled in disbelief. "Impossible. The first time we met, you clearly had 9 soul rings and wielded a terrifying blood-red longsword." The sky blue bull python added, "In this forest, no one stronger than me and my brother could contend with you, understand?" "Fine," Jin Ling thought. He did not wish to argue further. The experience cards were indeed a part of his strength, so claiming to be a title Douluo was not entirely misleading. "All right, I suppose I am. Please, let's get to the point. I'm eager to return and rest," he chuckled. The sky blue bull python then revealed some secrets regarding the Saint Soul continent, along with speculations that Jin Ling might be one of the Saint clan. Were these matters? I have never heard of them. Jin Ling's eyes widened in surprise, his mind racing, yet he had no inkling about the Saint Soul continent. "You mean to say that I, like you, am not a native of this place?" Jin Ling asked. The two beasts nodded vigorously. Jin Ling paused for a moment, then secretly communicated with the system. "Great system, do you know the Saint Soul continent?" "System, I hail from the Saint Soul continent." "What?" Jin Ling was taken aback, caught in disbelief. You come from the Saint Soul continent, yet you have never mentioned it. System, you never asked. Frustrated, Jin Ling sighed. All right, could you simply explain what the Saint Soul continent is? System, certainly. The Saint Soul continent is a realm that exists at a higher level than Douluo continent. The cultivation methods of their human race differ from those of Douluo continent, being referred to as beastmasters. As for the beasts, they refer to the soul beast race. Beastmasters? Are they stronger than soul masters? Jin Ling was uncertain, but judging by the system's response, it seemed likely. Then Jin Ling turned to the sky blue bull python and asked, how did your soul beast come to this place? Having gleaned some information from the system, he decided to play along, presenting himself as a person from the Saint Soul continent, as no one would know the truth. The sky blue bull python rejoiced at his words, confirming, you are indeed from the Saint Soul continent. We soul beasts have come here thanks to the presence of our saint-level beings, who utilize spatial powers to forcibly tear open the fabric of space, allowing us to arrive. Sighing, the sky blue bull python lamented, initially we believed this continent was on par with the Saint Soul continent, only to discover that its rules are so primitive that not even a royal-level powerhouse is permitted to exist. Royal level? Is that what they refer to as gods here? Jin Ling quickly processed the words of the sky blue bull python. According to its account, the Saint Soul continent was indeed a higher plane of existence. As for the fate of the azure, sky, bull python, and other soul beasts, it seems they can never return. Due to the existing rules of the Douluo continent, it is impossible for soul beasts to be sent back in the short term. However, Jin Ling harbored a curiosity regarding the cultivation level of the azure sky bull python and thus inquired. The azure sky bull python did not conceal its prowess, stating, I'm a king level 3 star, and my younger brother is a king level 1 star. According to the classification here, a star represents 100,000 years. Jin Ling understood. As for whether he belonged to the sacred clan, he was certain he did not. However, since the system was tied to the sacred soul continent, it seemed he was indeed part of it. The azure sky bull python leaned closer to Jin Ling, its gaze fixed intently. As you can see, our situation here as soul beasts is growing increasingly dire. As a fellow being from the sacred soul continent, I trust you might know of ways to return. Jin Ling responded with a wry smile. To speak frankly, I scarcely have any impression of the sacred soul continent in my mind. Do you think I would remember? The azure sky bull python felt a twinge of disappointment, but had not yet given up hope. Continuing, it asked, Are you the legendary soul spirit? Jin Ling shook his head and replied, What is that? You must first explain what a soul spirit is. The azure sky bull python eagerly elaborated. A soul spirit is a unique, innate constitution of your human race, allowing contracted soul bees to rapidly enhance their cultivation and even assist them in breakthroughs during critical moments. Upon hearing this, Jin Ling nodded in acknowledgement. What you say is indeed within my capabilities. However, why are you so excited? You just mentioned that it requires a contracted soul beast. Are you too suggesting that one of you wishes for me to form a contract? The Titan giant ape and the azure sky bull python exchanged glances, hesitant to continue, as there were matters they had yet to disclose to Jin Ling. In the sacred soul continent, the relationship between humans and soul beasts was one of deep-seated enmity. Most soul beasts that humans contracted were those that had awakened their innate spirits, as few willingly allowed themselves to be bound by humans. Seeing the hesitation in the two powerful soul beasts, Jin Ling scoffed. You two needn't deliberate. Are you foolish? I have no understanding of the contracting method. I am leaving now to rest, so do not seek me out again. Since we share a continent, I shall not take your lives. Farewell. With that, Jin Ling turned and departed. Having yet to conquer the Douluo continent, contemplating the sacred soul continent felt rather ambitious. Nonetheless, should the sacred soul continent truly exist, he would certainly venture to explore it. Of course, these were matters for another time. A year later, by the star Dou Forest Star Lake, two figures were engaged in continuous sparring. A youth with golden hair, a striking visage, and sparkling bright eyes, truly a handsome sight. Opposite him stood a graceful figure clad in a fitted black outfit and high-heeled shoes. The two darted back and forth. Curiously, the youth emitted no trace of soul power, while the girl exhibited exceptionally strong fluctuations of soul power. 5 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black gleamed on her, with the first 3 rings displaying an exquisite gradient of colors. Seemingly fatigued, the girl wore a resentful expression, her cool demeanor tinged with a hint of allure. Exclaiming, "No more fighting. You are too monstrous, like a 100,000-year soul beast." The youth retorted, Now, one must be fierce, you know." He flexed his arm to showcase his biceps. This pair of young souls, Jin Ling and Xie Yue, had been living in the Dou Forest for the past year. Both had made significant progress. Under the nourishment of Jin Ling's black barbecued skewers, Xie Yue had reached the rank of Soul King at level 57. Jin Ling's progress was even more astonishing, his soul beast constitution now equivalent to that of a 50,000-year-old. Soul power, level 60, 240240, soul power value, 22,666 points. His soul power had far exceeded level 60, and the reason he had not added any soul rings was simply due to his petulance. 6 months prior, when Jin Ling considered adding rings, he thought about whether he could also add rings to Tianwen. However, the system responded with a statement that Tianwen belonged to the sacred artifact category, a product of the sacred soul continent, and thus could not have soul rings added. At that moment, Jin Ling had given the system 666 eye rolls, feeling as if he could devour the system's brain. Upon arriving at the Douluo continent, he had already found it difficult to adapt. Now, it seemed the system had only made matters worse by asserting that martial souls could not have rings added. Since that time, Jin Ling's interest in adding soul rings had waned completely. Regardless, even with his soul beast constitution, he could effortlessly dominate the soul sage realm, rendering the matter moot. As the two lay on the grassy bank of the lake, enjoying the picturesque scenery, a massive figure descended. The Titan giant ape let out a piercing roar, clearly agitated. "I say, human boy, in this past year, you have slaughtered nearly 30% of the soul beasts in the Dou Forest. I cannot fathom your intentions. Although these soul beasts do not belong to the sacred soul continent, your massacre makes my situation quite difficult as well." It was no wonder the Titan giant ape was upset. Over the past year, Jin Ling, accompanied by Gosuo and Peng Chengwanli, had hunted down 200,000-year soul beasts, the remaining two being 1,000 June ants, 2,795 10,000-year soul beasts, and over 7,000-year and 100-year soul beasts. Jin Ling sheepishly responded, "Do not fret. I shall be departing the Dou Forest tomorrow. My apologies." Apologies? Many 10,000-year soul beasts are now sending invitations to me and my brother, urging us to lead all the soul beasts of the Dou Forest to wage war against you humans. Do you understand? The Titan giant ape scoffed. At that moment, the azure sky bull python also poked its head out, stating, "My brother and I can suppress this situation, but you must promise us one thing. There's a companion among your kind whom we hope you can look after." Jin Ling replied, "No problem. You must be referring to Xie Yue." The two soul beasts nodded in unison. "Indeed, she is our Xie Yue. When we arrived in this world, her parents showed us kindness, so we must ensure her safety." Jin Ling gestured affirmatively, but he noticed Xie Yue's expression seemed a bit off. "What's wrong, Xie?" She took a deep breath and replied, "It's nothing. It's just that hearing about Xie Yue brings back some emotions." Jin Ling gently stroked Xie Yue's head, saying, "You are now a soul king. In the future, you will surely become a titled Douluo. The past is merely a game. Cheer up, we will soon return. Do not forget, the Continental Advanced Soul Master Competition is just a year away, and you will meet your old friends again." Yes. This playtest environment is indeed quite pleasant. Xie Yue turned a glance at the Star Lake again. The Titan giant ape quickly interjected, No. This place is truly dreadful. Look, not a soul in sight. It's unbearably dull. And this water, so bright and shiny, clearly unclean. It's best not to linger here. Just look at my head. After spending some time here, I've lost all my hair. So hurry back. The human world is far more suitable for you. Jin Ling slapped his forehead. "Big monkey, your progress is remarkable. When I first arrived, you struggled to articulate your thoughts. Now you could easily curse in the human world." Jin Ling and Xie Yue both burst into laughter. Even the azure sky bull python cracked a smile. The Titan giant ape retorted, "I do not care. As long as you leave, anything is acceptable." All right, Jin Ling reassured the two beasts. He then approached them and said, "Before we part ways, allow me to gift you something." Jin Ling approached the two formidable spirit beasts and addressed the system. "Allocate an additional 50,000 years of spirit ring age to the Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python. His generosity stemmed from the fact that he still had over 200,000 years left on his own spirit rings, an amount he could hardly exhaust. However, having learned about the affairs of the sacred spirit continent, he opted to reserve some for future contingencies. Chapter 46. Return to Spirit City. At this moment, dusk enveloped the land, and the sky had darkened considerably. A group of 5 approached the city gates, 2 middle-aged men, 2 adolescents around 13 years old, and a figure cloaked in black. They were none other than Jin Ling and his companions returning from the Star Dou Forest. The city guard raised a spear to obstruct their path, and a squad leader stepped forward, demanding, "Who are you? What brings you to Spirit City at such a late hour?" Seeing the sudden blockade, Yang Wanli stepped out and unleashed his spirit power, a formidable force that pressed upon the soldiers, causing them and the squad leader to stagger back several steps before regaining their composure. The squad leader quickly activated his martial soul, 5 soul rings of white, yellow, and purple swirling around him, yet the pressure remained unabated. He was a Spirit Douluo. Struggling to steady himself, he respectfully inquired, "Spirit Douluo, this is Spirit City. We must ascertain your identities as per regulations." The soldiers behind him gazed at him in shock, astonished at their leader's audacity to confront a Spirit Douluo. Yang Wanli's voice rang out, "Why are there so many unnecessary rules in Spirit City? Is entering the city such a hassle?" Jin Ling interjected, "Let us adhere to the rules. After all, this is Spirit City, a place of status rivaling the imperial capitals of the Star Luo Empire and the Heaven Dou Empire." Impatiently, Ghost Douluo stepped forward from the back and tossed a token to the squad leader. As the leader gazed at the token, his entire being trembled. 4 or 5 out of the 6 symbols upon it were illuminated. This was the elder's token of the Spirit Hall. The squad leader quickly knelt, exclaiming, "I pay my respects to the elder. Welcome back to the city." He then raised his hands, bowing his head as he returned the token to Ghost Douluo. With a smug glance at Yang Wanli, Ghost Douluo remarked, "What do you think, Wanli? This is status, this is identity." Yang Wanli scoffed internally, feeling disgruntled. What was there to boast about? It was merely the title of elder. Once I reach the Spirit Hall, I shall earn myself an elder title as well, he thought. Now, let us proceed. It is late, and I wish to retire, Jin Ling declared, striding toward the entrance. The squad leader hurriedly rushed to open the gate, his eagerness palpable. As Jin Ling and his companions moved away, the soldiers at the entrance were still in a daze, one of them pondering aloud. Who was that young man? He looked barely over a decade old. Why do even the elders heed his words? The squad leader, though clueless, understood that such matters were beyond his purview and quickly admonished his subordinates. Do not inquire into what you should not. Keep your heads down. You, and you. Keep a vigilant watch at the city gate. Eyes sharp. Are we to meet the Pope now, young master? Ghost Douluo asked, a hint of trepidation in his heart. Despite being at level 96, he still held a healthy respect for Bibi Dong. Jin Ling gazed up at the night sky and said, the night is deep. You should arrange accommodations for Peng Cheng and Wanli. I will visit the teacher tomorrow. Ghost Douluo nodded, relieved that he would not have to face the Pope alone. After parting ways, Jin Ling returned to the second elder's residence with Zhu Xuqing. Upon entering the courtyard, a wave of familiarity washed over him. Xuqing, this is where I have always lived. Quite grand, isn't it? Zhu Xuqing nodded, observing, such a large estate, yet it feels empty. In her mind, such a mansion should be bustling with people. Jin Ling sighed. This estate has only 3 owners, myself, my grandfather, and my elder brother. Both of them are occupied elsewhere and will not return anytime soon. Oh, Zhu Xuqing replied. Where will I stay tonight? After a moment's thought, Jin Ling said, there are guest rooms here, but they have long been unoccupied and lack furnishings. Why not stay in my room? We have shared a bed for over a year. A blush crept onto Zhu Xuqing's cheeks, her heart racing at such directness. How could he say something so bold? She was a girl after all. Noticing her lack of refusal, Jin Ling led her to his room. Silence reigned through the night, more profound than any words. The next morning, Jin Ling emerged early from his chamber, standing in the courtyard and inhaling the fresh, invigorating air. This familiar sensation was truly delightful. Jin Ling, come have breakfast. Zhu Xuqing's voice called from the kitchen, startling him. After so many years of living here, he had never encountered a woman's voice. Groggy from just waking, he replied, okay, I'm coming. Am I fortunate? I never anticipated you possessed such culinary skills. Jin Ling exclaimed with delight as he surveyed the table laden with an array of exquisite dishes. After taking a bite, he began to praise the food, exclaiming how delicious everything was. "Wait, we have no one to cook at home, and we lack ingredients. Where did you procure all this?" Xie Yue explained. "I woke up early and, with some spare time, went out to buy fresh ingredients." Jin Ling stood up, embraced her warmly, and mused, "Why not marry me? You are a treasure." Xie Yue shyly pushed him away, then quickly regained her usual cool demeanor, retorting, "Dream on." Jin Ling chuckled softly, "You should eat quickly. I intend to take you to meet my teacher soon." The abundance of dishes on the table was overwhelming. Despite their efforts, they had only managed to consume half of it. Outside the spirit hall, Jin Ling, Xie Yue, and the Peng Chung brothers awaited. Since they had not met Bibi Dong the previous day, Ghost Law decided to inform her as a precaution. The entrance to the Pope's hall was resplendent, with a Grand Pope's token hanging above, exuding an air of authority. As Jin Ling gazed upon the great doors, he remarked, "Truly, this is a place that spirit masters revere." Young Wanli could not help but comment, "Young master, do you think that door is worth a fortune? It gleams with gold. Surely, it must be crafted from pure gold." Jin Ling nodded. Given the spirit hall's influence, such structures would attract funding from both empires, naturally resulting in their opulence. "Young master, do you think I could become an elder if I joined the spirit hall?" Young Wanli inquired, his eyes glinting. "Do not harbor such thoughts. The elders of the spirit hall are predominantly titled Douluos. And do not forget, you are under my command. Do you wish to change allegiances?" Jin Ling shot him a knowing look. Chapter 47. Senior sister Liena. While Jin Ling and Yang Wanli conversed, three young figures approached from afar. The leader was a woman clad in a pure white dress, her every step captivating, occasionally performing an alluring gesture that turned heads among the men. She was none other than Liena, the leading figure of the golden generation of the Spirit Hall. Accompanying her were two young men, around 16 or 17 years old, who were Xie Yue and Yen. Perhaps due to their sibling bond, Xie Yue bore a striking resemblance to Liena, while Yen possessed a distinctive and unique appearance. With a mane of fiery red hair and dark patterns adorning his face reminiscent of the Ghost Law, his markings matched the hue of his hair. Liena was the first to notice Jin Ling and his companions, raising her brow slightly as she remarked, "It is quite unexpected for guests to arrive at the Pope's palace today." Upon hearing her words, Yen immediately leaned closer and interjected, "Nana, do not concern yourself with them. Our spirit hall is so formidable that many wish to seek refuge with us. It is hardly surprising." Liena, upon hearing Yan's comment, felt a twinge of displeasure but refrained from voicing her thoughts out of politeness. Xie Yue remained silent throughout, merely observing his sister while pondering, "Ah, this fool Yen. My sister has never favored those with inflated egos, always digging their own graves." As Liena approached, she finally caught a clear glimpse of Jin Ling's visage, her heart inexplicably fluttering with an odd sensation as she greeted him. "Hello, I am Liena. May I inquire about your purpose here?" Jin Ling stepped forward, surprised to encounter his nominal senior sister in this place. "Greetings, I am Jin Ling. As for my presence, I am here to meet Her Holiness the Pope." Jin Ling. Why does that name strike me as familiar? Liena murmured softly. Jin Ling smiled and replied, "You must have heard it from the Pope, as I am indeed your junior." Liena was taken aback, covering her mouth in surprise. "Ah, so you are the mysterious junior I've heard of." Noticing Jin Ling nodding, Liena's tone turned slightly sour as she continued, "It has been many years since I became the Pope's disciple, and since your arrival, I feel I have fallen out of favor, as the Pope often speaks of you in my presence." "Senior sister, you jest," Jin Ling countered. "The Pope has always regarded you as her cherished disciple. I am merely a newcomer, unworthy of comparison. What are you up to?" Yen, feeling a pang of jealousy at the sight of Liena, engaging so amicably with a handsome young man, hastily interrupted their conversation. Jin Ling cast a sidelong glance at the red-haired Yen, ignoring him and continuing his dialogue with Liena. Meanwhile, Xie Yue, standing behind Jin Ling, had her gaze fixated on Liena, sensing a hint of rivalry, particularly upon noticing Liena's almost mature physique. Liena, aware of Xie Yue's scrutiny, deliberately took Jin Ling's arm and headed towards the entrance of the Pope's palace, completely disregarding the others. With no choice, Jin Ling exchanged glances with Peng Chung and Wanli. At that moment, Yan's expression was akin to a smoldering ember. Witnessing Liena take the initiative to grasp Jin Ling's arm ignited a blaze of fury within him, causing his soul power to ripple. Alarmed, Xie Yue swiftly restrained him. Brother, do not act impulsively. This individual is no ordinary person. Did you not see how close Liena is to him? He must have ties to her holiness. At Xie Yue's words, Yin suppressed his anger and coldly huffed at Zhu Zhuqing and the others before turning back towards the Pope's palace. Observing Yan's conduct, Zhu Zhuqing coolly remarked, "Coward." Her single word, uttered with apparent economy, struck Yin like a thunderclap, inciting his rage. He spun around to face Zhu Zhuqing. "What did you say? Are you seeking death?" Yang Wanli, noticing Yan's impending aggression, turned to Yang Pengcheng. "Brother, what should we do? Should we intervene? If that girl gets hurt, how will we explain it to the young master?" Yang Pengcheng replied nonchalantly, "Have you lost your senses from bickering with the ghost Douluo daily? Is that girl even a normal person?" Indeed, when Yin charged at Zhu Zhuqing, she reacted with swiftness, delivering a resounding slap to his face. The sharp sound left Xie Yue momentarily stunned. He had never anticipated that someone would dare strike a member of the Golden Generation before the Pope, and that it would be a girl at that. He stole another glance at Zhu Zhuqing, wanting to laugh, but feeling that it was inappropriate. Finally regaining his composure, Yin touched his face in disbelief, staring at Zhu Zhuqing. "You dare strike me?" Zhu Zhuqing nodded, seemingly relishing the moment as she crossed her arms, avoiding eye contact with him entirely. All right. Yin seethed, his fiery red hair standing on end as he lost the last vestiges of his rationality, unleashing his 4 soul rings in a dazzling display. "You have thoroughly provoked my wrath." Zhu Zhuqing, unyielding, prepared to activate her martial spirit when a chilling voice resonated from within the Pope's palace. "No fighting outside the Pope's palace, Yin. Withdraw your martial spirit at once." Upon hearing the voice, Xie Yue quickly grasped Yan's arm. "Brother, Her Holiness has spoken. Quickly retract your martial spirit and apologize to the Pope." Xie Yue, sensing the gravity of the situation, understood the severe consequences should Bibi Dong become enraged. Yin might lose his status within the Golden Generation. Reluctantly, Yin shot a final glare at Zhu Zhuqing, stating, "Consider yourself fortunate. I will settle this with you later." Zhu Zhuqing simply replied, "Coward." Yang Wanli stifled a laugh behind his hand. "It seems you have thoroughly offended him, girl. He does appear to hold some status." Zhu Zhuqing shrugged. "So what if I have offended him? He is merely someone who has yet to reach the Soul King level. Even if he were a Soul Emperor, I would not fear him." Yang Wanli nodded in agreement. "Indeed, you have the young master to protect you, so my concerns are unfounded." Inside the Pope's palace, seated regally atop a high dais with a scepter in hand, the current female Pope, Bibi Dong, exuded an air of elegance and nobility, flanked by Ionian-style columns adorned with shallow carvings that accentuated her grace. Upon Jin Ling's entrance, he immediately noted Bibi Dong's presence above and the ghost Douluo standing below. Liena was the first to speak. "Teacher, look who has arrived." She guided Jin Ling to the side of the ghost Douluo, greeting him as well, "Elder Ghost. It has been a while." Bibi Dong remained silent, her gaze fixed intently on Jin Ling. She had exchanged words with the ghost Douluo earlier, but since that not all had been revealed. What had been disclosed was already astonishing. A physique more formidable than spirit beasts, tenfold accelerated cultivation through mysterious means, external soul bones. And that remarkable beverage. It was all beyond belief. Liena, observing Bibi Dong's demeanor, suddenly realized the implications and hastily closed her mouth. After a moment, the doors of the Pope's palace swung open once more, and Yin along with Xie Yue entered. Xie Yue was quick to react, rushing forward and half-kneeling. "Your Holiness, it is my failure to manage Yin. The fault is mine. Please punish me." Yin, seemingly oblivious, also knelt but showed no sign of repentance. Bibi Dong regarded the two with an impassive expression, making it difficult to discern her emotions. "Yin, to openly use your soul power outside the Pope's palace. How audacious. I recently elevated you to the Golden Generation of the Spirit Hall, and already you have become arrogant." With that, a wave of formidable soul power surged towards Yin, pinning him to the ground, rendering him immobile. Yet he remained obstinate, refusing to yield, convinced that the Pope would not dare to harm him. Bibi Dong indeed had no intention of killing him, but her next words sent him into a panic. Bibi Dong remarked, "I recall you have reached level 49. I shall grant you 1 month. Should you fail to advance, the Spirit Hall will cease its involvement, meaning you must independently hunt soul beasts to obtain your soul ring. Yin felt a surge of anxiety, and, before he could respond, his body was uncontrollably propelled toward the papal hall, landing awkwardly near Zhu Zhuqing and her companions. Zhu Zhuqing cast a teasing glance, declaring coward. Yang Wanli and Yang Pengcheng exchanged knowing smiles, amused by the spectacle of a young man being so easily dispatched. Jin Ling suppressed a wry smile. While others might not understand Bibi Dong's sudden ire directed at Yin, he recognized the underlying message, a warning to deter others. After all, Yin was the unfortunate target, and he found himself in the role of the monkey. Jin Ling stepped forward, addressing his teacher. I have returned. I hope all is well. Bibi Dong's expression remained stoic, yet a flicker of emotion danced in her eyes. You still remember to return? I see. Enjoying your time in the Dou Forest, surrounded by beautiful maidens, yet you can still recall your master? Jin Ling lowered his head slightly, gasping in shock. He had not anticipated Bibi Dong's intense resentment. After all, he had merely taken advantage of a situation that was already hers. My apologies, master. I return to enhance my training. Forgetting you is utterly impossible. I dedicate an hour each day to reflect fondly upon you. His words elicited gasps from both Ghost Douluo and Xie Yue, who could not comprehend Jin Ling's audacity in responding thus. Liena regarded Jin Ling with curiosity, recalling her teacher's words. She remembered being told that her encounters with Jin Ling had been minimal, making their relationship feel peculiar. Bibi Dong nodded, stating, Ghost Elder has noted your significant progress, so I shall refrain from further reprimanding you. However, you must not spend extended periods away. In a year, the Continental Advanced Soul Master Competition will commence, and we must secure the championship for the Spear Hall. Do you understand? Jin Ling exhaled in relief. As long as the matter was settled, he could agree to anything. I understand, and I will ensure the championship remains with the Spear Hall. Excellent. Bibi Dong rose, her regal attire enhancing her commanding beauty, the golden staff in her hand accentuating her noble demeanor. Ghost Elder, Xie Yue, you may leave. I have matters to discuss with Jin Ling and Liena. Once the two departed the papal hall, Liena could no longer contain her curiosity. Teacher, what troubles you? You startled me. Bibi Dong gently patted Liena's head. Liena, as the Pope, I must exercise caution in the presence of others. Moreover, Yan's recent behavior was indeed excessive. You should find time to discipline him. Liena frowned. Teacher, Yan's pride is overwhelming. I find it hard to tolerate him. Jin Ling stood quietly, observing both Bibi Dong and Liena, feeling significantly more at ease than before. Bibi Dong remarked, he holds great affection for you, so do not be too harsh. Oh dear, teacher, we have a junior here. Such discussions are unnecessary. Liena playfully protested. Startled, Jin Ling quickly averted his gaze, wishing to remain oblivious. Bibi Dong sighed, feeling helpless against Liena's antics. She turned to Jin Ling. I owe you my gratitude. Ghost Douluo informed me that, with your assistance, he has reached level 96. Liena gasped in surprise. She was well aware of Ghost Douluo's previous rank of 94 and found it remarkable that he had advanced so swiftly after a year. Jin Ling humbly replied, Ghost Elder has worked diligently. His achievements are well-deserved. With that, Bibi Dong decided to change the subject, playfully asking, Little Jin Ling, it has been ages since I enjoyed grilled skewers. Might you indulge me? Jin Ling chuckled. That is certainly doable, but today is rather busy. The three outside are my companions. They will likely remain by my side. You must have heard from Ghost Elder. I plan to establish my own organization, named Tianwen. Bibi Dong inquired curiously, Jin Ling, why the sudden desire to form an organization? There is truly no need. You are already the holy son of the Spirit Hall, second only to me. Jin Ling understood her point, but felt that the Spirit Hall was not entirely under Bibi Dong's control. Given the implications of the matters concerning the Douluo Hall, it was prudent to prepare for future eventualities. Teacher, when you invited me to join the Spirit Hall as your disciple, I expressed my desire to represent not just the Spirit Hall, but myself. You must know that the Spirit Hall is currently under the influence of the Douluo Hall, and my goal in establishing Tianwen is to cultivate a force comparable to that of the Douluo Hall. This is a preparation for the future, for the world at large. Chapter 49. The fiancé, Bibi Dong listened in astonishment to Jin Ling's declarations, her gaze reflecting a newfound respect. His aspirations mirrored her own. Having endured in silence, amassing strength, all in the hope of one day standing at the pinnacle of this world. Liena interjected, "Junior brother, those three outside must surely be your allies. But relying solely on them may not suffice to achieve your grand ambitions." Bibi Dong nodded in agreement, sharing the same sentiment. Jin Ling replied, "While these few may not be enough, if you wish to cultivate more powerful individuals, I am at your service, such as with Ghost Elder." "Ah, you clever Jin Ling. Still seeking to leverage my resources," Bibi Dong chided playfully. Jin Ling responded with an innocent smile, feigning ignorance. Bibi Dong chuckled, "Very well, I consent. You may select anyone from the Spirit Hall, including Ghost Douluo and Ju Douluo. However," she added, "I hope your delectable grilled skewers remain discreet within our halls. We have numerous soul masters here, and I wish for you to look after them." Jin Ling contemplated for a moment before agreeing. After all, it mattered little to whom he sold his skewers, now that he was aware of the circumstances surrounding the sacred soul continent. Consolidating his resources to nurture powerful allies seemed wise. After their discussion, Jin Ling summoned Zhu Zhuqing and the others inside. Upon entering, they were awestruck by the opulence of the papal hall, shimmering with gold and grandeur. Jin Ling approached them, introducing, "This is Zhu Zhuqing. The other two are brothers Yang Pengcheng and Yang Wanli." The brothers bowed in unison, "Yang Pengcheng, Yang Wanli, paying respects to your holiness." With a wave of her golden staff, Bibi Dong enveloped them in a gentle aura, lifting them to their feet. "As you are Jin Ling's associates, there is no need for formalities." They nodded in acknowledgement. Bibi Dong then turned to Zhu Zhuqing. "Zhu Zhuqing, a lovely name, and you're quite beautiful as well. Are you now Jin Ling's little girlfriend?" Taken aback, Zhu Zhuqing was unprepared for such a direct question from someone as formidable as Bibi Dong. In a moment of uncertainty, she found herself at a loss for words. Jin Ling hurriedly intervened, stating, "Teacher, you jest. We are still quite young, and it seems a tad premature to discuss matters of the heart." Beside them, Liena chimed in, "Not so young. Just now, when I pulled my junior away, I distinctly sensed a wave of jealousy." Zhu Zhuqing feigned composure and replied, "Your Holiness, I'm not Jin Ling's girlfriend, at least not for now." Bibi Dong smiled knowingly and remarked, "Whether for now or in the future, I shall be candid with you. Upon Jin Ling's return, I have decided to publicly acknowledge his identity as the Saint's son. However, there exists a rule in the papal court. The Saint's son and the Saintess must unite, which means that Jin Ling and Nana are already considered betrothed." "What? Teacher, why was I not informed?" Liena exclaimed, her eyes wide with shock. Jin Ling was indeed handsome, yet she hardly knew him well enough to accept such a sudden claim of engagement. Zhu Zhuqing's expression turned icy, her gaze fixed on Liena. A thought flickered in her mind. Betrothed? Wasn't she also someone else's fiancé? Perhaps she lacked the standing to dictate Jin Ling's actions. Jin Ling approached Zhu Zhuqing, took her hand, and turned to Bibi Dong, saying, "Teacher, I am truly still a child. Discussing such matters now feels inappropriate. Can we defer this conversation?" Feeling the warmth of his hand, Zhu Zhuqing's heart eased considerably. This man clearly cared for her. Bibi Dong nodded, stating, "I understand. However, by the time you turn 16, a resolution with Nana must be reached." Liena, observing Jin Ling's gesture, felt a pang of discomfort. The teacher had just declared him betrothed, yet here he was, holding another girl's hand in front of her. It was quite excessive. Bibi Dong noticed Liena's silence and inquired, "Nana, what are your thoughts?" Snapped back to reality, Liena replied hurriedly, "I will follow the teacher's arrangements." Bibi Dong chuckled, "Excellent, excellent. A match made in heaven. The future of the Wuhuan Temple will rest in your capable hands." She then suggested they rest, having prepared a courtyard for them nearby. Jin Ling expressed his gratitude, and Liena led the four of them toward the rear of the papal palace. Upon exiting, they encountered the waiting Ghost Douluo, Xie Yue, and a disheveled Yin. Before Ghost Douluo could speak, Yin rushed forward, glaring at Jin Ling. "You, golden-haired brat." He pointed at Zhu Zhuqing. "She is yours, right? She offended me, and since I don't wish to argue with a woman, let me just take it out on you." Clearly, Yin was unaware of Jin Ling's true identity, mistaking him for an unremarkable noble seeking refuge in the Wuhuan Temple. Liena and Zhu Zhuqing opened their mouths to intervene, but Jin Ling stopped them, turning to Yin and asking, "How do you intend to strike me?" Yin, glancing nervously at the papal court, stammered, "Let us go to the soul fighting area and settle this once and for all." Apologies, but I am rather busy at the moment and cannot entertain your antics. Jin Ling replied, attempting to walk away. However, Yin was determined not to let him escape, seeing this as an opportunity to avenge himself and tarnish Jin Ling's reputation. Particularly irked by Liena's earlier display of intimacy with Jin Ling, Yin was eager to confront him. Thus, he blocked Jin Ling's path, while Ghost Douluo sighed, muttering, "Self-inflicted troubles are hard to bear." Yang Wanli seized the moment to taunt Ghost Douluo, stepping closer. Ghost Douluo shot him a glance, exasperated. Who was it that wanted to join the Wuhuan temple yesterday? Your hypocrisy is astonishing. The saint's son belongs to us. Are you also willing to insult him? Yang Wanli glanced at Jin Ling, who appeared oblivious, and retorted, "You are indeed the worst trying to set me up." Ghost Douluo chose silence, unwilling to engage further. Suddenly, a dull thud echoed as Yin was sent flying backward, having been struck in the abdomen with remarkable speed. Xie Yue, taken aback, exclaimed, "How dare you act violently outside the papal court?" Jin Ling responded nonchalantly, "The only prohibition is on using soul power. There are no restrictions on physical confrontations." Before he could finish, Liena swiftly intervened, whispering to Xie Yue. Chapter 50. The exclusive skewers of the Wuhuan temple. How is this possible? Xie Yue was stunned, realizing Jin Ling was the saint's son. Liena nodded, explaining, "The announcement of his appointment is yet to be made public. Only a select few are aware. Hurry and take Yin away. He is making a fool of himself here." After Liena's words, Xie Yue quickly helped Yin to his feet. Yin clutched his stomach, his face pale and trembling. Though Jin Ling had been merciful, Yin was still no match for him without his martial spirit, rendering him as insignificant as an ant. "Brother, help me deal with him." Yin, with Xie Yue's assistance, struggled to stand upright, his eyes pleading. Xie Yue said nothing, but hurriedly led Yin away, fully aware that Jin Ling was not someone they could afford to offend. Despite Jin Ling's restraint, the force of his earlier strike suggested he was more than a match for them. Jin Ling watched the departing pair, then smiled at Liena, saying, "Shall we go, sister?" She guided them to a courtyard located at the rear of the papal palace, a mere 50 meters from where Bibi Dong and Liena resided. The courtyard featured 3 wooden structures, with one larger central building flanked by 2 smaller ones. Liena turned to Jin Ling, inquiring, "What do you think of the environment here?" Jin Ling surveyed the area and replied, "Naturally, it is to your credit, sister. I truly did not expect such a serene and elegant retreat to lie behind the opulent papal palace." Liena pointed to a lush green courtyard in the distance, saying, "That is where the teacher resides. Typically, only I and the teacher are permitted entry, but now there is one more." With that, Liena directed Jin Ling to the larger central room, stating, "This one is more spacious. You shall reside here. As for this lady, she will occupy the adjacent room." She made sure to clarify to Zhu Zhuqing that it was a separate dwelling. Zhu Zhuqing nodded quietly, her silence betraying a hint of animosity toward Liena. Jin Ling queried, "May I ask if my 2 subordinates have been assigned accommodations?" The Pengcheng Wanli brothers turned their gazes toward Liena, who responded, "The teacher has stated that your companions may be accommodated according to the standards of Wuhuan temple elders. They shall have their own quarters." Satisfied, Jin Ling nodded, pleased that his teacher valued him highly. After ensuring Jin Ling and his companions were settled, Liena took her leave. Jin Ling tidied up briefly before preparing for the task of selling skewers, specifically seeking out Bibi Dong to discuss this venture. Jin Ling said, "Teacher, I can fully supply the skewers to the spirit hall, but I hope you can agree to one condition. Please select some soul masters who are on the verge of breaking through their levels to purchase the skewers, and I can only provide about 50 to 60 skewers a day." Naturally, this was not an issue. Bibi Dong did not inquire about the reasoning behind it and readily agreed, as she believed that Jin Ling's actions would undoubtedly enhance the spirit hall's strength. "When do you intend to set the time for selling the skewers?" Jin Ling replied, "Around 7 in the evening." "Good. By 6 o'clock." A familiar group had gathered around Jin Ling, including the Pengcheng brothers and Zhu Zhuqing. As for Ghost Douluo, accustomed to the allure of the skewers, he arrived early, bringing along an unexpected guest, Zhu Douluo. The news of the skewers had already spread widely around the star Dou Forest and many places affiliated with the Spirit Hall. So upon Bibi Dong's command, numerous soul masters eager to break through rushed to sign up, amounting to over 100 in a short time. As it was Jin Ling's first time setting up a stall at the Spirit Hall, he He took out 60 purple skewers. Throughout the grilling process, Zhu Douluo's gaze remained fixated on them. Ghost Douluo slyly remarked, "Little Zhu, don't be in such a rush. These are merely purple skewers that can only double your cultivation speed. There will be better ones later." Zhu Douluo, renowned for her beauty, with large, exquisite eyes, shot a glance at Ghost Douluo and replied in a soft voice, "Old Ghost, perhaps you've eaten too much and lost your appreciation for finer things." Ghost Douluo did not rebut, but merely smiled inwardly, feeling quite pleased. Ever since he advanced to title Douluo alongside Zhu Douluo, he had not surpassed her in cultivation speed until now, when he had finally overtaken her. The skewers were sold out within minutes of being ready, leaving many disappointed souls gazing enviously at other skewers, vowing to be first in line the next day. Due to the presence of Ghost Douluo and Zhu Douluo, the others left quickly, leaving only Jin Ling and his companions behind. Ghost Douluo approached Jin Ling and said, "Saint's son, the Pope has instructed me to inform you that after selling out, she has arranged a splendid place for us to gather." Jin Ling initially thought he was being urged to hasten the grilling of skewers, but due to the crowd, everything was tidied up swiftly. Upon arriving at the location designated by Bibi Dong, they were all astonished. It resembled a celestial paradise. The space was modest, merely a large balcony. It was adorned with a myriad of vibrant flowers, many of which Jin Ling could not even name. There were 2 exquisitely arranged tables, each accompanied by matching chairs, exuding an air of opulence. Even Ghost Douluo and Zhu Douluo were taken aback, having been in the spirit hall for so long. They were unaware of such a delightful place. Zhu Douluo was captivated by a yellow chrysanthemum, clapping in approval. How stunning! As the small door to the balcony swung open, Bibi Dong had already shed her daytime finery for a more relaxed outfit, which caught Jin Ling's attention and reminded him of the first time he had met her a year ago. Behind Bibi Dong stood a young lady, Liena, who was equally astonished to see so many people gathered. Teacher actually invited all these people here. How strange. Bibi Dong walked directly toward Jin Ling and said, "From today onward, this will be our gathering place. As for the reason, you understand." After speaking, she proceeded to one of the tables and took a seat, with Liena following closely beside her. Jin Ling understood immediately and hurriedly took out the barbecue grill, preparing the ingredients. The 4 men, including Ghost Douluo, were still in shock that Pope Bibi Dong would join them for skewers. Chapter 51. Gathering of the Greats. Bibi Dong noticed the gazes of those around her, and her demeanor turned serious as she addressed Ghost Douluo. "Do you not wish to eat? Why are you staring at me?" Ghost Douluo quietly replied, "Your Holiness, I do wish to eat." "Then sit down quickly. Don't block my view," Bibi Dong retorted. Jin Ling almost laughed out loud. The table where Ghost Douluo and the others sat was quite a distance from Bibi Dong, yet she said they were blocking her view, a true queen's logic. Ghost Douluo and Zhu Douluo quickly complied and sat down, while the Pengqing brothers had intended to assist Jin Ling, but were halted by him, as Zhu Zhuqing was already helping. Liena glanced at the busy Jin Ling and Zhu Zhuqing with a hint of jealousy, discontentedly saying to Bibi Dong, "Teacher, this is a place we work hard to create. Why let all these men in?" Bibi Dong surveyed the surroundings and replied, "Nana, isn't it better to share a good place? Our joy would surely be greater with a group than just the 2 of us. Besides, you won't regret coming here after today." Bibi Dong did not finish her thought, leaving Liena feeling somewhat unsettled, unsure if it was the presence of others or the closeness between Jin Ling and Zhu Zhuqing that troubled her. "Nana, go in a hand." Bibi Dong noticed Liena's unease and urged her. Liena stubbornly replied, "Why should I help him? My junior is so busy." Bibi Dong chuckled internally, observing her insistence. Despite her words, her eyes had already drifted toward Jin Ling. Even Liena herself was oblivious to her feelings. Ever since she heard the teacher refer to her as Jin Ling's fiancé, his image had been indelibly etched in her mind. Soon, Jin Ling approached with 20 black skewers, saying, "Teacher, senior sister, these are black skewers, each capable of increasing cultivation speed tenfold. Enjoy." Liena took the skewers from Jin Ling, her expression dazed, seemingly having misheard. 10 times? How is that possible? You've worked hard, little Jin Ling. Bibi Dong smiled slightly, her appetite piqued by the sizzling skewers, and she began to eat. Noticing Liena had yet to take a bite, Jin Ling encouraged senior sister. "These taste best when hot. Do try some." "Oh, right." Liena snapped back to reality and started eating. At another table, Ghost Douluo and the four others nearly came to blows as they fought over the skewers. However, none of them dared to raise their voices, knowing Bibi Dong was present. Wanjun Yue's soul Douluo can only take 3 skewers. Don't be greedy. Ghost Douluo was the first to snatch up the skewers, claiming his status as the highest ranked among them. Yang Wanjun retorted, "So what if I'm a soul Douluo? You only have a few decades advantage in cultivation. Stop flaunting it. If you're not satisfied, why not challenge me and my brother?" Ghost Douluo rolled his eyes. "Why do you always want me to fight you two brothers? How shameless. Why don't you challenge me alone?" Yang Wanjun shot back, not satisfied. "Go find a brother of your own then. Cut it out." The two continued their hushed bickering, which only made Ghost Douluo more anxious. With his naturally soft voice, he now sounded almost frantic. Observing this, Jin Ling quickly approached and divided the skewers Ghost Douluo had into 4 equal parts, stating, 5 skewers each, no fighting, and after you finish, hurry back to cultivate. Yang Pengsheng remained silent, quietly enjoying his meal, while Yang Wanjun continued to gloat at Ghost Douluo. It seems to convey the sentiment that regardless of one's title as a Douluo, it ultimately holds no significance. The chrysanthemum Douluo has lapsed into silence, while indulging in a feast with fervor, exclaiming, "How delightful this is, as fresh as ever." Observing the lack of quarrels among the group, Jin Ling accompanied Zhu Zhuqing toward Bibi Dong. When Bibi Dong cast a glance at Jin Ling, Zhu Zhuqing remarked, "Let us all partake together." The eternal barbecue skewers were nearly a pound each, and although Bibi Dong was eager to elevate her cultivation, she found herself unable to finish them all. After offering a skewer to Zhu Zhuqing, Jin Ling helped himself to one as well. It would be remiss not to join in the feast. Liena, witnessing Jin Ling's attentive care toward Zhu Zhuqing, felt that her own skewer had lost its allure, pausing momentarily to glance at him. Mistaking her disinterest for a loss of appetite, Jin Ling retrieved some cola from his system space, saying, "Teacher, senior sister, this is cola. It's refreshing and can help cleanse the palate. Do give it a try." As he spoke, he opened the bottles for them. Bibi Dong had previously heard from Ghost Douluo about this marvelous beverage and took a sip. The taste was indeed extraordinary, as if the liquid possessed a life of its own, dancing wildly on her palate and proving quite refreshing. Liena followed suit, her eyes lighting up as she exclaimed, "Junior brother, what is this drink? It invigorates the senses." Jin Ling replied, "This drink is a concoction I developed myself, using relatively common materials. Nothing too extravagant, but the preparation is somewhat intricate, resulting in limited production." Liena nodded, somewhat understanding, and remarked, "Junior brother, you are truly a treasure." At that moment, Ghost Douluo cautiously approached, exclaiming, "Holy Sun." He did not elaborate, but gestured toward the cola nearby. Jin Ling quickly grasped his intent and generously produced 4 bottles for them, saying, "Enjoy." "Thank you, Holy Sun," Ghost Douluo responded. The gathering of the 4 men concluded first. After finishing their meal and drink, they hurried back to their cultivation. Particularly, the chrysanthemum Douluo was experiencing a new sensation, as this was his first time cultivating at such a pace, feeling as if he were floating on air. In contrast, Bibi Dong's group maintained a more refined demeanor, spending a full hour dining, during which Jin Ling shared tales of his adventures in the Dou Forest. Bibi Dong shed her previous imposing aura, resembling more of an elder sister. After an hour of interaction, Zhu Zhuqing's initial indifference dissipated, and she even agreed to become Bibi Dong's 3rd disciple. Nevertheless, she and Liena still had their differences, yet they could now converse normally. Henceforth, Jin Ling found himself surrounded by 3 women, who were also 3 beloved ones. That night, both Bibi Dong and Liena were immensely pleased. Their states of mind improved greatly for their subsequent cultivation, all thanks to Jin Ling. Chapter 52. Advanced Class 1. The following day, Jin Ling spent his morning in slumber, only to be summoned by Bibi Dong in the afternoon. "Teacher, what do you require of me?" Jin Ling inquired as he entered the grand hall, spotting Bibi Dong pacing. She responded, "Little Jin Ling, I plan to delay the announcement regarding your status as Holy Sun for a while. In the meantime, I wish for you to prove your abilities and become the strongest among the younger generation of the Spirit Hall. This way, neither the deacons nor the elders will raise any objections." Jin Ling understood that Bibi Dong's intentions were to pave the way for him and assured, "Teacher, you need not worry. I shall not disappoint." Bibi Dong nodded with satisfaction and continued, I intend to send you to the Spirit Academy for a period of 2 months. After this time, I hope you will emerge as the unequivocal strongest among your peers." Jin Ling readily agreed, bringing Xie Yue along with him. Liena had already prepared the enrollment procedures. Since Liena had no pressing matters that day, she guided Jin Ling and Xie Yue directly to the Spirit Hall Academy. The Spirit Hall Academy consists of a junior academy, an advanced academy, and the inner courtyard. The junior academy is situated on the outskirts, while the advanced academy lies within, with the inner courtyard serving as the training ground for the elite, where students are those who have graduated from the advanced academy and reached the soul sect level. The pair's first destination was the advanced academy, which comprises 10 classes. At the age of 13, Jin Ling and Xie Yue were permitted to enroll in classes 1 through 4, and Liena led them to class 1, the focus class. Upon entering the classroom, all eyes were drawn to Liena, with some audacious students exclaiming, "My goodness, she is stunning." One nearby chubby boy remarked, "Why is everyone fixated on the sister in front? Have you not noticed the handsome fellow behind her?" The girl sitting next to him, taken aback, retorted, "Fatty, you're a boy. Your perspective is rather peculiar." Her comment elicited laughter from those around. The female teacher at the podium, who appeared to be in her 30s and donned a striking red coat, turned upon hearing the commotion. "Oh, it's you again, Fatty. In class, you're either munching away or chatting with your neighbor," she said, her tone clear though not melodious. Liena smiled at the entrance. "Teacher Tang, long time no see." The teacher, noticing the trio, promptly approached, saying, "Nana, you're here quite early." Liena chuckled. "I didn't want you to think I was late. Who doesn't know that Teacher Tang is quite strict?" Teacher Tang affectionately ruffled Liena's hair and said, "Let us chat more after class." She then turned to Jin Ling and Xie Yue, inquiring, "Are these the new students sent by the Pope?" "Indeed, Teacher Tang," Liena confirmed. "They are also disciples of the teacher." Upon hearing this, Teacher Tang's eyes sparkled with excitement, realizing they were disciples of the Pope, and anticipated their talents would rival the illustrious Golden Generation. "Very well, Nana, I shall take care of them," she said, visibly pleased. "I appreciate your efforts, Teacher Tang. I must return to report to the teacher. See you later," Liena replied before departing. Subsequently, Teacher Tang welcomed Jin Ling and Xie Yue to the podium. Jin Ling, observing the 40 to 50 pairs of eyes upon him, felt a familiar sense of awkwardness reminiscent of his past life. In contrast, Xie Yue appeared unfazed by the crowd, remaining composed, her naturally aloof demeanor rendering her indifferent. Finally, Teacher Tang addressed the class. "Students, today our advanced class 1 welcomes 2 new classmates. Let us give them a warm welcome." As her words concluded, the classroom erupted with enthusiastic applause. Perhaps due to Jin Ling and Xie Yue's striking appearances, the students displayed considerable warmth, most notably the chubby boy who initially commented on Jin Ling's looks. Instead of clapping, he was energetically thumping his desk, embodying the role of a top-tier atmosphere creator. "All right, everyone." After Teacher Tang called for silence among the crowd, she turned her gaze toward the 2 new students, Jin Ling and Xie Yue, and inquired if they would like to introduce themselves. Jin Ling nodded and addressed the assembly. "Greetings, everyone. My name is Jin Ling, and my martial soul is the Golden Crocodile King." No sooner had Jin Ling concluded his introduction than Xie Yue chimed in. "I am Xie Yue, and my martial soul is the 9-nether spirit cat." Following their brief introductions, a fervent discussion erupted among the students. Their martial souls had undergone evolution, a rarity in the annals of Douluo continent, which left many intrigued and speculating amongst themselves. Teacher Tang, well aware of their significance, could hardly conceal her delight as she regarded the 2. Truly, they were worthy disciples of the Pope, possessing remarkably high-quality martial souls. Turning to Jin Ling and Xie Yue, Teacher Tang asked, "Would you prefer to sit in the front or the back?" Jin Ling replied without hesitation, "The back. What a preposterous notion to sit in the front. Throughout my years of schooling, I have never strayed from the last corner, and even upon arriving in Douluo continent, I refused to abandon tradition." To her surprise, Xie Yue also opted for the back. Thus, both took their seats by the rear window, where 3 empty desks awaited them. Xie Yue settled in the innermost seat, while Jin Ling sat close beside her. As the 2 positioned themselves, Teacher Tang resumed the lesson. At that moment, a timid voice broke the air. It was the chubby boy from earlier. "Teacher, may I request a seat change?" Teacher Tang furrowed her brow and queried, "Fat Gwazi, what scheme are you concocting now?" The chubby boy quickly waved his hands in denial. "Teacher, I wish to sit beside Jin Ling. They are new to the academy and unfamiliar with the surroundings. I can guide them." Teacher Tang considered this and found it reasonable, thus granting his request. The boy joyfully took his place beside Jin Ling and immediately struck up a conversation. "Hey, are you for Spirit City? How come you're so good-looking?" Jin Ling regarded the boy with a puzzled expression, unable to fathom why he would begin with such an inquiry. It felt rather odd. Zhu Zhuqing also cast a glance at the chubby boy, who immediately shivered under her scrutiny. "Why'd I suddenly feel a chill running down my back?" Chapter 53. The First Class in Sunflower Seeds. "I'm from Spirit City," Jin Ling replied. "As for the latter question, I cannot truly answer. Perhaps it is inherited." "Inherited? What does that mean?" The chubby boy scratched his head, appearing to ponder earnestly. Jin Ling clarified, "I was merely jesting. Do you understand the concept of inheritance?" The boy's eyes lit up with understanding. "Is it like martial souls passed down from parents?" "Exactly," Jin Ling affirmed, surveying his surroundings. It had been a long time since he experienced the ambience of attending school. On the podium, Teacher Tang continued her explanation regarding a certain serpent-type martial soul. To his surprise, Jin Ling recognized it well. This was none other than the Mandra snake, the soul beast that Tang San had hunted during his first soul ring acquisition. "Brother, what is so remarkable about that snake? Look at what I have," the chubby boy exclaimed, producing a handful of sunflower seeds, peculiar in their appearance. For they came in 3 distinct colors, white, yellow, and purple, piquing Jin Ling's curiosity. The boy offered the seeds to Jin Ling. "Here, give it a try." Jin Ling, uncertain, hesitated. "Did you paint these colors yourself?" The chubby boy, seemingly anticipating Jin Ling's reluctance, snatched a few seeds back and began to munch on them audibly. Seeing him enjoy them so heartily, Jin Ling finally plucked a white seed from the mix. Having tasted this variety in his previous life, it felt familiar. To his surprise, the seed was quite plump. He cracked open the shell to reveal the chubby kernel within and popped it into his mouth. "Ah, delightful. The flavor is a savory mix. Perfectly balanced," Jin Ling mused with satisfaction. Suddenly, he sensed a shift within himself, gazing incredulously at the chubby boy still cracking seeds. The boy looked up, wearing a mysterious smile. "How does it feel? Have you noticed an increase in your strength?" Nodding vigorously, Jin Ling sampled another seed, this time a purple one, and discovered it contained a similar purple kernel. The effect was to replenish soul power rapidly. "This is your martial soul," Jin Ling exclaimed. The chubby boy grinned proudly. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Wang Pongzi, and my martial soul is Sunflower Seed." Jin Ling was taken aback. No wonder Teacher Tang and others refer to him as Fat Gwazi. It was a fitting name that encapsulated both his identity and martial soul. He couldn't help but give a thumbs up, genuinely impressed by Wang Pongzi's unique martial soul. "That is quite impressive." Wang Pongzi thumped his chest confidently. "You see, I am one of the rare individuals in my village endowed with innate full soul power. Don't let my age fool you. At just 13, I have already attained the status of a soul master with a 3rd ring. Isn't that remarkable?" Jin Ling nodded appreciatively. Wang Pongzi's talent was indeed exceptional, boasting such prowess at a mere 13, surpassing even Oscar by a significant margin. However, a question lingered in Jin Ling's mind. How many seeds can you produce with each soul skill? And what is the amplification per seed? Wang Pongzi replied, "I can conjure 100 seeds at once with a single soul skill, and each seed provides an amplification of 1. Jin Ling acknowledged that is quite effective. Consuming them swiftly could nearly double one's combat prowess. Wang Pongzi shook his head. However, consuming that many seeds in a short span is unrealistic. The advantage lies in the fact that when I deploy my soul skill, the consumption is minimal, and the seeds remain viable for 2 hours. Astonished, Jin Ling regarded Wang Pongzi with newfound respect. He was not merely an independent soul master, but a formidable weapon of war. Consider the potential of having a soul master like Wang Pongzi in a battle. He could exponentially enhance overall combat strength in a flash, producing seeds by the hundreds or thousands. Jin Ling clapped him on the shoulder. "That is truly remarkable." Wang Pongzi produced another handful of seeds, and Jin Ling offered some to Zhu Zhuqing. "Here, give these a try. They're quite good." Having overheard Jin Ling and Wang Pongzi's exchange, Zhu Zhuqing was intrigued by the unique martial soul. She accepted the seeds, carefully shelling one before savoring it. As Jin Ling and Wang Pengzi chatted while snacking, he finally understood Wang Pengzi's eagerness to befriend him. It seemed Wang Pengzi had some understanding of the Golden Crocodile King martial soul, which he had heard was a powerful type, leading him to believe Jin Ling's strength was formidable. Brother, you may not be aware, but this month, there will be competitions not only among our senior classes 1 through 4, but also a grand contest for all advanced students. Those who excel may even gain direct entry into the inner academy. Wang Pengzi's excitement grew. Yet, recalling his role as a support-type soul master, his enthusiasm waned slightly. Jin Ling, surprised by the multitude of competitions, shrugged nonchalantly. So what? Suddenly, Wang Pengzi seized Jin Ling's arm. Brother, no, I mean big brother. I'm counting on you this time. You must help me soar. Wang Pengzi wore a mournful expression, nearly squeezing out tears. Jin Ling quickly retracted her arm and said, I have no idea how the competition will unfold, and why do you trust that I can help you soar? Wang Pengzi's mood shifted rapidly, sensing Jin Ling had softened. He replied, the format of the competition will be elaborated by Teacher Tang later. It's usually quite similar each year, and today shouldn't be much different. Suddenly, with a sly chuckle, he added, as for why I believe in you, it's because I noticed Teacher Tang's expression. She seemed quite pleased with your arrival. You see, before you came, she had been quite irritable about the competition, always sulking. Jin Ling took a moment to reassess Wang Pengzi, remarking, I didn't expect you to have a knack for detective work. With that insight, I can assist you. Upon hearing this, Wang Pengzi nearly leaped up, leaning back so far he almost overturned the table. Fortunately, Jin Ling reacted swiftly and caught him. However, the sunflower seeds in Wang Pengzi's hands scattered in the commotion. Soon, a few seeds landed on the floor and on the tables of other classmates. All eyes turned to them, prompting Jin Ling to sit up straight, fixating intently on the content being written on the blackboard, completely distancing herself from Wang Pengzi. Don't look at me, I don't know this guy, Wang Pengzi exclaimed. Bro, you were munching quite happily a moment ago. Teacher Tang's sharp gaze immediately turned towards him, seemingly conveying the message, not you again. Wang Pengzi dared not speak and could only offer an awkward smile. Teacher Tang sighed. My fate is truly unfortunate. After all the effort, we have only one soul master in class, and he is a support type. I can neither scold nor hit him. Alas, thankfully, 2 surprises have arrived. I hope we won TB at the bottom again this time. Chapter 54. So this is the slim sunflower seed. The morning lessons lasted only 2 hours, primarily covering foundational theoretical knowledge, focusing on common soul beasts and martial spirits. When school was over, Teacher Tang extended the class slightly, stating, I need to take some of your time. This afternoon, we will finalize the details for the upcoming competition, so I hope everyone will be punctual. Understood? Her piercing gaze swept across the classroom. Got it. The class responded in unison, except for Wang Pengzi, who slumped feebly at his desk, gazing at his classmates and the teacher. What's wrong with you? Jin Ling inquired curiously, noticing Wang Pengzi's dejected demeanor upon hearing about the competition preparations. Wang Pengzi, resting his head on the desk, turned to Jin Ling and said, Boss, I'm desperate to grab a bite. Otherwise, I might faint this afternoon. Just then, Teacher Tang concluded her speech, and Wang Pengzi dashed out through the back door, not forgetting to call back to Jin Ling, Boss, I'll head out first. We'll talk later. The other classmates, witnessing Wang Pengzi's hasty departure, were unfazed, whispering among themselves, the slim sunflower seed is back again. Slim sunflower seed? What is that? Jin Ling felt a bit puzzled, but just then, Liena approached the entrance. Junior brother, let us go have a meal with Teacher Tang. Jin Ling replied, I'll be right there. As Teacher Tang walked to the back, she asked Jin Ling, So, how do you find the class so far? Jin Ling replied, It's all right. However, Teacher Tang appeared skeptical, saying, Aside from causing trouble in class, Wang Pengzi has a commendable martial spirit and talent. But if you find him bothersome, I can move him back tomorrow. Not necessary, Teacher Tang. I find him quite amusing. I've already promised to help him in this competition, Jin Ling replied. Indeed. Wang Pengzi is clever for seeking your assistance, Teacher Tang remarked. Liena, surprised at the mention of the competition, asked Teacher Tang, Is it time for the monthly assessment? Yes, the monthly assessment is in a couple of days, followed by the annual assessment, Teacher Tang replied. Liena chuckled softly, finding her junior brother's situation somewhat unfortunate. but she believed his strength would allow him to manage. However, Teacher Tang looked at her and said, "Nana, well, you can still laugh. I've been troubled for quite some time. This year, my class has only one soul master, and he is a food-type soul master. I don't want to finish at the bottom again." Liena comforted her, saying, "Don't worry, Teacher Tang. I've sent you my dear junior brother. Haven't I? What else is there to fret about?" Teacher Tang conceded, "True, it was worth all the effort I put into teaching you." Jin Ling and Xie Yue walked behind them, listening to their exchange. Jin Ling felt a wave of embarrassment, realizing he had been sold out by his senior sister. As Teacher Tang had already agreed to dine out after the competition with Liena, the four of them dined at the school cafeteria, where the food was quite delightful. Jin Ling was particularly impressed by the chicken legs and fruits. The meal was well-balanced and nutritious. In the afternoon, when Jin Ling and Xie Yue entered the classroom, nearly all the students were seated, with the only exception being Wang Pengzi. Strangely, when Teacher Tang called the roll and noticed Wang Pengzi's absence, she didn't react at all. "Didn't my senior sister say that Teacher Tang is most strict about punctuality? What's going on today? Could it be that Wang Pengzi is Teacher Tang's?" "No, that is impossible." Jin Ling quickly shook his head, dispelling the chaotic thoughts. Teacher Tang was so beautiful and fit. At just over 30, she shouldn't have such a large figure. When they moved to the playground, Jin Ling finally spotted Wang Pengzi. No, to put it simply, it was Wang Pengzi lying on the ground, completely drained of energy, his complexion abnormal, clearly showing signs of exhausted soul power. Nearby were 3 large bags of sunflower seeds, white, yellow, and purple, each bag containing about a pound. Teacher Tang, pleased, remarked to Wang Pengzi, "You've made progress, fat sunflower seed." 3 whole bags of sunflower seeds, and not a single slim sunflower seed among them. The classmates erupted in laughter, lamenting, "Who would have thought the era of slim sunflower seeds has ended? Fat sunflower seed is rising." Jin Ling pieced it all together. Wang Pengzi had prepared ample sunflower seeds in advance for the competition grouping. No wonder he was so anxious to grab lunch. He was about to be put to the test in the afternoon. Jin Ling silently mourned for him for 3 seconds. "Boss, you finally made it. Don't forget your promise," Wang Pengzi exclaimed upon seeing Jin Ling, a flicker of hope lighting up his face. Jin Ling quickly approached him, saying, "You really managed to conjure up 2 or 3 pounds of sunflower seeds out of thin air." In truth, Jin Ling mused, if he had such a talent in his previous life, he could have amassed wealth effortlessly, as it would incur no cost whatsoever. Wang Pengzi lamented, "If it weren't for the pressures of life, who would willingly bear such burdens?" Jin Ling took out a bottle of cola from his system space, saying, "Have a drink, don't look so lifeless." As Jin Ling opened the cola, Wang Pengzi stared at the unusual packaging, startled as gas escaped from the bottle. Curiously, he took it and asked, "Boss, what kind of drink is this? Can I drink it? I've never seen it before." Jin Ling replied, "It's a good thing. Hurry up and drink it. The competition is about to begin." Wang Pengzi paused briefly, took a few sips, and instantly felt transformed, invigorated, and spirited. With a sudden leap, he stood upright from the ground. At that moment, Teacher Tang was explaining the competition details to everyone, unaware of Wang Pengzi's transformation. As he stood up, he sensed the remarkable changes within himself, clearly astonished. He could not fathom the divine nature of the item in his hand. Not only was its flavor exquisite, but it also possessed an incredible magic. He then downed the remaining cola with gusto. Subsequently, he dashed towards Jin Ling, arms wide open. Jin Ling was startled and quickly moved to Xie Yue's side. A cold glare was cast upon the approaching Wang Pengzi from Xie Yue, who was already poised to kick the encroaching figure back. Wang Pengzi hastily halted his momentum, feeling quite embarrassed, and cast a pitiful glance at the laughing Jin Ling. Chapter 55, Class Selection 1. At this point, Teacher Tang had finished outlining some important details and began to elucidate the rules of the upcoming competition. This month's trial would take place among our advanced classes 1 through 4, featuring individual battles, pair battles, and finally, 3-person battles. In a class, there are only 3 slots for individual battles, while pairs and triads also consist of a single group. Approximately 8 participants are required from each class, although exceptions exist. One individual can participate in all 3 formats, provided they possess the requisite strength. Scoring is as follows: 1 point for winning an individual battle, 2 points for a victorious pair battle, and 3 points for a triumphant triad battle, with no points deducted for losers. The top 3 individuals in scoring, along with the leading pair and triad, will advance to the crucial annual trials. Teacher Tang paused for a moment, casting an extra glance at Jin Ling and his companions. "Let's all give our utmost effort," she urged. Following her words, the students eagerly began to form teams, knowing that strong contenders were limited and that it was a first-come, first-served scenario. Wang Pengzi kept his gaze fixed on Jin Ling, rejecting all offers from classmates wishing to team up with him. However, no one bore any ill will, despite Wang Pengzi's formidable enhancement abilities. Having him on a team meant one less combatant. "Boss, what do you say? Shall we form a duo or a trio?" Wang Pengzi inquired, noticing that no one approached Jin Ling or Zhu Zhuqing. Jin Ling, in no hurry to respond, turned to Zhu Zhuqing and asked, "Zhuqing, are you interested?" "You decide," Zhu Zhuqing replied. After pondering, Jin Ling concluded that such trivial matters should not involve Zhu Zhuqing, lest it diminish everyone's sense of participation. "Zhuqing, why don't you join us for a 3-person team? You can sit out the individual and pair battles for now." "All right," Zhu Zhuqing agreed without objection. As she had originally come to class to accompany Jin Ling Wang Guazi, "Let us form a duo, and then we'll team with Zhuqing for a triad. Finally, I'll participate in an individual battle." "What?" Wang Pengzi was taken aback, thinking Jin Ling was jesting. "Boss, you can't just sign up for all 3 at once. During the actual competition, I can provide you with my snacks, but eating them will take time, and you'll need to fight so many rounds. It'll be hard to keep up." Wang Pengzi's concerns could pose a challenge for most high-level soul masters, but for Jin Ling, they were inconsequential. Even without that formidable soul beast physique, with his current level of 60 soul power, he couldn't imagine losing. "Rest assured, I promised you a laid-back victory. Just follow my lead," Jin Ling assured him. Though still somewhat worried, Wang Pengzi ultimately chose to trust Jin Ling, as there were no better options available. After all discussions concluded, 10 students signed up for individual battles, for groups for pair battles, and merely 2 groups for triad battles. Teacher Tang had prepared the snack for those signing up for multiple events and those wishing to team with Wang Pengzi for pair or triad battles. Ultimately, only Wang Pengzi and Jin Ling teamed up, and they were the sole participants in multiple contests, rendering the preparation of snacks entirely unnecessary. Teacher Tang surveyed the registration list with a sense of dejection. It was disheartening to see so few sign-ups. "This class, Sai, it all rests on Jin Ling and Zhu Zhuqing now. If even the Pope's disciples cannot succeed, we truly have no hope." Seeing that everyone was ready, Teacher Tang announced, "Our class has approximately 20 participants registered. I cannot fathom why the others lack even the courage to attempt. Remember, we soul masters of the Spirit Hall inherently have greater access to resources and must embrace a competitive spirit. Additionally, students who perform exceptionally in this competition will earn a month of training in a simulated environment." After her words, only 4 or 5 more students signed up, and all for individual battles. As the saying goes, one must possess self-awareness. It seems this group of 13-year-olds has fully grasped the situation. With no further registrations, Teacher Tang pointed to 3 large bags of snacks on the ground. Students not participating in the competition can take these snacks and observe the matches. Let us not waste Wang Pengzi's good intentions. Now, we shall commence the selection for the individual battles. Upon finishing, Teacher Tang produced 15 paper balls and stated, "Each student signed up for individual battles may choose one, and the 15th student will have a bye." After the paper balls were selected, Jin Ling looked at his own and found it to be number 15. As expected, the halo of the chosen one, with a larger number of participants in individual battles. They began simultaneously. Jin Ling and his companions observed from the sidelines, while Wang Pengzi excitedly provided commentary. "Boss, look at that guy in position 3. His soul power is already at 29, making him the strongest after me. His martial soul is the Gale Wolf, leaning toward speed. But his first 2 soul skills do not enhance his speed. Instead, they focus on strong attacks, which often catches others off guard. By the way, his name is Wang Yan." Jin Ling nodded, acknowledging that the Gale Wolf martial soul was indeed impressive. "What is the name of the girl opposite him?" Jin Ling suddenly inquired. Wang Pengzi replied, "Her name is Li Jingyu, and her martial soul is Ice Crystal. However, she is only at level 28, so she may not stand a chance against Wang Yan." Jin Ling disagreed with Wang Pengzi's assessment. "I believe Li Jingyu has a greater chance of winning." Before long, the battlefield between Wang Yin and Li Jingyu transformed dramatically. Initially, Wang Yin relied on the strength of his martial soul, relentlessly attacking Li Jingyu with his first soul skill, Gale Wolf Claw. At first, Li Jingyu could only barely defend herself. Her second soul skill, Ice Crystal Array, created a network of interconnected ice crystals in the air, forming a densely packed ice crystal formation. While Wang Yan's claws were indeed powerful, they could only shatter 1 or 2 ice crystals at most. After a while, having used his first soul skill 2 or 3 times, Wang Yin realized he needed a different approach. He decisively created distance, swiftly circling around Li Jingyu, seeking a weak point for a decisive strike. At last, he spotted an opening behind her. With a cold shout, he declared, "Behold my second soul skill, Shadow Slash." Li Jingyu continuously controlled the ice crystal array in front of her to track Wang Yan's movements, but his speed was too great for her to keep up. Suddenly, as the figure of Wang Yin vanished completely from sight, Li Jingyu realized the extent of his scheming. Her response was remarkably composed. Without any hint of panic, she calmly positioned the ice crystal array behind her. In the next moment, Wang Yan's attack surged forth. 2 cross-shaped gusts of wind swiftly struck the ice crystal array, producing a series of sharp, crystalline shattering sounds. As the ice crystal shattered, snowflakes erupted in all directions, momentarily disorienting Wang Yin and forcing him to shield his eyes with his hands, causing his steps to falter. In contrast to Wang Yin, Li Jingyu's approach was much steadier. She first created distance between herself and Wang Yin, approximately 3 meters, before her first yellow soul ring illuminated. Her first soul skill, Ice Needle. A crisp sound reminiscent of shattering crystal echoed as multiple slender needles of ice suspended above her head for a brief moment before hurtling towards Wang Yin. This ice needle was familiar to Jin Ling, resembling his first soul skill, Golden Light Spike, but with Li Jingyu's version being finer, albeit fewer in number and slower in speed. However, these ice needles seemed to possess a tracking ability of their own. As Wang Yin broke free from the snowstorm, he collided directly with the oncoming needles. He promptly began to run, intending to evade them. Initially, with his speed, he could have easily dodged the ice needles, but they seemed to cling to him like a stubborn adhesive, curving in pursuit. The ice needles relentlessly followed Wang Yin, transforming into icy porcupines the moment he paused, causing him considerable distress, almost to the point of tears. Li Jingyu, what kind of soul skill is this? When did it acquire tracking capabilities? Jin Ling and Teacher Tang were equally astonished. The ice needle was already a formidable soul skill, but with tracking, it became rather excessive. Yield, will you? As long as my ice needles remain unbroken, they will follow you until they pierce you, Li Jingyu urged. Wang Yin felt as though he might weep. Even at full throttle, his soul power was barely equal to that of the ice needles, leaving him with no viable strategy. Li Jingyu, however, remained unhurried, having already established an ice crystal array before her, rendering her impervious to any desperate counterattack from her opponent. After enduring for a full minute, Wang Yin reluctantly conceded. The ice needles promptly melted away. Teacher Tang and Jin Ling had been closely observing Li Jingyu's transformation. As the needles disappeared, a distinct wave of soul power emanated from her head, revealing what appeared to be a soul bone. Furthermore, it was a rare soul bone from the head. As for its age, they could not ascertain, but it was unlikely to be less than 10,000 years old. Wang Yin hung his head, clearly disheartened. He had not anticipated being eliminated in the first round despite his soul power level of 29. Teacher Tang approached him, speaking softly, "Do not be discouraged. Losing to her is nothing to be ashamed of. Strive to break through to Soul Sovereign next time. There will be ample opportunities ahead." Wang Yin nodded. "It's fine. Teacher Tang, I just can't comprehend why Li Jingyu's soul skills seemed so much stronger. That, I cannot disclose. Only Li Jingyu can clarify," Teacher Tang replied. Clearly, Li Jingyu had no intention of revealing the matter of her soul bone. After defeating Wang Yin, she retreated to the side and began to munch on some purple melon seeds. At that moment, Wang Pongzi approached Jin Ling, saying, "Li Jingyu is renowned as a beauty in our Martial Soul Academy, but that's not the main point. The crux is that she's eating my melon seeds. Ha! Oh, now you're proud of that?" Jin Ling retorted with exasperation. Zhu Zhuqing had been keeping a close watch on the unfolding events. Upon hearing Wang Pengzi refer to Xie Yue as a beauty, she deliberately stepped in front of Jin Ling and asked, "Who looks better, Xie Yue or me?" Jin Ling quickly replied, "Both are beautiful, but I lean slightly more towards you." Upon hearing this, Wang Pengzi chuckled, "Boss, I think sister-in-law isn't fond of your response." That sounds like a classic Playboy line. Zhu Zhuqing had been quite pleased with Jin Ling's answer, but Wang Pengzi's comment instantly soured her expression. "Oh no!" Jin Ling hastily intervened. "You glutton, if you keep talking nonsense during the next duel battle, I'll throw you in front to take the hits." He pretended to ponder for a moment. "Considering your physique, defending shouldn't be too much of a challenge." Wang Pengzi fell silent, resuming his seed snacking just as the next round of matches commenced. Solo battle, top 8. "Boss, let me draw your lot," Wang Pengzi announced, swiftly snatching a crumpled piece of paper from Teacher Tang's hand, eager to please. It revealed the number 1. After a while, Teacher Tang began announcing the matchups. Jin Ling was set to face Zhou Mu, and Xie Yue would compete against Qin Xian. Subsequently, Jin Ling stepped onto an open area, soon joined by a lanky youth sporting a prominent pockmark on his face. He gazed at Jin Ling with admiration, saying, "Hello, classmate, you are truly handsome." This unexpected opening left Jin Ling somewhat taken aback. Fortunately, the boy quickly adopted a serious demeanor, raising his hand to introduce himself. "Zhou Mu, Martial Soul Earth Cave Turtle. A level 27 defensive Soul Master." Jin Ling nodded. "Jin Ling, Martial Soul Golden Crocodile King." He refrained from elaborating on his level, as it was unnecessary given that he did not intend to use his martial soul. With Teacher Tang's command, Zhou Mu enveloped himself in yellow soul power, causing his limbs to expand, particularly his hands, which transformed into yellow turtle claws. These claws bore 3 curved blades, appearing quite lethal. Yet the peculiar brown shell on his back was odd, resembling a muddy puddle after rain. Jin Ling watched the transformation across the arena, remaining motionless. Zhou Mu, puzzled, took a step forward to ascertain Jin Ling's intentions, yet still received no reaction. Unable to contain himself, he inquired, "Classmate, why aren't you releasing your martial soul?" "I believe it's unnecessary," Jin Ling replied. In the next instant, he had appeared before Zhou Mu, delivering a light punch as if testing the softness of cotton, fully aware that the force was reciprocal. This caused Zhou Mu to feel perplexed. While his speed was not great, he was confident he could dodge Jin Ling's punch. However, overconfidence often incurs a price. Not only did Zhou Mu fail to evade, but he also neglected to employ his soul skill for defense, mistakenly believing Jin Ling's lack of action signaled weakness. Bang! The dull thud resonated like a small hammer, striking the minds of the spectators. Among them, Wang Pengzi was the most astonished. Jin Ling had not released his martial soul, and he was the most anxious of all. He even contemplated asking Zhu Zhuqing, but seeing her remain unfazed, he suppressed his questions for the moment. The unfolding scene shattered his expectations entirely. What on earth is happening? Wang Pengzi rubbed his eyes, struggling to believe the reality before him, murmuring in disbelief. Chapter 57, Class Selection 3. Zhou Mu lay on the ground, not severely injured. Yet Jin Ling's sudden punch had left him somewhat breathless. Teacher Tang, filled with astonishment, hurried over to check on Zhou Mu, only to breathe a sigh of relief upon confirming his well-being. Casting a glance at Jin Ling, she found herself feeling unexpectedly reassured and announced, "Let the others continue with their matches." In the duel between Jin Ling and Zhou Mu, Jin Ling emerged victorious. Wang Pengzi was the first to rush up to Jin Ling, but in his excitement, he failed to notice a bag left on the ground by another student. He tripped, tumbling to the ground, and rolled straight to Jin Ling's feet. Quickly, Jin Ling extended a foot to halt him, ignoring the dirt and footprints on himself. Wang Pengzi knelt before Jin Ling, looking pitiful as he pleaded, "Boss, you are my true leader. I'm counting on you this time." "Of course I promised you. There is no need to be so formal." Jin Ling quickly sidestepped, unable to accept such a heavy display of submission. The crowd paid little attention to Wang Pengzi's antics, as he had always been the class clown. However, today, laughter was absent. All eyes were fixed on Jin Ling, eager to discern how he had so effortlessly triumphed. Some students, unsatisfied, provocatively questioned Zhou Mu. "Zhou Mu, did you accept gold soul coins from a new student to stage this performance?" Another chimed in, "Indeed, Zhou Mu, you are the strongest defense in our class. How could you not withstand even a single blow?" This is too peculiar. Zhou Mu, feeling the weight of their suspicions, yearned to stand and challenge Jin Ling once more, desperate to understand his defeat. Thankfully, Teacher Tang intervened, announcing students preparing for the pairs and trios should begin their preparations. Those not participating should pay close attention. This competition concerns you all. Following the conclusion of the second round, the third round commenced, advancing to the final four. Jin Ling again won with ease, delivering yet another effortless punch, prompting many to suspect foul play and criticize Zhou Mu and his partner. Unfortunately, they were unable to clarify the situation and were left to silently endure the scrutiny. The final solo duel pitted Jin Ling against Li Jingyu. As Li Jingyu approached, she spoke, "I know you are formidable, but I hope you will unleash your martial spirit, allowing me to truly grasp the disparity between us. However, if you believe I am not worthy of witnessing your martial spirit, then disregard my request." Jin Ling regarded Li Jingyu thoughtfully, recognizing her unique character. Yet, given his current prowess, he felt no need to reveal his martial spirit. It was not a matter of disdain. Their dialogue, though brief, sparked excitement among the observing classmates. "See, I told you it's a fixed match." Instead of starting right away, they're whispering to each other. They must be negotiating something. One student exclaimed, "Exactly. I sense it too." Another added. Some ill-tempered boys shouted, "Goddess Li, please don't hold back. Don't succumb to darkness. I will always support you." Upon hearing the chatter, Wang Pengzi leapt to his feet, bellowing, "Go for it, boss. Land a punch, and show these frogs at the bottom of the well." After shouting, he tossed some sunflower seeds at the other students, an act of low damage but high insult. The classmates, unfazed by Wang Pengzi's antics, focused as the match commenced. In the arena, as Li Jingyu summoned her martial spirit, her second soul ring illuminated, encased in an ice crystal barrier that concealed her. She felt apprehensive about Jin Ling's peculiar punch. Jin Ling stood still, an enigmatic smile gracing his lips. Li Jingyu was indeed unlike the others. Nevertheless, this was inconsequential. For the first time, Jin Ling chose to initiate the attack, relying solely on his physical strength, moving with a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. Li Jingyu kept her gaze fixed on Jin Ling. As soon as he moved, she activated her first soul skill. Yet in the next moment, Jin Ling's figure vanished from her sight, rendering her unable to lock onto him. Li, Kunseda. Jin Ling appeared behind her, one hand poised like a blade at her neck. The suddenness of his voice made her tremble, almost causing the ice needles hovering above her head to spiral out of control. With a resigned sigh, Li Jingyu declared, "I concede." The audience erupted in astonishment. The match seemed to have transpired in the blink of an eye. Among them was Wang Pengzi, who never anticipated his leader would be so extraordinary. Stealing a glance at Zhu Zhuqing, he mustered the courage to ask, "Sister-in-law, is my boss even human?" Zhu Zhuqing replied no. Wang Pengzi was taken aback that Zhu Zhuqing had acknowledged him, confusion etched on his face. "What level are you, really?" Li Jingyu finally couldn't hold back her curiosity. Jin Ling smiled and replied, "What significance does level hold? Focus on your training." With that, he walked over to Zhu Zhuqing, adding, "Your head soul bone is formidable. It suits you well." Li Jingyu stood rooted in place, watching Jin Ling's retreating figure, unable to regain her composure. He had discerned her soul bone. Her grandmother had mentioned that this soul bone was of exceptional quality, originating from the 6,000-year ice crystal beast of the ultimate ice attribute. This was a powerful entity combining ice and spiritual attributes, typically perceivable only by those with strong mental faculties or at the soul sage level. Yet, Jin Ling was too young to be a soul sage. Could it be that his mental prowess was extraordinary? No, that was implausible. Her grandmother had said that only titled Douluos could perceive such things. Even those with slightly above-average mental strength wouldn't notice. How puzzling. As Jin Ling reached Zhu Zhuqing, she appeared somewhat displeased. Jin Ling was uncertain of the cause of her irritation, especially since Wang Pengzi was leering at him. He assumed it was due to Wang Pengzi's inappropriate remarks. "Fatty, I've realized you truly have a penchant for trouble." Before Jin Ling could finish, Wang Pengzi whispered, "Boss, don't rush. I know why sister-in-law is upset." He gestured toward the direction Jin Ling had just come from. "Look over there." Jin Ling glanced in that direction and gasped. Li Jingyu's bright eyes were fixed on him, unwavering. He finally understood why Zhu Zhuqing was angry and quickly diverted his gaze, pretending to be oblivious. Li Jingyu, witnessing Jin Ling suddenly turn his head and lock eyes with her, snapped out of her reverie, feeling the curious gazes of those around her. She sensed a flush creeping up her cheeks and hurriedly departed. Chapter 58, Class Selection 4. With all the solo battles concluded, Teacher Tang filled out the list, stating, "From the solo battles, we have 3 finalists, Jin Ling, Li Jingyu, and Wang Yan." Upon hearing Wang Yan's name, the crowd murmured in confusion. Wasn't he eliminated from the start? Teacher Tang asked, "Have you seen Wang Yan?" Jin Ling, along with the others, scanned their surroundings but found no sign of Wang Yan. Subsequently, Teacher Tang elucidated, "Wang Yan has just greeted me, mentioning that he has gained some insights during his duel with Li Jingyu, and his soul power is on the verge of a breakthrough. Therefore, he has returned early. If all goes well, he should be able to participate in the monthly examination in 2 days." She inquired if everyone would be willing to relinquish their spots for him, as he would, in a sense, be the only soul master in our class. Teacher Tang was seeking the consensus of the class and had not yet finalized Wang Yan's spot. At that moment, Wang Fatty could no longer contain himself and interjected, "Teacher Tang, I am the first soul master." With a look of feigned grievance, he gazed pleadingly at Teacher Tang. Teacher Tang, caught between laughter and tears, replied, "I never said you weren't a soul master. I merely stated that he would be the sole soul master in this individual combat." Upon hearing Teacher Tang's explanation, Wang Fatty remained restless and murmured, "Don't forget about my boss. He is at least a soul master too." His voice was faint, and Teacher Tang did not catch his words as she awaited the class's response. Ultimately, all the students agreed to let Wang Yan have the spot, not solely due to his status as a soul master, but also because of Jin Ling's inexplicable punch. Some claimed that punch was a mere transaction, while others argued it was genuine prowess. Yet, in the end, no one truly wished to test it. Satisfied, Teacher Tang nodded. "Since the individual combat has concluded, let us prepare for the upcoming team battles. Those who have exhausted their energy should quickly consume some seeds to replenish their soul power." While she spoke, her gaze remained fixed on Jin Ling, as her words were directed solely at him, since he had participated in the individual combat while also engaging in 2 other matches. Without needing Jin Ling to take action, Wang Fatty eagerly presented a handful of purple seeds, saying, "Boss, please enjoy." Jin Ling casually took one and tossed it into his mouth, remarking on its delightful flavor. "The rest, you may take back. I have no further need for them." The team battles comprised only 4 groups, and the sequence was swiftly arranged. Jin Ling was placed in the first group, and their opponents turned out to be a pair of female classmates. However, before the match even commenced, both girls simultaneously conceded defeat. They were the closest friends of Li Jingyu, who had informed them about Jin Ling's capabilities, leading them to collectively opt for withdrawal. The happiest among them was undoubtedly Wang Fatty, who had been apprehensive about potentially receiving a beating if his boss failed to protect him. Now, it was fortuitous to win without a fight. How wonderful! The remaining 2 groups were evenly matched, both consisting of students around levels 25 to 26, and their skirmishes were closely contested. Approximately 10 minutes later, one mixed-gender team emerged victorious, with the male member at level 26 and the female at level 25, both possessing commendable talents. Despite Wang Fatty's seeds aiding recovery, Teacher Tang decided to place the final team showdown at the end. Now, we will proceed with the trio battles, with Jin Ling's team facing off against Zhu Riwo's squad. Standing opposite Jin Ling's trio were all male classmates, with Zhu Riwo wielding a short blade, arms crossed and disdainfully eyeing Jin Ling. The other 2 members boasted beast martial souls, one a serpent and the other a hunting dog. Notably, their soul rings were a perfect combination of 2 yellow. Just as Wang Fatty intended to unleash his martial soul, Jin Ling halted him, saying, "You can go play elsewhere. We don't need you here." No, boss. They are 3. I fear you may be at a disadvantage," Wang Fatty anxiously protested, but Jin Ling remained resolute, asserting that he required no assistance. Wang Fatty argued, "Perhaps your strength does not need the seeds, but you are unaware that I have another use for them. Even if they cause no damage, they can disrupt their defenses, giving you an inherent advantage." "Thank you, but please step aside." Observing the opposing team, Zhu Riwo and his companions were indignant that none of their adversaries had activated their martial souls. Clearly, They believed Jin Ling was negotiating with them, and to deny him any opportunity, they activated their martial souls immediately. Xu Zhuqing had remained silent, prompting Jin Ling to inquire, "Do you wish to stretch a bit?" "No need," Xu Zhuqing replied abruptly, stepping aside. Wang Fatty, seeing this, quickly followed, as he wished to avoid confronting the trio, especially with a hunting dog among them. He dreaded the thought of being relentlessly pursued. Jin Ling stretched lazily and declared, "All right, you may come at me together." "Wait, he isn't even asking us to throw the match?" questioned the dog martial soul student. The serpent martial soul classmate glanced at the situation and remarked, "Could it be that he has run out of money?" Zhu Riwo, staring at his two foolish teammates, sighed, "Shouldn't you two be charging in?" With the realization dawning on them, both students rushed forward, the dog martial soul user sprinting towards Jin Ling, while the serpent martial soul user circled around to his rear. In stark contrast, Jin Ling stood motionless, observing the two figures approaching him. As the dog martial soul user lunged forward, Jin Ling took a step forward, swiftly locking his arm around the opponent's neck. The dog martial soul user began to struggle violently, his claws flailing at Jin Ling's arm. Simultaneously, the serpent martial soul user's attack was imminent. He leaped from the ground, aiming a kick at Jin Ling's head. Jin Ling paid no heed to the incoming assault. Instead, he turned to face his attacker and smiled. This smile sent a chill down the serpent martial soul user's spine, as he felt an overwhelming sense of danger for the first time. However, there was no way to retract his attack, and as his kick descended toward Jin Ling's head, Jin Ling extended his other hand and firmly grasped the serpent user's ankle. Both attackers, now rendered powerless, comprehended the sheer terror of Jin Ling. He was nothing short of extraordinary, not to mention the strength in his grip. It felt as if a mountain had descended upon them, rendering them utterly immobile. As for Zhu Riwo, who had remained inactive, witnessing the failure of his teammates' assaults left him anxious. His second soul ring glowed, and a shadow appeared, wielding a similar short blade. In the next moment, it lunged toward Jin Ling, executing a diagonal slash. Jin Ling had been observing this shadow, and as the blade approached, he effortlessly raised his arm to block it. Trouble, Zhu Riwo realized with dread, but once this soul skill was unleashed, there was no retracting it. He could only watch helplessly as his two companions emitted cries of agony. Jin Ling then glanced at the serpent user, who had been struck by Zhu Riwo's blade, blood staining his abdomen from the wound, causing him great suffering. Jin Ling, with a hint of kindness, tossed him back toward Zhu Riwo, saying, "Catch." Zhu Riwo, bracing himself, managed to stabilize and catch his teammate. He could do so only because of Jin Ling's deliberate leniency. However, it is equally unwise to withhold one's strength. Given Jin Ling's current prowess, he could easily overpower a soul saint with sheer physical force. Zhu Ri, he had just begun to breathe a sigh of relief when a massive shadow suddenly collided with him. It turned out that another companion had been tossed over by Jin Ling, and this time the force was noticeably greater. Fortunately, the last individual, upon crashing into him, landed with their backside facing Zhu Ri, and the unfortunate impact was absorbed by his face. Following a chorus of anguished cries, all three lay sprawled on the ground, moaning in pain, reluctant to rise first due to the embarrassment. Simultaneously, they all reflected on the fact that Jin Ling was indeed not engaging in a mock competition, and they regretted not believing Zhu Mu and the others. Teacher Tang looked at Jin Ling with satisfaction, her initial astonishment having transformed into relief. The individuals sent by the Pope had not disappointed her. "All right, class, our trio is now the Jin Ling team. I hope they achieve commendable results." Before she could finish her sentence, the other two members, who had been resting and snacking, quickly interjected, "Teacher, we forfeit our duo team." The surprise was not limited to Teacher Tang. Even Jin Ling and the others were taken aback. Teacher Tang remarked, "Though Jin Ling is indeed strong, you two are not lacking either. Why not give another try?" The two exchanged fearful glances at Zhu Ri and the other sorry state and replied, "No need, teacher. I believe Jin Ling will certainly secure a good ranking, so we shall avoid further embarrassment." The other students, who had been mere spectators, wholeheartedly agreed. Jin Ling is far too strong. This is simply not on the same level. Moreover, he had yet to utilize his martial soul. Teacher Tang ultimately acquiesced, and Jin Ling eagerly participated in the solo, duo, and trio competitions. By the afternoon's halfway mark, the primary reason for the time's swift passage was Jin Ling's presence. Each of his matches lasted no more than a minute, and given his numerous participations, the schedule was significantly compressed because of him. Teacher Tang, pleased with the situation, decided to release the students early. Jin Ling's reputation spread from the advanced class to others, yet the formidable figures in those classes dismissed it, believing the advanced class was merely employing exaggerated tactics to instill fear. Meanwhile, Wang Pengzi trailed Jin Ling and his companion, clutching the unfinished sunflower seed from earlier. He had entirely latched onto Jin Ling, fearing that his partner might suddenly choose not to team with him. Ultimately, it was Teacher Tang who intervened and called him away. Upon returning to the Martial Soul Hall, Jin Ling serendipitously encountered a familiar face, Xie Yue, whom he had previously taught a lesson before departing for the Dou Forest. Accompanying Xie Yue was a middle-aged man clad in golden armor and a mask. As Jin Ling approached, Xie Yue suddenly shouted, "That's him, Grandpa. He is Jin Ling, the one who injured me over a year ago." The middle-aged man was indeed Xie Yue's grandfather, the elder of the Martial Soul Hall, Xie Douluo. Xie Douluo regarded Jin Ling with a glimmer of coldness in his eyes, astonished that Jin Ling had returned. He recalled how, a year prior, he had ventured into the Dou Forest intending to settle scores with Jin Ling, but had inadvertently wandered into the core area, suffering a thorough beating from the Titan Great Ape and wasting a year of cultivation time. Jin Ling initially intended to disregard the two and proceed to the Pope's Hall, but Xie Yue blocked his path, asking, "I heard from Grandpa that you joined the Martial Soul Hall a long time ago." Jin Ling nodded in acknowledgement. "Then I challenge you," Xie Yue declared boldly, awaiting Jin Ling's response. "Not interested," Jin Ling replied dismissively before walking away. Xie Yue, frustrated yet aware of the prohibition on using soul power before the Pope's Hall, glanced at his grandfather. "I did not anticipate that the Pope's new disciple would be such a coward, refusing even my grandson's challenge. Truly a waste of space. No wonder you resort to selling those deceptive skewers." Although he had heard of the skewers Jin Ling sold, he had never tried them, believing that the path of cultivation held no shortcuts. The rumors were merely a commercial ploy, a facade for profit. Jin Ling did not even look back, lightly retorting, "The infamous Xie Douluo seems to have conveniently forgotten that he was thoroughly thrashed in the core area of the Dou Forest. I doubt that scar will heal so swiftly." Jin Ling intended to irritate him, having learned of the incident directly from the Titan Great Ape, who had boasted about defeating Xie Douluo in exchange for a sip of Jin Ling's soda, embellishing the tale to render the elder's reputation as insignificant. Xie Douluo shot Jin Ling a venomous glare, his eyes betraying murderous intent. Xie Yue, witnessing his grandfather's demeanor, fell silent in fear. Once Jin Ling entered the Pope's Hall, they followed closely behind. Inside, Bibi Dong sat at the elevated position, resting her chin on her hand, listening to Xie Douluo's report below. Upon noticing Jin Ling's arrival, Bibi Dong expressed concern. "Little Jin Ling, are you adjusting well?" Jin Ling replied, "It's all right, though I find it somewhat dull." Bibi Dong chuckled lightly. "Previously, Elder Gay only informed me that your strength has become comparable to Nan Na and the others, so I did not inquire further. I had no idea it was indeed true." Clearly, the events concerning Jin Ling in the advanced class had reached Bibi Dong's ears, likely relayed by Xie Douluo. Yet, Xie Douluo remained supportive of Jin Ling. Having witnessed his formidable physical prowess, he knew it rivaled that of a soul saint. As for why he had not disclosed Jin Ling's true strength, Xie Douluo had his own reasons. Bibi Dong was his superior, and he would not betray her. However, his purpose in joining the Martial Soul Hall was to grow stronger, and it was evident that his current cultivation level was a gift from Jin Ling, thus fostering a closer bond with him. Jin Ling humbly remarked, "Teacher, you flatter me. Since I have promised to become the strongest among the younger generation, I cannot restrict myself solely to the Martial Soul Academy." Chapter 60. Xie Yue kneels still aspiring to be the strongest? The Pope's disciple is becoming increasingly ambitious. Xie Douluo mocked as he entered, showing blatant disregard for Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong cast a cold glance at the elder, clearly having harbored dissatisfaction for quite some time. Yet, Xie Douluo, bolstered by his high-ranking patron, wielded considerable influence within the Martial Soul Hall, rendering her momentarily powerless. After all, she was not yet formidable enough. Nevertheless, Jin Ling remained unfazed. He turned to Xie Yue Douluo and stated, "Whether I have ambitions is debatable. At the very least, I spent over a year in the Dou Forest, while you, a distinguished title Douluo, could not manage a single day there." Jin Ling was relentless, continuously pricking at his past failures. Xie Yue Douluo grinned, playing along with Jin Ling's taunts. "I heard that Elder Xie Yue ventured into the core area a year ago. Quite impressive, considering I wouldn't dare go." Xie Yue Douluo, seething with frustration, watched as Xie Yue Douluo sided with Jin Ling. Had it not been for him, Xie Yue Douluo would never have ended up in the core area and would never have faced the Titan Great Ape. He disdainfully retorted, "A mere 94th level title Douluo would naturally shy away from the core area. And you?" He pointed an accusing finger at Jin Ling, relying on Xie Yue Douluo's protection. "Do you truly consider yourself significant? How laughable. Even the challenge from my grandson dares not be accepted, yet you aspire to be the foremost in the spear hall? You do not fear the sound of your own bluster being shattered?" The ghost leopard Douluo, akin to a braggart, spewed forth words without regard for anyone. "Enough!" Bibi Dong exclaimed sternly. "Elder Ghost Leopard, do not forget that this is the hall of the Pope, and you hold a position of esteem here. To mock my disciple so brazenly, do you believe the Spirit Hall can no longer accommodate you?" The ghost leopard Douluo retorted with a sneer. "The Spirit Hall is not solely yours, Bibi Dong. As for your disciple, I have stated that if he dares to accept my grandson's challenge, I will remain silent." Suddenly called by name, Bibi Dong was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, the ghost leopard Douluo was but a lapdog for those in the Hall of Offerings. The ghost Douluo could no longer hold his tongue and admonished the ghost leopard, "Speak the Pope's name with respect." Before the ghost Douluo could finish, Jin Ling glanced at Xie Yue and then turned to the ghost leopard Douluo, saying, "Elder Ghost Leopard, since you are so eager for Xie Yue to challenge me, I shall accept. This place is quite suitable." At the same time, Jin Ling subtly signaled to Bibi Dong, reassuring her that he would silence him. Bibi Dong instantly understood and said, "Ghost Leopard Douluo, since my disciple has agreed to accept your grandson's challenge, let us have it today. You and I shall serve as witnesses." "Very well." The ghost leopard Douluo, confident in Xie Yue's abilities, readily agreed without further ado. Subsequently, a spacious arena was established in the center of the Grand Hall. The ghost leopard Douluo positioned himself rather close to the battleground, prompting the ghost Douluo to hastily approach, as he harbored no trust in the treacherous ghost leopard. As Jin Ling stood opposite Xie Yue, the latter had already summoned his martial spirit, announcing with pride, "Xie Yue, martial spirit, black striped ghost leopard, level 32 battle soul master." Ignoring him, Jin Ling nodded towards Bibi Dong. She softly declared, "Let the contest begin." Xie Yue vexed exclaimed, "Are you too cowardly to reveal your level? Truly a presumptuous fool unworthy of his reputation. Today, I shall teach you a lesson." With that, Xie Yue charged directly at Jin Ling, his claws extending menacingly as he swiped rapidly. Jin Ling, however, chose not to unleash his martial spirit, for he had his own strategy. As the attacks approached, Jin Ling swiftly countered with his fists, each blow deftly dismantling Xie Yue's strikes while landing on his wrist. Jin Ling deliberately moderated his strength, ensuring Xie Yue only felt discomfort without sustaining real injury. Xie Yue rubbed his wrist, a glimmer of wariness dawning in his eyes. He could not comprehend why his opponent had not released his martial spirit, yet could still contend with a soul master. Unyielding, Xie Yue continued his relentless assault, while Jin Ling maintained a passive defense. When claws came at him, he countered the wrist, and when legs attacked, he countered the ankles. Though Bibi Dong could not discern Jin Ling's intentions, she recognized that his strength far exceeded Xie Yue's, so she remained untroubled, merely observing the spectacle. The ghost Douluo, too, remained calm, his gaze fixed on the ghost leopard. Yet it was not Xie Yue who felt the pressure, but rather the watching ghost leopard Douluo. How could this young man be so elusive? There was not a hint of soul power fluctuation, yet he managed to suppress Xie Yue. Xie Yue, in a fit of rage, activated his first soul skill, Ghost Shadow Flash. The pain coursing through his limbs fueled his ire. Jin Ling seemed non-threatening, yet he could not land a hit. Thus, Xie Yue chose to elevate his speed to another level. However, the outcome remained unchanged. Jin Ling continued to dismantle his attacks with precision, striking his wrists and ankles. Xie Yue felt, as if he were unable to unleash his full power. And with his wrists and ankles now red and swollen, his movements were increasingly affected, giving him a pronounced limp. The ghost leopard phantom slash, Xie Yue's second soul skill, proved futile against Jin Ling's agility, landing nowhere near him. Xie Yue felt a surge of despair. After a lengthy exchange, he had only endured punishment, depleting nearly half of his soul power. In stark contrast, Jin Ling stood almost motionless, exuding an air of nonchalance, as if this were not a contest at all. Noticing Xie Yue's dwindling confidence, Jin Ling taunted, "The grandson of the ghost leopard Douluo should possess more capability than this." Xie Yue lowered his head, glaring fiercely at Jin Ling. In the next moment, he opened his mouth and unleashed a torrent of black smoke, which swiftly enveloped his entire body in shadows. The shadows expanded rapidly, soon engulfing half the arena. Within that darkness, Xie Yue darted about, his third soul ring shimmering ominously. Outside the shadows, Jin Ling merely observed with mild surprise. He recognized that this shadowy manifestation was likely a soul-bone skill. The ghost leopard Douluo, watching the shadowy form of Xie Yue, smirked. With this shadowy concealment, Xie Yue's speed and strength would increase by 50 as long as he remained within the shadows. Coupled with his third soul skill, a single hit would suffice to incapacitate even a four-ring soul master. Chapter 61. The arrogance of the ghost leopard Douluo. Before long, the shadows enveloped Jin Ling completely. Yet, he remained undisturbed, fully aware of Xie Yue's position. Xie Yue, however, was merely biding his time, waiting for the right moment to strike. Outside, the ghost leopard Douluo mused. It must come to an end now. Jin Ling maintained an appearance of vulnerability, while Xie Yue's strike was imminent. Suddenly, above Jin Ling's head appeared a vicious hook formed of 6 gleaming blades, each radiating a chilling light. Rending claw. To ensure the success of his ambush, Xie Yue had to employ his first soul skill to propel himself above Jin Ling, believing this position would render him undetectable. However, Jin Ling did not even raise his head. Just as the rending claw was about to descend upon him, he vanished, reappearing directly before Xie Yue. A massive fist surged toward Xie Yue's face. One punch was insufficient, another followed. 3 punches were not enough, for could not be too many. Jin Ling relentlessly targeted Xie Yue's face, delivering a barrage of blows without exerting full strength. After a flurry of strikes, Xie Yue's face had swollen to twice its size. Covered in bruises, his nose crushed, and blood gushing forth. The 3 spectators, all titled Douluo, were keenly aware of the unfolding events. Bibi Dong felt increasingly vindicated, her pent-up frustrations dissipating with each of Jin Ling's punches. The ghost doll could hardly contain his laughter, exclaiming, "Now, this is the Jin Ling I know. Attrudi convincing audition." The ghost leopard Douluo's complexion turned ashen. He could hardly believe that it was his own grandson being so thoroughly trounced. When Jin Ling delivered the final kick to Xie Yue's face, the latter's soul-bone skill finally faltered. As the shadows receded, Xie Yue lay prostrate on the ground, in disbelief at the reality before him. Seeing his grandson in such a state incited the ghost leopard Douluo's fury. He had only witnessed the beating and not the injuries inflicted. "You seek death." The ghost leopard Douluo's soul power surged violently, a tremendous pressure descending upon Jin Ling. The ghost Douluo had been vigilantly observing the ghost leopard's movements, yet he still found it hard to believe he would dare to act against the Pope. As it stands, the ghost leopard Douluo truly dares to act without a hint of restraint. "Just an old fool. Do you really think I fear you?" When the ghost leopard began to attack himself, Jin Ling had already prepared, and 5 soul rings glimmered in succession upon him. Yellow, purple, purple, black, black. Simultaneously, 8 purple-black spider legs erupted wildly from behind him, from the manifestation of his martial spirit to the emergence of the 8 spider lances. Jin Ling completed the transformation in an instant. Before the pressure of the ghost leopard Douluo could fully weigh upon him, Jin Ling propelled himself forward with the force of the 8 spider lances, swiftly arriving before Xie Yue. He then delivered a kick that sent him soaring into the sky, while the second row of spider legs extended upwards, ensnaring him. Jin Ling declared, "Old fool, withdraw your soul power, or he will perish." The ghost leopard Douluo was startled and hurriedly retracted his soul power. He had never anticipated that Jin Ling was a soul king and possessed a peculiar soul bone. Struggling to contain his fury, the ghost leopard said, Jin Ling, I care not who you are, but I can assure you, if Xie Yue comes to harm, I shall ensure your entire family shares his fate. Jin Ling completely disregarded his threat. He would not even dare utter such words to Qin Douluo. However, Jin Ling found him beneath contempt. At that moment, the ghost Douluo appeared before Jin Ling, eyeing the ghost leopard warily. How shameful to bully someone of your grandson's age. I had thought you would retain some semblance of dignity, but it appears you are utterly shameless. Bibi Dong approached as well, using her sole power to scan Jin Ling, and upon confirming his safety, she sighed in relief. Her gaze turned lethal as she spoke in a low, cold voice. After today, you shall no longer be a member of the Spirit Hall. Furthermore, do not let me see your shadow within the Spirit City. Jin Ling was taken aback. He had not expected Bibi Dong to be so furious as to directly banish one of her strongest forces for his sake, which touched him. He looked at her with a newfound sense of loyalty. What? The ghost leopard Douluo suspected he had misheard. He was being expelled simply for attempting to strike a junior? It was utterly unfathomable. He retorted, Bibi Dong, you are merely a dog of the Qian family, and a dog that has been played with at that. Do you truly believe yourself above all? Everyone present was stunned, including Jin Ling. The ghost leopard had truly lost his mind, and the ghost Douluo could no longer allow him to utter such reckless words. Ghost leopard, you seek death. The ghost Douluo struck towards the ghost leopard. The latter sneered. A mere ordinary titled Douluo dares to speak to me in such a manner. You are the one courting death. He then exchanged blows with the ghost Douluo, believing victory to be assured. With a resounding bang, however, he staggered back several steps. Confused, he glanced at his fist and wondered, why has your strength increased so much? Previously, he often sparred with the ghost and Zhu Douluo, and their bouts typically ended in a stalemate. Today, however, the circumstances were clearly different. Even the weakest among them, the ghost Douluo, could withstand his punch now. The ghost Douluo remarked, you still have the leisure to concern yourself with me. How pathetic. He then launched into battle with the ghost leopard Douluo, and after over 100 exchanges, he seized an opportunity, unleashing a powerful surge of soul power, sending the ghost leopard Douluo flying through the air. With a pained expression, the latter exclaimed, how is this possible? Your soul power? The ghost Douluo replied, what of it? I am merely a humble 96th level. Is that too much for you to handle? The ghost leopard Douluo's eyes widened in disbelief. He could not fathom that this was reality, but the soul power he had just felt was indeed stronger than his own. Moreover, with Bibi Dong observing, he dared not retaliate. Thus, the ghost leopard turned to Jin Ling and declared, release Xie Yue, and I will leave. Otherwise, even if it costs my old life, I will drag you down with me. Bibi Dong hesitated. While she and the ghost Douluo could certainly deal with the ghost leopard, Jin Ling's presence made it difficult to ensure he would not be caught in the crossfire. She was indecisive, and the ghost Douluo approached her side, saying, Your Majesty, I sense Zhu Douluo is on his way. We can let him go. Jin Ling, already incensed by the ghost leopard Douluo's arrogance and threats against his family, did not catch their conversation. He was weary of the ghost leopard's audacity. Chapter 62. No more ghost leopard elder in the spirit hall. Jin Ling did not indulge him any further, using his soul power to manipulate the 8 spider lances to lift Xie Yue slightly higher, then releasing him. As he descended, Jin Ling delivered a powerful kick to his chest. The sound of shattering bones echoed in the ears of the onlookers as Xie Yue was sent flying, blood spewing from his mouth in an arc. The ghost leopard Douluo, barely containing his rage, swiftly caught Xie Yue and began to suppress his injuries with soul power. Meanwhile, the ghost Douluo and Bibi Dong moved to Jin Ling's side to prevent the ghost leopard Douluo from going mad. Suddenly, a golden figure streaked in from afar, landing before Bibi Dong. Your Majesty, I have arrived late. The newcomer was none other than Zhu Douluo, the ghost Douluo's partner. After consuming Jin Ling's grilled skewers yesterday, he had trained fervently until just now, when he sensed the soul power fluctuations emanating from the Pope's palace. Bibi Dong replied, It's nothing. The ghost elder can handle this alone. Xie Yue was gravely injured, breathing heavily, and the ghost leopard Douluo realized he could no longer delay. With bloodshot eyes, he glared at Jin Ling, Bibi Dong, and the others, declaring, I shall remember you all. With that, he swiftly departed with Xie Yue, vanishing from sight in mere moments. As the ghost leopard left, the ghost Douluo observed Bibi Dong's lack of intent to stop him, and asked in confusion, Your Majesty, we are just letting him go? What if he seeks revenge? Bibi Dong sighed. It would not be difficult for us to detain him, but he is not solely a member of our spirit hall. There are certainly those in the Douluo Palace who would protect him. Let be. He is not wrong. The spirit hall remains under Qian Daolu. Jin Ling approached to reassure her. Teacher, we need not be overly concerned about a mere 95th level title Douluo. As for the Douluo Palace, with our support from the Skewers, we will not be inferior to them in the future. Bibi Dong nodded. We need not worry about the Douluo Palace. They would not dare act against us for the sake of a ghost leopard. From today forth, the ghost Douluo shall protect Jin Ling, while Judo remains stationed at the Pope's palace. Understood. Bibi Dong instructed. Both elders may withdraw for now. I have matters to discuss with Jin Ling. Once the ghost Douluo and Judo departed, Bibi Dong placed her hand on Jin Ling's shoulder, a gesture filled with affection. Are you all right? Jin Ling gazed at Bibi Dong, feeling a surge of excitement. Watching her from a distance had often stirred emotions within him. Observing her exquisite features up close, he realized she was indeed a true beauty, a veritable heartthrob. Teacher, what could possibly be wrong? Rest assured, Jin Ling replied with a smile. Seeking to divert her thoughts from the recent unpleasantness, particularly the insults hurled by the ghost leopard, he silently vowed to remember them. At the same time, Jin Ling vowed that if the ghost leopard Douluo dared to provoke him or Bibi Dong, he would ensure that the ghost leopard vanished completely from this world. Bibi Dong expressed her satisfaction, saying, Ever since I took you as my disciple, my mood has inexplicably improved. Although you have been away for more than a year, I still take pride in you, the youngest soul king in the world. The title of the youngest soul king held no particular significance for Jin Ling. He replied, You overpraise me, teacher. Do not forget my promise to become the strongest. Today, I wish to amend my decision. I will become the strongest on this Douluo continent, so that I can protect you. Jin Ling spoke earnestly, without a hint of laughter. Likewise, Bibi Dong saw nothing inappropriate about a 12-year-old uttering such words. Simply because he was Jin Ling. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the barbecue event arrived as promised. Following the incident with the ghost leopard, each soul master coming to buy skewers was subjected to a thorough investigation, especially those closer to the spirit hall, as per Bibi Dong's request. This did not affect Jin Ling. His sole concern was selling the skewers. The gathering on the balcony that evening was attended by the same people. But the only difference was that the relationship between Liena and Zhu Zhuqing had transformed, no longer marked by hostility. They were even seen conversing behind Jin Ling's back, occasionally glancing in his direction. As for the reason, Jin Ling was unaware. However, witnessing the thawing of their relationship brought him joy. The next day, as Jin Ling and Zhu Zhuqing were preparing to head to the Spirit Hall Academy, they encountered Liena and Zhu Douluo. Upon seeing Jin Ling, Liena visibly brightened and exclaimed, Junior brother, thank you for the skewers. I am now at level 50, and my teacher has sent Elder Zhu to take me hunting for soul beasts to obtain my soul ring. I will soon become a soul king. Jin Ling replied happily. Congratulations in advance, senior sister. At merely 16 years of age, Liena's talent was indeed remarkable. Otherwise, Bibi Dong would not have taken her as a disciple so early. Zhu Douluo remarked, Holy son, I heard you were about to participate in the competition. I wish you success in claiming the top spot. Zhu Douluo's voice retained its delicate tone, which always sent shivers down Jin Ling's spine, a sensation he had yet to grow accustomed to. Nevertheless, he responded, Thank you. Zhu Douluo, I entrust senior sister to you, and as for the competition, I appreciate your good wishes. Rest assured, we are heading to the Sunset Forest, where we are sure to find the most suitable soul beast for the Holy Maiden, Zhu Douluo stated confidently. After exchanging pleasantries, Zhu Douluo urged them to leave. He pondered whether, if luck was on their side, he might make it to that evening's barbecue. The thought of skewers ignited a fire of enthusiasm within him. Before departing, Liena deliberately approached Zhu Zhuqing and whispered a few words in her ear. Little Zhuqing, keep an eye on this boy. If he flirts with other girls at the academy, you must tell me. Zhu Zhuqing nodded silently, and her expression suggested that she and Liena had reached a mutual understanding. This left Jin Ling even more perplexed. That morning, Teacher Tang was dressed impeccably in red, and upon Jin Ling's entry into the classroom, she was already present. In fact, aside from the two of them, all the other students had arrived, each intently focused on the documents on their desks. As Jin Ling and Zhu Zhuqing returned to their seats, Wang Fatty discreetly gave Jin Ling a thumbs up from the side. Jin Ling felt somewhat bewildered and asked, "What happened?" Wang Fatty quickly glanced at the podium, ensuring Teacher Tang was not watching, and replied, "Boss, did you forget that Teacher Tang mentioned yesterday that class would start half an hour earlier this morning?" Chapter 63. The secret behind Wang Fatty's hidden depths. Jin Ling was utterly confused. When did she say that? He had no recollection of it at all. However, when he looked toward the podium, he locked eyes with Teacher Tang. Her gaze did not carry any reprimand, but rather urged him to examine the documents on the desk. The documents contained the list of participants for the upcoming monthly examination. Jin Ling casually flipped through it and was surprised to see a familiar name, Xie Yue. However, he likely would not be participating anymore. Wang Fatty witnessed the exchange and sighed dramatically. "Ever since you arrived, boss, I've lost my status." Jin Ling chuckled. "I don't think you've lost your status. Before the competition yesterday, you were still a treasure in our class, as many relied on your seeds to get by." "Ba ba ba." Wang Fatty retorted disdainfully, "I won't be providing seeds for the competition anymore." It made me feel completely disengaged. And when I mentioned losing status, it wasn't about that, but rather with our Teacher Tang. "Teacher Tang?" Jin Ling asked, puzzled. "What does this have to do with her?" Wang Fatty lamented previously. "Teacher Tang favored me above all else in class. You must understand, I am the only food system soul master at the academy." Just then, Zhu Zhuqing's voice chimed in. "But ever since Jin Ling arrived, all of that favor has shifted to him." "Exactly." Wang Fatty nodded vigorously, glancing at Zhu Zhuqing with gratitude, feeling she spoke the truth. It was somewhat embarrassing for him to say such things, given that he was a boy, and openly vying for affection seemed somewhat unseemly. Jin Ling remarked, "I never expected our Wang Fatty to care so much about Teacher Tang's affection. That's quite rare." It seemed Jin Ling had struck a nerve, as Wang Fatty quickly fell silent, his gaze evasive. Deep down, he felt a twinge of jealousy. After all, he had witnessed Jin Ling's tardiness. Given Teacher Tang's previous demeanor, she would undoubtedly reprimand him, as she had never let him off the hook for being late. Yet, she showed no sign of discontent toward Jin Ling. How could this be? Jin Ling observed Wang Fatty, sensing he had grasped something. He then patted his shoulder and said, "I heard that Teacher Tang comes from humble beginnings. If you work hard, there may yet be a chance for you." "What?" Wang Fatty feigned ignorance despite feeling elated upon hearing this news. He had indeed liked Teacher Tang since he first arrived at the Spirit Hall Academy. Due to his status as a food system soul master, he had little combat prowess. And over the years, he had faced his fair share of bullying. The reason he persevered was that Teacher Tang had always looked after him. Thus, when it came time for advanced classes, he unhesitatingly chose Class 1 and positioned himself at the front. Zhu Zhuqing and Jin Ling exchanged amused glances at Wang Fatty's bashful demeanor, surprised to discover such a hidden secret within him. Noticing Wang Fatty's continued pretense, Jin Ling teased, "If you think Teacher Tang is unworthy, I might just tell her. After all, you didn't inform me about the early class today." No. Brother. You are my dear elder brother," Wang Fatty exclaimed, tugging at Jin Ling's sleeve in a panic. Perhaps too excited, his voice was raised, and Teacher Tang on the podium turned to look directly at the speaking Wang Fatty. She then set down what she was holding and sauntered over, each leisurely step stirring a tempest of emotions within Wang Pongzi. He lowered his head, pretending to be oblivious. Jin Ling observed him, nearly suppressing a laugh. It was one thing to bow one's head, but quite another to bury it beneath the table. Wasn't that a bit of an exercise in futility? Sure enough, when Teacher Tang approached Wang Pongzi, she wasted no time and seized his ear, admonishing, "Fatty, you were chatting during class and disturbing the new students. How do you think I should discipline you?" Wang Pongzi, following the line of her arm, pleaded urgently, "Teacher, we have the monthly test tomorrow. I truly can't run." This was the first time Jin Ling had encountered someone so brazen. On the surface, Wang Pongzi appeared quite aggrieved, yet he managed to stifle a chuckle, occasionally exchanging knowing glances with Jin Ling. Indeed, this fellow was full of mischief. However, Teacher Tang seemed to anticipate Wang Pongzi's excuse, replying, "No worries. Even if you don't participate in the test tomorrow, it shouldn't affect Jin Ling and Zhu Zhuqing, so you may go run now." There had been precedents in the past, but back then, Wang Pongzi had a partner with many classmates for duo competitions, which had granted him several reprieves. This time, however, it was different. He was teamed up with Jin Ling and Zhu Zhuqing, rendering his escape card useless. "No, Teacher Tang, I believe Jin Ling absolutely needs me. Just ask him. Wang Pengzi's eyes were nearly bulging with urgency as he wildly gestured to Jin Ling. Jin Ling feigned ignorance, his gaze fixed on the documents on the table, although he was unaware of how many laps Teacher Tang intended for Wang Pengzi to run. Judging by Wang Pengzi's woeful expression, it would surely not be a small number. As usual, 50 laps. Off you go, Teacher Tang said without further ado, releasing her grip on his ear. No lunch until you finish running. Jin Ling was taken aback by Teacher Tang's severity. 50 laps right off the bat. He had observed the playground outside, and one lap was approximately a kilometer. That meant a total of 50 kilometers, and with only 2 hours until lunch. That translated to an hour and 25 kilometers. Harsh, truly harsh. If Wang Pengzi were a formidable assault-type soul master, Jin Ling would have said nothing. But Wang Pengzi was a genuine support type, and somewhat physically weaker, being food-based. By the time Teacher Tang returned to the podium, Wang Pengzi had already dashed out. The weather was pleasant that day, with clear skies, though the sun was a bit intense, and the air still held the residual warmth of summer. Wang Pengzi began running around the playground. Perhaps due to frequent practice, his pace was remarkably steady. Jin Ling, seated at a position adjacent to the playground, switched places with Xie Yue, finding it rather enjoyable to watch Wang Pengzi run instead of enduring the monotony of class. Around 11 o'clock, Teacher Tang stood up from the podium and gazed out the window. At that moment, Wang Pengzi's breathing appeared disordered, yet his stride remained unbroken. At this rate, completing 50 laps wouldn't seem too daunting. After observing for a while, Teacher Tang's expression revealed a hint of concern. She understood Wang Pengzi well, aware that his willpower was robust, and he was unlikely to yield easily. He was a very diligent orphan. When Teacher Tang resumed her seat at the podium, Jin Ling retrieved a bottle of cola from his system space and wrote a note, which he affixed to the bottle. As Wang Pengzi approached the window, Jin Ling tossed the cola out. The bottle traced a perfect arc through the air before landing steadily before Wang Pengzi. Upon spotting the familiar cola, Wang Pengzi's face lit up with joy, his lifeblood. He then looked up at the window, where Jin Ling was also watching him, giving a thumbs-up gesture. Chapter 64, Is This Love? Wang Pengzi returned the gesture, glancing at the cola in his hand, ready to open it when he noticed something unusual. What was this? A folded note was attached to the cola bottle, inscribed with a few words. Teacher Tang has been watching you for a long time, concerned. Keep going. After reading it, Wang Pengzi felt as though he had been invigorated by an adrenaline rush. He glanced at the note, then back at the cola, ultimately deciding to clutch the note tightly while setting the cola aside. He opted to complete the 50 laps without any blemish. A few minutes later, when Jin Ling checked on Wang Pengzi again, he was surprised. He had touched the cola, and yet he seemed so full of energy. Truly, the power of love. Jin Ling mused to himself, chuckling as he recalled that in his past life, those who had gone mad for love often met tragic ends. However, this was the Douluo continent. It should be different here. As for Wang Pengzi, Jin Ling no longer worried. For Teacher Tang would periodically rise from the podium to check on him. Jin Ling confirmed that the gaze she cast was one of concern mingled with worry, not love, more akin to that of family. But none of that mattered. Wang Pengzi was still young, and age held less significance in this world as one grew older. During the afternoon's practical lessons, most of the students who would compete the next day engaged in practice matches. Meanwhile, the others took on the roles of sparring partners and intelligence gatherers. Wang Pengzi, however, was absent that afternoon. Jin Ling speculated that he must have been called by Teacher Tang for rest and recovery, perhaps even receiving special treatment. On the day of the monthly test, as Jin Ling and Xie Yue arrived at the high-level academy's teaching area, they were enveloped by enthusiastic cheers. Many students were already gathered on the playground. But the actual competition venue was not there. It was located at the designated battle arena of the Wuhuan Temple Academy. It was situated beside the playground, featuring a dome-like structure topped with a small statue of a six-winged angel who held the renowned angelic sword. Upon entering the battle arena, Jin Ling was struck by the breathtaking sight. After passing through the dome's entrance, he was met with 3 passageways, each marked for the beginner, advanced, and ultimate battle zones. They had entered the middle advanced battle area, specifically designed for the high-level academy students, primarily used for the monthly test assessments. This instance was no exception. The advanced battle area was topped with a massive dome. As Jin Ling descended the stairs, he realized that there was no similar structure visible outside. It seemed this battle arena was constructed underground. Jin Ling surveyed his surroundings with satisfaction. Classes 1 through 4 were allocated to 4 corners of the arena, leaving ample spectator seating available. Nonetheless, there weren't many attendees. Jin Ling noted only about 50 or 60 scattered students who were not from classes 1 to 4. As competing students, their positions were all in the frontmost preparation area. When the competition was about a minute from starting, Jin Ling finally spotted the tardy Wang Pengzi. At that moment, Wang Pengzi appeared somewhat fatigued, his gait a bit awkward. Jin Ling looked at him and chuckled. "What happened? Did you get hit by a car while walking?" Wang Fatty patted his thigh and exclaimed, "Boss, 50 laps? Do you think this is child's play? You're joking with me." As he attempted to take a seat, his entire body trembled. "Did I not give you a cola yesterday?" Jin Ling, noticing his pitiful state, couldn't help but inquire. Wang Fatty pounded his chest, declaring, "As a man, how could I cut corners? I would never cheat." "So?" Jin Ling shot him a sidelong glance. Wang Fatty stammered, so I didn't drink it. As for the cola, I was so exhausted that my mind was clouded. I hardly remembered that thing." His words held truth. He had left the cola beside the track while running, and if any classmate had been nearby, they would have seen the bottle kicked beneath a withered little tree. The bottle had become misshapen, with creases from which dark brown cola slowly oozed. Anyone observing the withered tree would be astonished, for it was rapidly rejuvenating. Meanwhile, the competition officially commenced. It was an individual contest with 3 participants from each class, totaling 12. Only the first place would be acknowledged. Thus, a random draw determined the matchups, culminating in the selection of the ultimate victor. The pair and trio competitions followed, also awarding only the top spot. The class that secured the first position in any group would gain a month of access to the simulated training environment. Should a class achieve 2 or even 3 victories simultaneously, the rewards would accumulate. After the vice president of the academy concluded his address, the individual matches began. Surprisingly, the first match featured familiar faces for Jin Ling: Li Jingyu from Class 1 and Xie Yue from Class 4. Xie Yue posed a significant threat to Li Jingyu, provoking Wang Fatty's unease as he rested his hand on his chin. Jin Ling boldly asked, "Is Xie Yue particularly formidable?" Wang Fatty replied, "Absolutely. Otherwise, I wouldn't mention it. I've heard he's already at level 32. He plays rough, and anyone who competes against him often ends up severely injured." Upon hearing this, Jin Ling mused that he was indeed ridding society of a menace, declaring, "I predict Li Jingyu will prevail." Wang Fatty's expression turned skeptical as he glanced at Jin Ling, saying, "Boss, sister-in-law is right beside us. It seems a bit inappropriate for you to praise another girl so openly. You could retract that statement, and I would act as if I hadn't heard it." Wang Fatty feigned a righteous demeanor. "No need," Jin Ling replied. "You can observe for yourself." As they discussed, only 2 individuals remained in the competition venue: Li Jingyu and the referee, with Xie Yue yet to make an appearance. The teacher from Class 4, also a woman, frantically searched for Xie Yue, inquiring of every student, yet none had seen him. At that moment, the referee's voice rang out, urging, Xie Yue, where are you? If you don't show up in 30 seconds, you will forfeit." Infuriated, the Class 4 teacher kicked a nearby chair leg, which happened to be occupied by Teacher Tang. Unbothered, Teacher Tang addressed the other instructors. Who would have thought the first match would be so effortlessly won? Chapter 65. Suddenly, it was all too sudden. The Class 4 teacher was displeased, retorting, "You should only be pleased because the other students didn't participate. What else there to celebrate? It's embarrassing." Teacher Tang countered, "Why should our Mr. Wang be so petty? It's merely 1 match lost. Is it necessary to lash out?" The other teachers remained silent, as the rivalry between the instructors of Classes 1 and 4 had persisted since their appointments. Previously, Class 1 had been the strongest among the 4, but since the arrival of teacher Wang Min from Class 4, the tide had turned. This shift was not due to her teaching prowess, but rather her influential background, as rumors circulated about her father being a director. Slowly, she siphoned talent from Class 1 while deliberately seizing its resources, leading Class 1 to languish under her covert manipulations. Thus, the animosity between the two had festered for quite some time. 30 seconds later, the referee announced Li Jingyu's victory. The second match pitted Class 2 against Class 3. Class 3 featured a 31-level Spirit Master, while Class 2 boasted a 29-level Spirit Master with a powerful elephant-like spirit. After approximately 10 minutes of combat, the elephant spirit emerged victorious. As teacher Tang had speculated, Wang Yin from Class 1 had indeed become a 31-level spirit master, but unfortunately, he faced Class 4's top contender, Liu Jie, a 34-level spirit master, and lost in a matter of rounds. Jin Ling's turn was rather uneventful. He was set to compete in the final match of this round against Class 4's last participant, who was also a 31-level spirit master. In the observation area, 3 individuals sat in a row, occasionally offering insights on noteworthy competitors. The middle-aged man was the vice president of the Advanced Academy, while the 2 older gentlemen flanking him were the principal and vice principal. Their names were Wang Buxiu and Chen Wei, with Wang Buxiu being the father of teacher Wang Min from Class 4. At that moment, Wang Buxiu regarded Jin Ling with a sinister expression, appearing languid in his seat. Chen Wei, however, seemed to be grappling with something, casting furtive glances at the vice president, yet ultimately refraining from speaking up. "Director Chen, what troubles you?" the vice president inquired, having sensed Chen Wei's unease. Chen Wei glanced at the competition roster in his hands, noting the peculiar matchups. "Vice President, I've been observing this month's contests, and it seems the matchups have been predetermined. Look, every match for Class 1 is against student from Class 4. As he explained, he continued, "You know that Class 1's overall strength has significantly waned, yet they consistently face the strongest contenders from Class 4. It's quite evident that someone is orchestrating this." It was clear that Chen Wei suspected Wang Buxiu of manipulating the matches. The vice president scrutinized the roster, his expression growing serious. However, he remained silent, directing his gaze towards the competition area, where Jin Ling had effortlessly sent his opponent tumbling off the stage with a single kick. Instantly, the observation area fell silent, everyone bewildered by the spectacle. No spirit unleashed, yet a single kick dispatched a spirit master. Aside from the students from Class 1, the others seemed to recall the rumors surrounding Jin Ling. The position of Class 1. Witnessing Jin Ling conclude his match with ease, Wang Fatty brandished a flag he had prepared in advance. The flag was red, emblazoned with bold black characters. Jin Ling, invincible. Class 1, first place. Wang Fatty waved the flag while shouting exuberantly. Initially, the other students were somewhat reserved, but as the crowd grew, they too joined in the chant. Ultimately, it was only when the vice president spoke that the students quieted down. "Students, today I have noticed something peculiar." As Jin Ling returned to his seat, the vice president began, "Have you all observed that the matches are predominantly Class 1 against Class 4 and Class 2 against Class 3? Some bold students began to shout, "We know. It's just that the teachers from Class 1 and Class 4 have clashed, causing our class to be at odds with Class 3. As one voice rose, another followed, and soon many were voicing their complaints. On the platform, Wang Buxiu could no longer remain seated. He fixed his gaze on the deputy dean below, contemplating something. Meanwhile, Chen Wei felt a sense of relief. He had long suspected that Wang Buxiu was orchestrating everything behind the scenes, but due to his position as deputy director, he had refrained from confronting him directly. For some unknown reason, the deputy dean was personally overseeing the situation this time. Chen Wei recognized that this was an opportunity for him, as he and Wang Buxiu were also competitors. "Excellent, excellent." The deputy dean praised the students for their boldness, and then remarked, "Let us put this matter aside for now and continue the competition. However, it has come to our attention that Jin Ling's abilities have been misaligned. He should not have been in this contest. Therefore, I have decided to revoke his participation in this competition." Teacher Tang and the students from Class 1 looked at the deputy dean in disbelief. "This is too sudden. What happened to Jin Ling?" Wang Ponzi expressed his dissatisfaction, saying, "What do you mean he was in the wrong place? Listen up if they agree. It means they fear you cowardice." Indeed, other classes readily concurred, and Jin Ling's results for this month's exam were cancelled. However, the deputy dean still awarded Class 1 with a first-place prize in advance. Initially, Teacher Tang thought the deputy dean was on their side and almost lost her temper. But fortunately, he approached her separately to clarify the situation. The competitions among the other students continued. Jin Ling then arrived at the deputy dean's office, as requested. Shortly after, the deputy dean entered. "I sincerely apologize, Jin Ling, for the abrupt cancellation of your competition slot." Jin Ling replied, "It's no trouble, I understand. But, Deputy Dean, where's Teacher Tang?" Without needing to hear more, Jin Ling knew that Teacher Tang must have been furious. After all, with both the second and third rankings under his belt, this cancellation meant that Class 1 would inevitably miss out on a top placement. Fortunately, Xu Qing was still around, so the trio's competition should be secure. The deputy dean reassured him, "Rest assured, I have already promised Teacher Tang that your class will receive a first-place award." Jin Ling nodded in satisfaction. The deputy dean is quite reasonable. The deputy dean casually poured 2 cups of tea and handed one to Jin Ling, saying, "I wouldn't consider this to be reasonableness. I have been kept in the dark about 2 significant matters." After taking a sip of tea, the deputy dean continued, "Firstly, I had no knowledge that the competition list had been manipulated multiple times. Do you think I am being reasonable? Secondly, I heard you just arrived a few days ago, yet I have no information about you whatsoever, not even your name. Do you still believe I am a reasonable deputy dean?" Jin Ling felt dizzy from the deputy dean's words. He realized that his attempt to flatter had backfired. Chapter 66. The name of the 9 hells. Jin Ling said, "Deputy Dean, although you may be unaware of these matters, they can indeed be resolved through you." The deputy dean smiled. "I sense you are quite extraordinary, but let us first discuss your situation. I am curious about who brought you here, given that even we school leaders are in the dark." Jin Ling decided to be straightforward. "The Pope." Puffed. The deputy dean spat tea across the room, hitting a fly on the wall. Jin Ling glanced back in alarm. The spray had barely missed him by mere inches. "Are you jesting with me?" The deputy dean retorted, clearly annoyed. "No, I wouldn't be so bored as to tease you. I am speaking the truth," Jin Ling insisted, adding, "more authentic than gold and silver." The deputy dean scrutinized Jin Ling, his expression revealing neither coldness nor warmth. Suddenly, he burst into laughter. "I believe you. After all, defeating a soul master without using your martial spirit at such a young age is indeed impressive. Only the Pope could recruit such exceptional talent." Jin Ling humbly replied, "The teacher only wishes for me to gain experience and hone my skills, hence I did not want to disturb the leaders. Please forgive me." Despite not appearing old, the deputy dean struck Jin Ling as cunningly shrewd. Earlier, Jin Ling had referred to him as teacher, which the deputy dean seized upon. Jin Ling. Manipulating the competition results is, in a sense, no trivial matter. The deputy dean seemed to express a sense of helplessness, but Jin Ling began to understand his intentions. "However, I am certain that this matter will reach a conclusion today, and I hope that you can speak a few kind words for me before the Pope." Jin Ling responded, "No problem. However, my directive from the teacher is to become the strongest in the Martial Soul Hall Academy. You see, this competition has been disrupted by you." There was no need for Jin Ling to continue. The deputy dean patted his chest. "Rest assured, although I canceled your competition qualification, I have a way to get you into the inner academy, where the true elites of the Martial Soul Academy gather." "How does that sound?" Jin Ling replied. "That sounds perfect." After which, he attempted to rise and pour the deputy dean a cup of tea, but the deputy dean quickly intercepted him. The deputy dean enthusiastically poured Jin Ling a cup of tea, stating, "Then it's settled. Once this month's advanced student trials conclude, I will grant you a place in the inner academy." "Excellent." After they reached an agreement, Jin Ling departed. He returned to his residence and took a nap. When he awoke, the outside world was abuzz with news. Just a short distance from the Martial Soul Hall, people were discussing a prodigy. Names like Goddess of the 9 Hells, Heavenly Maiden of the 9 Hells, and even Saintess of the 9 Hells were circulating. They proclaimed that the Martial Soul Hall had struck gold by harboring such a terrifyingly gifted young student. Jin Ling was bewildered by the commotion. He hurried to school, intending to check on his class. As he neared the entrance, he froze, astonished to find that while there were hardly any students in the classroom, an abundance of teachers filled the space. In addition to the teachers from classes 1 to 4, he saw a group of unfamiliar teachers, including the deputy dean. Upon entering the classroom, not a single person acknowledged him, and he could not spot any of his classmates. What on earth was going on? Wasn't this the time for the monthly trials? Had they concluded? "Hey, where's the boss? Why hasn't he arrived yet?" Suddenly, a voice reached Jin Ling's ears. Peering through the crowd, he saw that Wang Pengzi was present. Jin Ling slowly made his way in through the back door, right next to Wang Pengzi and the deputy dean among the few present. As soon as Jin Ling appeared, Wang Pengzi was the first to notice, excitedly exclaiming, "Boss, you're finally back. If you hadn't come back soon, I wouldn't have been able to protect my sister-in-law." Wang Pengzi, bold as ever, openly referred to sister-in-law in front of so many people, completely oblivious to the change in Jin Ling's expression. It was incredibly awkward. However, being someone who had been through similar situations, Jin Ling managed to comfort himself, thinking that as long as he was not embarrassed, the awkwardness fell on others. Jin Ling. What a coincidence. We meet again. The deputy dean exclaimed upon seeing Jin Ling, as if he had grasped a lifeline. Jin Ling inquired, "What are you all doing?" The vice dean pulled Jin Ling aside and whispered, "I just heard that chubby fellow call you boss. So, it seems Xie Yue is indeed your little girlfriend?" Jin Ling did not deny it, instead responding, "What does this have to do with your presence here?" The vice dean replied, "Your little girlfriend is quite terrifying. A soul king at just 13. This has never occurred in the history of the Douluo continent. As a result, teachers from the inner academy to those in the junior college are eager to take her as their disciple. Hence the chaos ensued." Jin Ling couldn't help but feel amused and relieved that he had concealed his own cultivation level. Otherwise, the situation would have seemed even more exaggerated. What he considered normal had escalated to this. "I suggest you quickly leave with your close teachers. Xu Qing is also a disciple of a teacher. Do you understand?" The vice dean, feeling a chill run down his spine, was thankful he had asked. The audacity to brazenly snatch the Pope's disciple, even blocking the door to forcefully accept her, struck him as utterly terrifying. Two teachers, noticing the vice dean's unusual demeanor, approached with concern, asking, "Vice dean, what's wrong? Are you unwell?" The vice dean hurriedly shook his head, saying, "I have an upset stomach today. I've already witnessed Xu Qing's prowess. I want to join the fray." With that, he turned and left without looking back. The two teachers were left pondering what had transpired. They distinctly remembered him clamoring to take Xu Qing as his disciple earlier. Jin Ling sat down beside Xu Qing and remarked, "You finally made a name for yourself." Xu Qing shot him a frosty glance and coldly replied, "It's all because of you. I felt sorry for Teacher Tang, who had her plans abruptly canceled. So I thought I might lend her a hand." Jin Ling reassured her, "It's fine. It is what it is." Meanwhile, others continued to argue, with no clear victor emerging. Without someone stepping forward, the dispute seemed endless. As for Teacher Tang, she also wished to join the fray, but after some consideration, she decided against it. This was a rare opportunity for Class 1 to gain recognition, which indeed required a bit of spectacle and influence. The arrival of these leaders and teachers could serve that purpose perfectly. Teacher Tang regained her confidence, envisioning how prosperous and thriving Class 1 would be in 6 months. Approximately 15 minutes later, Wang Fatty could no longer bear it. He urgently needed to use the restroom. "Boss, when can we leave?" Jin Ling replied, "They're focused on Xu Qing. It has nothing to do with you. You can leave at any time." Hearing this, Wang Fatty clutched his abdomen and exclaimed, "Boss, you can't say that. Just now, Big Sis gave me a thrilling ride. You didn't even see it." When Big Sis summoned her 4th and 5th black soul rings, she terrified a whole crowd. The scene was nothing short of invincible. Big Sis is the goddess of the entire academy, even more so than a saintess. "I've decided to be her devoted protector from now on." Jin Ling cast him a disdainful glance and turned his head away. "Suit yourself." At that moment, Jin Ling's gaze happened to fall on Xu Qing's profile. She had been listening to their conversation, observing Jin Ling's reactions. Seeing that he seemed unfazed, she leaned closer to him and whispered in his ear, "The chubby guy explicitly stated that I'm more of a saintess than your fiancé." With a playful laugh, she startled Jin Ling, who had been resting his head on the table, causing him to spring upright. He gazed deeply at Xu Qing, realizing with awe that she had genuinely smiled. A rare sight indeed. Xu Qing also recognized her own reaction. Feeling shy and unable to meet Jin Ling's eyes, she coldly retorted, "What is so amusing?" Jin Ling responded, "You are indeed beautiful. I believe we'll be able to leave shortly." Wang Fatty suddenly interjected, "Really? Boss, I can't hold on much longer." Jin Ling replied confidently, "Trust me, and you shall live on." His confidence stemmed entirely from his understanding of the vice dean. Once that fellow left, he would undoubtedly notify the spirit hall. After all, he was rather cunning. Sure enough, before long, 2 individuals arrived outside. One was the familiar Ghost Douluo, accompanied by an elderly man in a red cloak, whose face was obscured by a wide-brimmed hat. Upon witnessing the situation inside, Ghost Douluo unleashed his soul power. Instantly, every teacher felt as though a colossal mountain had settled upon them, quelling any further disputes. They collectively turned to the entrance. When they recognized Ghost Douluo, everyone bowed in unison, "Greetings, Elder Ghost." Simultaneously, a familiar voice rang out, "Long time no see. You teachers have all turned out like this. The voice belonged to the red-cloaked elder, who removed his hat to reveal his identity. "Greetings, Chief." The teachers collectively saluted. It turned out that this esteemed figure was none other than the true authority of the Spirit Hall Academy, the esteemed Su Nj, ranked 89th and the first chief. The red-cloaked elder subsequently summoned all the teachers outside, and Jin Ling remained unaware of their discussion, as he and Zhu Zhuqing were taken back to the Popes Hall. As for Wang Fatty, he was likely still in the restroom, releasing his pent-up energy. In the Popes Hall, Bibi Dong regarded Jin Ling and Zhu Zhuqing with satisfaction, saying, "I truly didn't anticipate that you would also be a Soul King." The you she referred to was, of course, Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing responded, "Teacher, it's all thanks to Jin Ling naturally." Zhu Zhuqing's reserved nature persisted. Despite spending a considerable amount of time with Jin Ling, she remained wary of others. Bibi Dong continued, "Zhuqing, logically, as my disciple and now a Soul King, I should bestow upon you the title of Saintess, much like Nana. However, there has never been a precedent for two saintesses in the history of the Spirit Hall, and the matter of your betrothal complicates things. If you agree, you may discuss it with Nana. I won't pry into young people's affairs." Zhu Zhuqing felt a surge of joy. If she became Jin Ling's fiancée, she would stand on equal footing with Liena. No, she believed she had an advantage, having spent more than a year with Jin Ling. Zhu Zhuqing replied, "Understood, teacher." After addressing Zhu Zhuqing's situation, Bibi Dong turned to Jin Ling, saying, "I've heard that your qualification for the monthly exam has been revoked." Clearly, Bibi Dong aimed to support Jin Ling. Jin Ling replied, "Teacher, who would dare do such a thing? While I indeed did not participate in the monthly exam, it was solely my personal decision. After all, both Zhuqing and I are Soul Kings, and the strongest in the entire Advanced Academy are only a handful of Soul Ancestors. Therefore, I thought it best to discuss it with the Vice Dean, who, upon learning I was a disciple of a teacher, promised me a place in the Inner Academy." Bibi Dong nodded. "The Vice Dean of this Advanced Academy is quite perceptive. This is for the best. You and Zhuqing should head to the Inner Academy directly. That is where you can truly showcase your talents." Jin Ling replied, "Understood, teacher." He then took Zhu Zhuqing back, as nightfall was swiftly approaching. "Take a moment to rest and prepare for the stall. Tonight's balcony gathering is underway. Liena and Zhu Douluo have yet to return. It seems that obtaining Liena's 5th spirit ring is indeed quite a challenge. However, the ones most delighted are the brothers of Law and Peng Chengwanli. For with one less person to share the skewers, they essentially gained 2 additional skewers each, translating to an astonishing 20-fold increase in their cultivation speed." That night, Jin Ling fell asleep after examining the system space. It was evident that the number of upgrade gifts had significantly decreased since their return from the Dou Forest. Even though Bibi Dong had gathered spirit masters on the brink of advancement, the sheer number meant that it was a stretch for each to receive even 1 purple skewer. Jin Ling did not expect all of them to break through. Nevertheless, he refrained from opening these gifts, as there were still too many unused items in the system space. He decided to set them aside for future needs. The acquisition of spirit power was also quite optimistic, averaging around 250 to 300 points a day. Spirit power, level 60, 240240, spirit power value, 23,312 points. As dawn broke, Zhu Zhuqing was already up, preparing a meal for Jin Ling. Meanwhile, a tall and stunning figure approached from a distance. It was Liena returning. Just last night, Zhu Douluo had successfully injured a 10,000-year spirit beast suitable for Liena's 5th spirit ring. Upon absorbing it, she hurried back, and the journey was not short. By the time she returned, the sky was fully bright. Hearing the commotion in the kitchen, Zhu Zhuqing quickly stepped outside and spotted Liena sitting at the small table in the courtyard. This table, placed by Jin Ling, was accompanied by several matching chairs, where Jin Ling would often sit for a while each evening. The moon here appeared remarkably close to the ground, rendering the view even more spectacular. Inscribed on the table was a phrase, "I send a bright moon to express my longing." Chapter 68. The butterfly effect. At that moment, Liena was lost in thought, gazing at the inscription, wondering who had carved it. "You're back. Did everything go smoothly?" Zhu Zhuqing asked, removing her cooking apron. Liena hesitated briefly before responding. "It was okay, though the spirit beast I encountered was a bit troublesome, which wasted some time." Zhu Zhuqing replied, "As long as it went well." Liena pointed to the inscription on the table and asked, "Did you carve this?" Zhu Zhuqing gently shook her head. It was Jin Ling. Jin Ling? Liena appeared skeptical. Although she wasn't well-versed in literature, she could sense the profound literary depth in that phrase. Yet, Zhu Zhuqing was adamant that it was indeed Jin Ling's handiwork. Could this truly be the creation of a mere 13-year-old boy? Just then, Jin Ling emerged lazily from the house, having just rubbed his eyes. A delightful aroma wafted toward him. Zhuqing, have you made something delicious again? He exclaimed, spotting the two women and adding in surprise, Ah, senior sister, you're back. Liena smiled, her tone carrying a hint of something different. Junior brother, you are truly fortunate. Waking up in the morning to someone preparing breakfast, and that someone is a genius soul king. No, it should be said that she is the new holy maiden of the Spirit Hall, the holy maiden of the 9 hells. This made me quite envious. Jin Ling chuckled awkwardly. Senior sister, given our relationship, there's no need for envy. Zhuqing usually makes plenty. Let us all eat together. Zhu Zhuqing added, Yes, sister. Let us eat together. Sister? Jin Ling looked at the two, feeling a sense of danger. What's going on here? Junior brother, you didn't know? Zhuqing and I hit it off quite well, so we became good sisters the day before yesterday. You're not still unaware of this, are you? Liena teased. Zhu Zhuqing nodded. No more talking. Let us eat before it cools down. The flavor will diminish. As Jin Ling had anticipated, the breakfast was indeed lavish. 4 dishes of soup. And a dessert, more than sufficient for the 3 of them. During the meal, Liena lavished praise and even mentioned that she would be living with Zhuqing. Jin Ling didn't mind, as he and Zhuqing were not sharing a room anyway. After breakfast, the trio headed to the Spirit Hall Academy to meet Teacher Tang. The main reason was that Jin Ling and Zhu Zhuqing had effectively skipped a grade. Their purpose for being there was not only to reconnect, but also to avoid attending classes. A few days later, the annual examination of the Advanced Academy concluded. 8 students successfully entered the inner courtyard, 7 spirit masters and 1 spirit elder. There were actually 2 more spots available, both for spirit kings. Naturally, those were for Jin Ling and Zhu Zhuqing. As for Zhu Zhuqing, once her spirit king prowess was revealed, the academy unanimously agreed to allow her into the inner courtyard. As for Jin Ling, although they had not witnessed his true strength, being a disciple of the Pope warranted his entry into the inner courtyard. In the Pope's palace, Bibi Dong was chatting leisurely with Jin Ling recently. It seems like the ghost leopard has vanished. We've dispatched numerous spirit masters, but have yet to find any trace of him, she remarked, equally perplexed. Jin Ling replied, The ghost leopard Douluo is vengeful by nature. He is surely waiting for an opportunity. He likely wouldn't dare to make a blatant assassination attempt in Spirit City. Bibi Dong propped her head with her hand, pressing her temples in irritation. Lately, there has been an overwhelming number of troubling matters. Noticing Bibi Dong's fatigue, Jin Ling moved behind her and began to massage her shoulders. Teacher, I've learned some techniques for relieving fatigue. Allow me to help you. Bibi Dong's voice was barely audible. In that instant of contact, she noticeably trembled. After all these years, she had maintained her chastity and had never engaged in any intimate contact with any man. Although Jin Ling was still young, the sensation was undeniably electric. After a quarter of an hour, Jin Ling inquired, How do you feel, teacher? Initially, Bibi Dong felt uncomfortable, but as she adjusted, the soothing sensation in her shoulders quickly overwhelmed her, lulling her into drowsiness. Seeing that she hadn't responded, Jin Ling turned to glance at her. She had fallen asleep. With a wry smile to himself, Jin Ling gently lifted Bibi Dong using his spirit power and swiftly returned to her quarters. Bibi Dong's room was quite simplistic. This was Jin Ling's first visit. She lay quietly on the bed, her sleeping visage akin to a poetic painting, radiant and serene like a brilliant pearl. Perhaps due to her worries, her brows occasionally twitched lightly. It must be quite difficult to be a woman of such stature. Observing the stack of documents on the desk by the window, Jin Ling casually flipped through a few pages. There was a cave west of Spirit City, unfathomably deep, often echoing with terrifying sounds. The prince of the Barak kingdom had a son with a maid, who also had a night affair with the king. The prince was furious. Was this son his brother or his son? Outside Spirit City, a villager raised a dog, only to be reported by a neighbor claiming it was a spirit beast. Jin Ling gazed at these documents, bemused by the sheer absurdity of their content. It seemed these matters required the attention of the Pope herself, while the clerks beneath her were truly a bunch of incompetents. However, a few documents were distinctly placed at the center, one of which was left open. The continent's foremost sect, the long-hidden Hundred-Skewer sect, had unexpectedly emerged, and, astonishingly, their new residence was established in the Heaven Dou Empire. The sovereign is none other than the illustrious Xiao Tian Douluo, Tang Xiao. The appearance of the Hundred-Skewer sect's disciple instantly captivated numerous talented individuals. It is rumored that this year's Continental Advanced Soul Master competition will also see the Hundred-Skewer sect dispatching a competing team. The Hundred-Skewer sect has indeed emerged, murmured Jin Ling, recognizing that the disturbance was a consequence of her own presence, creating a significant butterfly effect. However, this butterfly effect seems excessively grand, akin to a tempest stirred by a mere flutter of wings. Regaining her composure, Jin Ling continued to observe below. The news was even more explosive. The document contained an image depicting a meeting between the leaders of the continent's foremost sections. The synthesized information suggested that the two great sects intended to join forces, with their sights set squarely on the Spirit Hall. There were still several documents Jin Ling had yet to peruse. It appeared that the information contained therein was decidedly detrimental to the Spirit Hall. No wonder her mentor felt perpetually fatigued. It seemed her burdens were quite substantial. Gazing at Bibi Dong, who had finally succumbed to slumber, Jin Ling remarked, "Once I become the foremost individual in the Inner Academy, the title of Holy Son shall be proclaimed, and then I shall assist you with your troubles." Chapter 69. To the Inner Academy. Jin Ling's voice, though soft, resonated with warmth and determination. After Jin Ling departed, Bibi Dong awoke with her eyes wide open, gazing towards the direction of the door, a smile gracing her lips, imbued with profound significance. Following her graduation from the Spirit Hall Advanced Academy, Jin Ling's life had taken on a more structured routine. Her days were largely spent indulging in breakfast before succumbing to slumber. The afternoons were either spent napping or tending to flowers and plants nearby to pass the time. At precisely 7 p.m., she would set up her stall, leading a rather monotonous existence. The sole distinction was that a familiar figure had taken residence in the courtyard shared by Jin Ling and Zhu Xuqing, none other than Liena. With two stunningly beautiful women of contrasting styles, Jin Ling's life had become increasingly delightful. On this day, the Inner Academy welcomed new students. Liena roused the slumbering Jin Ling early, saying, "Junior brother, it is not that I have not warned you. The instructors of the Inner Academy are all soul saints, and their tempers are not particularly amiable. I suggest you refrain from sleeping in today and hurry to report." Jin Ling slowly opened her eyes and replied, "Do I have to? I'm so tired." The abrupt awakening by Liena had already left her feeling irritable, and the prospect of being intimidated by the instructors only compounded her discomfort, eliciting memories from her past life. Though she managed to suppress her frustration, her countenance remained less than cheerful. However, Zhu Xuqing was obedient, having prepared breakfast early, compelling Jin Ling to rise. Upon entering the Spirit Hall Academy, the trio found the surroundings still shrouded in morning tranquility, with few students present in either the junior or senior academies. They made their way towards the innermost area. After traversing approximately 3 kilometers from the senior academy, they arrived at a verdant miniature forest. This forest, though modestly sized at around 30 cubic kilometers, was densely populated with trees and even featured brambles, accompanied by the sounds of wildlife. While it could not compare to the Dou Forest, its structure bore a striking resemblance. At the entrance of the forest lay a cleared area with a large table at its center, upon which rested the records of newly admitted students. Seated beside the table was a middle-aged man, idly assessing the documents. When Liena approached with Jin Ling and Zhu Xuqing, the man promptly rose. "Saintus," he exclaimed. Liena jested, "Teacher Tang, they're my junior siblings. As their instructor, how can you treat us with such formality?" The man, named Tang Jian, was among the younger faculty members of the Inner Academy, rumored to have been a former student himself. Dan Zian Zipli, who in the Spirit Hall Academy does not know that the Inner Academy was established with the Pope as support, as disciples of His Holiness. You are deserving of such courtesy. Unable to argue with this, Liena quickly shifted the topic, asking, "Have the other new students arrived?" Tang Jian confirmed, "Indeed, there are a total of 8 students. However, the food-type Soul Master was sent directly in. The Vice Dean stated he could bypass the Soul Beast Forest for separate assessment." Liena inquired. Very well. Can my junior siblings enter now? Tang Jian's gaze lit up as he looked at Zhu Zhuqing. He was aware of the recent commotion surrounding the talented young woman, but had been preoccupied with other matters at the time. Hearing that she was also a disciple of the Pope had quelled his interest, yet upon seeing such a young soul king, he could not help but steal a few extra glances. Realizing his gaze lingered a moment too long, Tang Jian awkwardly smiled and said, of course. Since both of you are disciples of His Holiness, I imagine traversing the Soul Beast Forest will not be too challenging. Jin Ling felt uncomfortable with Tang Jian's lingering gaze on Zhu Zhuqing, a fleeting sense of possessiveness evident in the man's expression. Stepping forward, Jin Ling took Zhu Zhuqing's hand and led her into the forest, not uttering a single word to Tang Jian. As for Jin Ling, Tang Jian knew little about him, only that he had been sent by the Pope and did not enter through the Senior Academy's annual assessment. Tang Jian's expression darkened momentarily due to Jin Ling's perceived disrespect, but it was fleeting, unnoticed by either Liena or Jin Ling. Once they entered the confines of the forest, Liena quickly cautioned, Junior brother, be careful. I will await you both in the inner academy. Jin Ling turned away, responding, we shall return shortly. However, once he turned away, he murmured to himself, someone else is approaching. It is time. Noticing Jin Ling's peculiar demeanor, Zhu Zhuqing asked, what troubles you? Jin Ling smiled faintly. It's nothing. I merely find this inner academy's entrance test rather unique. I can sense numerous soul masters and soul beasts around us. Zhu Zhuqing inquired, as for the soul beasts, I understand, but why are there so many soul masters? Were there not only about 7 of us before? Jin Ling did not rush to respond. Instead, after delving deeper into the forest for several hundred meters, he remarked, if I am not mistaken, these soul masters should be some of the older students in the inner academy. I can already sense the presence of high-ranking soul zones nearby. Zhu Zhuqing asked, older students? What are they doing here? Jin Ling replied, to obstruct us, of course. Do not forget, our test is to traverse this soul beast forest. If it were merely the soul beasts, some students might exploit the situation. However, with these older students joining forces with the soul beasts, the challenge will surely intensify. Oh, Zhu Zhuqing appeared unfazed. Whether it be the older student soul masters or the beasts, neither posed a challenge for the two of them. Before long, they encountered the first soul beast within the forest, a shadow wolf. The creature seemed to be foraging, its nose constantly sniffing the air, occasionally darting its eyes around to survey its surroundings. Upon spotting Jin Ling and Zhu Zhuqing at close range, the shadow wolf became alert, circling the two in a wary fashion, as if assessing their presence. Jin Ling remarked, this shadow wolf has a slightly yellowish coat, and its limbs bear numerous blemishes. It must be over 6,000 years old. Zhu Zhuqing did not dismiss this knowledge. She recognized that Jin Ling possessed far greater understanding of martial souls than she did. Thus, she quietly listened to his explanation and learned alongside him. Once Jin Ling finished speaking, he leaned forward, swiftly appearing behind the shadow wolf. Chapter 70. The Target. Liena, a 7,000-year-old shadow wolf, is nearly akin to a 10,000-year-old soul beast. Thus, it possesses a measure of intelligence when confronted with danger. The shadow wolf was already crouched in a ready stance, and as Jin Ling materialized behind it, it promptly darted away, vanishing from sight. The surrounding trees were plentiful, providing ample cover for the shadow wolf's escape. What on earth? Jin Ling paused at the spot where the shadow wolf had just been. Confusion etched on his face as he gazed at the now invisible creature. He had not exerted his full strength, merely intending to play with the wolf. Zhu Zhuqing approached and remarked, could it possibly sense the dangerous aura emanating from you? That's absurd. Jin Ling shook his head. It's possible. It seems the soul beast forest in this inner courtyard is indeed different. I can distinctly feel that their aggression is relatively low. They have likely been kept in captivity here for a long time. I also did not use my full power. Regardless, we should continue on our way. After all, the only requirement for entering the courtyard is to pass through this area. The pair advanced for a while longer, encountering soul beasts no stronger than 8,000 years, which posed no threat to them whatsoever. After approximately 3 kilometers, a figure stood perched on a branch of a large tree, surrounded by verdant leaves dancing in the wind, providing a faint cover for its silhouette. Jin Ling and Zhu Zhuqing strolled leisurely among the trees, feeling no tension despite being in a soul beast forest. Second soul skill. Dance of Feathers. Upon spotting Jin Ling and Xie Yue, the concealed figure on the tree sprang into action. Countless feathers emerged before it, rapidly spinning in a whirlwind-like dance, aimed directly at the duo, standing not far beneath the tree. Upon hearing the commotion, Jin Ling swiftly pinpointed the figure in the tree. As the opponent's soul skill took shape, Jin Ling's soul power surged, golden energy rapidly saturating the forest. Second soul skill, golden shield armor. Go! Almost instantaneously, a golden shield appeared before the figure, and all the feathers struck the shield without causing a single ripple. Realizing that its attack had been rendered ineffective, the figure's face was marked by astonishment. Upon noticing Jin Ling's soul rings, it lost its footing and fell. Nevertheless, possessing the strength of a soul master, it managed to stabilize itself mid-air and landed safely on the ground, its martial soul dissipating. The figure approached Jin Ling and Xie Yue, wearing an affable grin, exuding an air of familiarity. "Greetings, brothers. I am Liena, a senior from the inner courtyard." Jin Ling interjected, "Senior from the inner courtyard?" This sudden comment left Liena momentarily flustered. He had intended to boast about being the 10th in the inner courtyard, but upon seeing the 5 astonishing soul rings surrounding Jin Ling, his pride was utterly shattered. With an awkward smile, Liena replied, "You jest, brother. I was about to say I'm the 10th in the inner courtyard, but seeing as you're already a soul king, I wouldn't dare to embarrass myself." Jin Ling responded, "There's no need to conflate us with ordinary folk. After all, people are often quite different, are they not?" Liena gasped in surprise, not expecting this soul king prodigy to be so articulate. Although he felt an urge to retaliate against Jin Ling, the latter's strength deterred him. After all, this was merely a small test for entering the inner courtyard. If word got out that he had been bested by a newcomer, it would be a disgrace to his ancestors. Understanding this, Lin Yu's irritation faded, and he maintained a smile, saying, "If you enter the inner courtyard, I will be your senior brother. So today, I am here to welcome you." "Oh," Jin Ling replied with a smirk, "the inner courtyard seems quite leisurely. It appears one can wander freely during class hours. Quite splendid indeed. However, Senior Lin, I believe it would be best for you to return to your classes. After all, we are in the Soul Beast Forest, which can be perilous." With that, Jin Ling cast a glance at Xie Yue, conveying a silent message. It seemed to suggest, "Am I doing this well?" Xie Yue understood and discreetly rolled her eyes. "You successfully offended him." Ahem. Lin Yu was once again taken aback and quickly shifted the topic. "I've heard that this year's new students include a Soul King. It wouldn't happen to be you. Oh wait, I've heard it's a female." Jin Ling replied, "Your information is quite outdated. It seems you cannot even distinguish between genders. No wonder His Holiness the Pope lacks confidence in you." This statement was a fabrication by Jin Ling, yet it held a grain of truth, as Bibi Dong had been somewhat troubled by the Soul Master Tournament. However, Lin Yu was not inclined to accept this. "Brother, you may call me weak, but you cannot claim the inner courtyard is lacking. Look at me. I'm already at level 45, and I'm only ranked 10th. Allow me to tell you, the top 3 in our inner courtyard are likely all Soul Kings, and they belong to the golden generation of our Spear Hall." Jin Ling scoffed. "But Yin isn't one of them. What makes you so sure Yin isn't? Wait, how do you know my brother Yin isn't?" Lin Yu was evidently agitated. It turned out he had a connection with Yin. No wonder he had acted without hesitation before. It seemed Yin had indeed given him instructions. Jin Ling remarked, "What does it matter if he is your brother? What benefits has he given you to intercept me here?" Lin Yu, taken aback, seemed unaware that his intentions had been discerned by Jin Ling. He grew anxious, his words tumbling over each other. "Brother, you jest. To be honest, I merely signed up for the school activities to add some challenge for you newcomers. This has nothing to do with Brother Yin." Evidently, Lin Yu was still wary of Yin, given that Yin had a relatively close relationship with Liena and held considerable standing within the Spear Hall. He was reluctant to offend him entirely. Jin Ling cast a suspicious glance behind him, having felt a wave of murderous intent emanate from that direction. Could someone be attempting to kill me? As he remained vigilant, he said to Lin Yu, "Whether there's a connection or not is inconsequential. Let us discuss the present. Do you wish to continue this confrontation, or will you graciously yield your position?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yu quickly stepped aside, creating a path. "Brother, you jest. It is our honor for you to enter the inner courtyard." With that, Lin Yu made a gesture of invitation, overflowing with courtesy. Jin Ling saw no reason to prolong the conversation, leading Zhu Zhuqing away from that place. Perhaps to avoid dragging Lin Yu into trouble, Jin Ling noticeably quickened his pace. After running for several minutes, Zhu Zhuqing could no longer contain her curiosity and asked, Jin Ling, what's wrong? It seems we veered off course. At that moment, Jin Ling was focused, scrutinizing their surroundings. Upon hearing Zhu Zhuqing call for him, he gradually came to a halt, stating, There's a tailing pest behind us. We'll deal with it before moving on. Chapter 71. The Tailing Pest. Tang Jian. As Jin Ling sensed, after their departure, a swift figure darted from Lin Yu's side, following in the direction of the two who had just left. As Lin Yu passed by, he was pretending to kick the trees with fervor, seeking an outlet for his frustration. The strength of Jin Ling was infuriating, yet undeniably formidable. Yin surely stood no chance against him. Once Yin personally witnessed this prodigious power, he would likely cease to blame himself. While Lin Yu was contemplating the situation, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine and turned to see a vague figure swiftly passing by. Could it be Teacher Tang? It was puzzling why someone would be in such a rush during the day. Lin Yu glanced in the direction Teacher Tang had gone, muttering his discontent. Suddenly, a sharp sound sliced through the air from the horizon. Without hesitation, Jin Ling scooped up Zhu Zhuqing and dashed to a pile of rubble. With a thunderous crash, an unknown heavy object smashed down, creating a gaping hole where they had stood. Dust and smoke billowed around them, through which a figure dashed toward the newly formed pit, accompanied by a voice exclaiming, Jin Ling, I never expected your soul ring configuration to be so outrageous. Yellow, purple, purple, black, black. No wonder you are a disciple of Bibi Dong. As the smoke dissipated, the figure became clear. It was indeed Teacher Tang, Tang Jian, whom Jin Ling had encountered at the forest entrance. Jin Ling turned to Zhu Zhuqing and remarked, See, I told you there was a pesky follower, and quite a substantial one at that. Zhu Zhuqing nodded in agreement, stating, It's perfect. We've always hunted soul beasts. Today, we can finally test our skills against the Soul Master. Since aligning herself with Jin Ling, Zhu Zhuqing had not only improved her strength, but also intensified her murderous aura. After all, her days were spent either hunting soul beasts or traveling the path to do so. Emerging from the crater, Tang Jian bore a massive round axe upon his shoulder, its edges sharpened, adorned with 7 soul rings, an optimal configuration. Jin Ling commented, What my senior sister said was indeed correct. The teachers here possess remarkable skill. Tang Jian fixed his gaze on Jin Ling, a murderous glint in his eyes, and questioned, Is it truly just a bit of skill? With that, Tang Jian unleashed his soul power, which surged towards Jin Ling and Zhu Zhuqing without reservation. Jin Ling, cradling Zhu Zhuqing in his arms, leaped away to create distance. Soul Sage is indeed formidable. Allow me to handle this. Jin Ling turned to Zhu Zhuqing. She shook her head. Her martial soul had already manifested. A dark aura, seemingly from the depths of hell, enveloped her, and a shadowy 9 nether cat sprang forth, exuding an aura of spatial power. Let us go together. With that, Zhu Zhuqing charged forward. First soul skill, Nether Puncture. Second soul skill, Nether 100 Claws. With the enhancement of these 2 skills, Zhu Zhuqing's speed became nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. However, for the soul sage Tang Jian, such speed was still manageable. As Zhu Zhuqing approached him, numerous claws slashed through the air, prompting Tang Jian to raise his axe and cleave upwards. At the moment of impact, the claws vanished, though a few still managed to graze Tang Jian. In the next instant, when Tang Jian sought Zhu Zhuqing again, she had already vanished from sight. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing had positioned herself directly above Tang Jian from behind, having utilized her soul bone skill, teleportation. The crescent-shaped 9 nether slash sliced through the air toward Tang Jian's head, catching him by surprise. The sudden sense of danger from behind jolted him into alertness. No wonder you're a genius soul king. Your abilities indeed catch one off guard. As he spoke, his 4th soul ring illuminated. Double axe slash. In an instant, Tang Jian seemed to teleport, appearing 2 positions to the left. His massive axe poised before him. Once the soul ring enveloped it, 2 axe blades swung outward, one colliding with Zhu Zhuqing's 9 nether slash, while the other was directed at Jin Ling. Jin Ling raised a shoulder, not even activating his martial soul, and charged forward with his forearm, testing whether his 5,000-year soul beast physique could withstand Tang Jian's 4th soul skill. Zhu Zhuqing's 9 met Tang Jian's axe blade, resulting in a resounding explosion as the two attacks clashed. Surprisingly, neither side gained the upper hand. Tang Jian shot a puzzled glance at Zhu Zhuqing, sensing something peculiar about her third soul skill. He recalled that his fourth soul skill derived from a 5,000-year soul beast, augmented by his soul sage strength. How had she managed to withstand it? Unbeknownst to him, Zhu Zhuqing's third soul skill had also been upgraded to an equivalent of 10,000 years, making its power formidable. Meanwhile, Jin Ling intentionally collided with the axe blade. It did not immediately dissipate upon impact, but lingered for a moment. Jin Ling felt a slight jolt in his arm and glanced down to see a white mark on his forearm, yet suffered no injury. Initially, Tang Jian had wondered if Jin Ling was foolish for engaging in such a collision, but upon turning back, he was left dumbfounded. Catching an axe blade with bare hands? What sorcery is this? No wonder Tang Jian was bewildered. His fourth soul skill could injure even a newly minted 10,000-year soul beast. Ignoring Tang Jian's astonishment, Jin Ling summoned the spectral figure of the Golden Crocodile King, unleashing a torrent of golden soul power that surged toward Tang Jian. While remaining wary of Zhu Zhuqing, Tang Jian turned his attention to Jin Ling, his expression darkening. The Golden Crocodile martial soul is rather unique. What connection do you have with the Golden Crocodile Douluo? Tang Jian recognized that the Golden Crocodile martial soul was quite rare, and the sudden emergence of its wielder forced him to remain cautious. Jin Ling replied, "What connection? There is none. Behold my golden light spike." As Jin Ling spoke, he raised his hand, unleashing a flurry of golden spikes that surged toward Tang Jian. Tang Jian, incredulous at the assault, gripped his axe tightly and began to twirl it in defense against the onslaught of golden light. Jin Ling chuckled. "You think you can block the golden light spike with that pitiful axe? You amuse me." Indeed, when the golden spikes collided with the massive axe, a cacophony of explosions erupted, forcing Tang Jian to retreat, the ground beneath him buckling into small mounds from the sheer force. With a relentless barrage of golden spikes, Tang Jian roared, and a pitch-black soul ring materialized above his axe, his final soul ring. Weapon sous manifestation. As the soul ring transformed into a swirling mass of soul power that infused the axe, it suddenly doubled in size, completely obscuring Tang Jian's form. The remaining golden spikes gradually ceased their assault. Positioned behind the massive axe, Tang Jian bellowed, wielding it as he swung toward Jin Ling. Jin Ling advanced swiftly, a golden shield manifesting in the air to follow his movements. Each of Tang Jian's strikes was blocked by the shield, allowing Jin Ling to seize the opportunity to counterattack. With his soul beast physique, Jin Ling's punches and kicks were as damaging as any offensive soul skill from a soul king. Tang Jian felt a growing unease within, compounded by fatigue, as Zhu Zhuqing intermittently appeared beside him, executing nether puncture and nether hunter claws. Simultaneously, Zhu Zhuqing continuously unleashed her fourth soul skill, the 9 nether body. Under the enhancement of a 9 nether body, Zhu Zhuqing's attributes received a remarkable boost of 50, allowing her attacks, when combined with her first 2 soul skills, to rival the strikes of Soul Emperor, posing a significant threat to Tang Jian. Within a mere 2 minutes, Tang Jian bore numerous wounds of varying depths, the majority inflicted by Zhu Zhuqing, while Jin Ling merely utilized his physical prowess and second soul skill to hinder Tang Jian's movements. Once again, Tang Jian was struck in the abdomen by Jin Ling's kick, sending him flying backward, where he rolled 2 or 3 times before coming to a halt. Staggering to his feet, Tang Jian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and remarked, "The ghost leopard Douluo spoke truly. Your talents are indeed terrifying, and you cannot be left alive." Jin Ling, unfazed, acknowledged that his only offense was against the ghost leopard Douluo. It was evident that Tang Jian's intent to kill him stemmed from the ghost leopard's orders. Jin Ling retorted, "Whether you can survive will be determined when the ghost leopard himself arrives. You are hardly qualified to utter such words." Tang Jian laughed maniacally. "I know you are strong. In a one-on-one duel, I might not be your match, but what if I were to self-destruct as a soul saint?" With that, Tang Jian charged at Jin Ling like a madman, employing all his displacement soul skills, causing the soul power within him to become chaotic. Simultaneously, the colossal axe of his martial soul trembled violently above him. Jin Ling quickly warned Zhu Zhuqing, who was 3 meters away, "Zhuqing, you must get away from here." A soul saint's full self-detonation is no less formidable than a direct strike from a soul Douluo. You cannot withstand it. Zhu Yuqing recognized her inability to endure such an attack and swiftly activated her soul bone skill to teleport away from the battlefield. However, her gaze remained fixed on Jin Ling, aware of his strength but still concerned about the potential impact of an attack equivalent to a soul Douluo's strike. As Zhu Yuqing departed, Tang Jian had already reached Jin Ling, who hastily summoned his golden shield armor to shield himself. At that moment, the golden spikes above his head were poised and shot towards Tang Jian as he prepared to self-destruct. At this point, Tang Jian was merely 2 meters away from Jin Ling, and before the golden spikes could strike him, he resolutely chose to detonate himself. With a resounding explosion, a small mushroom cloud rapidly ascended around Tang Jian, expanding outward. The surrounding terrain and trees crumbled as if made of paper, unable to withstand the force. The golden spikes were engulfed by this miniature mushroom cloud, and amidst the collision of soul power, they merely opened a small breach. In the next instant, the mushroom cloud surged toward the golden shield armor, where 2 distinct forces of soul power intertwined, revealing the astonishing defensive capabilities of a 50,000-year soul skill. The impact of the explosion merely caused the golden shield armor to rumble, without shattering it. To maximize its defensive potential, Jin Ling had slightly compressed its surface area. Nevertheless, the shock waves from the explosion still enveloped him. Outside, Zhu Yuqing had rushed closer, and despite being at a distance, she could feel the earth-shattering roar of the explosion striking her heart, causing her to unconsciously worry for Jin Ling and rush towards him. Fortunately, the explosion had subsided. Otherwise, her impulsive behavior could have dire consequences. As the dust settled, Jin Ling's figure emerged, appearing somewhat peculiar to outsiders. He stood in place, but was completely covered by 8 purple jade spider spears. The 50,000-year divine soul bone bore no traces of damage, appearing as pristine as ever. When Zhu Yuqing reached Jin Ling's side, he had already retracted the spider spears, exhaling a wisp of black smoke and rubbing his ears incessantly. With a slight cough, Jin Ling quipped, "I won't test the defense of the spider spears again. I nearly succumbed to the sound of the explosion." Zhu Yuqing expressed her concern. "Are you all right?" Jin Ling shook his head. "I'm fine. Look, my golden shield armor is still intact." Following Jin Ling's gaze, Zhu Yuqing noticed that the golden shield armor indeed remained. Though not entirely unscathed, its defensive capabilities still astonishing. Satisfied, Jin Ling retracted his soul power and remarked, "We should leave quickly. Powerful individuals from the inner courtyard will soon arrive, and I have no knowledge of any hidden enemies within. Revealing our true strength now would be unwise." "I understand," Zhu Yuqing acknowledged, knowing that the ghost leopard Douluo had been in the martial soul hall for quite some time and likely possessed his own faction. It was prudent to exercise caution. Subsequently, Jin Ling and Zhu Yuqing hastily returned to the location where they encountered Liena, then nonchalantly continued toward the inner courtyard. Indeed, within less than 3 minutes of their departure, 5 figures clad in black robes descended near the deep pit left by Tang Jian's self-detonation. The style of these black robes would be eerily familiar to Jin Ling, echoing the attire worn by Xuanji, the chief of the inner courtyard, whom he had met days prior. They were all formidable soul dual-level experts. One of them, upon surveying the battlefield, remarked, "The battle here has only recently concluded. The residual soul power from this self-detonation feels familiar, quite reminiscent of that young man, Tang Jian." The eldest among them stroked his beard and said, "If it truly was that young man, the one who forced him to self-destruct must be at least a soul Douluo. It seems this matter must be reported to the chief." The group arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, having assessed the situation before dispersing to track down the unknown powerful entity. However, after their departure, one figure, a dwarf elder standing at about 1 meter tall, returned. A look of confusion on his face as he pondered the deep pit left by Tang Jian's detonation, muttering to himself, "Impossible, it cannot be." Then he vanished from sight. Within the Soul Beast Forest, Jin Ling and Zhu Yuqing maintained their pace without any deliberate haste, progressing as they had at the outset. Throughout their journey, all encountered soul beasts were effortlessly dealt with by Jin Ling, not by outright killing them, but through a bit of playful torment. When they encountered non-aggressive soul beasts, they continued on their way, Those that attacked were given a taste of flight with Jin Ling's assistance. As for any injuries incurred, Jin Ling offered no guarantees. Chapter 73. Beyond the mountain gate lies the inner courtyard. Curiously, ever since the encounter with Tang Jian, Jin Ling had not seen any other students. Not even a single senior. Before long, they arrived at the forest's exit. Upon reaching the threshold, they found themselves locked in by numerous gazes. It turned out that everyone from the forest had congregated there, though most were unfamiliar to Jin Ling. One elder, upon spotting Jin Ling and Zhu Zhuqing, hurriedly inquired, "Are you Jin Ling and Zhu Zhuqing?" The two nodded in affirmation. The elder continued, "A dangerous, powerful entity has emerged in the forest. One of our instructors from the inner courtyard has perished. I would like to ask if you noticed anything unusual during your time in the forest." Jin Ling replied, "Does a loud explosion count as unusual?" His seemingly rhetorical question disappointed the elder, who responded, "Then it appears there is nothing to be concerned about. It is good that you both emerged safely." With that, the elder motioned for Jin Ling and Zhu Zhuqing to rejoin their group. As the two individuals approached a group of 7 young trainees, all eyes turned towards Jin Ling. Their gazes were a mix of admiration, jealousy, and discontent. "You must be Jin Ling," said a young boy with a buzz cut, striding towards him. Jin Ling glanced at him and replied, "Indeed, that is me. What do you need?" Uncertain of the boy's intentions, he maintained a polite demeanor. Upon hearing Jin Ling's voice, the boy's tone shifted to a mocking one. "Our revered saintess of the nine nether surely wouldn't fall for a useless individual like you." After saying this, the boy cast a glance at Zhu Zhuqing, attempting to catch her attention. However, Zhu Zhuqing seemed oblivious to his gaze, completely ignoring him. Jin Ling suppressed a laugh and advised, "My friend, I suggest you refrain from calling the one a girl likes a waste. Otherwise, you essentially insult her as well. Think about it. Birds of a feather flock together. Only a fool seeks out another fool." As he spoke, Jin Ling pointed at himself, clearly embodying the image of a genius. The boy appeared to consider Jin Ling's reasoning and hastily retorted, "Zhu Qing is undoubtedly a genius, but even geniuses can make mistakes. What if she happens to be mistaken?" Zhu Zhuqing, who had been listening to their exchange, interjected with a chilling voice, "Nerve." Her words rang out clearly for all to hear. Chung Sun, the boy, was taken aback by Zhu Zhuqing's sudden rebuke, left in a daze. Jin Ling's amusement grew, and the mockery continued from those behind him. "Tiang Xin, weren't you the so-called Casanova among advanced students? It seems you've encountered a tough opponent today." Another boy, harboring a grudge against Chung Sun, chimed in, "Perhaps your reputation was merely self-inflated. Your current predicament reflects your true situation. So loathed, you might as well be called the one discarded by all." The chorus of ridicule ignited Chung Sin's anger, redirecting it towards Jin Ling. "Kid, I don't care what your relationship with Zhuqing is. Starting today, she is my girlfriend. Do you understand?" Jin Ling looked at him in confusion, questioning the source of his misplaced confidence. "If your mind is ill, seek treatment quickly. Otherwise, it might require more drastic measures. I shan't disturb you further. I shall take my leave." After offering his advice, Jin Ling took Zhu Zhuqing's hand and moved away, noticing several figures emerging from the forest. Clad in black robes, they were the 5 soul Douluos sent to investigate the forest conditions. The leading elder, with a smile, addressed the students, "Congratulations, everyone, on passing the entrance assessment. We will now escort you into the true inner courtyard." He then walked to a nearby stone door, which featured a circular indentation. Channeling his soul power into the indentation, the stone door began to tremble and swiftly opened. The door stood between 2 towering mountains, revealing a long canyon beyond. A path lay at the bottom, littered with rubble, a clear indication of stones that had fallen from above. Thus, traversing to the inner courtyard would require avoiding these precarious rocks, which could fall at any moment, adding an element of danger to the journey. This was information Jin Ling had received from the elder upon exiting the forest. Just as some students contemplated how to navigate the path, the 5 black-robed instructors began to run along the cliffs in unison, skillfully alternating their footing. Their movements were swift and coordinated, clearly following a route deemed safe after extensive use. The elder continued, "Do not be deceived by how effortlessly these teachers appear to traverse the cliffs. It is merely an illusion. To walk upon these heights requires a certain level of strength. First and foremost, you must possess sufficient soul power. Force speed is essential while navigating the cliffs. Without adequate soul power, you risk slipping and falling, and only with ample soul power can one maintain speed, stability, and a proper gait to succeed. After this, the instructors dispersed, approaching each student. You are new here. We will not let you navigate this alone. We will guide you through this time, but next time, you must manage it on your own. This will be your first lesson in the inner courtyard, which we call returning home. Jin Ling nodded to himself, finding the inner courtyard quite intriguing with its peculiar nomenclature. However, many students were evidently resistant, having prided themselves as geniuses throughout their journey. They believed a mere cliff would pose no challenge, doubting its ability to impede their progress. Consequently, some rejected the instructor's kind offer and began to attempt the climb themselves. Chung's son, who had previously spoken with Jin Ling, was the first to charge ahead. His martial spirit was that of a long-armed gorilla, and with a soul power level of 42, he felt confident in his abilities. Following him, several others joined in, all being top performers with strengths ranging from 40 to 42. As Chung's son ascended the left cliff, his martial spirit manifested, causing his arms to elongate and thicken. With tufts of brown hair sprouting on his body, with a mighty roar, he began to sprint. To avoid an immediate fall, he chose an upward angle. Yet after only a few strides, he felt increasingly strained, his footing beginning to slip. Chapter 74. The first trial of the inner courtyard. Returning home, as Chung's son was the first to ascend, the elder's gaze remained fixed upon him. However, after a moment, the elder shook his head, observing, he has potential, but he's too hasty and fails to leverage the advantages of his martial spirit. Indeed, as soon as the elder finished speaking, Chung Sen's right foot slipped from the rocky ledge. His entire body plummeted downward, but in his panic, he managed to activate his first soul ring, long arm strength. Upon utilizing his first soul skill, Chung Sen's arms visibly strengthened. He seized a rock on the cliffside and executed a flawless 360-degree spin, propelling himself upward. Once airborne, he spotted a prominent rock outcropping and managed to land steadily. Just as he regained his footing, a chorus of shouts erupted from behind him. Others had already fallen from the cliff, though the initial height of their ascent was modest. The feeling of helplessness during the descent compelled involuntary cries. The elder had been monitoring the students' actions closely, and upon hearing the shouts, he rushed forward to catch a falling student just before they hit the ground. With one fall came another, and soon several more cries echoed as other teachers activated their martial spirits to assist. Within a mere half-minute, 5 out of the 7 students had already tumbled down. Jin Ling observed the 2 individuals still precariously oscillating on the cliff, one of whom was the only female among the 7. He remarked, I believe this female student will endure longer than Chung's Senator Zhu Zhuqing had also been watching the young lady. She indeed possessed the capability, but lacked the courage and strategy. Relying solely on the sheer cliff was evidently insufficient. Jin Ling nodded in agreement, acknowledging Zhu Zhuqing's insight. After a brief respite, Chung's son resumed his efforts. Without the initial momentum he had when first scaling the cliff, he could only propel himself a short distance using the strength of his arms. However, there was merely a single stone ledge on which he could rest one hand. Thus he could only manage a slight leap. Utilizing this small advantage, he secured one foot against another stone and attempted to run. Yet, reality proved less forgiving than his imagination. After merely 2 steps, he slipped down again, forced to grasp the stone above him with his hands, thereby suspending his entire body. This position consumed an immense amount of soul power, leaving him with a bitter smile as he pondered whether this was his limit. Despite his reluctance, Chung Sen realized he could progress no further. At that moment, the elder reached him, grasped one of his hands, and swiftly returned him to the starting point. Upon landing, Chung's son exhaled deeply. Overall, he felt he had not disgraced himself, as he had managed to avoid falling. The only remaining contender was the female student whom Jin Ling had been observing. Remarkably, she traversed nearly 20 meters along the cliff, demonstrating considerable skill. It turned out her martial spirit was a weapon spirit, the sunset bow. Initially, she had not utilized her spirit at all, relying solely on her innate abilities to surpass the others. Jin Ling regarded her with admiration. She had indeed maximized the use of her martial spirit. Unfortunately, her soul power was insufficient to sustain her through this challenge. At the 20-meter mark, her breathing became erratic, with less than 10% of her soul power remaining. She stood on arrows formed from her soul power, having shot approximately 20 to 30 arrows, each allowing her to advance a mere meter or two, a daunting task. As she neared her breaking point, the elder reached her side, commenting, "You have utilized your martial spirit excellently, but your control over your body still requires refinement." He then assisted her back to safety. "Is there anyone else willing to attempt this? If not, we shall allow our instructor to escort you back," he addressed the group, focusing particularly on Jin Ling and Xie Yue, the only two newcomers who had yet to make an attempt. Xie Yue was the first to step forward. She had already discerned the method to succeed and boldly leapt upward. Jin Ling, well aware of the approach, recognized that even without prior knowledge, his passage would be as effortless as a gentle sprinkle of water. Let us not forget that the 8 spider lances excelled in climbing cliffs, making such endeavors more stable than traversing flat ground. As Jin Ling and Xie Yue ascended, most of the other students watched in disbelief. "Giang Sin Dongdeth. If that guy manages to reach my position, I'll call him father." However, the situation unfolded in an unexpected manner. Cheng Sun stared in astonishment as he beheld Jin Ling skillfully maneuvering between the two cliff faces, agilely leaping from side to side. In an instant, he found himself at the very spot where Cheng Sun had just struggled to hold on. It was as if Jin Ling had traversed this path countless times before. His trajectory mirrored almost perfectly that of the 5-soul Douluos who had just departed from the area. Xie Yue, a swift attack-type soul master, found running in this environment quite manageable, though some areas required greater bodily coordination, slightly slowing her pace. Nevertheless, to the observers, they appeared as extraordinary beings. Cheng Sun stammered to the elder, "Teacher, are you certain they're newcomers?" He pointed at Jin Ling, who moved as if on solid ground, his arm trembling with disbelief. It was unclear whether he was more shocked by Jin Ling's prowess or by the prolonged time he had spent hanging precariously. The elder's gaze, however, was filled with delight and pride. Jin Ling's performance warranted full marks. Behind Jin Ling, Xie Yue seemed to draw inspiration from him, closely trailing his lead with impressive speed. Under the enhancement of her 9-nethercat martial spirit, she almost felt she might surpass Jin Ling. "These two are remarkable," many of the instructors echoed. Not just the elder. Unconcerned with the reactions of others, Jin Ling and Xie Yue continued sprinting toward the extending cliff, showing no signs of slowing down. Witnessing this, all the instructors began pursuing the pair, each accompanied by a student. Cheng Sun, grasped by the collar, quickly joined the procession but remained preoccupied with pondering why Jin Ling could succeed while he could not. Was the disparity truly so vast? Ultimately, the instructors could not catch up to Jin Ling and Xie Yue. Their speed far exceeded that of the teachers. Upon landing, Jin Ling discovered that this enigmatic inner courtyard was situated on a mountainside. Before him stood 2 dormitory buildings, one for males and one for females. The 2 structures were nearly identical in design, save for the male dormitory being somewhat longer, reflecting the evident disparity in the number of male and female residents. As Jin Ling ventured further inside, he stumbled upon a naturally formed arena, flanked by a platform nearby. A luminous screen beside the stone indicated the rankings for the inner courtyard students. After exploring these areas, the other instructors and students gradually arrived. Chapter 75. The Investigation of Ghost Douluo. The elder approached Jin Ling and Xie Yue, clearly exhilarated, having surmised their identities. The other teachers were equally astonished. The route home was not one easily conquered by new inner courtyard students. Some of them had been instructors who had endured a grueling 2 weeks during this initial trial. The elder stated, "Let us first complete your enrollment procedures. Then we will proceed to the dormitory." The other instructors departed, their purpose being to ensure the safety of the students while also identifying potential talents. In the inner courtyard's conference room, the chief in red robes, Xianji, surveyed the 5-soul Douluos below with a piercing gaze. The emergence of an unknown powerhouse in the Soul Forest, which resulted in the death of one of our instructors. Do you not find this both laughable and absurd? The eldest among them, called Jin Ling, was the foremost of the 5-soul Douluos. Their roles were to oversee the safety of the students, not to teach. After a moment of contemplation, Jin Ling responded, "Chief, I believe this matter is quite complex. Tang Jian was a mid-tier soul sage. I observed several details at the scene. Most of the destruction was caused by Tang Jian's soul skills or sheer brute force, with little evidence of other soul techniques. Therefore, I suspect that the one who forced Tang Jian to self-destruct may be a soul Douluo skilled in speed. Perhaps even a titled Douluo. Jin Ling's analysis elicited gasps of astonishment from the other black-robed elders, except for the gnome-like elder, whose twisted face contorted in disdain at Jin Ling's deductions. He internally scoffed, thinking, fool, if it were truly a titled Douluo, how could that waste Tang Jian have successfully self-destructed? However, who truly murdered Tang Jian? Upon hearing Jin Ling's explanation, Xuanji did not express much, but shifted her gaze to Zhao San, inquiring, "Do you have anything to add, Elder Zhao?" Zhao San, the elderly dwarf, felt a sudden jolt at Xuanji's question and replied, "I have not detected anything unusual, but I believe the likelihood of a targeted assassination is greater." Jin Ling disagreed, chuckling. "Assassination? Are you weaving a tale, Elder Zhao?" They all knew that within the Academy of the Spirit Hall, no one had ever dared to cause a disturbance, let alone kill a teacher within the inner court. Other soul Douluos also shared their thoughts, yet ultimately, they failed to derive anything of significance. Before adjourning the meeting, Xuanji issued a few commands. Regardless of who this perpetrator may be, continue the investigation. Moreover, all teachers must be mobilized to ensure the safety of every student. Should any harm befall these students, you shall face the wrath of the crown. Everyone was aware that among this cohort of students, 2 were disciples of the Pope, so they immediately set to work. As for Xuanji, he had already arrived at the Pope's palace. There, he was accompanied by 2 familiar figures, Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo. When Bibi Dong appeared at the Pope's throne, Xuanji knelt on one knee, declaring, "Your subordinate, Xuanji, has urgent matters to report." Bibi Dong responded, "There is no need for formality. Rise." With that, a domineering soul power lifted Xuanji to his feet, leaving him astonished. Bibi Dong had been a student of the inner court merely a decade ago, yet she had ascended to the rank of titled Douluo. "Is there an urgent matter, Chief?" Bibi Dong queried, aware that Xuanji seldom visited the Pope's palace, given their tumultuous history with the previous Pope. Xuanji nodded, saying, "Indeed, there is a troubling matter. Today, while the new students traversed the Soul Beast Forest, a teacher from the inner court was murdered." "What?" Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo were equally taken aback. Bibi Dong was the first to regain her composure, though her expression remained grave. "Is Jin Ling and Zhu Zhuqing unharmed?" Xuanji shook his head. "Rest assured, Your Majesty. Both are safe, but the murderer has left no trace. I have no recourse but to seek your assistance." Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong felt relieved and promptly commanded Ghost Douluo, "Elder Ghost, accompany Chief Xuanji swiftly to the inner court and ensure the culprit is apprehended." "As you command, Your Majesty," Ghost Douluo replied, and together with Xuanji, they set off for the inner court, aware that the shorter the time elapsed since the incident, the easier it would be to find the assailant. Soon, the duo arrived at the site of Tang Jian's self-detonation. Ghost Douluo remained silent, initially surveying the surroundings. Dan Ziyan, a soul sage at level 76, wielded a formidable axe as his martial spirit. Yet, the devastation around was minimal. Had his attacks been thwarted? As Ghost Douluo pondered, a mark on a tree caught his attention. It was the imprint left by a high-heeled shoe, and instantly, Zhu Zhuqing's figure flashed through his mind. Could it be her? This line of thought also conjured Jin Ling's image. It was highly probable that they were involved. While others may not grasp Jin Ling's true strength, Ghost Douluo was acutely aware that his physical prowess rivaled that of an average soul sage. Not to mention, once his martial spirit was manifested, the soul skills he unleashed were nothing short of extraordinary. Xuanji inquired, "Elder Ghost, have you discerned anything?" Ghost Douluo did not respond immediately, but instead surveyed the area, asking, "Did the inner court personnel find any unfamiliar presence upon their search?" Xuanji nodded. "Indeed, curiously, all 5 of our court's elders are soul Douluo level experts. And this area is not extensive, yet no suspicious individuals were detected." Realizing that Jin Ling and Zhu Zhuqing were likely involved, Ghost Douluo stated, "Let's return to the inner court." The 2 then proceeded to the inner court. Within the inner court, Jin Ling had just completed all formalities with the elder and was now leisurely strolling with Zhu Zhuqing. The scenery in the inner court was quite beautiful. There was but a single teaching building located on one side of the grand playground, adjacent to the dormitory building. When Jin Ling had arrived earlier, he did not notice the teaching building due to the distance between them, with 3 narrow stone paths providing access. Each path was paved with pebbles, surrounded by various flowers and trees. Beneath the trees, tables and chairs were arranged for resting. Jin Ling inhaled the fresh air with abandon, marveling. I had expected the inner court to be harsh, but it is utterly the opposite. Indeed, Zhu Zhuqing remarked, picking up a leaf and placing it in her palm. Perhaps a good environment is also a form of cultivation, as one's mental state is a crucial aspect of training. Jin Ling gave her a thumbs up, saying, "You speak truly. Cultivation is one facet, yet savoring life is equally vital." Chapter 76. Jin Ling, as the culprit, the two soon wandered onto the playground, where they encountered the 5 elders returning from their inspection of the Soul Beast Forest. Clearly, they recognized Zhu Zhuqing and greeted her warmly, while Jin Ling was completely overlooked, perceived merely as a disciple of the Pope, likely just a beneficiary of connections. Jin Ling scrutinized the Soul Douluos, his gaze ultimately fixating on Zhao San, whose presence unsettled him like that of a coiled serpent. Zhu Zhuqing, however, remained unfazed, nodding in acknowledgement, and then turned to Jin Ling, asking, "These 5 teachers possess formidable strength." Jin Ling nodded. Certainly, they were the inner court's black robes. They must be the 5 elders, all said to be of Soul Douluo caliber. He then expressed with a tinge of jealousy, "Yet they seem to hold you in high regard. I never imagined our Zhuqing had gained such renown that even Soul Douluos would greet you." Zhu Zhuqing shot him an exasperated glance, replying, "You only tease me. It's not as if you participated in the annual assessment. How would others know of my skills? Oh, I must be off." With that, Jin Ling began to wander away. But Zhu Zhuqing had no intention of letting him escape and pursued him. The two, rarely engaged in such frivolity, found a moment of levity, alleviating the long-standing tension. In the midst of their playful banter, 2 figures approached swiftly from a distance. It was Ghost Douluo and Xuanji. In no time, they stood before Jin Ling. Ghost Douluo performed a slight bow. "I pay my respects to the Holy Sun." "Odison." Xuanji was startled and quickly returned the gesture, having thought Jin Ling was merely a disciple of the Pope, never anticipating he was the Holy Sun. Jin Ling remarked, "What a rare visit, Elder Ghost. Are you here to investigate the murderer?" Ghost Douluo chuckled. "With the Holy Sun present, the search for the murderer can be set aside. My purpose here is to protect you. Everything else is secondary." At this moment, Xuanji interjected, quietly asking Ghost Douluo, "When did the Spirit Hall establish a Holy Sun?" Before Ghost Douluo could respond, Jin Ling spoke up. "The Spirit Hall has had a Holy Sun for over a year now, but I consider my abilities insufficient, which is why I sought to hone myself at the Spirit Academy." Jin Ling's sudden interjection startled Xuanji, who had been communicating with Ghost Douluo almost telepathically. Unaware that Jin Ling had overheard, Xuanji remarked, "Now that the Holy Sun and Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall are within our inner academy, Elder Gue must prioritize their safety. As for the unknown assassin, we shall handle that ourselves." Gue suddenly chuckled. "No need to search for the assassin, right, Holy Sun?" Jin Ling shot Gue a glance filled with exasperation. "Indeed, no need to search. I confess it was I who killed Tang Jian." Xuanji, still perplexed by their exchange, turned to Gue Douluo in search of clarity. Gue Douluo elaborated, "It seems you are unaware, but the Holy Sun has already admitted to slaying Tang Jian. As for the details, it is up to the Holy Sun to elucidate." Jin Ling surveyed the vicinity, ensuring no one was within earshot, and candidly stated, "The reason I had not confessed to killing Tang Jian was my suspicion that there might still be remnants of Gue Bao's subordinates within the inner academy." "Gu Bao?" Xuanji gasped. "Are you referring to Gue Bao, Douluo? I have heard that he was commanded by His Holiness the Pope not to appear in Spirit City." The unexpected fallout between Gue Bao, Douluo, and the Pope was indeed surprising, and Xuanji suspected that his information must have originated from Gue Bao subordinates. Jin Ling clarified, "Tang Jian was indeed one of Gue Bao, Douluo's subordinates. I am aware of this much. The audacity of a mere soul sage to attempt an assassination leads me to believe there is a hidden, more formidable adversary lurking." Xuanji contemplated this revelation. After the incident, none of the teachers in the inner academy had noticed anything amiss, and he fell in a deep thought. Gue Douluo, understanding the intricacies of the inner academy, advised Jin Ling, "Holy Sun, focus on your studies and daily life. I assure you I will guarantee your safety." With that, Gue Douluo vanished from their sight, not departing, but rather concealing himself to safeguard Jin Ling. After exchanging glances, Jin Ling and Xuanji parted ways. Based on Jin Ling's words, Xuanji discerned that there existed a presence stronger than Tang Jian, narrowing the suspects significantly. Only 5 elders remained. In the afternoon, Jin Ling encountered Liena, who had the company of her older brother, Xie Yue. Upon seeing Jin Ling, Xie Yue's gaze was filled with complexity, for he had come to realize Jin Ling was indeed the Holy Son. Though begrudging, he felt powerless. After years alongside Bibi Dong, she had never revealed the matter of the Holy Son to him. Bibi Dong had never considered appointing Xie Yue as the Holy Son, given his advanced age. His talent was indeed high, yet when compared to true prodigies, he fell short. Liena was the first to speak. "Junior brother, congratulations on successfully entering the academy. We shall see each other often from now on." Liena felt a surge of joy, even teasing Zhu Zhuqing with the two of us here. "Will junior brother feel overwhelmed?" Zhu Zhuqing, in good spirits, responded, "Let him feel overwhelmed then." With a playful glare, she added, making Jin Ling feel as if a blissful life was both distant yet near. Liena and Zhu Zhuqing embodied contrasting styles. The alluringly mature Liena and the coldly proud Zhu Zhuqing, who among the men of Douluo continent could withstand both. Jin Ling chuckled, "Sister, what is the usual curriculum upon entering the inner academy?" His timing for changing the subject was impeccable. After a moment's thought, Liena explained, "Upon entering the inner academy, there is a 3-month orientation period. First, you return home, then undergo adaptation, and finally, engage in combat." She elaborated clearly. Returning home refers to the perilous cliffs one must navigate upon entering the academy. Adaptation involves the teachers assigning suitable locations for substantial enhancement of one's soul power, and the final combat is essentially a grand melee within the inner academy. A contest for the ranking. The group initially planned to indulge in delightful cuisine, but Liena and Xie Yue had urgent tasks to attend to. Bidding farewell to Jin Ling and Zhu Zhuqing. As they watched Liena depart, Zhu Zhuqing remarked, "Your sister's prowess must be quite renowned on the inner academy ranking." Jin Ling replied, "Indeed, but once you challenge that ranking, you too shall gain recognition." Unfamiliar with the inner academy's dynamics, Zhu Zhuqing was unaware. But Jin Ling recalled that the Golden Generation, during their participation in the Soul Master Tournament, had only reached the rank of Soul King. Thus, Zhu Zhuqing could potentially dominate the rankings, provided he refrained from acting. As evening approached, Jin Ling encountered Liena again, who had come to prompt him to return to his stall. Jin Ling sighed. To sneak out on his first day at the academy was quite the audacity. Before leaving, he sought out Xuanji. Initially, Xuanji was unaware of Jin Ling's intentions, but then Xie Yue stealthily led him aside for a brief exchange. Afterward, Xuanji's demeanor toward Jin Ling transformed. He finally comprehended why Xie Yue's aura was so formidable. He was already at level 96. After Xuanji's agreement, Jin Ling and the others swiftly found themselves on the path home. Liena turned to them. "You are new to the inner academy, so this first challenge may be unfamiliar. I can guide Zhuqing through it and return for you." "No need, Holy Son can lead the way." Xie Douluo emerged from the shadows. Upon seeing him, Liena was filled with jealousy, exclaiming, "It seems the teacher favors you, junior brother, as I have never received such treatment in my years here." Xie Douluo interjected, "Holy maiden, if you knew that the Holy Son had been targeted by a soul sage, you would think differently." "What?" Liena gasped. "Junior brother just arrived today. How could he have been targeted?" Xie Douluo hushed her. "The current inner academy is not under the Pope's complete control. Mind your words, Elder Xie." Just then, the chief, Xuanji, arrived, having overheard Douluo's remarks about him, and hurried over. Upon seeing Xuanji, Xie Douluo sensed trouble. "Is the esteemed chief so idle as to escort us?" Xuanji replied, "If I don't come, won't I be seen as the villain in the eyes of the Holy Son and Holy Maiden?" Xie Douluo would not concede to such an accusation and retorted, "Little Xuanji, I won't stoop to your level. If you have the ability, go and tell the Pope." Xuanji, undeterred, declared, "Then I shall." With that, Xuanji led Jin Ling toward the cliffs, while Xie Douluo swiftly followed, each standing at a side. Neither wished to relinquish the opportunity to bond with Jin Ling. Jin Ling scanned the area and noticed Zhu Zhuqing and Liena's stifling laughter, prompting him to make a quick escape. "Elder Xie, Chief Xuanji, I shall walk on my own. I shan't trouble you any further." With that, Jin Ling took off toward the cliffs amid skeptical gazes. How is this possible? Both Xuanji and Liena, the least acquainted with Jin Ling's capabilities, were filled with disbelief. It suddenly dawned on Xuanji that Gue Douluo had accused Jin Ling of being the culprit. Could it be that Jin Ling had indeed slain Tang Jian? This was absurd. He had initially assumed that Tang Jian's death was the result of Jin Ling employing some external means, considering he was the holy son of the spirit hall, undoubtedly possessing many means of survival. Zhu Zhuqing noticed the dazed expressions on the faces of those around her and gently shook her head. In the meantime, her martial spirit had already manifested, following closely behind Jin Ling, who Liena let out a bitter smile, finally comprehending the extraordinary nature of her junior brother and sister. She distinctly recalled the week it had taken her to pass through this very place when she first arrived at the Inner Academy, and even then, she was hailed as a genius. At this moment, Xuanji was almost numbed by the events unfolding until he was roused by a call from Ghost Douluo. Only then did he react, trailing behind the pair as Ghost Douluo chuckled quietly, while Xuanji remained in a state of confusion. Once they exited the Inner Academy, they quickly arrived at the Papal Palace. Bibi Dong was already waiting for them, and upon seeing Jin Ling, she hurried to his side, scanning him intently. "You aren't injured, are you?" Ghost Douluo, aware of the assassination attempt on Jin Ling, had relayed the information to Bibi Dong. Jin Ling nodded, assuring her, "I am perfectly fine." That is a relief. Bibi Dong breathed a sigh of relief, as did Xuanji, who, as the chief, felt the weight of the incident involving the Holy Sun on his shoulders. Seeing that Bibi Dong was not angry, he felt a flicker of gratitude. However, was Bibi Dong truly unperturbed? The reality was that she was indeed furious. Her icy gaze shifted to Xuanji, and her martial spirit began to manifest. Xuanji felt an oppressive force lock onto him, sensing a chilling, lifeless aura of murderous intent. His calves trembled slightly, and he quickly implored, "Your Majesty, please do not be angry. The attack on the Holy Sun has nothing to do with me. I came here solely to investigate the assailant on your behalf. I take full responsibility." Bibi Dong sensed Xuanji's earnestness and withdrew her soul power, stating, "If this happens again, there will be no need for the Inner Academy to exist." The purpose of its establishment was to cultivate strong individuals, but with Jin Ling here, the Spirit Hall will naturally not lack powerful figures in the future. Xuanji bowed his head, acknowledging, "I understand." Just then, Jin Ling interjected, "Teacher, this matter should have little to do with Chief Xuanji. He is not well acquainted with Ghost Leopard." Bibi Dong replied, "Acquaintance is his own concern. Jin Ling, from this moment forth, let Elder Ghost accompany you at all times for your safety. It will also ease my mind." Jin Ling understood Bibi Dong's deep concern for him and did not refuse. With Ghost Douluo present, ensuring Zhu Zhuqing's safety was also a priority. Subsequently, Bibi Dong engaged in conversation with Liena and Zhu Zhuqing, discussing matters of care and concern. Sensing that their discussion might linger, Jin Ling excused himself, stating he needed to prepare for the Skewers. Along with him left Ghost Douluo and Xuanji. Once outside, Xuanji exhaled a heavy sigh of relief. Ghost Douluo, unbothered, teased Xuanji despite being in your 50s or 60s. "How could you be so frightened? I remember you were quite fearless when facing the former pope." Xuanji shot Ghost Douluo an exasperated glance and retorted, "You know nothing. I stood firm against Qian Xuanji because I believed he was nothing but a scourge, relying on the backing of the Grand, offering to do as he pleased. But now, with Bibi Dong as pope, I must be acutely aware of the hierarchy." Well, you have a way with words. To articulate fear so eloquently is quite a talent. Ghost Douluo chuckled. Jin Ling grasped the situation, realizing that Xuanji had a history with Qian Xuanji, which came as a surprise. Ghost Douluo then asked Holy Sun, "Shall we prepare the stall?" Jin Ling replied, "It's still too early. The teachers are still conversing. Let's take a leisurely stroll for now." "Very well." Ghost Douluo turned to Xuanji, saying, "Xuanji, we have matters to attend to. Why are you lingering here? Hurry back and investigate the assailant, lest you incur the wrath of Her Majesty and see the Inner Academy destroyed." Chapter 78. So, it was Zhao San. Assailant? More like dangerous individuals. "I haven't visited the Papal Palace in ages. I don't wish to leave just yet," Xuanji said with a sly grin. He certainly had ulterior motives, otherwise. Who would soothe his anxious heart today? Upon hearing this, Ghost Douluo's desire for skewers intensified. "If you wish to linger here, wait for me. I will call someone to show you around." Xuanji waved dismissively. No need. I can stroll about myself. You all have work to do. Hurry along." Xuanji's casual demeanor left Ghost Douluo with little reason to refuse, and he quickly began to pull Jin Ling away. He figured that once Xuanji couldn't find them, he would leave on his own. Jin Ling glanced at Ghost Douluo, stifling a laugh. He hadn't expected Ghost Douluo to possess such a childlike desire to monopolize the skewers. Nonetheless, Jin Ling was aware that Xuanji had been stuck at level 89 for quite some time, so he suggested, "Chief Xuanji, why not join us?" Upon hearing this, Xuanji's face lit up with joy, and he followed along. With Jin Ling's invitation, Ghost Douluo had no choice but to acquiesce, though he cast a resentful glance at Xuanji. "Xuanji, you truly lack awareness. Sigh, another one to share the skewers with. What a plight." As Ghost Douluo complained, his gaze remained fixed on Xuanji. Noticing this, Xuanji secretly smiled, knowing his insistence was justified. Surely, there must be something remarkable about the skewers. Perhaps they would aid him in breaking through to the title Douluo level. Jin Ling, however, was unconcerned with their thoughts, becoming increasingly hands-off. All he needed to do was prepare the skewers. The Pengcheng brothers had already mastered the marinating and grilling process. Jin Ling's role now was merely to offer casual guidance, as mastering the timing was relatively straightforward. As before, 60 skewers quickly sold to those sole masters on the verge of a breakthrough. Xuanji and Ghost Douluo stood at a distance, observing, prompting Xuanji to repeatedly inquire. What are they doing? Ghost Douluo remained silent, preoccupied with whether Xuanji would grow bored and leave. Clearly, Xuanji had no such intentions. As the enticing aroma of the skewers wafted towards him, awakening a profound craving, coupled with the joyful expressions of those around him, Xuanji became increasingly convinced that these skewers were extraordinary. When it neared 8 o'clock, Ghost Douluo finally led Xuanji to their usual skewer spot on the balcony. Upon arriving, Xuanji was captivated by the vibrant array of flowers and plants, failing to notice Bibi Dong seated at the innermost table. When he finally realized, he rubbed his eyes in disbelief. "Your Majesty," he exclaimed, hastily bowing. Bibi Dong glanced at him, and since it was Jin Ling's signal, she refrained from commenting, merely nodding in acknowledgement. With the absence of Ju Douluo today, Ghost Douluo felt quite pleased, as it meant he could enjoy his full share. As the skewers were laid out before them, Xuanji's attention was immediately drawn. He had never seen anything quite like this, but seeing the enthusiasm of others, he decided to indulge and took his first bite. The moment he tasted it, his eyes widened in amazement. How could something be so delicious? The texture was tender, with a crispy, aromatic exterior that left him salivating. Ghost Douluo, his mouth full, turned to Xuanji and asked, "Xuanji, how does it taste?" Still engrossed in his meal, Xuanji looked up at Ghost Douluo and replied, "Elder Ghost, you have never mentioned such a delightful dish before. I feel as though our relationship has been overshadowed by your appetite. How disheartening." Ghost Douluo disdainfully remarked, "How can you still indulge in such delights while feeling sorrowful? You shameless bare-faced fool." The two had merely exchanged a few friendly words, yet their companions had largely finished their meal. At another table, Jin Ling and Bibi Dong were engaged in leisurely conversation, consuming their food at a slower pace. The Pengcheng brothers bid farewell to Jin Ling and descended to train. During these days, Jin Ling had been attending the Wuhuan Temple Academy, and they had not been idle either, fervently honing their skills within the temple. Ghost Douluo and Xuanji departed together, seemingly with matters to discuss. As Ghost Douluo exited, Xuanji hurriedly retreated to the inner courtyard. Golden Forest mimicry. It had been 3 or 4 days since Xuanji first ventured out for grilled skewers. The initial challenge in the inner courtyard posed no difficulty for Jin Ling and Zhu Zhuqing, allowing them to leap directly from the first to the second challenge. Mimicry. Zhu Zhuqing chose the Nether Secret Realm mimicry, which was more suited to her. The resources within the inner courtyard were indeed abundant, with a teacher supervising each student. Coincidentally, the teacher assigned to guide Jin Ling was none other than the elderly man who had accompanied them across the cliff. Known to others as Elder Song, his true name remained a mystery, and even the esteemed Xuanji treated him with utmost respect. Yet, strangely, he was merely an ordinary teacher in the inner courtyard, with a cultivation level of only 73. However, over the past few days of interaction, Jin Ling sensed a subtle threat emanating from Elder Song, leading him to remain vigilant. For instance, when Elder Song instructed him to train in the Golden Pool, Jin Ling chose to sit by the shore instead of engaging in training. Elder Song sighed from a distance, lamenting Jin Ling's squandering of his talent. Throughout these days, he had witnessed Jin Ling's prowess. Even within the mimicry, there were elements specifically designed to enhance combat skills, which Jin Ling had mastered with remarkable finesse. His cultivation had reached the level of a soul king, and his physical capabilities were extraordinary. Otherwise, Elder Song would have long since reported to the Pope. At that moment, while Jin Ling idly observed the goldfish in the golden pool, a short figure approached from distance. Upon closer inspection, it was Xiao San, one of the enforcers. Jin Ling recognized him as he had been frequently visiting Elder Song in recent days, and he had grown accustomed to his presence. Xiao San greeted Jin Ling, but the latter responded with apparent indifference, saying, "You're here to see Elder Song again. He is elsewhere, so I want to accompany you." With that, Jin Ling resumed his monotonous sitting, plucking a golden leaf in his hand. Xiao San glanced around, noting the absence of Elder Song, and a glimmer of coldness flickered in his eyes. Jin Ling, sensing this, quickly regained his composure, thinking, this old rascal is finally revealing his true colors. I wonder if Elder Song is in cahoots with him. After taking a couple of steps away, Xiao San abruptly turned around, launching a skeletal longsword from his hand. The sword had a slightly curved design, resembling a bloodless serpent from a distance. "Saint Sun, I seek you today in your life." Jin Ling, having anticipated this, swiftly rolled to the side as the skeletal longsword pierced through the air. Chapter 79, titled The Elder Song. Simultaneously, the Golden Crocodile King spirit had manifested. Jin Ling's limbs and bones felt significantly strengthened as the skeletal longsword came hurtling towards him. He sidestepped, planting his right foot on the sword, using its momentum to flip and land at a distance. Xiao San, grasping the longsword, felt an immense force and nearly lost his grip. No wonder that Fu Tang Jian was forced to self-destruct. The Saint Sun indeed possesses some skill. Too bad today, the Wuhuan Temple has no Saint Sun left. Confidence dripped from Xiao San's words as his soul ring sprang forth. 8 in total. White, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, black. Indeed, a soul Douluo, Jin Ling muttered. However, this revelation did not instill fear in him, for he had discerned Xiao San's spirit. The top-tier low-grade spirit, the spirit of the deathly serpent sword. Its offensive capabilities were formidable, yet its defensive strength was comparatively lacking. Without hesitation, Jin Ling unleashed a barrage of golden light spears, enveloping Xiao San. Xiao San raised the serpent sword defensively, activating his 5th soul skill, the deathly serpent formation, which allowed him to conjure a myriad of skeletal serpents around him. As the golden light spears relentlessly struck Xiao San, the skeletal serpents opened their mouths to devour the attacks, and their tails collided with the golden light, resulting in explosive bursts. This soul skill was indeed noteworthy, yet Jin Ling was not solely reliant on his 1st soul skill. The 4th soul ring on his body illuminated, activating his 4th soul skill, Sky-Rending Crocodile Claw. Although this soul ring derived from a soul beast of merely 15,000 years, its age had been enhanced, making it equivalent to 50,000 years. As Jin Ling slowly raised his hand, the Golden Crocodile King's phantom stirred to life. Above Xiao San, a golden cloud sea formed, tumultuous in nature, with signs of upheaval at its center. In an instant, the cloud sea shattered, revealing a colossal golden claw that emerged from within. The claw was adorned with scales resembling natural jade, albeit in a golden hue. Each claw tip was elongated, gleaming with a sharp light, as if capable of shattering mountains with a single strike. As the golden claw descended, an ominous shadow enveloped Xiao San's position. "What is this?" He gazed upward in disbelief, astonished that a mere soul king could wield such an astonishing soul skill. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Xiao San roared in anger, his 7th soul ring dissipating as a surge of powerful soul force filled his serpent sword. The serpent sword began to move as if alive, swirling around Xiao San before settling firmly in his grasp. True form of the weapon spirit, path of the resentful spirit, break the endless abyss. Under Xiao San's incantation, the deathly serpent sword expanded, exceeding a meter in length. The diminutive Xiao San appeared dwarfed beside the sword, yet his fierce demeanor instilled no fear of the golden crocodile claw. "Break it for me." With a mighty shout, Xiao San thrust the serpent sword upward, aiming to cleave the heavens. The serpent sword collided with the enormous claw, and both forces clashed fiercely in the air, neither willing to yield. From a distance, a pair of eyes fixed intently on the battle, murmuring, "How terrifying." The youth of today are truly unlike the lazy, slipshod boy of yore. Jin Ling, observing the claw's stagnation, commanded, "Break through it." With that, the golden claw began to close, gripping the serpent sword. Enhanced by soul power, the serpent's sword stretched to several dozen meters. However, in proximity to the claw, it appeared somewhat insignificant. When the claw clasped the sword, Xiao San, undeterred, manipulated the sword to spin. The blade and claw clashed repeatedly, sparks flying several meters away. Ultimately, after a standoff lasting a minute, the serpent's sword and claw shattered. Xiao San was thrust back by the backlash of the shattered soul power, while Jin Ling, relying on his formidable soul beast physique, withstood the impact, ensuring Xiao San recognized the disparity in their abilities. Even Jin Ling provocatively remarked, as a dignified soul Douluo, "Isn't it rather embarrassing to resort to the true form of your martial soul against the fourth soul skill of Soul King?" His intention was to bait the opponent, hoping to extract some information about the ghost leopard. Clearly, when confronted with a stubborn veteran like Xiao San, Jin Ling was still too inexperienced. Xiao San sneered, "As long as I can kill you, what does it matter if I use my 8th soul skill?" With that, Xiao San began to gather energy for his 8th soul skill. Upon witnessing this, Jin Ling cursed under his breath, taken aback by the audacity of his opponent. He understood that he could not withstand Xiao San's 8th soul skill, yet he remained unperturbed, for he carried the weight of over 1,000,000 years of soul ring experience, granting him a sense of security. However, he was disinclined to utilize it at that moment. Behind him, a purple brilliance began to shimmer, as if something was about to emerge. "Stop, Xiao San." Just as Xiao San was nearing the completion of his 8th soul skill, an elderly voice resonated in their ears. Xiao San, however, ignored it, and his sword of extinguishment had already taken form. The sword exuded a potent aura of death. Any ordinary person approaching would undoubtedly be influenced by its lethal presence. Initially, Jin Ling intended to counter this strike with his golden escape armor combined with the 8th spider lance, but the apparition of the elderly figure before him offered him reassurance. It was none other than Elder Song. With a flick of Elder Song's sleeve, Xiao San's sword of extinguishment dissipated in an instant, so swiftly that Jin Ling could scarcely discern his martial soul. All he could make out were the 9 unadorned soul rings encircling Elder Song. This seemingly unremarkable Elder Song was in fact a title Douluo, and it dawned on Jin Ling why Xuanji held him in such high regard. He was far from merely a soul sage. "Song, you are actually a title Douluo." Xiao San's expression shifted dramatically as he fixated on Elder Song's soul rings, exclaiming in astonishment. Elder Song, hunched with age, bore the marks of time that seemed to have dulled his pride and honor. He merely cast a fleeting glance at Xiao San before unleashing his soul power. In an instant, Xiao San's body stiffened, collapsing to the ground, unable to utter a single word. Jin Ling, sensing the situation, withdrew his martial soul and approached Elder Song, saying, "Elder Song, your timing is impeccable. I never imagined you were concealing such depth." Elder Song lightly patted Jin Ling's shoulder and replied, "There is no need for modesty, Holy Son. From my observations over the past few days, if you were to engage Xiao San in battle, it would likely be a 50-50 affair." As he spoke, Elder Song himself felt a tremor in his words. It was an absurd notion. A 13-year-old soul king possessing combat prowess on par with a title Douluo was a prodigious talent, a treasure beyond compare. Elder Song, being of an antiquated mindset, held a particular fondness for Jin Ling, especially since he was the holy son of the Spirit Hall. There was a profound connection here. Chapter 80. The gruesome Xiao San. After capturing Xiao San, Elder Song called Xuanji over. Shortly thereafter, Xuanji appeared in the vicinity. Upon observing the scattered fluctuations of soul power around the subdued Xiao San, Xuanji understood the situation. "Teacher, thank you for your efforts." "What?" Jin Ling turned to Xuanji and Elder Song, surprised to hear Xuanji address Elder Song as teacher. What was the meaning of this? Elder Song clearly felt displeased by Xuanji's address, stating, "I haven't been your teacher for over a decade. Let's avoid unnecessary formalities." With that, Elder Song departed. Watching the frail figure of Elder Song fade away, Xuanji felt a pang of nostalgia, recalling more than a decade ago when he was not yet the top disciple. And Elder Song was not in his current state. He too had once donned the red robes of the chief disciple. Jin Ling noticed Xuanji's expression was off and called out to him. Huh? As Xuanji snapped back to reality, he apologized. My apologies, Holy Son. I was just reminded of some past events. With that, he approached Zhao San, visibly irate. He delivered a fierce kick, exclaiming, You've got some nerve attempting to assassinate the Holy Son in the inner courtyard. You're more arrogant than I am. Seemingly unsatisfied, he kicked again. Jin Ling interjected, Let the teacher handle Zhao San. After all, I haven't sustained any injuries. Very well, Xuanji replied. He shot Jin Ling one last glance, saying, Holy Son, please keep Elder Song's matters confidential. He hasn't intervened for a long time and wishes to remain undisturbed. Jin Ling nodded in agreement. Xuanji seized Zhao San and hurried towards the spirit hall without delay. The spirit hall had numerous matters to attend to, and Jin Ling worried that Bibi Dong might be overwhelmed, so he instructed the Golden to return and assist. Otherwise, Zhao San would not have dared to attempt such an assassination. Within the spirit hall, both the Golden and the Chrysanthemum Douluo were present. After 2 days of seclusion, the Chrysanthemum Douluo successfully broke through to level 96, now standing at the same level as the Ghost Douluo. Beside them stood Xuanji, with Zhao San sprawled on the ground like a defeated dog. When Bibi Dong arrived at the Hall of the Pope, the surrounding air grew frigid. She cast a glance at Zhao San, and dark soul power swirled around her, causing the atmosphere to feel as though it were solidifying. The Ghost Douluo and the Chrysanthemum Douluo were startled, instinctively taking a step back and distancing themselves from Zhao San, as they seemed to anticipate the impending events. Xuanji observed in agreement. Soon, dozens of small death spiders materialized around Bibi Dong, crawling toward Zhao San. While these spiders were diminutive, their mandibles were razor-sharp, and their 8 legs moved with astonishing speed. In no time, Zhao San was swarmed by them. As Bibi Dong uttered a command, the death spider positioned at Zhao San's legs became frenzied, beginning to voraciously devour him. You witch, let me go. Zhao San screamed in pain as the death spiders feasted, his soul power sealed, forcing him to endure this inhumane torment. He continued to hurl profanities at Bibi Dong, unaware that his grotesque, writhing rendered him even more repulsive. Unmoved, Bibi Dong commanded the death spiders to intensify their assault, and soon, Zhao San's ancestral treasures became nothing more than sustenance for the monstrous creatures. In mere moments, his voice grew faint, and if one listened closely, they could still hear him cursing the spear hall. Bibi Dong finally halted the death spider's assault and approached Zhao San, gazing at the wretched figure before her. She displayed no visible emotion and said, I give you one last chance. Where's the ghost leopard? Zhao San struggled to open his eyes and looked at Bibi Dong. You delusional. In an instant, a swarm of death spiders lunged at Zhao San's head. The next moment, all that remained was the chilling sound of the spiders gnawing, sending shivers down one's spine. Bibi Dong turned to Xuanji and inquired, Is Jin Ling unharmed? Xuanji, feeling a tumult of emotions, could only respond, Jin Ling is fine. It was Elder Song who saved him. Bibi Dong nodded, evidently familiar with Elder Song, and engaged Xuanji in a brief conversation, during which she extended an invitation to Elder Song. After this upcoming Continental Advanced Soul Master Tournament, Elder Song need no longer conceal his identity. I will represent the Spirit Hall in inviting him to assume the role of Elder. Xuanji felt a tremor in his heart, but dared not voice his thoughts. Instead, solemnly nodding and saying, Thank you, Your Holiness. After Bibi Dong's departure, the ghost Dou gazed at the pile of skeletons on the ground, remarking, It has been a long time since we've seen Her Holiness this enraged. Poor Zhao San. The voice of Juve Douluo, shrouded in ambiguity, echoed through the air. I remarked, Old ghost, he is a member of the ghost leopard, our adversary. How could you possibly show him pity while neglecting the concerns for the Holy Son? It is truly regrettable for the Holy Son. Juve Douluo, seemingly intentional, leaned closer to Ghost Douluo and suggested, Perhaps I should protect the Holy Son in the future while you assist the crown in the Hall of the Pope. What a fanciful thought. Ghost Douluo merely rolled his eyes and took soon New Jersey away towards the inner courtyard, leaving Juve Douluo lost in his daydreams. Upon noticing the litter scattered on the ground, Juve Douluo hastily summoned the guards outside to clear it away. Thus, a figure of such noble standing as Soul Douluo was treated like mere refuse. How time changes everything. 3 days later, Jin Ling had diligently practiced in the guise for an entire week. Oddly enough, the effect of the disguise on him appeared almost negligible. It seemed his strength could no longer be augmented by such mundane methods. On that afternoon, feeling rather bored, Jin Ling sat upon a large stone beside a pond, where two golden turtles were engaged in their own antics. Intrigued, he observed them intently, for it was his first encounter with such creatures. Unbeknownst to him, an aged figure had appeared behind him, watching him for quite some time. Noticing that Jin Ling was entirely oblivious to his presence, the figure spoke. "Are they beautiful?" "Indeed," Jin Ling replied casually. "At last, I have the pleasure of meeting you, Old Song." He refrained from turning around, as he was already aware of Old Song's arrival. He merely feigned ignorance to test him further. Old Song remarked, "You clever lad. Even now you do not fully trust me?" Jin Ling replied, "You jest, Old Song. I'm merely curious about you." "Curious?" Old Song settled beside Jin Ling and continued, "It has been ages since I conversed so closely with the holy son of the Spirit Hall. The last time was over 20 years ago." Jin Ling remained silent. Listening attentively, he sensed that Old Song had much to express and many burdens to unburden. Chapter 81. Old Song. Su, New Jersey. I indeed share a master-disciple bond with Su, New Jersey, and I intend to appoint him as my direct disciple. Were it not for Qian Xuanji, I would have enjoyed a peaceful retirement. "Qian Xuanji?" Jin Ling replied, surprised to find that the matter concerning Su, New Jersey and Old Song was intertwined with the former pope. A look of disdain mingled with sorrow crossed Old Song's face as he declared, "Indeed, that wretched Qian Xuanji. I have a daughter who was childhood friends with Su, New Jersey. When Qian Xuanji, in his arrogance, entered the inner courtyard, I was still the chief there. Leveraging his status, he forced me to take him as my disciple. Initially, Qian Xuanji was quite diligent in his practice and treated both Su, New Jersey and my daughter well, gradually dispelling my prejudices against him, even moving me with his talents. Yet, Old Song paused, his hands clenched tightly, his eyes reddening. Jin Ling wished to offer solace to the elderly man, realizing that Old Song was far stronger than he had anticipated. But one day, Su, New Jersey came to me, saying that my daughter had been violated by Qian Xuanji. How could I believe such a thing? In my anger, I rebuked Su, New Jersey without discernment. I blamed him for speaking such things, for his insubordination. After Su, New Jersey left, I received an urgent mission that required my immediate departure. In my haste, I thought Su, New Jersey was merely jesting. However, upon my return, everything had changed. My daughter was gone, and Su, New Jersey lay gravely injured and unconscious. I only remember that my daughter had taken her own life. I knew nothing else. It was only then that I realized the truth of Su, New Jersey's words. I restrained my fury and stormed into the hall of the Pope. To my surprise, they were in the midst of the new Pope's inauguration ceremony. I still remember the mocking glint in Qian Xuanji's eyes. Later, I was gravely injured by Qian Douluo and left the Spirit City like a stray dog, unable to face Su, New Jersey. I had initially intended to end it all, but my hatred and rage compelled me toward vengeance. After 5 years of enduring, I finally broke through to the 96th level, intending to confront Qian Xuanji in a final showdown. Fate seemed to favor me. Upon my return to the Spirit City, I discovered that Qian Xuanji had already met his demise. He deserved it. Subsequently, I was discovered by the current Pope, Bibi Dong, who did not expose me, but rather arranged for me to enter the inner courtyard. I did not comprehend her motives, but I suspected she too sought vengeance against Qian Douluo. Ironically, I lacked the opportunity to kill Qian Xuanji, but I would not allow Qian Douluo to escape my grasp. Thus, I continued my patient cultivation until today, having reached the 97th level. Almost there, as Old Song spoke with growing fervor, Jin Ling refrained from interrupting him. Deep down, Jin Ling understood that even if Old Song were to achieve the 99th level, he would not stand a chance against Qian Douluo, as Qian Douluo was a protector of the divine, possessing soul rings that were anything but ordinary. Jin Ling reflected, Qian Xuanji's fate was indeed just. Yet one thing eludes my understanding. Why does it seem that your relationship with Su, New Jersey is not as close as it should be, Old Song? Old Song lamented. Blame me. I have wronged him. With his talent, he should have been a title Douluo over a decade ago, but his injuries were too severe, damaging his foundation. As for Su, New Jersey, he likely blames himself for failing to protect my daughter. Jin Ling replied, You both should speak openly, silence will only deepen the rift. I can see that soon New Jersey holds not only guilt, but also familial affection towards you. Old Song's voice trembled, tinged with sorrow. I am aware of what you say, but until I exact my revenge, I cannot afford to be seen within the Douluo hall. I fear it may endanger him further. Jin Ling rose from the stone, gently assisting Old Song to his feet. Let us take a stroll. This guise may lack many things, but the scenery is lovely. Together, they ventured to admire the golden sea of flowers and the endless cascade of golden stars falling from the sky, pausing only as dusk settled. Jin Ling turned to Old Song and asked, "What do you think? Life is not solely about hatred. There may be beauty along the journey." Old Song smiled. In truth, after spending so much time in the inner courtyard and witnessing each new generation of fresh blood, my thirst for revenge has waned considerably. Jin Ling nodded. That is indeed a relief. Life is fleeting. Why burden oneself unnecessarily? We should seize joy while we can. As they exited, the sky had darkened, and soon New Jersey, along with Ghost Law, awaited them outside. Soon New Jersey was the first to speak. "Teacher, are you well?" Old Song smiled faintly. "I am fine. I was merely conversing with the Holy Sun, hence my delay." Jin Ling chimed in. "I must return. Old Song will be under your care. Soon New Jersey." Just then, Ghost Law attempted to pull Jin Ling away, for it was time for the skewers. Jin Ling quickly yanked his hand back, exclaiming, "Do not rush. Do you not see that the teacher is coming?" "Teacher?" Ghost Douluo followed Jin Ling's gaze, and indeed, Bibi Dong and Zhu Douluo approached. Bibi Dong's gaze towards Old Song was complex as she said, "Old Song, it has been a long time." Old Song replied, "Your Majesty, with so many affairs, how could I trouble you so casually?" Old Song sincerely believed in Bibi Dong's good nature. She was perfectly suited for the position of Pope. Bibi Dong once emerged from the inner courtyard, and Elder Song is regarded as one of her mentors. She shyly remarked, "I am not as dedicated as Elder Song claims. I merely fulfill the responsibilities expected of a Pope. Today, since we are all gathered, let us enjoy a feast belonging to the Spirit Hall." Elder Song initially intended to decline, but was intercepted by soon New Jersey, who persistently communicated through glances. It was only when Jin Ling delivered the skewers to them that Elder Song understood soon New Jersey's fervent reaction. The skewers were not only exceptionally delicious, but also remarkably effective. As the sales of skewers had not met expectations that day, Jin Ling prepared approximately 50 skewers of a special black variety, ensuring everyone was thoroughly satisfied. Jin Ling was generous with the refreshments, providing over 100 bottles of soda. The atmosphere was jubilant, for the joy brought by the sugary drink was unparalleled, even in the Douluo realm. Among those most affected was Su, New Jersey, who felt the restorative effects of the soda, significantly alleviating his ailments. He sensed warmth in a frequently painful area on his chest, as if it were undergoing self-repair. He even felt a notable enhancement in his soul power, believing that with the aid of Jin Ling's skewers, he could achieve a breakthrough in approximately 10 days. Chapter 82. The pinnacle of the inner courtyard, the barbecue feast, proved to be quite significant, as it eased the tension between Elder Song and Su New Jersey. The following day, Jin Ling chose not to disguise himself. Instead, he approached Elder Song to explain the situation. Elder Song had no doubts and readily agreed, having gathered insight about Jin Ling from others. His strength was nothing short of terrifying, a testament to the extraordinary abilities he had witnessed. Regarding the final challenge of the inner courtyard, the ranking system, Jin Ling was supposed to begin from the 10th rank and gradually ascend. However, Elder Song found this cumbersome, as many individuals were often absent due to missions. Coincidentally, on this day, Xie Yue was present in the inner courtyard, making him Jin Ling's final hurdle. On the competition stage, Jin Ling and Xie Yue faced each other. A crowd of teachers and students had gathered, including Liena and Zhu Qing. Xie Yue wielded a blood-red crescent blade and was already at level 51, his eyes filled with the spirit of battle. "Saint Sun, I have long wished to challenge you, for I am eager to understand the gap between us. I hope today you can enlighten me." Jin Ling nodded, assuring, "Rest assured, you will soon comprehend." As the challenge commenced, Jin Ling swiftly appeared before Xie Yue, startling him with his speed. Jin Ling had not summoned his martial soul, which only heightened Xie Yue's astonishment. Xie Yue reacted quickly, slashing toward Jin Ling with his crescent blade while attempting to retreat. He believed he could create some distance, but Jin Ling easily seized his arm, pulling him back as if he were a marionette. "Do you sense the disparity now?" Jin Ling chuckled. After being drawn to the other side, Xie Yue gazed at Jin Ling in apprehension, confessing, "Are you a soul beast? I felt like a mere puppet in your hands." Jin Ling shook his head, declaring, "I am merely human. Hurry up. Are you not a soul king? Why not use some of your soul skills?" Xie Yue sighed in resignation. "Without even using your martial soul, how could I possibly win? I concede." He realized he was outmatched and understood why he was not the saint's son. With that, Xie Yue promptly exited the competition stage, unwilling to continue battling Jin Ling, not only due to Jin Ling's status, but also because of Liena. Upon leaving the stage, Xie Yue couldn't help but mock himself, lamenting, "My sister is concerned for an outsider." With Xie Yue's concession, the ranking shifted, and Jin Ling effortlessly claimed the title of the first in the inner courtyard. Initially, Bibi Dong had hoped he would take 3 months to achieve this, but now, in less than a month, Jin Ling had navigated all the challenges of the inner courtyard to become the foremost among the younger generation of the Spear Hall. Bibi Dong was not overly surprised. Through their recent interactions, she had become accustomed to Jin Ling's formidable abilities. As a teacher, she felt immense pride in her exceptional disciple, for it meant her recent troubles could finally be resolved. In the Pope's chamber, Bibi Dong summoned Jin Ling, Zhu Zhuqing, Xie Yue, Liena, and Yin. After a period of rigorous training, Yin had successfully obtained his 5th spirit ring. However, he still bore a rebellious demeanor, glowering at Jin Ling. Feeling resentful at the news of his ascension to the status of saint's son, Jin Ling paid him no mind, engaging in casual conversation with Liena. This gathering marks the convergence of our younger generation in the Spear Hall, and from this day forward, I, as your Pope, require you to lead us to victory in the upcoming continent-wide Advanced Soul Master Tournament, and we must secure the championship. Bibi Dong addressed the group. Yin immediately stepped forward, declaring, "Rest assured, Your Holiness. With our golden generation, the championship will undoubtedly remain with the Spirit Hall." Since ascending to the rank of Soul King, Yan's demeanor had grown even more overbearing, a fact Bibi Dong noted, though she did not believe their current golden generation could secure the championship, especially with the Hao Yin sect joining the fray. Bibi Dong deliberately turned her gaze toward Jin Ling. Jin Ling pondered before assuring, "Fear not, teacher. Regardless of who stand against us, I shall be there to support." Hearing this, Bibi Dong felt considerably more at ease. Jin Ling's confidence was far more compelling than Yan's bravado. She replied, "I trust in your abilities, but I still hope you will take full charge of this tournament, and you may also select the remaining 2 members." Upon concluding her words, Bibi Dong produced a note and handed it to Jin Ling, which contained the information of 4 individuals: Sun Chuantao, Martial Soul, Roundblade, Level 46, Assault System Soul Master, Spirit Rings, Yellow, Yellow, Purple, Purple, Li, Gui, Martial Soul, Black Horn Boar, Level 45, Assault System Soul Master, Spirit Rings, Yellow, Yellow, Purple, Purple, Zhang Ping, Martial Soul, Golden Way Swallow, Level 45, Agility System Soul Master, Spirit Rings, Yellow, Yellow, Purple, Purple, Xie Yue, Martial Soul, Golden Scepter, Level 44, Support System Soul Master, Spirit Rings, Yellow, Yellow, Purple, Purple. Jin Ling recognized these 4 as the members of the Spirit Hall's battle team, aside from the Golden Generation. At that moment, Su New Jersey explained, "They are all ranked among the top in our inner courtyard. The Saint's Son has not yet had the pleasure of meeting them." Jin Ling nodded, acknowledging their capabilities. "They are indeed competent, but I only require 1 of them. I have already selected someone for the other slot." Bibi Dong looked puzzled, wondering if there was someone in the inner courtyard more exceptional than them. Nevertheless, she chose to trust Jin Ling. "Which one do you select?" "Su Yu, Jin Ling Kuladit. His golden scepter is not inferior to the 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda. I believe that with his support, the strength of the golden generation will reach new heights." As for the final selection, he seems to be in the inner courtyard, though I have yet to meet him. I do not know who he is currently training with. By the way, he is a food-type soul master. Yin was the first to express his discontent, retorting to Xie Yue. Su Y is already our team support. Adding another would merely overlap positions, diminishing our overall combat strength. BBD Ing remained silent, acknowledging that Yin had a point. Xie Yue countered, "True, he is a support type, but I don't require him to engage in battle. Are you lacking confidence in yourself, or perhaps in your golden generation?" Upon hearing this, Yin's face, already slightly flushed, turned an even deeper shade of crimson, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. I hold confidence in our golden generation, but not in yours, he exclaimed. Enough. Vet. Halting Yin's tirade. I have already stated that Jin Ling is the captain of our Wuhuan Hall team. Anyone with questions may challenge him. If victorious, they may assume the role of captain. Until then, the selection is at Jin Ling's discretion. After Bibi Dong's pronouncement, Yin reluctantly fell silent. Yet his disdain for Jin Ling only grew. Chapter 83. Xie Yue, Jin Ling cast a provocative glance at Yin. Oh, you wish to contend with me? How naive. Yin could only emit a low huff of indignation. As for the final member, aside from Jin Ling, only Xie was aware of his identity. After all, food-type martial souls were scarce, with but one individual in the vast Wuhuan Hall, Wu Piangzi, whose martial soul was the seed. Upon returning to the inner courtyard, Su Nuzhi personally contacted the instructor responsible for training Wu Piangzi. Their training was rather unconventional, taking place on the hillside, where a level expanse of land lay. As the group approached, they were taken aback by the sight before them. The hillside was adorned with sunflowers of various types: yellow flowers with black seeds, black flowers with yellow seeds, purple flowers with white seeds, and black flowers with purple seeds, a veritable kaleidoscope of colors, a sea of sunflowers. There were even sunflowers at different growth stages. Unable to contain his astonishment, Jin Ling remarked, Wu Piangzi is receiving quite the lavish treatment. He recalled that it had been less than a month since he had entered the inner courtyard. How could there be such a multitude of sunflowers? It seemed Wu Piangzi had been reserved for the inner courtyard long ago. No wonder he had advanced to the inner courtyard at just over 30 levels. Su Nuzhi was aware that a food-type soul master had joined the inner courtyard but had not inquired about the specifics of the martial soul. Could the final team member possess a sunflower martial soul? Yin pondered aloud. Yu shook her head. That's impossible. The Holy Sun stated he is a food type. If he were sunflower, wouldn't that classify him as a plant type? Just as the group was admiring the floral expanse, a head suddenly emerged from the center. It belonged to an elderly man with a shock of white hair and a long, bushy beard. Upon noticing the approaching individuals, he anxiously called out, "Who are you? What business do you have in my sunflower field?" Perhaps due to the crowd, the elder failed to see Su Nuzhi at the back. Observing this, Su Nuzhi stepped forward. Her voice reached his ears. "Old Xie, we are here to find Wu Piangzi. Where's he?" Upon recognizing Su Nuzhi, the elder hurriedly emerged from the sea of flowers. It is the esteemed chief. My apologies for not welcoming you properly." Su Nuzhi smiled and inquired. "We seek the young lad who just entered the inner courtyard. Is he here? Looking for Wu Piangzi?" The elder gestured in a direction. "You should be over there. Do check. I have some matters to attend to." With that, the elder retreated back into the flowers. Su Nuzhi found the situation amusing. Old Xie was perpetually obsessed with finding a breakthrough. Jin Ling asked, "Who exactly is this old Xie? I have never heard of him." As they walked, Su Nuzhi explained, "Old Xie's full name is Xie Yue. He is of the same era as Xing Lo and is indeed quite talented. Unfortunately, his martial soul has a flaw, preventing him from surpassing level 89. For decades, he has immersed himself here, seeking a way to break through. Stuck at level 89, is it akin to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower?" Jin Ling speculated. Su Nuzhi was uncertain, adding, "I only know his martial soul is the sungrass." Sungrass? Jin Ling questioned, intrigued. It was the first time he had heard of such a martial soul. Sunflowers were referred to as sunflowers when in bloom. Did sungrass refer to the stage before flowering? The notion of a martial soul reaching level 89 was perplexing. Others shared Jin Ling's doubts, equally confused about the classification of such a martial soul. System? Jin Ling silently called out, having not consulted the system in quite some time. System? Jin Ling quickly inquired, "What kind of martial soul is sungrass?" System, a top-tier medium martial soul. Originally a low-tier divine martial soul known as sunflower, which later devolved into sungrass due to a lack of divinity. The cultivation speed is comparable, but growth potential is limited. A divine martial soul evolution card is required for restoration. Now it makes sense Xie Yue mused. No wonder it can reach level 89. It is indeed remarkable. However, acquiring a divine martial soul enhancement card is no easy feat, and his stock must be dwindling. Suddenly, as Xie Yue was lost in thought, Li In stepped on something, startling her. The group quickly turned to see a person lying beneath. Upon being stepped on, the individual sprang up. Xie Yue recognized him immediately. Wing Piangzi. After being in the inner courtyard for so long, why haven't you come find me? Wing Piangzi, initially pained from being stepped on, was on the verge of cursing, but upon seeing Xie Yue, felt a wave of emotion wash over him. His expression was one of profound grievance. Oh, boss, you have no idea of the hardships I have endured during this time. It's been unbearable, as Wing Piangzi lamented, half crying and half complaining. Li In mistakenly believed her high heels had caused him to cry and felt a twinge of guilt. However, she soon found the situation amusing. Xie Yue remarked, "You've fallen asleep in a field of flowers. Is it truly that arduous?" Seeing that Xie Yue offered no comfort, Wing Piangzi squeezed out a few tears. Boss, I was abducted. Upon arriving at the inner courtyard, an eccentric old man dragged me here, making me either plant flowers or harvest sunflower seeds. You have no idea. Every day, I am surrounded by sunflowers. I sleep with them, and I am going mad. Soon New Jersey could no longer contain her laughter. Dear fellow, old Xie Yue surely has his reasons for having you do this. But this place is indeed a bit too vast. Wing Piangzi then turned to Su New Jersey, inquiring, "Who are you, sir? I don't believe we have met." Xie Yue responded with a smile. He is Su New Jersey, our chief in the inner courtyard, here to see the last member of our Wuhuan Hall team. The last member? Wing Piangzi was puzzled, glancing around at the sea of sunflowers and the eccentric old man. Could it be me? No way. I am only at level 35, a full 10 levels behind those on the leaderboard. Seemingly sensing Wing Piangzi's confusion, Su New Jersey clarified, "Indeed. You are the final member of our Wuhuan Hall team. We have come to find you." "Really me?" Wing Piangzi exclaimed in disbelief, pointing at himself. He looked to Xie Yue for confirmation. Xie Yue nodded. "It is indeed you. Let us leave this place. The fragrance of the flowers is overwhelming." Upon hearing they could finally depart, Wing Piangzi leaped with joy, disregarding the significance of being the last member. Surely, nothing could be better than leaving this place. Absolutely nothing. Upon returning to Elder Xiao, Wang Fatty exhibited a palpable trepidation, clutching Jin Ling's arm and hiding behind her, as if fearing he might not be permitted to leave. Xuanji elucidated the circumstances to Elder Xiao, who then cast a glance at Jin Ling, his eyes twinkling with mirth, before turning to Wang Fatty and remarking, "This child possesses considerable talent. He should not disappoint you." Initially, Wang Fatty believed he was trapped, but Elder Xiao's words immediately alleviated his anxiety. He had not anticipated that Elder Xiao would not only allow him to depart, but would also offer praise. Chapter 84. I can't be bothered to hit you. As they descended from the mountainside, Wang Fatty instantly liberated himself, engaging in lively conversation with Jin Ling about their recent experiences. Yet, the primary concern still lingered, the matter of the final spot. Gradually, he found himself somewhat disoriented. Just then, Xuanji spoke up, addressing Jin Ling. "Since the selection has been finalized, shall we require our teacher's assistance for the upcoming training sessions?" Jin Ling replied, "Chief, not for now. I will oversee them myself." Xuanji nodded in agreement, stating, "Very well. Since His Highness has such confidence in you, I shall refrain from further comment. The resources of the inner court are at your disposal. Let us hope the championship remains within our grasp." Even without Xuanji's reminder, for the sake of Bibi Dong, Jin Ling was determined to secure the championship. After Xuanji concluded her instructions and departed, Yin interjected, "Now, can we discuss why we chose this worthless individual? At just over level 30, what use is he? Merely cannon fodder?" As Yin spoke, the atmosphere among the group shifted awkwardly. Liena intended to intervene, casting a warning glance at him, but Yin seemed unfazed, reveling in his bravado. Jin Ling's silence did not imply that Yin was exempt from consequences. Observing the lack of opposition, Yin grew emboldened, ready to continue his tirade, when suddenly a dark figure rushed in, followed by a sharp slap echoing in everyone's minds. Smack! Did you think you were invincible just because you recently ascended to Soul King? The assailant was none other than Zhu Xing, the one who had previously bested Yin. Again, you. Yin was genuinely incensed now, and his flame lord martial spirit emerged, menacingly approaching the loathsome woman before him. Wang Fatty, witnessing Zhu Xing's intervention, felt a sense of gratitude, convinced that his past addresses of sister-in-law were not in vain. However, upon seeing the 5 soul rings surrounding Yin, worry crept into his mind. For the flame lord martial spirit exuded an overwhelming aura. Unexpectedly, as the flame lord manifested, the space resonated once more with the sound of slapping. This time, it was Yan's other cheek that bore the brunt of the impact, and the sound was even louder when the onlookers turned to investigate. They found Jin Ling standing before Yin, nonchalantly flicking his hand and commenting, "Isn't your skin a tad too thick? That slap stung my hand." In that moment, Yin found himself in dire straits. The force of Jin Ling's slap had propelled him backward several steps. The march from Zhu Xing's earlier strike, now mere scratches compared to the 5-fingered imprint left by Jin Ling lowering his head. Yin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Jin Ling warned, "Remember, you may be audacious, but only if you possess the strength to back it up. Furthermore, Wang Fatty is under my protection. To insult him is to insult me. I understand your discontent, but you are truly weak, and I can hardly be bothered to engage you." With that, Jin Ling led the others away, their destination set for the inner court to meet their final teammate. Xie Yue. Yin remained rooted in place, his bravado dissipating as he had no intention of confronting Jin Ling's Xie Yue, who had initially turned to leave, reconsidered, and returned, saying, "Yin, his strength is unfathomable. It is time for you to rein in your emotions." Seemingly recalling something, Xie Yue added softly, "As for Liena, do not dwell on her. She is the saintess and will undoubtedly marry the Son of Heaven in the future, as is the custom of His Highness in the Spirit Hall. You must understand this." Yin remained silent, his gaze cast downward at his hands, grappling with feelings of frustration. Xie Yue, recognizing his need for time, waited patiently. Finally, Yin looked up, his expression devoid of excess emotion, his voice low as he inquired, "Xie Yue, just how strong is the Son of Heaven to prompt you to concede so quickly?" Xie Yue responded, "Liena mentioned that recently a soul sage attempted to kill him and was instead slain. That individual was none other than Tang Jian from our inner court." Upon hearing this, Yan's heart sank. The Son of Heaven was merely 13 years old, yet already possessed the strength of a soul sage. Xie Yue placed a reassuring hand on Yan's shoulder, saying, "Do not overthink it. Now he is not only the Son of Heaven, but also our captain. Trust me, following him will lead to no misfortune." At that moment, Yin was entangled in an internal struggle. The disparity was too great. One moment, he was the pride of the Spirit Hall, the golden generation, and the next he felt utterly ordinary in the eyes of others. "By the way," Xie Yue whispered, "do you know who among our golden generation currently has the highest cultivation?" Yin rolled his eyes. "Isn't it always you? Are you bragging about this now?" Xie Yue quickly shook his head. No. Liena has reached level 54, surpassing many of us." Yin clearly did not believe it, recalling that Liena had only recently ascended to Soul King. "I know you doubt it, but Liena said that if we are fortunate enough to follow the Son of Heaven, we will surely understand that breakthroughs in cultivation are not so difficult." Xie Yue reflected. Yin retorted, "You aren't suggesting that the miraculous grilled skewers we encountered in the Dou Forest are somehow linked to the Son of Heaven, are you?" Xie Yue replied, "How did you know?" Yin countered with mockery. "I once tried to inquire about that marvel, but was unable to make contact. So, you secretly reached out, intending to practice in secret and surpass me?" Yin concluded, "Let us just not speak of it. The Son of Heaven awaits us to assign tasks." Xie Yue scoffed, "Already calling him Son of Heaven. Your allegiance is quite cheap. Whether it is valuable or not is irrelevant. What matters is my dignity. My face has become like this, sob. Sobi. With less than a year remaining until the prestigious Continental Advanced Soul Master Competition, the entire continent buzzed with fervent preparations among all sects, empires, and kingdoms. At Shrek Academy, the former residence of the Lamba Academy in the Heaven-Do City, following Zhu Xing's departure, the Shrek 7 seemed unaffected, perhaps even stronger. Should any strong individuals pass by, they would undoubtedly sense several tidal Douluos emanating from Shrek. In the Shrek conference room, Tang Hao, cloaked in black, occupied the esteemed position, flanked by 2 tidal Douluos. Below him sat Flender, the master, and the rest of the Shrek members. Shrek was no longer just the 6 members who once lost Xie Yue. They had now expanded to 8, with several substitutes ensuring a robust roster. Dan Hao, seated at the forefront, spoke. Since our Shrek team currently comprises 8 members, it is time to select our primary and substitute team members. Master, please enlighten us on the current status of our Shrek members. Chapter 85. A significant transformation in Shrek. The master no longer bore the somber demeanor of the past. A smile adorned his face, indicating a newfound brightness. Currently, our Shrek team comprises 8 members, including the enigmatic Xie Yue. Each of these individuals has partaken of the celestial herb brought back by the third, and all possess a minimum cultivation level of 42. Among them, 6 are clearly designated as the primary members of the original Shrek's 7 monsters, while the contentious points lie with Xie Yue and Meng Yaran, who arrived at Shrek Academy subsequently. Meng Yaran has now reached level 33, specializing in control-type battle souls, whereas Xie Yue stands at level 42, excelling in agile attack-type battle souls. The primary distinction between the two resides in Xie Yue's superior talent, which may allow him to surpass Meng Yaran within this less than a year of cultivation. Furthermore, Meng Yaran's earlier arrival has facilitated a better synergy with the other 6 members. The master concluded his analysis, prompting Tang Hao to interject. Your analysis is astute, master. Yet I must emphasize the issue of positioning. As we know, the third has chosen the control-type path. Should we include Meng Yaran, we would have 2 control-type members on the team, alongside 2 support-type souls. I believe we must remain vigilant regarding our combat strength, leading me to conclude that Xie Yue is the most fitting choice. Agreed, exclaimed the titled Douluo clad in golden armor and a mask. What you've stated is indeed commendable, and I too believe Xie Yue is more suited for the Shrek 7 monsters. In contrast, the poisoned Douluo, adorned in green armor, remarked Xie Bao. Everyone is aware that Xie Yue is your grandson, yet there is no need for such loud proclamations. Indeed, the masked titled Douluo was none other than Xie Bao Douluo. His presence here was orchestrated by Tang Hao, who encountered Xie Bao and discovered that he had severed ties with the spirit hall, even harboring animosity towards it. Consequently, he extended an invitation to join Shrek. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, a notion Tang Hao understood well. Xie Bao initially hesitated to join, knowing that associating with Tang Hao would label him a traitor in the Douluo Hall. However, when Tang San provided the gravely injured Xie Yue with a celestial herb, not only did it restore his health, but also elevated his cultivation by 6 or 7 levels. Subsequently, Xie Bao Douluo chose to join Shrek Academy, attaining the honorary status akin to that of the poisoned Douluo. Xie Bao asserted, "So what if he is my grandson? His current strength is a result of his own efforts. If he is capable of claiming a spot in the Shrek 7 monsters, I am naturally pleased." The poisoned Douluo, disinterested in further banter, turned his gaze elsewhere, resting it upon Tang San. Tang Hao continued, "Both Xie Bao and I believe that Xie Yue's battle soul aligns more harmoniously with the current Shrek 7 monsters. What are your thoughts, Tang San?" Now, at level 45, just behind the 47 of Dai Mu Bai, Tang San replied, "I believe Xie Yue is indeed the better option. Our team is in need of an agile attack type." The master nodded in agreement, stating, "Let us proceed as Tang San suggests. The final primary spot will be allocated to Xie Yue. As for Meng Yaran, she will join Huang Yuan, Jiang Zhu, Jin Ling, and Tai Long as substitutes, allowing us to conceal the true strength of our main members during the lengthy competition. Moreover, this year's Soul Master competition is markedly different, with the emergence of the Haotian sect and the mobilization of all forces from the 2 great empires and kingdoms to select the finest Soul Masters for participation. Apart from the Spirit Hall team, we must not underestimate the other formidable teams." Xie Bao suddenly struck the table, declaring, "Let us not concern ourselves with the other teams. No matter how formidable they may be, they cannot possibly surpass the Spirit Hall. Thus, I sincerely hope that several of the Shrek 7 monsters can break through to the Soul King level, as this would significantly enhance our odds." Xie Bao's demeanor was evidently uneasy as he spoke. The master furrowed his brow, acknowledging what Xie Bao says holds merit. The known members of the Golden Generation from the Spirit Hall are all Soul Kings, and their Holy Son is among them, also not below that level. However, It is evidently improbable for several of our Shrek 7 monsters to achieve breakthroughs to Soul King within the next year, especially since they have all ingested the celestial herb. It is common knowledge that while the herb is beneficial, it cannot be consumed again in a short span. Amidst the silence, Tang San spoke, "The master is correct. As for Gue Bao Douluo's mention of the Soul King, there remains a significant amount of the herb's residual potency within our bodies. While it may not be feasible to predict breakthroughs for several individuals within this time frame, it is conceivable for Dai Mubai to accomplish this. As for myself, I will strive to elevate my cultivation as close to Soul King as possible." This response was optimal, as all present were aware of the considerable talents among the 7, and it was unreasonable to impose further demands. As for Meng Yiran's presence at Shrek, it was intertwined with Jin Ling. When Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang sought out Jin Ling, they entrusted Meng Yiran to Zhao Wuji, although the Dragon Sovereign did not specify the purpose of their mission. However, Zhao Wuji became aware of their intentions afterward, having ventured into the forest and witnessed the battleground involving the Dragon Sovereign, Snake Matriarch, and Jin Ling. Days passed without any sign of the Dragon Sovereign, leading Zhao Wuji to surmise the unfortunate fate of the renowned Dragon Sovereign and Snake Matriarch. Upon seeing Meng Yiran's plight, he brought her back with him. Perhaps due to her desire for vengeance, Meng Yiran's talent seemed to flourish. Although her progress did not match that of the Shrek 7 monsters, it was nevertheless commendable. Tang San and the others privately inquired of Meng Yiran regarding her grandfather's demise. In her mind, the figure of Jin Ling emerged, yet she chose to remain silent, determined to seek revenge through her own efforts, regardless of the time it might take. Meanwhile, at the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, a refined figure clad in immaculate white robes, known for his elegance and warmth, was conversing with an elderly man whose appearance was somewhat tattered. This man was none other than the illustrious Xiao Tian Douluo, Tang Xiao. Through Tang San's connections, the top 2 sects of the continent had chosen to unite against the Spirit Hall, primarily due to the ripple effect initiated by Jin Ling's arrival. With a smile, Ning Fengji reassured, "Brother Tang, rest assured, we do have a few young soul masters who meet the competition's requirements at the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. I shall take you to select them shortly." Tang Xiao's expression was somewhat stiff, yet he remained grateful to Ning Fengji. The Haoyan sect's resurgence was not without its pressures. The opportunity to alleviate this pressure and demonstrate their prowess to the Soul Master world lay in this upcoming high-level Soul Master competition. Should they secure victory, the title of the premier sect in the Douluo continent would once again belong to them. "Ning, your kindness is immeasurable. If we achieve commendable results in this Soul Master competition, the Haoyan sect and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School shall remain the finest allies for the next century." Ning Fengji waved his hand, saying, "Brother Tang, you misunderstand. Even without this assistance, the Haoyan sect and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School will always be the best of friends, will they not?" "Indeed, indeed." Tang Xiao clapped his hands, admitting, "It was my misstep in wording. My apologies." They continued to discuss the current state of affairs on the continent, ultimately concluding that unity among the top 3 sects was essential for establishing their foothold in the continent. Each was indispensable,